Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7WB, Chapter 236 Kirishima Ondu and the Bottle Brothers. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 233 313ths. Chapter 236 Kirishima Ondu and the Bottle Brothers. Feng Yu, who disappeared in the alley, suddenly raised his head and looked at the roof of a certain building. Is it my imagination or did it attract their attention? Feng Yu murmured. Hey, Tatara, he seems to have killed many of our people. Should we kill him or recruit him? Building roof. A man whose whole body was wrapped tightly in white bandages, wearing a large red cloak and a floral silk scarf around his neck, said. There was also a tall man wearing a white coat and half a red mask standing next to him. The man has white hair and no fluctuations in his eyes. If Feng Yu sees it, he will definitely recognize that these are the two leaders of the Bronze Tree, Takatsuki Izumi and Tatara. Tatara responded. Upon hearing the answer, Takatsuki-kwan swung his feet like an innocent little girl, took out a notebook from his arms, and wrote some words on it. Then let Xiaoshuan, Pingzi and the others go and have fun with him. If he's dead, then he's dead. If not, let's recruit him in. Feng Yu, who was resting in a hotel, didn't know that he was being targeted by the two leaders of the Bronze Tree. System, exchange for Yu He. Deduct 1000 of the world's origin, and the exchange is successful. As soon as the system prompts fell, Feng Yu felt something growing on his back. The thought just fell. Dark red crotch sprouted from the back. Go to the mirror. Only then did Feng Yu see that his Yuhi looked like a swallow's wings. Character. Nakagawa Fuyu. Origin of the world. 23. Breathing method. Water breathing trance cannot be used. Light breathing trance cannot be used. Martial arts. Omitted. Physique. Immortal physique. Pets. Xiaobai awakened. Xiaohei awakened cannot be summoned. He Perfect scale He ultimate perfect Yuhi level 1. Mission 1. Kill the Ghoul dragon. Reward. World origin 1W, ownership of Demon Slayer world. Mission failed. None. For half a month, Feng Yu could be said to be hunting ghouls all the time. Of course, the hard work is rewarded. Not only was Linhei upgraded to the top level by him using the world's origin, he also exchanged it for Yuhei at this moment. After Linhei reached the top level, Feng Yu gained the form of a half-he, and at the same time Linhei's appearance and color changed. The originally dark red scales were covered with a white scale, which looked like white bones when released. At the same time, countless barbs sprouted from the edges of the scales. The half-her form not only increases the speed, but also does damage. Perhaps because they are all products produced by the system, when the half-he is turned on, the death mask on the face will resonate with the he-z in the body, making the death mask stay on the face as if it has come to life. Not only will it appear as Feng Yu's expression changes, but the shadow of death behind him is also covered with a layer of white substance. It seems that I will continue to earn the origin of the world, the complete form of Hudge. I'm looking forward to it. When Feng Yu upgraded Linhei to the ultimate level, the system gave a reminder that if both Hezi reached the half-Hezi level, then they could have a complete Hezi form. Looking back on the original work, whether it is Yoshimura Kozen or his daughter Izumi Takatsuki, the amount of charlatanism in both of them is simply ridiculous. Normal ghouls usually have 1 or 2 he-bags. Feng Yu vaguely remembers that he can obtain he-bao by sharing it with a ghoul, and he can regrow he-bao on himself from the eaten ghoul. In the original work, Kaneki is like this. He keeps having SX with ghouls and explodes step by step. After his RC cells reach a certain level, he will appear in the form of a ghoul. The same principle applies to the thick mist spewed out by Jinmu Huolong in the later period, which caused ordinary people to turn into ghouls. By increasing the RC cells in the human body, they can be transformed into ghouls. The higher the concentration of RC cells, the more powerful the ghoul will be. At this moment, the concentration of RC cells in Feng Yu's body had reached a very strong state. When he released Hezi, the whole body was filled with red gas. That's the momentum generated by RC cells. Other side. Under the bustling city. I see. The god of death. Haha, this is another piece of garbage that comes from nowhere. After Kirishima Ayato hung up the phone, the disdain on his face was clear. And the other side. The two people wearing blue cloaks and white masks with the letters P and X on them looked at each other and then ran in the same direction. One day passes. Shrouded in night. The murderous intention hidden in the darkness emerges. Including Feng Yu, wearing a cape distributed by the Demon Slayer Corps and a death mask on his face. With his keen perception, Feng Yu found another large gathering place for ghouls. Leaning over and looking, the scene below is like a large feast, and the air is filled with the smell of blood that makes ghouls lose their minds. I roughly counted 12 ghouls. The killing begins. The words just fell. The wind feather is like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. Bang! The huge landing sound startled the ghoul who was still immersed in the feast. "Ahole, you scared me, who are you?" There were curses among the ghoul crowd, and it was obvious that Feng Yu's sudden arrival made them feel extremely angry. The dust and smoke dispersed, revealing Feng Yu's face. "Boy, are you looking for death? How dare you interrupt our meal? Believe it or not, we will kill you." All kinds of threats and curses kept coming, but Feng Yu just slowly put on the death mask and whispered only a few words that he could hear. "Big brother, Why do I feel something is wrong with that guy? The mask on his face is a bit like the one who has been hunting ghouls recently. Grim Reaper. The words just fell. I saw a huge white pea directly penetrated the big brother in his mouth. Blood splatters. The big ghoul brother who was so majestic just now was killed immediately. Huge panic emerged in his heart. Death. The god of death. It's him. He's coming to hunt us. Hurry, run. As soon as he finished speaking, countless feather orders flew down. The Hezi attacks released by the huge Fei and Yuhei were like locusts covering the sky, with a buzzing sound, cutting through the sky and rushing toward them. The feather order is paired with white scales, and it keeps harvesting the ghouls present. This is a crushing slaughterhouse. In the face of absolute power, these ghouls cannot resist it. Yu Ling flew away, blocking the ghouls' retreat, while Lin He acted as a harvesting machine. Less than a few minutes. These 12 ghouls were all killed by Feng Yu. The strong smell of blood, along with the broken limbs and limbs on the ground that could no longer be identified, made each one's eyes widen, and the look full of fear would never disappear on the faces of these dead ghouls. Just when Feng Yu was about to hunt ghouls elsewhere, 2 huge blue tails suddenly appeared in the sky and headed straight for him. Bang! A big crater was made on the ground, and Feng Yu easily took a few steps back, dodging the attack easily. 2 blue figures fell and stood in front of Feng Yu. Bottle Brother. Chapter 237 Testing. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 234 313. Chapter 237 Testing. After hearing Feng Yu's words, the 2 Ping brothers were stunned for a moment, but they soon regained their indifference. This guy actually knows us, and our combined skills were evaded by him. It seems that we are not weak. Then he started attacking Feng Yu without saying a word. It seems that I have killed too many ghouls recently and attracted the attention of your bronze tree. But, do you really think you can kill me? The blue tails surrounded Feng Yu in a flanking attack, one on the left and the other on the right. But they were all easily dodged by Feng Yu. In his eyes, the attack speed of the 2 Ping brothers was so slow. Even if he withstood their blows with his body, he probably wouldn't be seriously injured. Feng Yu kept retreating flexibly while observing the surrounding environment for anyone hiding. On the head. Feng Yu turned back and jumped far away. Countless red arrow feathers fell. Feng Yu also saw clearly the person coming, with blue hair and black clothes. Hey, you are the god of death, right? Remember, the person who kills you is S-Class Kirishima Ayato. Kirishima Ayato. Feng Yu looked at him with strange eyes and murmured. Looks like it's just you. Feng Yu slowly stood up and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His white bones and scales were released, and a huge sense of oppression instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Sure enough, the leveled ghouls are completely different from the ones I killed before, but it just allows me to get familiar with the attack methods of the ghouls. After saying that, he rushed forward directly. In the dark alley, there are fires and explosions. Hey, Tatara, the Bottle Brothers and I all seem to be losing. Rooftop of building in the distance. Takatsuki Izumi said to Tatara beside him. Well, he seems to still have hidden strength. Furthermore, previous information said that his appearance was not like this. It seems that he had SX during this period. Tatara said. Oh, that's really great, we are together. It's really interesting. I want to go and play with him, Tatara. Feng Yu sighed. The combined attack of the 3 was quickly defeated by Feng Yu. The masks of the 2 Bottle Brothers were broken, blood was dripping from their chests, and they lay dying on the ground. And Xuandu was even more miserable. Her black cloak was shattered, her hair was disheveled, and she completely lost her previous arrogant look. His eyes were already distracted, and the feeling of weakness in his body made memories begin to flood into his mind. Father, I really don't want to be able to protect that idiot who was so weak that he has to show off his strength. I didn't expect to die here. Elder sister, Kirishima Ayato murmured. Congratulations to the host for obtaining World Origin 300. Congratulations to the host for obtaining World Origin 300. Congratulations to the host for obtaining World Origin 300. 3 system prompts sounded, and it was obvious that both the Bottle Brothers and Zan had lost their combat capabilities. Feng Yu walked over, checked their situation, and found that they were not dead, but fainted from weakness. But if you don't replenish energy for a long time, you will really die. Just when Feng Yu was about to feed them the uneaten human flesh of the ghouls on the ground, a voice sounded behind him. Hey, how about letting them go? Is it finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Feng Yu smiled under the mask and then turned around slowly. You are so interesting, and you seem to know me. Did we meet there? Takatsuki Kwan tilted his head, his whole body wrapped in bandages, and jumped up to Feng Yu. Your mask seems a little different. I can see the power hidden in your body. I don't know why you want to kill those ghouls, but it's not good to kill people randomly. Then, like a little girl, she jumped up and down again, so happy. It's really strange. You don't smell of cannibalism or cannibalism at all. Then how did you become stronger? It's really weird, Takatsuki Izumi murmured. I thought of it, how about you join us and let us create a peaceful world? Takatsuki Izumi suddenly turned his head and smiled. Okay, but you have to defeat me, otherwise I won't be convinced, and it's not convenient to fight here. Let's go to a place where no one is around and practice hard. After all, I also want to know what the top strength in this world is. Then come with me. After saying that, A pair of feathery wings sprouted from Takatsuki Izumi's back, and he jumped into the air. Feng Yu saw this. Knowing that this was Takatsuki Izumi testing his own strength, he spread out his swallow-like wings and quickly caught up with Takatsuki Izumi. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect you to have other children. No wonder you were so confident. Seeing Feng Yu possessing you, he gave Takatsuki Izumi a surprise. She originally thought that Feng Yu would catch up on the ground, but she didn't expect that Feng Yu would fly over directly. I'm really becoming more and more interested in you. ... After a while, the two came to the outskirts of an abandoned factory. Then, Mr. Death, here I come. After saying that, Takatsuki Izumi's entire body began to metamorphose, and a huge pea enveloped his whole body. SSS level One-Eyed Owl. A strong sense of oppression spread from her body, and red mist filled the air. The ground trembled, and cracks appeared on the entire ground under the pressure of her powerful force. Hey, you don't look surprised. What the hell is going on with you? Why are you looking at me with such indifferent eyes? Boy, carelessness can lead to death. After saying that, countless red arrow feathers fell and attacked Feng Yu. Arrow feathers pierced the sky, making bursts of chirping sounds. Feng Yu kept dodging, and every time he landed, there would be an arrow attack. Ah, you are jumping around like a bug. But, I like crushing bugs the most. Takatsuki Kwan laughed crazily, as if Feng Yu's constant avoidance made her even more excited. Coming, the white bone scales were released instantly, and while the fire was radiating, Takatsuki Kwan's huge figure had already rushed in front of Feng Yu. FK, die. Takatsuki Izumi used the Ka he released from his shoulder armor to attack crazily. Bang bang bang. The white bone scales resisted her attack, but Feng Yu soon felt the difficulty. Takatsuki Izumi is indeed an SSS level ghoul, violent, chaotic and powerful, but also has superb fighting skills. After all, Feng Yu's Hezi has only reached half Hezi level at best, while Takatsuki Kwan is in the form of a Hezi. For a moment, Feng Yu felt like he was being beaten and could only defend passively. Tear. Takatsuki Kwan's attacks kept landing on one point, and Feng Yu's white bones and scales were directly penetrated. Bang. Hey, what a pity, I almost beat you to death. I have to say, your reaction is really fast. Listening to Takatsuki Izumi's laughter, Feng Yu secretly sighed at the danger just now. Only a few centimeters away, her head would be penetrated directly. The scratches on her face healed quickly. Taking advantage of Takatsuki Izumi's stunned skills, he directly released the white bone scales again and struck hard, shaking her huge body. At the same time, he quickly turned over and jumped to distance himself from her. The warm-up is over, now I'm going to get serious. Chapter 238 Joining the Bronze Tree. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 235 313. Chapter 238 Joining the Bronze Tree. Are you finally getting serious? It's so exciting and fun. Seeing Feng Yu's momentum surge, white bone scale he and Yu he coming out. Lines of white skeletons began to spread and intertwine on his back, forming an exoskeleton of white bones, but it was incomplete. The death mask on his face began to squirm, as if it had come to life. Just one glance made Takatsuki Izumi feel a little throbbing in his heart. This kind of throbbing is a throbbing in the soul and a suppression at the life level. It's really strange. It actually makes me feel a little bit scared. How many years have passed? I'm really becoming more and more interested in you. What does your face look like under this mask? Woolen cloth. Hee. Let me reveal the secret myself. The moment he finished speaking, Takatsuki Izumi's huge body rushed directly in front of Feng Yu, with Jahei and Linhei attacking in unison. Like a ferocious beast, it attacks crazily. Feng Yu was not to be outdone, and was full of momentum. Because it is Linhei, it is very flexible. Several white bone beasts were entangling and attacking like pythons. But every attack can be blocked by Takatsuki Izumi. Fire shot up into the sky, and the earth visibly trembled under the battle between the two, with cracks spreading outward like spider webs. Takatsuki Izumi's attacks are very fierce. She doesn't need to think too much about defense, but focuses on offense. But Feng Yu is the opposite of her. He has to dodge the powerful Jahei attack and at the same time fight back. While fighting, he retreated backwards with his flexible scales. Look for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow. Other side. On top of the abandoned factory in the distance, Tatara and Noro were standing there, watching the battle between the two. Good strength, Tatara said. Noro next to him was like an unconscious guard, staring at the battle between Takatsuki Izumi and the two. As if he saw Noro's intention, Tatara said calmly, Noro, let her have fun. Feng Yu's side was still enduring a violent attack like a torrential rain. Damn it, she is indeed a SSS level ghoul. All her attributes have reached the top level. In the original work, when Kaneki, who turned into a black god of death, cut her off with a single blow, she was like releasing the entire Pacific Ocean. Looking at the destruction caused by his avoidance all the way, he was even more shocked. What was originally an abandoned factory was now filled with large pits that were affected by the fighting. The strength of the ghoul world is basically the same as that of demon slayers, and the same goes for high combat power. The settings of ghouls are the same as ghosts, but better than ghosts. Although ghosts have various blood ghost techniques, the ghouls, Hezi can also various attack methods have evolved. The breathing technique and Nichirin sword in Demon Slayer world are just like Kuink in CCG. It can be said that both worlds have specific rules. I kind of understand why the system sent me to the world of ghouls. Feng Yu secretly said. Ah, you are stunned. Takatsuki Izumi shouted, and the two sharp arms and claws on the left and right shoulders instantly grabbed the 1-second gap and grabbed Feng Yu's head directly. There was no time to resist, and the white bone scale was penetrated by a claw, and the powerful force penetrated Feng Yu's shoulder blade. With a flick of gravity, Feng Yu's was lifted into the air. At the same time, her back began to squirm and bulge, and huge red spikes appeared one after another. Hee hee, annoying bugs, it's over. With a movement of body, he appeared directly in front of Feng Yu. Arms, claws, crazy attack on Feng Yu. Ah, fun. The attack fell on Feng Yu like a violent storm, directly scattering his white bone scales and Yu-He, and then slapped him into the air again. Sharp red arrow feathers appeared from her back, cutting through the sky, also cutting through Feng Yu's skin. Aha, the successive attacks injured Feng Yu. But before I had time to think, a more powerful crisis came to my mind. I saw Takatsuki Izumi on the ground opening his big mouth, and a powerful energy was constantly gathering. Goodbye, bang, the ground shattered and the sky trembled. The clouds that originally blocked the sky were directly penetrated by this powerful energy wave, resounding throughout the world. After the fluctuations calmed down, the huge Hezi monster transformed by Takatsuki Izumi was looking around with squinting scarlet eyes. Sudden, a huge white bone scale penetrated her body directly from behind. Blood splatters. This sneak attack directly shattered Takatsuki Izumi's shell, but she quickly reacted and swung her sharp claws. Between the white light, the white bones and scales broke instantly. Ah, you actually hurt me. Takatsuki Izumi turned his head excitedly, the huge monster shell looked so terrifying. Hey, sure enough, a half he can't beat a complete he, let alone a one-eyed owl. At this time, Feng Yu's clothes were in tatters, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. The Demon Slayer Koryori's arms, which were originally tightly wrapped, had been completely wiped out by the laser cannon attack released by Takatsuki Izumi just now. Although Feng Yu still had the strength and trump cards to compete against Takatsuki Izumi, when he saw Noro and Tatara not far away, he smiled helplessly, waved his hand and said, I'll join you. But, I have a condition, that is, when I need to challenge and kill ghouls, you can't restrict my behavior. Of course, now that I have joined the organization, I will do my best. If you need me to do anything, just ask me. Feng Yu said this in order to obtain the origin of the world. Whether it is defeating the opponent or killing him, he can obtain a certain amount of the origin of the world. Of course, you also need to give yourself a reason to join. It's nothing more than becoming stronger. Give them a personality, that is, they like killing and challenging the strong. Nah, you are welcome to join us. The outer shell of Hezi faded away, revealing Takatsuki Kwan, who was wrapped in bandages. She jumped to Feng Yu's side and gently held her hand. You were really good at it. I had a lot of fun this time. What's your name? Takatsuki Izumi smiled. Nakagawa. Feng Yu. Feng Yu replied. Fanga-kun, this is Tatara and Noro. We will be our own people from now on, but can you let me see what you look like under your mask? Takatsuki Kwan looked at Feng Yu's face curiously, his eyes full of expectation. If he hadn't just experienced the ravages of Takatsuki Izumi, he might have been deceived by the innocence in her eyes. I really have no choice. Since the leader asked me to do it, I can only do it reluctantly. After that, he took off the death mask. It's amazing. The mask is so scary, but I didn't expect the real person to be so handsome. Under night, in front of abandoned factory. The four of them walked side by side in the hazy darkness, gradually fading away. Chapter 239 Kanaki's Crisis. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 236 313. Chapter 239 Kanaki's Crisis. Bronze Tree Headquarters. Ludao. Feng Yu stood beside Tatara and others with his eyes closed, and below him were the senior officials of various bronze trees. Black Rabbit Kirishima Kanto, Three Blades Miza, Bottle Brothers, etc. They couldn't help but have their own thoughts about the newly joined Feng Yu. After all, he was extremely powerful who could stand next to Tatara without having to make any humiliating gestures. Only Kirishima Andu and the Ping brothers knew how strong Feng Yu was. Kirishima Aya couldn't help clenching her fists, her face full of unwillingness. Feeling Xuandu's gaze, Feng Yu smiled slightly, and then closed his eyes again. In Xuandu's eyes, Feng Yu was wearing a death mask and never opened his eyes to look at him from beginning to end. Hateful. Hey, now that we're all here, let's take back Area 11. Takatsuki Izumi clapped his hands and said, yes, everyone responds. Then, let's start using District 11 as the stage location. Let us open the curtain of a new world. Takatsuki Izumi jumped up and down and opened his hands, his blood-red single eye emitting a strange light. This night, hundreds of ghouls wearing red cloaks swept through District 11 with a crushing force. Because of Li Shi's previous incident, all the high combat ghouls in this district were slaughtered, leaving only a force composed of thousands of feet. Feng Yu stood on the roof of a building in District 11, overlooking this bustling city. Killings and screams happen at any time, seeming to add a beautiful score to the city. The bronze tree is led by the brothers Xuandu and Ping. Anyone who is dissatisfied will be killed directly. The rest will be subdued and forced to join the bronze tree. 1 passed to 10, 10 to 100. Soon, all the ghouls hiding in District 11 have been given out by their former so-called partners. Either die or join the bronze tree. Xuandu also unilaterally crushed the good old man Wan Zhongshuyi, and his men were even more vulnerable. In the original work, Wan Zhongshuyi is a person who has a very strong admiration for Li Shi and also wants to follow her. But was rejected by Li Shi, and because all the powerful ghouls in District 11 were killed by Ryo, leaving only the old, weak, sick and disabled, out of his own nature, he wanted to protect the weak, so he began to gather the ghouls in District 11. This also makes him the new leader of District 11. Lord Wan Zhong. Several subordinates couldn't help shouting when they saw Wan Zhongshui being knocked to the ground by Xuandu, vomiting blood continuously. You, who are you? Wan Zhongshuang asked with a look of despair. Qingtongshu, there are two ways before you now. One is to surrender to us, and the other is to kill you all. Xuandu said coldly. I'll count to 3, surrender or die, you decide. 1, 2, ... Wait, I surrender, don't kill them. Looking at his former subordinates who had all been detained, Wan Zhongshuji knelt down in front of Xuandu and said. You are wise. After saying these words, Xuandu turned around and left, continuing to sweep the remaining area. After seeing Xuandu leave, his men dared to come over to help Wan Zhong and said, Master Wan Zhong, are you okay? Everyone, I'm sorry, I was too weak, I couldn't protect you. Wan Zhong showed guilt on his face. Master Wan Zhong, you don't have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. On the contrary, we are very grateful to Master Wan Zhong for taking us in. Everyone, thank you. After saying that, everyone hugged each other and started crying. Looking at the whole process, Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart. The laws of every world are the same, the weak eat the strong, the weak are dominated by the strong, only the strong will not bully. The night passed quickly. The entire District 11 is completely occupied by the Bronze Tree organization, which also indicates that the stage for the protagonist has been set. All it takes is the appearance of the protagonist and the role of the supporting characters. Tatara, do you believe we can create a world where ghouls and humans understand each other? At the Ryadao Bronze Tree headquarters, Izumi Takatsuki said to Tatara next to him. Well, if it's you, I think it's okay. And aren't we working on that path? Tatara said. So in order to achieve our goal, we need to kill more people. Anding District, Antique Coffee Shop. At this time, Kaneki had no idea that a conspiracy against him was approaching quickly. This day, Kaneki was washing the dinner plates when the doorbell rang suddenly and Wan Zongsu walked in with a fierce look on his face, followed by 3 boys wearing gas masks. As the store manager here, he walked to the front desk and said in a bad tone. I asked you if the store manager is here. When Wan Zhongshu saw Jin Mu hesitating, he grabbed his collar and said. Wait, the store manager isn't here right now. I asked you where you were. Wan Zhong continued to press Jin Mu, but at this moment Dong Shang spoke. You guy, why are you barging in all of a sudden? If you have anything to do, at least order a cup of coffee. What did you say? After a while, a steaming cup of coffee was brought to Wan Zhongshuyi, while Jin Mu and Dong Shang sat opposite him. Well, if you have anything to do with the store manager, I can help you convey it. Kaneki said. After Wan Zhongshu took a sip of coffee, he began to ask about the news about Kamishiro Rise. After talking for a while, Wan Zhongshuyi also knew the smell of Li Shi on Jin Mu, and also thought that Jin Mu was Li Shi's boyfriend. In anger again, he was accidentally punched by Kaneki and fell to the ground. It wasn't until dusk that I woke up quietly. Looking at Jin Mu's face, Wan Zhongsui felt relieved, and then explained his purpose and origin to Jin Mu and Dong Shang. But at this time, however, a figure directly broke the glass of the coffee shop, jumped in and kicked him away thousands of feet. Wan Zhong, why are you dawdling here? Do you want to be beaten until you vomit blood again, huh? Xuandu said coldly. Wan Zhong was about to explain, but a figure skipped him and headed straight towards Xuandu. Hey, long time no see, idiot sister. A look of disdain appeared on Xuandu's face. Where have you been hanging out, idiot? Social studies, I am different from you who advocate peace and stay here. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. You're the kid, idiot. The two of them talked back to each other, and then the doorbell rang again. That's enough, Xuandu, can I interrupt you for a moment? The S-class ghoul Gecko walked in with a weird smile. Gecko, how do you know this place? Xuandu was shocked. I came here with your subordinate Wan Zhong. This place smells absolutely disgusting. The Gecko put his hands in his pockets and kept the smile on his face. Oh yo, I didn't expect Xuandu to have a sister. They are both so handsome. It's really enviable. Nicole, who was behind Gecko, was showing off her enchanting figure and slowly turned over the coffee shop's open sign. Chapter 240 Advanced Form of Hezi. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 237 313. Chapter 240 Advanced Form of Hezi. Half an hour later, the originally clean and tidy coffee shop was in a mess, with pools of blood everywhere on the walls and on the floor. Dong Shang held her stomach and leaned against the door weakly. Gecko, Xuandu and others have already left. Also leaving with him was Kaneki. Outlying islands. Under the Bronze Wood headquarters. The huge square was surrounded by bronze tree ghouls, and Feng Yu stood in the center of the square. The feeling of oppression belonging to the strong excites all ghouls. Lord Death, I love you. Come on, Lord Death. Lord Death is the most powerful. Various cheers resounded throughout the square, and behind Feng Yu were the ghouls defeated by his challenge. Regardless of strength. Anyway, in Feng Yu's eyes, it's enough to be able to harvest the wool. After all, there is no need to take the ghoul's life. He only needs to defeat the opponent to obtain the origin of the world. And what can I say about the Bronze Tree organization? It does not massacre human beings and create massacres. On the contrary, it will adopt some orphans and raise them to adulthood. After getting along with each other, Feng Yu did not reject them, nor did he dislike these ghouls. These ghouls are just like ordinary people, they just want to survive in this world. The fault is not them, but the world. Whether they are ghouls or humans, they cannot choose their own birth. Humans hate ghouls, and ghouls feed on humans. But no one wants to be hostile to each other. The atmosphere in the square is still getting high. Regarding Feng Yu's behavior, the Bronze Tree Ghoul initially expressed incomprehension and even felt shameful for his behavior. But after being trained by Feng Yu, he called Junxiang directly. After all, after being defeated, Feng Yu would find out many of the opponent's strengths and teach the opponent how to become stronger. In this regard, because of Feng Yu, the strength of the entire Bronze Tree has risen to a new level. These ghouls also completely recognized Feng Yu in their hearts. Although they called him Death God publicly, they secretly called Feng Yu their teacher. Tall body, powerful strength and superb fighting skills. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Yu always wore a hideous death mask to show others, he might have gained a lot of fans. But no matter how scary the death mask is, after spending time together, they discovered that Feng Yu did not have a superior attitude like other powerful ghouls, but was approachable and amiable. Are you going to challenge Lord Tatara today, the god of death? Lord Death is so handsome. It would be great if I could follow the Lord Death. Yes, Lord Death is really strong. Yesterday, he even defeated Lord Noro. I see, Lord Tatara is no match for Lord Death. What should I do if Death-sama and Tatara-sama are both so handsome? I want to choose which one. Idiot, only children make choices. I want them all, no matter who wins, I love them all the same. Tatara's figure slowly walked out from opposite Feng Yu. At the same time, he had taken off the white coat he had been wearing, revealing his tall and straight figure, strong physique, and well-developed muscles, especially his massive chest muscles, and the first impression of abdominal muscles is that they are strong, tall and powerful. Just this move directly brought the atmosphere on the field to the highest point. Awesome. It's really interesting. Feng Yu-kun, you are really becoming more and more interesting to me. Takatsuki-kwan sat on the fence of the square, covered in bandages, looking at the battle between Feng Yu and Tatara below, and couldn't help but applaud. Half an hour later, under the eyes of everyone, Feng Yu successfully defeated Tatara. Although they were defeated, both of them were able to reach the point. Tatara looked at the white bone scales that could penetrate his head with only 1 centimeter left, and he understood that he had lost. Although neither of them showed their full strength, it was obvious that Feng Yu was better than him in combat skills. On the square, all the ghouls held their breath and did not make a sound until. In this duel, Lord Death wins. A middle-aged ghoul wearing a white suit shouted. Concession. Feng Yu smiled and said, and then Hezi harvested, and the cheers in the square shook the sky. Lord Death, I will give birth to a monkey for you. UBCH, Lord Death is mine. Master Death is really handsome. I don't know if he likes men. A certain young man said with admiration, but soon he felt a chill all over his body. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at him with malicious intent. Haha, Lord Death belongs to us, and you, a man, have come to join in the fun. It seems you are looking for death. Kaka, the clenched fists made a sound, followed by begging for mercy and screams. Well, actually, I'm still looking forward to the scene of Mr. Death and the boy being together. What should I do? I feel that Mr. Death and Tatara-sama are a bit compatible. An unknown female ghoul blushed with embarrassment, and from time to time she secretly glanced at Feng Yu and Tatara's figures. She was thinking of some indescribable things in her mind. Regarding the victory or defeat, Tatara didn't say much, but when he looked at Feng Yu, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Soon, this challenge was over, and Feng Yu gave up as soon as it was good, and did not continue to challenge. After all, in the entire Bronze Tree, except for some ghouls who were performing tasks outside, only Takatsuki Izumi was the last one left. Thinking of the fight he had with Takatsuki Izumi not long ago, Feng Yu thought it would be better to do something like this again in the future. After returning to your residence, Feng Yu also looked at his attribute panel. Promote Linhei. Deduct 5,000 of the world's origin, and the perfect scale will rise to the ultimate level. I noticed that the host's 2 Hezis have been promoted to the half Hezi level and are merging. The fusion is successful, and you get the form of the great god of death first level. Tip. Every time you obtain an ultimate level Hezi, you can fuse and upgrade the Hezi form. Feeling the constant energy fluctuations in his body, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile. My efforts during this time are not in vain. However, is the Hezi form also hierarchical, or is it only available to Hezi who have been redeemed by the system? If we divide it according to the system, Takatsuki Izumi's level should be very high. After all, that guy has a lot of tricks on his body. Recalling the description of Takatsuki Izumi in the original work, Feng Yu could only sigh, abnormal. Now that the Hudge form has come out, we can start the follow-up plan. The night was hazy, Feng Yu looked into the distance and murmured. Chapter 241 1007. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 238 313. Chapter 241 1007. Anding District Coffee Shop. When Fangkun Gongshan and Sifang Lianxi returned, they saw the scene in the coffee shop and looked very solemn as they recalled the Bronze Tree occupation incident in District 11 they were investigating today. Sifang, help me gather everyone, Anding District will be closed for a while. Fangkun Gongshan said, CCG Headquarters, Meeting Hall. Regarding the occupation of District 11 by the Ghoul organization, their actions have a certain organizational nature. Although I want to send a team to attack them now, I have to be patient. The action is scheduled for a week later. During this period, the safe evacuation of the residents of District 11 must be done well. This is left to the police. As for the media, I will be the one to resolve the issue. Disband, Marutsai said. After the meeting was dismissed, Marutsai also saw Ria Yashizo. Looking at the thin and weird Ria in front of him, Marutsai couldn't help but joke about him. Are you Lingwu? You are a very thin little guy. Are you eating well? By the way, are you taking care of me? Seeing that something was wrong, Yuki Shinohara came over quickly and said, forget it, Omaru, Ria has just arrived and must be tired, so just let him go. After saying that, he took Maru Tezai and left quickly. What? I just chatted with him all day long. Okay, I know. ... Looking at the background of the two people leaving, something strange flashed in Lingwu's eyes. Feng Yu, who was far away at the Bronze Tree headquarters on the outlying island, also received an order at this time, which was to organize Bronze Tree members to start stationing at the Dome House in District 11. Also welcome new members. Hear the words. Feng Yu then knew that the so-called new member was the transformed Kaneki Ken. Now Kaneki Ken is probably being forced to ask what 1000-7 is equal to. Recalling the scene in the original work, Feng Yu could only sigh slightly. He sympathized with Jin Mu. After all, the perverted torture method made people dare not look directly at it. Although I really want to help him, in order to return to the Demon Slayer world as soon as possible for the system mission, the plot of Kaneki's blackening must happen. And if he rashly tries to prevent Kaneki from turning black, it will not only affect the world line, but more importantly, the plan between Takatsuki Izumi and Arima Kisho. One night passes. The people from the Bronze Tree have begun to move to Area 11 one after another, and a chilling atmosphere gradually condenses, like a sharp blade hanging over the heads of those weak ghouls. Anding District, CCG, and the clown organization hiding in the dark. The collision of the four top forces was destined to be a war with countless casualties. The strong can't protect themselves, let alone a side hustle. Feng Yu stood on the roof of a building in District 11. The city streets that were once bustling with lights and feasting have now changed. Human beings everywhere were evacuating in an orderly manner under the guidance of the police. The advertising screens on the street were also playing a loop of CCG Special Maru Tejai explaining the process of the mission. Without human habitation, the city fell into endless darkness. Hey, Mr. Feng Yu, what do you think of the world now? Takatsuki Kwan said on the side. Knowing that this was Takatsuki Izumi trying to guide him, Feng Yu groaned for a while and replied, humans and ghouls are two hostile populations. Ghouls feed on humans, and humans hate ghouls and massacre ghouls. However, humans have families, so do ghouls, feelings, family ties, etc. What humans have, so do ghouls. But this world is destined to separate ghouls from humans from birth and become hostile camps. Killing, death, chaos, sin. What I see is the sorrow of the weak in this world, the pain of countless children. This world is wrong and twisted. Takatsuki Kwan stared at him closely, as if she didn't expect Feng Yu to say such a thing. After all, judging from Feng Yu's performance in joining the Bronze Tree, she believed that Feng Yu was different from other ghouls, both in temperament and energy. God. After staring for a while, Takatsuki Izumi laughed out loud. Interesting, really interesting. So, Mr. Feng Yu, do you want to change this world? ... Anding District. In the coffee shop at this time, everyone was called together by Fangkun Gongshan, except Sifang Lianxi who still had other tasks outside. Nishio Nishiki, Furuma Enji, Iruma Zan and other core figures in the Anding District are all here. It's just that everyone's face is extremely heavy. The Bronze Trees are all ghouls who live for fighting. We have to be prepared to never see Kaneki. Moreover, it is not easy to sneak into their base and rescue Kaneki. What's more, we can't ignore the CCG's movements. They will soon send special troops to sweep up the Bronze Tree to Area 11. Even if we go to rescue him, it is more likely that our entire army will be destroyed. Hearing this, everyone's originally heavy mood became extremely uncomfortable. Hey, are we going to ignore him until death? Nishio Nishiki on the side said, in his heart, Kaneki has become his best friend, and he wants to rescue Kaneki. I want to save him. What is the purpose of our store? If the store manager doesn't go, I will go alone. Dong Shang stood up, her eyes showing determination. I'll go too, after all, I still owe that guy a favor. Tuka will go too, because I am always helped by my big brother. If Hinami can do something, I will do anything. Dong Shang and Nishio Nishiki responded together. In order to prevent everyone from misunderstanding, let me say it first. I originally planned to rescue Jin Mu, but I hope you can understand that I cannot guarantee your life safety. I have fully understood your intentions. If you want to rescue Kaneki, please block your lives. At the same time, the quartet and I will do our best to protect you, because mutual assistance is the purpose of our stable zone. By the way, there is another person who wants to save Jin Mu, come in. As soon as Fangkun Gongshan finished speaking, the door was opened. Then the elegant and noble Yu Shangxi walked in. Yu Gai, Dongshang and Nishio Nishiki looked hostile, but Tsukiyama Shi didn't care at all. My dear, this is really heartbreaking. My only friend Kaneki has fallen into the hands of an unknown enemy and his life and death are unknown. Stop joking. The CCG is not idle either. Police cars and transport vehicles drove into District 11 one after another, and in a surrounding posture, cordoned off the entire dome house. The helicopters in the sky were also constantly circling, seeming to be observing the surrounding situation, or patrolling to see if there were any humans who had not been evacuated. At this time, Kaneki was tied to a chair in the dome house. In front of him is a gecko holding a vice in his hand. Bang, ahahaha, what is 1000-7? Kaneki's screams, the gecko's abnormal excitement, the smell of blood filling the air. Chapter 242 War begins. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 239-313. Chapter 242 War begins. The mobilization and evacuation of the entire District 11 was extremely busy, but inside the dome house with checkered floor tiles, there was a dead silence. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the pools of blood that had solidified before it could be cleaned were mixed with countless blood clots, fingernails and other human tissue parts. Jin Mu, who was sitting on the chair in the center, was already covered in blood and lowered his head. He was soon woken up by the movement of someone coming. He slowly opened his eyes. What caught his eye were two ghoul lovers who had been arranged by Gecko to clean and mop the floor. Two ghouls wearing red cloaks. The two of them gently wiped the blood on Jin Mu's body, unable to bear to look at it. They couldn't believe what kind of pain Jin Mu suffered and couldn't understand it. Inject stimulants, make them pull out their nails while they are awake, smash their hands and feet, etc. They wanted to rescue Jin Mu, but they felt extremely powerless. Just two ordinary ghouls, how can they compare to the S-level ghoul Gecko? The only thing you can do is give her as much tender care as you can. Gently moving the towel in his hand to wipe away the blood and dirt on Jinmu's body, for fear of accidentally causing Jinmu to be hurt again. Thank you. Jin Mu felt someone wiping his body. Although he was tortured, he did not forget his courtesy as a human being. The hoarse voice also seemed to hint at how painful the injuries he had suffered in the past few days were. Screams echoed throughout the dome. Mr. Kaneki, Mr. Wan Zhong asked us to send you a message. We will definitely come to save you, and please stay alive. The ghoul couple said. Then, Mr. Kaneki, we will come again. The reluctance in their eyes made them both look back frequently. We will definitely rescue you. Just then, the door behind them was opened, and the strong sense of oppression made the two ghoul lovers tremble. They did not dare to show any other strange expressions, so they could only lower their heads to make way for the gecko to pass. And they stood on both sides respectfully. The sound of echoed in the dome house. When the gecko passed by the two of them, a perverted smile appeared on its face. Other side, on the roof of a building. Feng Yu, Takatsuki Izumi, Tatara and others looked down at the armed forces that had begun to operate the CCG. They are so fast, Takatsuki Izumi said. Yes, Tatara replied, and at the same time began to arrange manpower to deal with it. Brother Bottle is in charge of the main building, and Iadu is in charge of the auxiliary building. Let's go, Ide and Feng Yu. Leave the rest to Noro. Yes, Schwandu and the Bottle brothers responded at the same time. After Tatara and the other two left, only Ayado, Noro, the Bottle brothers and Nico were left at the scene. Where's that gecko guy? Schwandu looked at Nicole with evil eyes. Who knows where he went? Nicole waved her hand and said, and then left alone. That guy. Actually at this time, Schwandu seemed to vaguely guess what the gecko was doing, and could only curse secretly. At this time, everyone in the CCG and Anding district was ready, waiting for only one order, which was for the army to rush into the occupied CCG administration branch in District 11. The members of the Bronze Tree have also arranged a defense. Everyone has a gun in their hands, just like a war, but it is the Bronze Tree that occupies the high point and waits for the white pigeons to break through. The oppressive atmosphere was so intense that no one dared to act rashly. Quiet as death. Sudden. In this pitch-black night, a signal bomb pierced the sky and finally burst into light like day. The war is about to break out. Chaos begins, both sides shoot at the same time. Amidst the hail of bullets, people kept getting shot and fell down. Marutsai, who was sitting in the monitoring room, looked at his team members who kept falling on the screen, and asked in confusion, why don't our people have an advantage in shooting? The adjutant replied quickly, the enemy has Hezi's shield and scope. He turned out to be a ghoul who was a former mercenary. Damn it, are you kidding? Give me the gun. Marutsai angrily kicked the car door open, grabbed a team member's gun, and went into battle himself. Rows of bullets fell to the ground. After a while, the ghoul defense that prevented the soldiers from breaking through was directly killed by him. Boys, kill that insidious sniper team quickly. Then he returned the gun directly to the previous soldier, turned around and returned to the command room. So awesome. The soldiers couldn't help but marvel at Marutsai's operations. Just when Marutsai wanted to check the people behind him, he saw a thin figure riding on his beloved black motorcycle. That's your motorcycle, Mr. Marut. Facing Marutsai's question, the adjutant said with a smile. Wait a minute, what are you going to do on my motorcycle? I'll borrow it for a second. Say it. The motorcycle jumped out directly, started on the ramp at the fastest speed, and floated into the air. Then Ryajizo jumped directly on his motorcycle, and when he was about to jump into a building full of ghouls, he pulled out the submachine gun on his waist. While everyone was shocked, Lingwu Shizao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, harvesting the lives of ghouls. The people below only saw the sound of fire and flashes of fire in the dark building. After a while, Lingwu Shizao's figure appeared on the window and gave everyone a heart sign. Marutsai burst into tears. He didn't know whether it was because Ryajizo had eliminated the ghoul sniper or because he was distressed that his motorcycle was scrapped. Assault! Marutsai shouted, and the soldiers behind him were like a tide, all moving forward quickly. The real decisive battle has begun, which also heralds the arrival of more chaotic moments. The CCG soldiers divided into several groups and captured the building in a siege, but there were a large number of bronze tree ghouls stationed and ambushed in every direction of attack. All of a sudden, the fighting between people and horses on both sides became even more intense. Explosions, gunfire and screams resounded throughout the area. Seeing the CCG launching a general offensive, everyone in the Anding district also started taking action. Here we go, Zan, what's going on at the CCG? Fangkun Gongshan asked. The CCG is divided into 3 teams and has begun to gradually occupy the attack channel. Moreover, they have dispatched investigators. The bronze tree is at a disadvantage at the moment. Ira Zhengshuan said, there is nothing we can do about it. It seems we need to delay it a little longer. Zan, please take care of Hinami. Fangkun Gongshan stood up and opened his scarlet eyes, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yes, looking at Fangkun Gongshan walking forward step by step, IGN Zan's face was also full of worry. Under the dim light, Fangkun Gongshan's figure looks so small and great. Chapter 243 The Battlefield Ahead, Special Ban. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 243/113. Chapter 243 The Battlefield Ahead, Special Ban. The lifeless city was now under fire, with constant roars and various gunfire duels. Feng Yu stood on a building not far away, wearing a death mask, looking at the purpose of CCG's trip. On the main building, a vigorous figure kept shuttling in the dark night, and Feng Yu knew that it was Dong Shang who came to rescue Jin Mu. But it's the same as in the original work. She met Kotaro Amon, who was also cleaning up the ghouls in the hotel. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. As soon as Kotaro Arman saw the rabbit mask on Toka's face, his brain was filled with anger. Recalling the death of Madogo, Amon Kotaro went straight to the door to pursue Tuka. No matter what purpose Tuka has, he only has one voice in his heart, that is to kill her and avenge Mado. Stop, why are you here, rabbit? Kotaro Arman shouted angrily. This guy was from that time. Dong Shang looked back and thought to himself. The branch library in the central area also encountered CCG investigators accordingly. On top of the branch building. As soon as the CCG people saw Xuandu, they all raised their guns and opened fire. Dense bullets hit Xuandu's body, but they did not cause any damage. Like a black and red protective suit, his yuhei wrapped his entire body, and all bullets were blocked. Ding 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 ding. Bullets fall to the ground. Then, Xuandu moved and jumped into the air. The scarlet feather wings spread out. Arrow feathers released. After a while, the entire CCG team fell into a pool of blood. Their bodies were all covered with wounds caused by arrow feathers, and their bodies were still covered with undried blood. Within the center, several CCG teams were even more miserable when they met Noro. In less than a few minutes, they all died in Noro's hands. Rows of corpses fell to the ground, like a purgatory on earth. Who are you? Ha ha ha, I came here after chasing the scent of the strongest person. I didn't expect to eat with you, mister. Don't be careless, he doesn't look like an ordinary ghoul. Bye, Yu Shangxi and Safang Lianshiba Yelu surrounded them. Oh, you have such a charming mouth, then let me give you a kiss elegantly. Up, Yu Shenxi and Safang Lianxi had released their hezi and rushed directly towards Yi Lu. Noro did not make any other moves, but let the attacks of the 3 people fall on him. Tear. Bai took the lead in joining his hands and directly penetrated Noro's body. Soon he noticed something was wrong. Noro's body was like a slime and healed quickly. Looking at Tsukiyama Shi, who kept using hezi to make Yelu feel cold, he said, it's really strange. Even though it has entered the body, nothing happened. This soft touch, this different taste. Tsukiyama Shi shouted, but Noro ignored them and walked straight past them. Tuka was still being chased desperately by Kotaro Amen, and she also noticed that Kotaro Amen's strength had improved a lot compared to before. But relying on its own advantages, Yamen still couldn't hurt Dong Shang at all, until the two came to the iron bridge. The two intertwined tails were like snakes, intersecting with each other to form an X-shaped attack that blocked Kotaro Amen. Upon seeing this, Dong Shang jumped directly onto the iron bridge and quickly fled the scene. Who was that guy just now? Who knows, I've never seen it. He has Kuink in his hand, it must be a white dove. Yeah, but even our combined skills didn't hurt him. We can't underestimate him. The figure of Brother Bottle appeared from a distance. What? They are S-Class Bottle Brothers. Am I facing S-Class alone? Seeing that it was S-Class, Kotaro Armin was shocked, but before he had time to think, the attack of the Bottle Brothers had already arrived. ... The temperature is a bit low tonight. The cold wind is blowing against the city, and at the same time it makes people feel emotional, and they can't help but sigh. I don't know what's going on with them now. Feng Yu murmured. You must wait for me to come back. But, I have to work harder. This time is also an opportunity to harvest the origin of the world. Then he jumped straight. The body's body was surging with feathers, and the feathers and scales came out simultaneously. A huge 10-meter-high white bone shell enveloped Feng Yu like a murderous god soaring into the sky. The entire body is covered with white scales, and there are huge white wings like swallow wings on the back. On the head is a death mask, and the green-faced fangs are particularly terrifying. Every time you exhale and inhale, there is a powerful momentum. White Yu-He flapped his fan, causing Feng Yu to glide in the air. This is the form of the Huzhou, so powerful. No wonder the strength gap between the hermit and the half-her ghoul is so big. If the strength of the previous half-Hudge is taken as a unit, then the complete Hudge form at this time is the combined strength of 3 half-Hudge. The strength has increased by as much as 3 times. Whether it is destructive power or defensive power, Feng Yu can feel that there are some gaps in his mental suppression seal. According to the huge spiritual power in the world of Demon Slayer, it is very suitable to only reveal a part of it. The rules of the two worlds are different. In Demon Slayer, one can practice spiritual power to break through to a special realm. But the Ghoul world is different. They all rely on external forces to fight. Whether it is Hezi from the Ghoul or Kuink from the CCG, they all belong to external forces. ... Group 1 reported that the first floor of the building has been cleaned up. Group 2 reported that the first floor of the branch library has been cleaned up. ... News of victory came one after another from the teams sent out, and Maru Tejai couldn't feel a trace of joy because several teams had already lost contact. Losing contact at this juncture means everyone is killed. Hateful. Marutsai punched the car and cursed angrily. But soon he received reports from others. On the roof of the CCG branch, the people led by Shinohara Yuki and Kuro Iwa originally thought that there would be high-level personnel of the bronze tree above, but they missed it unexpectedly. Is there no one? Black Rock and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other. Special class, what is that? A team member behind him looked at the sky in horror and shouted. Everyone looks at. A terrifying figure is heading straight towards them. Bang! The powerful force made the whole building tremble, and the floor was centered around Feng Yu's feet, and cracks continued to spread outward. The battlefield ahead is not suitable for many people. Chapter 244 Store Manager, Long Time No See. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 241 313. Chapter 244 Store Manager, Long Time No See. Terrifying and powerful are Feng Yu's words at this moment. This is special class. This seems to be the A-level ghoul death that appeared in Area 20 before. A-level. It seems that our people have underestimated the strength of this ghoul. I can only feel this powerful sense of oppression from that monster. Amaru, we have encountered a big guy here, and now we are launching a crusade against the SS-level ghoul, the god of death. Shinohara Yuki said into the intercom. The solemn expression on his face was beyond words. Hey, wait, what's going on? Why did another SS-level ghoul, the god of death, appear? Marutsai roared angrily, but when he thought of the name Death, he felt vaguely familiar. Retrieve the information on the ghoul and the god of death right away, I want it complete. Yes, the adjutant replied. Soon. A stack of documents was placed in front of Maru Tezai. The ghoul who first appeared in Area 20 did not hunt humans. Instead, he kept hunting ghouls. He was suspected of being a Kaghoul. His strength is unknown. Hezi is Linhei, and his strength is tentatively A-level. Quote, the second appearance was in Area 11, with the same purpose, to hunt ghouls. A-hole, why does this guy have so little information? That idiot submitted it. A serious mistake, a serious mistake. Marutsai cursed, but quickly calmed down. After all, there are special-level experts such as Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki on the side of the ghoul death. A mere SS-level ghoul is not enough to change the overall situation. Class 1, Class 2, quickly support other teams. Others, quickly sweep away the remaining ghouls. Orders came out of his mouth one after another, and the team members under his command quickly moved towards their goals. But soon, Marutsai was no longer calm. Just like the original work, after Kotaro Armin exploded, he successfully killed the Bottle Brothers, but when he was about to continue tracking the ghoul Rabatuka, he was stopped by a tall figure. I had a bad feeling and ran towards the roof quickly. On the roof right now. Feng Yuzheng and Kuo Iwa fought with Shinohara Yuki and his subordinates. Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yukini are wearing SS-level armor and the illustrious Kuink. The two CCG special-level experts attack each other on the left and right, while the other is an ordinary passerby, Hiriko. The three men surrounded each other with a tacit understanding. Every blow was a sure kill. Moreover, they had sharp eyes and rich experience. Every time their swords fell, they focused on attacking weak points. At the beginning, Feng Yu still felt it was a bit difficult. After all, the strength of the three of them was not weak, but under the influence of the faint strengthening of mental power, he gradually became familiar with their routines and attack methods. Although Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yuki wore the new kuink in the initial stage, which made their strength and speed much stronger, Feng Yu was not a vegetarian. Linhe and Yuhi originally had the greatest advantage in speed, but once they became familiar with their routines, they had already lost. When the three of them attacked again, the back of Feng Yu's white bones and scales transformed into a death shell surged, and then three python-like snakes instantly shot out and rushed towards them. He jumped to the left. He jumped to the right. Crossed swords. Their next move was directly predicted by Feng Yu. Just as they were avoiding the attack as Feng Yu said, the huge white bone scales flew directly into the air from where they had landed. Well, not good. Seeing this, Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yuki cursed secretly, but the huge white bone scale gave them a shock without giving them a chance. The hard, sharp white bone scales collide with the new in the initial stage of full defense. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Just a little while, a series of click, click, click sounds were heard, and cracks appeared on the new shell. The situation of Hiriko, who did not have the new armor, was even worse. With just one blow, the sword kuink in his hand was directly destroyed by the white bone scale he, and his whole body was slapped by the white bone scale he and flew out. Bang! A huge noise came. Looking again, Pingzi had fallen unconscious in a pool of blood. Hiriko, Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yuki shouted anxiously, and the movements of their hands couldn't help but slow down for a second. Feng Yu seized the opportunity, and without giving them any time to breathe, he controlled the white bone scales to directly turn upside down and wrap around their bodies, hoisted the two of them into the air. The powerful binding force made them feel that all the bones in their bodies were rattling, and blood was dripping on the ground along their toes. At the same time, the white bone scaled Hezi are also devouring their new Hezi. Watching the two of them go from pained expressions to unconsciousness, Feng Yu's face was filled with joy, because at this time he had already heard the prompt from the system. This wave of blood profit. He was in a good mood, and Feng Yu had no intention of doing anything to them. At this moment, the three of them had lost their ability to fight, so his goal was achieved. Immediately the white bones and scales loosened up. The two fell heavily to the ground, and like Hiriko, they passed out. Regarding the advanced medical and technological level in this world, Feng Yu is not worried that such an injury will cause them any irreversible harm. After all, he also avoided the vital point. Team Kuropen and Tetsuya Shinohara were defeated by the god of death. Oh my god, we are doomed. Quick, call for support. Requesting headquarters for support, Special Agent Kuropen and Special Agent Shinohara were defeated by the Ghoul and the god of death. The situation is extremely critical. What? BD, why didn't anyone tell me the situation? What the hell is going on? Marutsai shouted angrily. Team 5, retreat quickly and raise the level of the Death Ghoul to SSS level, just like the one-eyed owl. Extremely dangerous. Everyone retreats. Marutsai lowered his head, tears streaming from his eyes, and loudly ordered all the teams in the main building. Team Maru 8, Chikoku Kuroa, and Tetsuo Shinohara are still there. We can't retreat. Go rescue them quickly. We must rescue Black Pant and wait for them. A-hole, come back to me all of them. If anyone disobeys orders, they will all be dismissed when they come back. Besides, you can't even defeat them. Do you want to go up and die? Hear the words. There was silence on the intercom. You retreat first. As for Kuropen and Shinohara, I have already applied for rescue from the headquarters. You guys, come back to me immediately. Marutsai's voice was trembling, and he looked somewhere, his eyes full of sadness and reluctance. I'm sorry, I can't let them die in vain. Soon, CCG members in the building began to evacuate. But there is a different scenery on the roof. A figure that was almost as tall as Feng Yu's EJ form fell heavily in front of him. Store manager, long time no see. Chapter 245 White-haired Golden Wood. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 242 313. Chapter 245 White-haired Golden Wood. Yoshimura Kozen's sense of oppression is not inferior to that of his daughter Takatsuki Izumi, and the two are roughly the same. This is why people at CCG mistakenly believe that Yoshimura Kozen and Takatsuki Izumi are the same person. Although in the original work, Kuroiwa and Yuki Shinohara realized that there might be two one-eyed owls, in order not to demoralize the CCG soldiers, they still acquiesced to the statement that there is only one one-eyed owl in the world. Who are you? Yoshimura Kozen looked at Kuroiwa, Shinohara Yuki and Hiriko who were lying at Feng Yu's feet and asked. Feng Yu didn't say a word, but slowly removed the Hezi shell on his head, revealing his face, but he was quickly wrapped in the Hezi shell again. Fangkun Gongshan looked at him in silence for a while and slowly said, I understand. I see anxiety in your eyes, little friend Feng Yu, you seem to be worried about something. Can you tell me? We have also looked for you before, but we never thought that you would join the Bronze Tree organization. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me and we can help you. Store manager, I'm sorry, I am burdened with things that only I can solve, and I also have things to do that I have no choice but to do. Excuse me, please fight with me. I need to fight you and defeat you. Feng Yu said decisively. I know, then you have to be careful. Fangkun Gongshan said with narrowed eyes, his tone was extremely gentle, but the next second, the attack came roaring. Thank you. With a secret sigh in his heart, Feng Yu also faced him and struggled with him. The two of them fought back and forth, with both sides constantly colliding with each other. Every blow contains powerful power. Every time he draws back or strikes, a strong airflow will be generated around him. A powerful aura burst out from both of them. The building that originally had numerous cracks collapsed due to the battle between the two. And Feng Yu also noticed that when the building collapsed, Amen Kotaro's figure flashed past. Rescue Kuroiwa, Yuki Shinohara and Hiroko in time. The building collapsed, causing strong shaking in the entire area. Maru Tezai in the distance shouted hurriedly. What's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on? UBD. The angry voices were drowned by the collapse of the building. Retreat immediately, immediately, everyone retreat. Marutsai shouted into the intercom, and then he was stunned. In the billowing smoke, two tall figures collided with each other, and the lightning and flint caused the surrounding things to be shattered. Let's go, everyone, let me go. Upon seeing this, Marutsai rushed out of the command room and shouted at everyone. A-hole, why did these two guys appear here and start fighting? This feeling is so frustrating. The battle between Feng Yu and Fangkun Gongshan is getting more and more intense. Originally it was just a hand-to-hand move between the two, but as time goes by, the moves and attacks become more and more fierce. The scope of the battle is also greatly increased. Seeing that those CCG personnel who had no time to evacuate were about to be in danger, the two looked at each other and seemed to have reached a consensus. Led by Feng Yu, he opened his arms, huge swallow-shaped wings unfolded from his back, and then started to move. The ground sank, and the air vibrated with Yuhi's vibration. After a while, he was already flying in the air, staring at the people on the ground like a god of death from hell. The scarlet eyes of death make people afraid to look directly at them in the dark night. The sharp CCG soldiers looked at each other, and suddenly they seemed to have seen something terrible, and they covered their heads and groaned in pain. Fangkun Gongshan was unambiguous when he saw this, and jumped up directly, following Feng Yu and disappearing into the sky. Hey, Tatara, what kind of person do you think Mr. Death is? It's strange. His strength has become so strong. Do you think he will pose a threat to our plan? What should I do? What should I do? Should I kill him? But I seem to like him a little bit. On the top of a building somewhere, Takatsuki Kwan looked at Feng Yu flying away and said excitedly. Tatara didn't speak, he just kept looking at the direction where Feng Yu disappeared, wondering what he was thinking about. Inside the dome, Kaneki, who once had black hair, now lowered his head and his hair had turned white. And in front of him, the bodies of a man and a woman fell in a pool of blood. Jin Yu lowered his head and closed his eyes. There were tear stains and blood stains on his face, and the tears and blood were mixed together and dried on his cheeks. Both hands and feet were tightly cuffed and tied to a stool. There were various blood-stained knives and tools beside him. I'm not wrong, it's the world that's wrong. In this world where the weak eat the strong, this is the law of survival. Kaneki, immersed in his own conscious world, is eating Tamayo's body crazily. Kaneki-kun, the rare and pleasant time is coming to an end. Baiju breaks in here, my mission is to fight with them. Those who hinder the bronze tree from achieving its goal must be eliminated. Not to mention humans, including ghouls. If it goes against the bronze tree principle, for example, the place where you used to work seems to be called the antique house, and there is also a bronze tree there, so annihilate the target. Kaneki, let me plunder. Finally, let me eat all of you. The gecko is holding a big vice and his face is getting crazy. But Jin Mu moved slightly, and Gecko was stunned. His eyes widened, and he saw Li Shi's figure on Jin Mu's body. But soon, the gecko became even more excited. Press your index finger tightly with your thumb, click. As expected, it's still you, let me plunder it. The bruises on his body suddenly erupted and went straight to Jin Mu's head. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and Jin Mu suddenly raised his head and smiled contemptuously. Directly avoid the gecko's attack and break free from the restraints on the body at the same time. Amidst billowing smoke and dust, Jin Mu jumped up, jumped on the back of the gecko, locked his throat with the broken chain in his hand, and whispered in the gecko's ear, then give it a try. The gecko was shocked and wanted to grab Jinmu with his backhand, but he easily jumped not far in front of him. It tastes terrible. Kaneki wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Hear the words. Blood was flowing from the gecko's forehead and sliding down his cheek. Anger, incomparable anger welled up in my heart. You ate me, like rotten fish intestines, disgusting. Then the two of them struggled together. Fist to the flesh, feet to the bone. Gecko is powerful but bulky, while Kaneki is small and nimble. Kaneki keeps attacking. Whip leg sweep, kick. The offensive is swift and fierce, hitting the vital point directly. The two of them fought back and forth. Bang bang bang. In the dome house, the sounds of two people fighting continued to be heard. The gecko was indeed an experienced ghoul, and he quickly caught Kaneki's sweeping kick. I won't let you go. Gecko yells. He thought he could catch the flexible Kaneki in this way, but he never thought that the next second, Kaneki would directly twist his ankle and blood would fly. The other foot swept across. The gecko was kicked several meters away by this sudden blow. Do you think I will still feel pain at this point? Kaneki said expressionlessly. The ankle he had just sprained has now recovered as before, relying on the strong recovery power of the ghoul. Kill you, kill you, kill you. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the gecko slowly stood up. Hezi spread, and the head and right arm were covered by Hezi. This is his half-air form. Watch me crush you and bite you to death. The gecko yelled crazily. A terrifying aura broke out on him, and his whole body squatted on the ground like a cheetah, ready to go. Then he jumped out, and the huge hezi didn't affect his speed at all. The speed is so fast that it is not inferior to Jin Mu. Kaneki, Kaneki. Listening to the gecko's howl, Jin Mu didn't change his expression at all. On the contrary, his fingers gently moved. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 246 Something to Protect. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 243 313. Chapter 246 Something to Protect. Each move of the two people carries a powerful force. When two of them collide, sparks fly and wind and clouds swirl. The gecko is tall, but compared to the golden tree, it is small and exquisite. The gecko had a perverted look on its face, shouting to kill Jinmu and eat Jinmu. Kaneki, Kaneki, let me eat you quickly. ... Kaneki keeps dodging and counter-attacking, and with every dodge step, he can quickly counterattack. And the fighting skills in his mind are becoming more and more proficient. Frost has condensed on my face, as if I have turned a blind eye to the world. There was no movement in his eyes, just like the deep pool of water without a single ripple. The gecko with full firepower continued to launch fierce attacks, but Jin Mu was not hurt, and the anger in his heart had already reached the sky. The attack moves also gradually became crazy and chaotic. Bang, bang, bang. The entire dome was shaking from the fight between the two men. Time passes little by little. The entire dome house was already in a mess. The smoke and dust were billowing, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. The four scales were flying in the smoke and dust, and Jinmu was using hezi to continuously attack the geckos on the ground in the air. Swift and murderous, Gecko has always been in a passive state of being beaten, which forced him to defend, but how could Kaneki give him a chance? Seizing the opportunity, in an instant, Jin Mu's four scales lined up side by side and smashed at the gecko. The powerful force caused cracks in the entire dome floor, and a large pit sank into the ground. When the dust cleared, there was a scarred gecko lying in the pit. At this moment, he was extremely embarrassed. His body was severely damaged by Kaneki's blow just now and he could not move, and he was still vomiting blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened, his face full of reluctance. Before he could take a breath, Jin Mu slowly walked to his side, and the scarlet scales instantly penetrated his palm, and the severe pain made him scream. Bah, let me ask you, what is 1000-7? Kaneki said coldly. There was fear in Gecko's eyes, but before he could answer, Jinmu's torture had not stopped. The scales suddenly fell down. It penetrated his ankle, like a nail, nailing him to the ground. I'll ask again, what is 1000-7? 1000, what is 7 equal to? 1000, what is 7 equal to? ... Every time a word is spoken, the gecko's body will be punctured. Without giving him a chance to recover, the scales continued to fall, and the gecko continued to feel severe pain. Jin Mu was like an executioner, watching all this indifferently. 993, 986, 979, 972. The gecko answered fearfully and feebly. But at this time, Jin Mu had already sat on the gecko, with four scales tightly pinning his limbs, making him unable to move. Listening to the gecko's answer, Kaneki patted his head, took out the centipede that the gecko had put into his ear before, and gently broke it with his fingers. Originally you planned to eat me, so now you are eaten by me, there is nothing you can do about it. Like the words of evil spirits from hell ringing in the gecko's ears. This made the fear in his heart reach the extreme in an instant. No, please let me go, please. Gecko wanted to break free, but Jin Mu's crotch nailed him firmly. No matter how hard he tried and screamed, it was indifferent. Jin Mu's eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly opened his mouth and bit the gecko's body. A piece of flesh and blood entered his stomach, and the blood stimulated his sense of taste. This made Jin Mu lose his rationality and began to gnaw. The screams of geckos and the sounds of chewing food echoed in the dome. Just then, the retreating CCG troops were attacked again. Ghouls wearing clown masks appeared from all directions and began to kill injured CCG members crazily. At the same time, the Bronze Tree Ghouls also joined the battle, and suddenly the artillery fire started again. Death, killing, chaos and more. People continue to die, and more bodies fall down. However, even though the CCG troops have suffered trauma before, with the help of high-quality guns and well-trained members. Facing the ghoul attacks from the Bronze Tree and the Clown organization at the same time, an overwhelming massacre occurred. The explosions continued, and the surrounding houses continued to collapse. Inside the dome house, after Jin Mu ate half of the gecko hibao, he keenly felt that someone was approaching. So he quickly jumped out and disappeared into the thick smoke. Just as Jin Mu left with his front legs, a thin figure appeared on his back legs. It is Suzuya Jizo who has been exploring the deep situation. At this time, he looked disappointed. What the hell, he got run away. However, this guy should be able to let me have a kuink of my own. After that, he ignored the explosions around him and grabbed the dead gecko body with one hand, dragging it towards the outside. While humming a little tune, a smile appeared on his face, as if the explosions around him didn't exist. Kaneki's sighed, after coming out of the dome. Then he kept running in one direction. At this time, we are on the roof of a building in the direction of Kaneki's direction. After eating Dong Xianghei's bag, Xuandu was about to leave, but she heard Dong Xiang, who was about to die, still talking about it. Father, Father. Xuandu stopped, the anger in his heart ignited again. I'm in this state and still thinking about my dad. He's gone. Dong Shang. Shout out. The feathers on his body exploded instantly, and countless arrow feathers were shot towards Dong Shang. Just when the arrow feathers were about to touch her body, a figure quickly flashed past, picked up Dong Shang and jumped to the side. Kaneki. Dong Shang looked at Jinmu, and Jinmu also looked at her. Sorry, it's all because of me. Why, you have to. Stupid, BD. After saying that, Dong Shang fainted. Ayadu behind him released arrows to attack Kaneki, but he was blocked one by his hezi. Kaneki. Nishio Nishiki said, Senior, it's okay. Kaneki gently placed Tuka in front of Nishio Nishiki, and then his whole body flashed quickly like a centipede. What a big change, eye patch man. I thought you ascended to heaven. Countless arrow feathers attacked Kaneki, but his speed was so fast and his steps were like ghosts. He dodged the arrow feathers in just a moment and rushed in front of Xuandu. Xuandu didn't seem to expect that Jinmu had changed so much, and was stunned for a moment. You are Dong Zhang's only brother, so I won't hurt you. Kaneki said calmly, that's why I said that all of your stable areas are full of gutless trash. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them started to struggle together. Fist to fist bumping, all of Ondu's attacks were received by Kaneki one by one. Hateful. The fight between the two of them was witnessed by Takatsuki Izumi and Tatara on a bridge in the distance. He has become stronger. It's almost time. Chapter 247 Embrace the darkness and protect the light. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 244 313. Chapter 247 Embrace the darkness and protect the light. The battle between Ondu and Kaneki continues, but it is overwhelming. Kaneki didn't fight back, he just kept dodging Xuandu's attacks. Whether it's melee combat or Yuhei's attack, none of them hurt Kaneki in the slightest, and even if they were injured, those wounds of Kaneki would soon grow sprouts and squirm, and then recover as before. Let me tell you your secret. What are you talking about? What exactly do you want to do at the bronze tree? Kaneki said calmly, but this also made Aya feel a surge of anger or fear. How could you possibly understand? It released a large number of arrow feathers and shot at Kaneki, but Kaneki nimbly dodged it. Staring at the dense arrow feathers, he rushed to Ayadu and landed heavily on his abdomen with a raised knee. Shut up and listen to me. I'm talking. As he spoke, Jinmu also made a silent gesture. A-hole. Ayadu cursed and punched Jinmu's body. Jinmu was also active and landed a few meters in front of him. The sky was dark and the atmosphere was extremely solid. In order to protect what you cherish, you are very powerful. If you wanted to kill her just now, you could do it at any time. What is it that you want to get even if you join the bronze tree? Kaneki said slowly. I'm going to kill you. Xuandu lowered his head and his voice was as deep as a wild beast in a state of rage. But at this time, a huge tentacle fell heavily between the two of them. Noro. After the thick smoke dissipated, before Xuandu could react, Hezi grabbed him with his tentacles and left. Violent shaking also came at this moment. Kaneki knew that the explosion was spreading, so he ignored Ayadu and, with the help of Nishio Nishiki, picked up Tuka and left the place. By the time Nishio Nishiki returned to Iramishuin and others with the unconscious Tuka on his back, Kaneki had already arrived at another place. The originally densely packed buildings had now turned into ruins, with broken walls everywhere. Kaneki walked barefoot on the ruins, glanced at Kotaro Amon, and then disappeared into the thick smoke. At the same time, Kaneki also saw Takatsuki Izumi following him, and their eyes met. Takatsuki Izumi just smiled softly. Snowflakes falling like goose feathers seemed to be drawing the curtain on the lives that died tonight. Farewell to the ruins. Jinmu also came to Dong Shang who had woken up. When Hinata and others saw Kaneki, they wisely gave up space to the two of them. You, try to deal with your gray hair when you get back. It's a bit too conspicuous if you work like this. Dong Shang said, but she did not feel the change in Jinmu. Dong Shang, I will not go back to Anding district. Kaneki said, what do you mean? I'm going to join the bronze tree. Before Dong Shang came back to her senses, Jinmu didn't even look at her. He walked step by step along the dim path and finally disappeared. Only the snowflakes falling from the sky are left. Dong Shang wanted to stop him, but felt so weak. She collapsed on the ground, looking at the direction where Jinmu disappeared with confusion and pain. Kaneki walked on the ruins. Looking at the countless corpses in the ruins, a ripple flashed across Jinmu's eyes. Then he went straight to Takatsuki Kwan and joined this organization that could protect the people and things precious in his heart. Use all your strength to protect the things in your heart, just like Xuandu, throw yourself into the darkness to protect the light. Feng Yu had also returned to the Bronze Tree stronghold Ludao at this time. Regarding Feng Yu's previous departure from Yoshimura Kozen, Takatsuki Izumi and Tatara didn't ask much. The two of them didn't ask questions, and Feng Yu was relieved. He didn't even have to prepare excuses, but he still kept some precautions in his heart. Although the Bronze Tree organization is relatively free, it is difficult not to make people suspicious of its individual contact with the target person. Seeing the Golden Wood Angel joining the Bronze Tree, Feng Yu just smiled, and then discovered that the number of people in the entire stronghold had been reduced by more than half, and there were many injured people with sad eyes in their eyes. Among the dead are their friends and relatives. Feng Yu also felt a pity for these people. After all, Some people had kindness in their hearts, but it was just because of the survival laws of this world that all these tragedies happened. It's okay. The wound will heal after a while, don't worry. Feng Yu walked towards the group of people who were licking their wounds, comforted them and bandaged their wounds thoughtfully. The gentle voice in the hearts of these people continues to impact their last psychological defense line. Lord Death, woo-woo-woo, Ada is dead, Ada is dead. Muramasa is gone too. ... The suppressed emotions burst out instantly when he felt concern. He has been a ghoul since he was born. He has been running away all the way, hiding from human beings, living in no fixed place, and living in fear all day long. Like the rats in the sewer, they dare not embrace the light. There was darkness along the way. They had never felt the warmth given by strangers. They had already developed a cold heart, but their defense was broken by Feng Yu's words. The faint sound of crying spread, attracting the surrounding ghouls to do the same. Emotions are contagious, and so is the atmosphere. Far away, Jin Yu couldn't help but look sideways at Feng Yu, feeling that there seemed to be something familiar about him, but under the death mask, he couldn't tell what his face was. He simply moved his eyes away and continued to empty his mind. In this battle, everything revolves around Jin Yu. As the protagonist, Kaneki suffered too much pain on this stage. From an ordinary college student to today's SS-level ghoul with an eye patch. Suffering inhuman abuse and seeing through the cruelty of the world, everything made him extremely exhausted physically and mentally. Inside CCG headquarters. Hishuji was looking at the data lists under his hands, as well as the casualties on each front this time. There was no trace of sadness in his eyes, on the contrary, there was disdain, as if the list of these dead members was just a series of numbers in front of him. Cold and cold, without any emotion. It was the information about ghouls next to him that aroused a slight interest in him. SSS-level ghouls. Shinigami, Rin, Yuhei and Feikei, single-handedly defeated the new Kuroiwa, Yuki Shinohara, Hiroko and others who were wearing half-finished products. Hishuji murmured. One hand held information about the ghoul and the god of death, while the other hand kept tapping the table with its long fingers. Dong dong dong, the extra existence, is pretty good, so I can invite him in. Chapter 248 Return to the Cafe. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 245 313. Chapter 248 Return to the Cafe. Another 2 months have passed. During this period, the bronze tree did not sit idle and recuperate. Instead, it quickly formed a blindfold ghoul unit composed of the bronze tree. Taking advantage of the heavy damage to the CCG in the last battle, it quickly occupied areas 9 and 10. Perhaps this is the advantage of ghouls. As long as there is enough energy supply, they can quickly recover from injuries and form various ghoul troops that are no less than well-trained humans. At this time, the CCG headquarters was extremely busy. For the last battle in Area 11, their personnel losses were too serious. Area 11 was not recaptured, and now areas 9 and 10 were lost. This is a slap in their face. It can be said that 9, 10, and 11 have now become the paradise of the Bronze Tree organization. Thus, CCG had to start sending additional personnel from various districts to discuss the next strategic actions together. He and Shuji opened the conference room rotunda indifferently, which was already full. Except for the white god of death of CCG, Arima Kisho, the other special investigators were in place one by one. Start the special meeting now, Hishuji said coldly, except for Shinohara Yuki, Kuro Iwa, and Maru Tesai who participated in the last battle. There are also Mochimoto Tanakamaru with a conspicuous mustache, Fumome Hazuki with long white hair, and Kyoko Yasuura, the CCG Valkyrie in the original work. Because in this battle, Shinohara Yuki and Kuro Iwa were not seriously injured like in the original work due to Feng Yu. Starting from the battle in Area 11, areas 9 and 10 were also occupied by bronze trees. The reason why these areas were captured was because our combat power was significantly reduced in the battle in Area 11. Hearing this, Maru Tejai also felt unhappy. The bronze tree squadron centered on the Eye Patch Ghoul was occupied. The Eye Patch Ghoul was also involved in the murder of the 20th District Investigator Go Mato. Is it possible that there is also a Bronze Tree organization in District 20? Hazuki said with deep eyes. Several people looked at each other. Seeing this, Hishuji also continued. Well, I also want Special Agents Shinohara and Kuroiwa to investigate that clue together. Okay, Yuki Shinohara and Kuroiwa responded in unison. Okay, then let's discuss the SSS level ghoul, the God of Death. The God of Death appeared in Area 20 from the beginning, and because the Eye Patch also appeared in Area 20, both of them now belong to the Bronze Tree organization, so 2 special agents are needed to investigate together. From the battle in Area 11, Death's strength has been rated to SSS level, the same as One-Eyed Owl, and now we suspect that One-Eyed Owl and Death know each other. The God of Death has seriously affected the safety of the human population, so I have given the task of investigating the God of Death to Matt and others. The entire special meeting lasted for several hours, not only reporting on the current situation, but also predicting Bronze Tree's next action goals. Reinforcements from each division are also on the way, including Mono Wu's daughter, Mono Akatsuki. Feng Yu, who was still lying down on the drifting island, didn't know that he had been assigned to Arima Noble General's site at this moment. He did not participate in the Bronze Tree's rapid attack to occupy areas 9 and 10. On the contrary, During this period, he harshly harvested the wool of these ghouls. The origin of the world also surged rapidly. Among them, people from Jinmu and the clown organization gave Feng Yu contributed 1/3 of the world's origin. As for the people in the clown organization, Feng Yu also knew clearly that they were working for V, the most powerful organization in the world. It can be said that he is the big boss behind the scenes. His subordinates started at the SS level, so when the members of the clown organization found Feng Yu, he showed no mercy, but quickly suppressed and killed them. Perhaps it was this that led Hishuji to change his mind about wooing Feng Yu, and hereby sent Arima Kisho to deal with him. Feng Yu was not stingy in acquiring the origin of the world. Jahei still needs to upgrade once to reach the ultimate stage. Once merged, the entire Hihi form will rise to another stage. Feng Yu looked at Takatsuki Izumi and Tatara through the window, grinning. Then he remembered what happened after the fight with Fengkun Gongshan. From the time of isolation to now, Feng Yu has not left Ludao too much. Although the Bronze Tree organization is extremely free when it is not on a mission. But Feng Yu feels guilty, and more importantly, staying here can not only cut leaks every day, but also improve his reputation. Feng Yu now has a high reputation in the Bronze Tree organization and is well received. He once surpassed Tatara and Takatsuki Izumi, but this also made Feng Yu feel that there was something wrong. Although if he had a showdown, Tatara and Takatsuki Izumi could escape unscathed by joining forces, but such good leak fields are not uncommon. Sea breeze blowing, a hint of salty smell poured into the nose, and the gentle sunshine sprinkled on the face, giving a strong warmth in this cold winter. Sudden, a handball rolled down next to Feng Yu. Lord Death, please throw the ball over here. A group of children shouted to Feng Yu with happy smiles on their faces. Okay, Xiaoyazi, pick it up. The handball drew an arc in the air, which carried the few happiness and joy of these children who were born as ghouls. Although the Bronze Tree is an evil organization in the eyes of CCG and ordinary people, they protect those weak ghouls. Different positions mean different evaluations of good and evil. In short, Feng Yu feels that except for some extreme ghouls, the Bronze Tree is still very good, just like the Anding district. Lord Death, do you want to play with us? Okay. After playing with them for a while, Feng Yu then left, standing on the bustling urban street, bustling with people, feasting and lively. In a daze, Feng Yu thought of the time when he first came to this world. Counting the time, it had been almost half a year. Noob, the figure disappears again. Soon we arrived at the antique coffee shop. Before we even entered the door, we smelled a strong aroma of coffee. Push the door gently. A familiar face comes into view. Just like the original work, Nishio Nishiki joined the Anding district and worked part-time here. You are Nakagawa Feng Yu. A trace of surprise flashed in Dong Zhang's eyes, but soon she changed into another, arrogant, look. You kid, where have you been all this time? How come you didn't die outside when you came back? You idiot. It seemed that she saw someone in Feng Yu, and Dongshang couldn't help but get excited. Ha ha ha. I'm very sorry. Due to some things during this period, I went out of town to do business. I came back this time just to see you and drink coffee at the same time. I don't know if I will be lucky enough to taste the coffee you brewed, Dongshang again. Feng Yu smiled slightly, then sat down, his thoughts drifting into the distance. Chapter 249 S-Class Ghoul Naki. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 246 313. Chapter 249 S-Class Ghoul Naki. Sipping the brewed coffee carefully, Feng Yu could not help but feel a burst of physical and mental pleasure. A cup of light coffee, taste it slowly, its taste is permeated with the aftertaste of sugar and the vivid special taste brought by coffee. There is sweetness in the bitterness in the sweetness, and all the flavors of life are dissolved in it. Take a sip and your taste buds will explode instantly with the extremely good temperature and aroma. Soon, one cup of coffee was finished. Thank you for the hospitality. The coffee made by Miss Dongshang is delicious, Feng Yu said with a smile, and then ordered another sandwich and a copy of Takatsuki Izumi's new book, The Egg of the Black Goat. Throughout the entire anime, Izumi Takatsuki is mixed among humans, and relies on literary works to convey ghoul thoughts to humans, hoping to change their thoughts about ghouls. This is a kind of spiritual baptism, and it is also a clear understanding of the nature of ghouls. A method that cannot be found on CCG. After all, who would have thought that a ghoul would become a famous writer in human society, putting himself in danger of being exposed at any time? In the eyes of CCG people, ghouls are existences that hide among the crowd and dare not let themselves be exposed. So, Takatsuki Izumi's approach is that the most dangerous places are the safest. Watching Feng Yu slowly eating the human food sandwich, Dongshang couldn't help but frown. At this time, they were the only ghouls in the store, and there were no human customers. Dongshang wondered why Feng Yu had to pretend to be a human and eat food. What is this BD doing? Why are you pretending to be a human being here and eating unpalatable food? Hey, you BD, there are no humans here, why are you still eating these foods? Dongshang sat opposite Feng Yu and stared at him. Huh, didn't Miss Dongshang see me tasting the food? Look, how well made and delicate this sandwich is, one bite will whet your appetite. After saying that, Feng Yu demonstrated it to her again. Don't you feel sick? You are obviously a ghoul, why can you eat food normally like a human? Maybe I'm different from other ghouls. Feng Yu's face showed thoughts. Humph, just like that idiot. Seeing Feng Yu like this, I subconsciously thought that he was pretending to be a human. After all, there were many people like Feng Yu among the ghouls. Looking at Dong Zhang's background, Feng Yu shook his head. At the same time, he was also grateful to the system for not making him like ordinary ghouls, unable to eat human food. Next, Feng Yu saw Fang Kun Gongshan again. When he saw him again, Feng Yu felt that he seemed a little older. However, there was still a kind smile on his face, and his cloudy eyes seemed to see through all aspects of life. He's back. Sunset. The dim sunlight shone on his face. Feng Yu tugged on his clothes, with a trace of regret in his eyes, and then disappeared into the street. Looking at the direction Feng Yu left, Fang Kun Gongshan didn't know what he was thinking. What is supposed to come will definitely come. I just hope that they can live peacefully without me. Please, Feng Yu. By the time Feng Yu returned to Ludao, Bronze Tree had already begun to assign Jin Yu to pursue his career again. This time, their target is the S-Class Ghoul Naki. Night falls. The city has begun its nightlife again, with the city bustling with lights and bustling vehicles. An escort vehicle was accompanied by several police cars and helicopters as they drove quickly on the highway late at night. But they didn't know that they were greeted by Kaneki and his party who had been waiting for a long time. I saw the escort vehicle approaching quickly. The huge scale instantly destroyed the viaduct. The driver looked at the viaduct building that suddenly fell in front of him and turned the steering wheel hurriedly. The wheels sparkle, but Jin Yu didn't give them a chance and instead jumped down. Lin He flashed past and slapped directly on the escort vehicle. The powerful force directly caused the escort vehicle, which had not yet stabilized, to roll over onto the edge of the highway. Xuandu was not idle either. He followed closely, started Yuhei, and fired arrows towards the police car. A violent explosion occurred, and suddenly flames shot into the sky and thick smoke billowed. The remaining police cars and helicopters that followed were also eliminated one by Jinmu. The envoy police officers immediately launched a defense, but they were all eliminated one by the members of the Bronze Tree. Jin Yu just wanted to step forward to rescue Naki, but was stopped by two mysterious men wearing black and white masks standing on the street lamp in front. Without saying a word, the two of them directly used their swords to fight with Jin Yu. The two of them are handsome, just like Jin Yu. The speed is astonishing, and the coordination between the two is also very high. However, after Kaneki turned black, his strength increased greatly. He blocked the two people's combined attacks one by one, and even launched a counterattack. Seeing this, Corona and Hakuna slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing one eye like Kaneki's. The two scarlet eyes looked at him calmly, and the breeze blew gently on his face, ruffling the black and white Schwanganai's hair. It's true, just like what Dad said, he is really strong. Kaneki was shocked. He didn't expect that there were one-eyed ghouls like him in this world. But at this time, the police car nearby exploded violently, attracting the attention of everyone present. Turn around again. Kurenai and Bayakuna had already disappeared. One-eyed. So hot, so hot, so hot. It's so hot, it's so hot. Big brother, big brother, big brother, it's so hot. Shouts came from the overturned escort vehicle, and then, the imprisoned S-Class Ghoul Naki broke out. As soon as he comes out and sees people, he beats them and shouts while beating them. Big brother, big brother, big brother Gecko. Naki was very fast, not to mention that Xuandu didn't expect this situation and could only keep dodging his attacks. Hey, UBD, we're here to save you. Then he pressed down, dodged Naki's whip, and kicked him away. Boom, Naji hit the fence hard and stopped for a while, but... It hurts, big brother. My emotions, my passionate feelings for big brother, have overturned the car. What's the use of it? Looking at Naki lying on the ground like a child and acting recklessly, Zan just thought that he was a lunatic. What, I thought some kind of guy would come out, but it turned out to be just a fool. You call me a fool. Only Brother Gecko can call me a fool. You bastards, be careful I crush you into pulp. On the roof of the building in the distance. Kaneki had a panoramic view of what happened, and at the same time he saw the direction in which black and white Shuangya was escaping, and something strange flashed in his eyes. Then he jumped up and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 250 Dr. Gardner. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 247 313. Chapter 250 Dr. Gardner. Who are you and why are you following us? Koronana and Shiro looked at the person wearing the death mask in front of them warily, and Hezi behind them stared like venomous snakes, as if the person in front of them would immediately attack if they took a step forward. Don't get me wrong, I just want to meet your father. That's Drive Garner. Feng Yu said with a smile. No way, hey, this guy must have bad intentions towards Dad, let's kill him. Be careful, bye, I feel a very scary aura on his body. If we can't defeat him, bye, I'll hold him back, you hurry up and ask Dad to save me. It's impossible, hey, if you want to leave, let's go together. I will never leave you. And Dad said that our strength is not weak. Koronai's face was extremely solemn, and he wanted to say something, but Nabai on the side had already taken the lead in attacking. One black figure and one white figure released their scales, like two late-night spiders, one on the left and one on the right, surrounding Feng Yu. Next second, attacks poured down like a torrential rain. The ground cracked, and the airwaves generated directly shattered the glass windows nearby. Dust and smoke rose up, blocking Kurenai and Nabai's sight. But suddenly, before the two of them could react, in the thick smoke, a pair of big hands directly grabbed their necks. A strong sense of suffocation came over me. Lin He behind him attacked more violently. But Feng Yu blocked them one by one with his Z. Don't move, just take me to your father. I won't hurt you. Feng Yu's voice is deep and magnetic, especially his eyes, which are bright and deep, like a whirlpool, and you will be firmly attracted at a glance. Tear. The white bone scales flashed past, and a touch of red swayed in the air. Kuronana Haku's BD was instantly knocked away. During the days when he was cutting leeks on the bronze tree, he also studied the weaknesses of the ghoul very thoroughly. He clearly knew where to make the ghoul lose its combat effectiveness in an instant. That's it for now. Severe pain swept through Kuronana and Shiro's body, which made the two of them shout out. Ah! Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his angry eyes stared at Feng Yu. Bye. What's wrong with you? Hey, I'm fine. It seems that the two of us are going to die here. I'm sorry. Bye. I didn't protect you. Hey, I'm sorry for you. I didn't protect you. The two of them were like two little sheep, struggling hard under the power of Feng Yu, the big bad wolf. Feng Yu felt a little headache. He originally wanted to discuss it with the two of them. He was obviously the one who launched the attack, but now he looked like the victim. What's more, an injury like beating Hezi away would not be fatal to the ghoul at all. Feng Yu couldn't guess what the two of them were thinking. If he wanted to kill them, he would have dealt with them long ago. I said, you two, look into my eyes. The low magnetic voice suddenly focused both of their attention on Feng Yu. A gleam of light flashed in a pair of eyes. After a while, Kuronana Shiro's expression slowly changed from the original anger, pain, and resentment to confusion. Take me to Dr. Garner. Seeing that the two of them were confused, Feng Yu asked them to lead the way with a commanding tone. The words just fell. Kuronana turned pale and started running quickly in one direction. Feng Yu followed closely behind, disappearing into the darkness. The figures of Kuronana and Shiro were moving quickly through the darkness, but every move of both of them was watched by Feng Yu. Whether its movements or expression changes, the mental link transports the perspective, like a blazing flame under this cold neon light. Soon, Kuronana Shiro then came to a secret corner. Dad, Kuronana and Shiro said in unison in confusion. I'm back. It seems I've met your brother. An old man with white hair and a kind face walked out of the darkness. It's hard to imagine that such a kind and amiable person on the outside is actually doing crazy and inhumane experiments. Normal humans, through his hands, turned into man-eating ghouls, torturing their bodies and destroying their spiritual will. In the original work, create powerful ghouls in the later period. Since your excellency has made the two of them like this, why do you still hide them? Why don't you come out and see them? Kano Akihiro's face instantly turned cold when he saw Kuronana Shiro's appearance. As expected of you, Dr. Garner. Tap tap tap, clear and loud footsteps sounded in the darkness, and then Feng Yu appeared in front of him. Under dim light, the two people's eyes met, and the atmosphere gradually solidified. Mr. Death, what's the use of a useless doctor like me? Kano Akihiro's voice was low, but he clearly knew how powerful the person in front of him was. But, although she had doubts in her heart about why Feng Yu wanted to find him, she was more interested in Feng Yu's body. There was a hint of madness in his eyes, and he, who was proficient in the medical field, could tell at a glance how powerful power was hidden in Feng Yu's body. Feeling Kano Akihiro's gaze, Feng Yu exuded a terrifying aura and rushed towards him. Suddenly, Kano's eyes froze, a look of horror appeared on his face, and his originally rosy cheeks instantly turned pale. Snort. With a muffled groan, Kano Akihiro collapsed on the ground and kept breathing. Just for a moment, he felt his soul trembling. Thinking of this, his whole body began to tremble. Then, what is that? Akihiro Kano said in horror. Sudden, Feng Yu put his hands on his shoulders, and a ripple flashed through his eyes. Kano Akihiro's eyes began to become dull like Kuronana Shiro's before. Half an hour later, Feng Yu left this place, and Akihiro Kano and Kuronana Haku also left this place. It's just that when they left, the three people's eyes were still in a dull state. When the three of them returned to the research room, the sound of bubbles bursting sounded in their minds. Suddenly, the three people's eyes began to focus, but they didn't feel anything was wrong. Strange, why does my body feel scared? Akihiro Kano murmured. On the side, Kuronana Shiro stood respectfully, apparently forgetting everything that had just happened. Although there was a dull pain in his body, there was nothing wrong with his memory. I just thought he was injured during the fight with Kaneki-ken tonight. Chapter 251 Attacking the Ghoul Sanctuary, Kekulia. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 248 313. Chapter 251 Attacking the Ghoul Sanctuary, Kekulia. When Feng Yu returned to Ludao, the atmosphere in the entire bronze tree was relatively depressing and solid, as if something big was about to happen. He glanced at Naji and several of his men who were wearing white suits not far away. Calculating the time, it seems that the attack on CCG's Kekulia will begin at this time. Really? After a while, Feng Yu was summoned to the church by Tatara and Takatsuki Kwan. Before leaving, Jin Mu in the distance also turned to look at Feng Yu. He always felt that the bronze tree god of death overlapped with a figure in his memory. Getting started, the several bronze tree stewards looked at him, their eyes burning, with a different look in their eyes. District 11, under night. Countless red figures moved quickly in one direction in the darkness. Soon, the detachment led by Kaneki acted as a charge and quickly rushed into Kekulia. Certainly, CCG also quickly discovered the anomaly, quickly took defensive measures, assigned members to station at each checkpoint, and closed important checkpoints at the same time. Although the Kekulia Ghoul Asylum is heavily guarded, it also has major shortcomings. That is the air outlet and its internal structure. The entire Kekulia is like a huge cylinder, with a huge opening connected to an elevator in the middle that leads directly to the ghoul prison cell at the bottom. Although there is a huge door in the middle that can isolate ghouls from attacking, the closing speed is too slow, and for some powerful ghouls, the shortcomings of this door are obvious. Countless bronze tree ghouls jumped down from the rooftop air vents, dense red dots, like a sudden rain. Although the CCG members below were well prepared, as soon as the ghoul saw the bronze tree, he immediately started to attack with concentrated fire. Suddenly, the ghoul that had not yet landed became a moving target and was directly beaten into a sieve. Scarlet blood fell from the sky, and the air was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. People kept dying among the bronze tree ghouls, and their bodies fell straight down, but soon. The bronze tree relied on their numerical advantage to land quickly and slaughter all the CCG garrison members. The hail of bullets was mixed with blood and death. As soon as the ghoul landed, the battle became one-sided. There are rivers of blood on the ground and mountains of corpses, both ghouls and humans. Boom. In the command room, Hazuki saw what was happening and hurriedly closed the doors of the entire ground and the ghoul cells at the bottom of Kekulia. A huge noise accompanied by strong vibrations. Just like the original work, Kaneki released Hezi at the last moment, directly blocking the gate that was about to close. Leave it to me next. Seeing this, Zan on the side jumped directly from the crack in the gate. Yuhi unfolded his sword, and countless scarlet arrows fell from the sky, harvesting the guards who had not yet reacted. Feng Yu, who was standing high up, watched all this quietly. It wasn't that he didn't want to do something, but that Takatsuki Izumi on the side was looking at him with a strange smile. Hee, Mr. Feng Yu, do you think this world is perfect? Look, how powerful a ghoul individual is, but why are they forced by humans to have no place to live? They live like a sewer rat every day, only living in a dark corner. Ghouls and humans are incompatible, and the same goes for ghouls and ghouls. They are constantly fighting, dying, and chaotic every day. Why is this? Mr. Feng Yu, why do you think this is? Takatsuki Quan stared at him, his scarlet eyes exuding a penetrating light. Because there is a lack of a leader, the king of ghouls, and he must be one-eyed, between humans and ghouls, to achieve a perfect balance, belonging to both ghouls and humans. Quote, are you going to create a king? As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Just when she thought what Takatsuki Izumi would do next, she chuckled and said, Feng Yu-kun, you guessed it right. I know you are connected with Jinmu-kun and the old guy in District 20. However, I have seen too many deaths and witnessed the world being controlled by others. They want to kill whoever you want, no matter you, me, or everyone in CCG, they are just pawns. Organization V, Feng Yu said calmly, interesting, really interesting. It seems that Mr. Feng Yu knows a lot. If I hadn't known that you were related to that old man, I would have almost thought that you were a person, created by those guys. Takatsuka-kwan covered his face and laughed playfully. Feng Yu-kun, who are you? In just a few months, he went from being unknown to the current SSS level ghoul, the god of death. I came from the east just to get what I want. I will eventually leave Japan and return to my hometown one day, and our interests will not conflict. You do your thing and I do mine. We don't interfere with each other, on the contrary, I can help you and help you achieve your goals. Feng Yu's eyes were glaring at Chihuahua, and there was a hint of helplessness and anger in his tone. Feng Yu was right, his soul belonged to the mysterious country in the east, and what he wanted was nothing more than the origin of the world. As long as he collects enough world origins, he can return to the Demon Slayer world. Helplessness and anger are about one's own weakness and failure to protect the people and things that one cares about. Nah, I know. This side of Tatara, Hazuki Fuka thought that Tatara was killed by his Kuin Kake, so he couldn't help but step forward to collect his body. Unexpectedly, Kuin, whom he trusted, could not cause any harm to Tatara. When Hazuki stepped forward, he broke through directly and pierced his body with one hand like a sharp blade. Tear. The blood slipped, and Hazuki Fumon's face was full of disbelief. However, as his body gradually became weak and finally died, he realized that he was going to die. Hazuki Fukumi's Kuin looks like a piranha flower. It will wrap the enemy into the flower and trap it tightly. While trapped, it will harvest life. A generation of special investigators died here. After finishing dealing with the remaining guards, Tatara met up with the arriving special prosecutor Kosuke Hodora. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Tatara asked questions as soon as he opened his mouth. Long time no see, FAC, please return Fei and Yan to me. I see, you are also a member of the Bronze Tree, but I'm sorry, that's impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuink had already been put on his hand. It looks like a cannon barrel and can fire powerful Yuhei bullets. The battle is about to break out, not to mention that Hoji is accompanied by Takizawa Masamiki, and in his hand is a Kuink made by Toto's good friend Heiko. This makes Tatara even more angry. The two also started fighting. Takizawa Masamiki on the side couldn't help much, he could only keep using Kuink in his hand to interfere with Tatara's attack. The artillery fire is constant and the fire is radiating. Fighting is taking place throughout Kuikulia, and with Kaneki's deepening and the release of the imprisoned ghouls, the CCG was already at a disadvantage, and now it is even more one-sided. Chapter 252 The Karen of the Gods. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 249 313. Chapter 252 The Karen of the Gods. At this moment, after the ghoul imprisoned on the upper level were released, the entire bottom was extremely quiet. Kaneki's footsteps continued to circle in the darkness, and finally stopped in front of a closed cell. As this here, Jin Mu secretly thought, and then opened the cell door. Is it Mr. Zhao? I'm here to let you out. Jin Mu said, but he didn't see Shi's figure when his eyes scanned. At this moment, a man's voice came from above Jin Mu's head. Little devil, why do you have the smell of Lishi on you? Looking up, he saw that it was the target person this time, Kamishiro Shie, the father of Kamishiro Ryo, who was also an SSS-level ghoul. At this moment, he was standing upside down on the ceiling, his E was firmly inserted into the wall, and a pair of scarlet nails were nailed to Jin Mu. Jump down. Glancing at Jin Mu, a strong sense of oppression swept over him. The muscles all over the body showed perfect traces, and every piece of flesh and blood contained powerful power, making Jin Mu tremble with every breath. Tell me, Kamishiro Sherong scolded angrily, and then Kaneki was blasted away by powerful force. Jin Mu slowly ran up and took off the coat on his body. His scarlet eyes stared at the terrifying man in front of him. Upon seeing this, Jindai Shie rushed directly to Kaneki. The speed was so fast that in Kaneki's eyes, it was like afterimages. What's more, this was without releasing Hezi, relying solely on the power of his body. So fast, Jin Mu secretly thought, but had to defend himself. I saw a fist with powerful power whizzing towards his head, and Kaneki subconsciously raised his hands to block. Kamishiro Chere's body leaned slightly, and his huge fist went straight to his head. Dong dong dong. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every punch carried powerful lethality, and Jin Mu felt as if the bones in his arms were broken. The body couldn't help but take a few steps back. Then he raised his hand and looked at the place where his fist had just touched Jindai Shirong. The flesh sprouts kept squirming, and it was obvious that he had been injured. Upon seeing this, Kaneki knew that he couldn't defeat him simply by relying on physical skills, so scarlet Hezi bloomed from his lumbar spine. Li Sei. Jindai Shirong looked at Jin Mu with a calm expression. He was very curious that the young man in front of him not only had the aura of benefiting the world, but even Hezi was also beneficial to the world. Since you can't ask, then fight until the truth is told. After releasing Hezi, Jinmu's speed more than doubled. He was like a cheetah hunting, and Hezi was his weapon. Shio Hezi hit the Kamidaichi with one blow, and at the same time quickly circled behind him. Tear. The sharp scales pierced directly into his body. This undoubtedly made the god Cha-Rong extremely angry. Young brat. Then he shouted loudly, and Hezi, who was in the shape of a whale's tail, appeared instantly, and then his whole body relied on Hezi to rotate itself in the air, easily breaking free from the restraints. The wounds originally caused by Kaneki also healed quickly in the air. Wait until you land. The wound had long since recovered, and Kamishiro Shie looked at Kaneki with disdain. Jin Mu was enraged, and in the next second, Hezi rushed towards the god Cha-Rong like poisonous snakes. It's just that in the eyes of Jindai Chie, Kaneki's speed is so slow. The great strength in the eyes of others is not enough for him. I saw the figure of Kamishiro Sherong turning into afterimages, easily dodging Kaneki's rain-like attacks. Even while avoiding Kaneki's attack, he said disdainfully, too slow, too slow, too slow. Boom. Every time a blow fell, the powerful force caused the entire ground to crack, and among the flying sand and rocks, the god Cha-Rong quickly rushed out to attack. The next second he appeared in front of Jin Mu. Too weak. With a twist, the whale's tail-shaped crotch landed heavily on Jin Mu. Bang. Next second, Kaneki's body flew out like a cannonball, punching a big hole in the dungeon wall. Feng Yu, who was watching all this from above, knew that it was time for him to end. In the original work, Takatsuki Izumi also stopped Jindai Shie from continuing to attack Kaneki at this time. Jump down. Kamishiro Sherong seemed to feel something, he couldn't help but look up, and quickly jumped back a few meters away. Bang. The powerful impact caused the entire floor to crack and form a large crater. Who are you? Jindai Shirong said vigilantly. The person in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling, which was something he had never felt before. This boy is one of ours, please let Mr. Jindai let him go. And if you want to know the whereabouts of Li Shi, then come and fight with me. No matter you win or lose, I will tell you the answer you want. Feng Yu said calmly. Kamishiro Cherry didn't agree for a moment, but was thinking, looking at the death mask on Feng Yu's face, trying to remember if he had ever been in contact with that organization. I see, Kamishiro Shirong said, and then his whole body's aura changed, and there was a huge gap between what he looked like just now. If he was a little kitten when he fought with Kaneki, he is now a ferocious giant beast. Seeing this, Feng Yu slowly took off his coat and stretched his arms. Suddenly, the muscles and bones in his body creaked, and at the same time, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. The powerful power contained in the pieces of flesh and blood awakens and explodes at this moment. The powerful momentum even formed an air pressure zone around the body. Awesome, this is the first time I have seen someone who can delve into such a field of martial arts. If we were not enemies at this moment, I would definitely discuss martial arts with you. Jindai Chirong looked at the strong martial arts will in Feng Yu, and he lost the confrontation with his own momentum, and he still lost in the martial arts field that he was most proud of. He did not dare to look down upon him. On the contrary, a strange color flashed in his eyes. His martial arts had reached a bottleneck. Now that he met an opponent more powerful than himself, he might be able to break through to a higher level. This made him excited and frightened at the same time. The momentum of a fighter is at full release. In the next second, he rushes out and attacks Feng Yu. Rumble. Every punch and every kick is accompanied by a strong roar of wind. Jindai Shi is indeed a top fighter. He frequently performs various fighting skills, and these are becoming more and more fierce and swift. Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, his entire movement turned into an afterimage, and he was always able to easily block his various moves at critical moments. So strong, so strong, so strong. Kamdai Chirong shouted excitedly, the joy in his eyes was beyond words. After a few more combos, Feng Yu seemed to feel a hint of impatience. I clenched my fingers into fists with those white jade hands in the air. His movements were very slow in the eyes of Jindai Chirong, but he couldn't avoid them at all. Bang! One punch down. Kamishiro Shi's chest was visibly dented, and then his body flew backwards and hit the wall, vomiting blood. Chapter 253 RC Cell Inhibitors. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 253-113. Chapter 253 RC Cell Inhibitors. So strong, so strong. Kamishiro Shirong slowly stood up, his chest that had been dented by the blow had recovered. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes gradually turned scarlet. A huge whale-like tail appeared, and at the same time, the fighting spirit in his body continued to rise. If you can't beat him in combat, then go back to the Ghoul's exclusive weapon, Hezi. In the original work, Kamishiro Shi's strength is between SS level and SSS level. The Ghouls think he is SS level, while CCG rates him as SSS level. But in Feng Yu's view, if the opponent's strength is SSS level like Takatsuki Izumi, then the Kamishiro Shi in front of him cannot compare. Although he has fighting skills comparable to SS level Ghouls, he poses no threat to the real SSS level strong men. On the contrary, his Hezi strength is completely unable to reach the 3S level. Without the Hezi form, he is ultimately not qualified. This is also the reason why in the original work, he was easily killed by Arima Demon General in the end. Although he has strong enough fighting skills, Arima Demon is not weak either, and his abilities are amazing. Because the combination of human and ghoul, his physical skills and abilities are stronger than anyone else. Natural fighting skills are also top-notch. Therefore, facing Arima whose fighting skills were no less than his own, Kamishiro Shi had no power left to resist. Looking at the approaching Kamidai Chirong, Feng Yu couldn't see any change in expression on his face. The moment his attack fell, Feng Yu slowly raised his right hand. Bang! Powerful power burst out instantly, and Kamishiro Chirong felt his attack fall on the steel plate. When he regained consciousness, his eyes were filled with disbelief. There was someone who could block his own hard blow with his bare hands. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold, Jahe slowly covered his arm, and suddenly, a strong life and death crisis swept through the body. Kamdai Chirong wanted to stay away from Feng Yu, but how could he get what he wanted? It's just that Feng Yu grabbed Jindai Cherry's crotch and swung it hard. He was like a kite with a broken string, and was thrown into the air. Crack! The floor under Feng Yu's feet cracked, forming a deep depression. Then, the whole person jumped up and turned into an afterimage. In an instant, he was next to Kamishiro Chirong. Then, he raised his feet and slowly stepped on Kamishiro Chirong's body. Bang! Rumble! The ground shook, the entire bottom cracked, and the ground was in a mess. The originally solid floors and walls were reduced to ruins. From a distance, Jin Mu looked at all of this in horror. The god Karen who could kill him at will was unable to fight back in front of the god of death. It was as if he was beating himself up. But at this moment, it has changed. A trace of bitterness and despair emerged in his heart. How could he deal with such a powerful enemy? Soon, Feng Yu carried the unconscious Kamidaichi on his shoulders, and before leaving, he glanced at Kaneki, who was still doubting himself. Kaneki is going to cheat again. Recalling that in the original work, after Kaneki was severely beaten by Kamidaichi, he fell deeply into self-doubt, and then possessed the form of a half-heir. Although there are some minor errors due to Feng Yu's participation at this time, it is still similar to the original work. The aura on Jinmu's body is getting stronger and stronger, and the RC cells on his body are also growing crazily. Hezi has also changed from scarlet to dark red, and a half-Hezi mask has appeared on his face. It's just that such an increase in strength is unstable. Jin Mu covered his head in pain, his consciousness gradually becoming confused. Feng Yu did not interrupt his transformation of strength. For him, this was something that Jin Mu had to go through. Too much dryness would be bad. At the same time, it is further confirmed that the RC cells in the ghouls will change due to the host's emotions. Wonderful, so wonderful, Mr. Feng Yu, your strength has increased again. I really want to know your secret. Takatsuki Quan looked at Feng Yu and couldn't help but dance excitedly, with a yandere look on his face. He jumped up to Feng Yu, stretched out a hand and stroked his death mask. I kind of want to change my mind. Takatsuki Quan raised his head and met Feng Yu's eyes, and for a moment, the air suddenly solidified. I am not the person you are looking for. Your target is below, and he will do better than me. Feng Yu said calmly. He knows what Takatsuki Izumi means, but he does not belong to this world and will leave sooner or later. Ghouls need a leader, and this leader is held on the throne by the two kings and can be recognized by humans and ghouls. The old king has fallen and a new king has ascended the throne. The mission is completed, the rest is left to you. Feng Yu's tone became colder. Now he just wanted to disappear in front of Takatsuki Izumi so that she could focus on Kaneki again. If the final dragon cannot be born due to his own reasons, then this is something Feng Yu cannot allow. Without waiting for Takatsuki Izumi to speak, Feng Yu threw Jindaishe directly at her feet, turned around and ran away. Takatsuki Quan looked at Feng Yu leaving, smiling constantly. As for the god Charong on the ground, she woke him up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Kamishiroshe immediately became alert and quickly moved away from Takatsuki Izumi a few meters away. Hee, Mr. Jindai, if you want to know about Li Shi, just come with me. Takatsuki Quan said with a smile, then stretched out a hand and motioned for him to pull it. In just a few minutes, Jin Yu has successfully transformed into a half-height. The dark red Hezi is like a centipede. Not only is its strength doubled, but its speed is also the same. I saw my whole body turned into a centipede-like golden tree that moved quickly and jumped to the battlefield of Kirishima Ondu in the blink of an eye. At this time, he was violently beaten by the black rock that came over. He was covered in blood and was extremely miserable. Heipenyan seemed to understand something when he looked at Zan, who was still holding on even though he had no strength. The big knife in his hand will slowly fall. It was at this time. Kaneki, who lost consciousness and was left with only obsession, directly hit the black rock with his son. So fast. Is this a hudge? No. It's a half-hudge. Black Rock's eyes shrank, and the golden wood in the distance exuded a terrifying aura. It is a kind of negative emotions such as chaos, despair, violence and so on. As if sensing something, Jin Yu rushed to the black rock in an instant. The dark centipede-like Hezi rose into the sky and kept attacking the black rock. Bang bang bang. Kaneki's speed was so fast that Black Pinyon couldn't counterattack at all and could only passively defend, but he could barely hurt Kaneki, who was close by. But it is precisely because of this that, stimulated by the damage, Jinmu's attacks become more violent. The strips are like poisonous centipedes. Just one bite can kill people. Gradually, the black rock began to completely lose its strength. The broadsword-shaped kuink in his hand had cracked and there were gaps at the blade, and the new he was wearing had also been damaged to a certain extent. What's worse is that the longer the new product is worn, the more serious the backlash will be. Black Rock's body was covered in blood, and the flesh on his body was quickly squirming and eating his flesh and blood. Seeing Jin Emu's next fierce attack coming down, just then, the entire Kuikalia began to emit unknown gas. Some weak ghouls directly became weak and fell to the ground after being exposed to the gas, without any resistance. It was at this time that CCG's counterattack began. This is RC Cell Inhibitor. Chapter 254 The End. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 251 313. Chapter 254 The End. Although RC Inhibitor is a fatal poison for ordinary ghouls, it has no effect on Kaneki now. On the contrary, it makes him become violent. The attacks are more terrifying, and the methods become more vicious. Just one face-to-face, Black Rock was injured, and even the hair on his body was shattered. Blood stained the floor. The smell of blood mixed with RC cell inhibitors made Kaneki's ghoul-eating instinct reach its highest point. Kaneki threw himself on the Black Rock and began to eat the flesh and blood from the Black Rock one by one. The rich RC inhibitor covered the entire surrounding area with a thick layer of fog, making the surrounding vision blurry. The battle between the two is over. In the fog, only the sounds of gnawing and chewing were left. Because the entire Kuikalia was filled with RC cell inhibitors, and the CCG support troops from the outside came, the Bronze Tree Ghoul, which originally had a great advantage, began to collapse. Without Hezi and his strong physical fitness, these ghouls are just lambs to be slaughtered. Jin Mu was still eating crazily and didn't notice anyone coming from afar. Eye patch. Kotaro Arman's eyes widened. He originally said that he wanted to come here to see if there were any ghouls that had not been killed, but he never expected to see the scene in front of him. Kaneki was lying on the Black Rock, like a wild beast, losing his mind and only retaining his hunting instinct. Black Rock fell to the ground motionless, and the pool of scarlet blood under his body continued to stimulate Arman Kotaro's nerves. Infinite anger broke out, which also made Kotaro Arman recall the scene when he first met Kaneki. At that time, Kaneki not only let him go, but also made him develop a kind of ghoul that can desire survival and hope just like humans. At that time, he saw a different color in Kaneki's eyes. But now, Kotaro Arman only felt that Kaneki had betrayed him. He was a liar and a monster like other ghouls who killed innocent people and ate people. Kaneki, who was immersed in the world of eating, did not notice that Kotaro Amon had released his kuink. Perhaps because of his anger, Kotaro Amon's speed and strength have skyrocketed. Kointaro Arman's kuink is a relic left by Gomato, and it is also a weapon that can be split into two hands. The strong murderous intention was noticed when he was about to chop down Kaneki's body. The dark centipede-like Hezi blocked him instantly. Jin Mu stood up slowly, and Hezi began to squirm and fight back. Sizz. Hezi slid in the air and made the sound of a centipede crawling, like the devilish sound of hell, which made people tremble. Kotaro Amon, who dodged the attack, continued to attack Kaneki, but was still blocked. But it seemed that when he saw Kotaro Armin, Kaneki, who was in a state of rage, hesitated and did not continue to attack him, but defended himself from Kotaro Armin's attack. Eye patch, I want to talk to you about why you didn't kill me then. That night, you were crying. Could it be that your tears were also lies? Kotaro Armin shouted. Kuink waved vigorously in his hand. Tear. Jin Mu's P was cut off, and the severe pain made the berserk Jin Mu keep wailing. Armin Kotaro watched all this, and said painfully while separating his Kuink into double blade mode, I thought I could get it from you. He has no reason to kill me. If he also lets me go, you who have a way out. Kotaro Amon, who unlocked the dual sword mode, was like a powerful force, or Kaneki, who was running rampant, fell into memories and easily chopped off Kaneki's dark red crotch like a centipede. In just a few rounds, Jin Mu's P was all chopped off, and he lay helpless on the ground. That's it, just be a ghoul, that's it. Kuink pointed at Kaneki in his hand and roared, wanting to vent all the anger and confusion in his heart. When Jinmu, who was covered in blood, heard this roar, tears appeared in his originally dull eyes. Tears fell down my cheeks. The bruises on my body also began to dissipate. I don't want to eat anymore. Kotaro Armin looked at Kaneki in front of him. After all, he still didn't have the heart to kill Kaneki immediately. He slowly lowered the Kuink in his hand. It was at this time. Suddenly there was a roar from above. Looking up, the corpses of humans and ghouls fell like raindrops. A pair of giant hands stained with countless blood opened the barrier that isolated the underground cell. The terrifying Hezi monster stuck its head out, and then rushed down. Bang! The powerful body made a huge noise the moment it landed. Excellent Yaman. After seeing the person clearly, Akatsuki Minato's eyes widened, anger welling up in his heart. One-eyed owl. She held Kuink tightly in her hand, but there was nothing she could do. The one-eyed owl's pee began to grow crazily. White spikes on Yuhi and Jahi's backs surged, and two huge arms emerged. A strong sense of oppression instantly enveloped the surroundings. Then, in front of Kotaro Amon and Akatsuki Mano, he directly grabbed Kaneki and Kirishima Ayato who was leaning aside, and then jumped up. But before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Kotaro Amon and Akatsuki Mano. The two of them did not dare to act rashly, so they could only let Kaneki and Aya be taken away. Eye patch. Looking at Kaneki being taken away, Kotaro Armin murmured, not knowing what he was thinking. With Takatsuki Izumi taking Kaneki and Ando away, the battle to capture Kuikulia came to an end. CCG suffered another huge loss, and it was also caused by the Bronze Tree organization. This time not only many members died and the imprisoned powerful and vicious ghouls escaped, but even a special investigator died. The entire CCG is enveloped in an aura of depression. Although I have already prepared myself to sacrifice at any time, now that so many of my friends have died, it is hard not to feel sad. On the other hand, the Bronze Tree's mid-level and high-level combat capabilities have improved a lot. Most of the imprisoned ghouls rescued this time were forced to join the Bronze Tree, except for a few individuals with strong strength who escaped from the Bronze Tree and returned to the organization they once belonged to. After this time, it's time to clean up the Anding district. Fangkun Gongshan, the coffee you make is really delicious. I will honor it, my promise. The sky is gloomy, and snowflakes are the embellishment of the ending, which is like the ending of tragedy and the beginning of tragedy. Chapter 255 Yongjin Yingliang. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 252 313. Chapter 255 Yongjin Yingliang. After some time, both the Bronze Tree and the CCG have begun to resume normal operations. What should have happened in the original work still happened. For example, one of the two, Kuronana and Haku, was killed by Suzuya Juzo. This also made Kotaro Armin fall into deep doubts. After seeing Kuronana and Haku turned into one-eyed ghouls, his worldview was impacted. After the CCG compiled the summary of this battle, the information about Kuronana and Shiro was also brought to the surface. From joining the CCG investigator school at the beginning, to being determined to be sacrificed when the body disappeared, and now to becoming a ghoul. Kotaro Armin looked at the information and couldn't calm down for a long time. In their bodies, Armin Kotaro thought of the situation when Kaneki shed tears. If humans can become ghouls. Holding a large pile of ghoul information about this battle with his head lowered, Kotaro Armin just walked out of the information room when he bumped into a young man. The information in his hand also fell to the floor. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Nagakan Yingliang apologized hurriedly, and then quickly helped to clean up the fallen materials. Forever, Kotaro Armin said, Mr. Yaman, I didn't see you, I'm sorry, you weren't hurt. Then Yaman began to collect the information. No, let me do these, Nagakan Hideyoshi said quickly, but at this moment, a piece of information about the eye patch ghoul came into view. Yingliang Nagakan picked it up and looked at it in trance. Yaman noticed something strange and asked, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just feel like I keep hearing the name, eye patch, lately, and it always feels so scary. Nagakan Yingliang lowered his head and said. Yaman did not feel the change in Yingliang Nagakan. Soon, the two of them packed up the information. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yaman, I'll leave first. Well, thank you for your hard work. After the two said goodbye, Yaman stared at the information about the eye patch in his hand and murmured, I hope I'm not overthinking. ... The rain is heavy and the thunder and lightning are roaring. In District 11, in an abandoned building, there were constant, rumbling, sounds, mixed with painful roars. When people heard it, they felt a chill and shuddered all over. This is the consequence of cheating. The roof of the building in the distance. Feng Yu looked in Jin Emu's direction and murmured. He understood that the heart-rending cry of pain was Kaneki's voice, and he also knew why this happened. The strength of a ghoul depends on the strength of his body and the number of his cells, but at the same time, the more important point is the number of RC cells in the body. Ordinary humans also have RC cells in their bodies, and they will not become ghouls as long as they do not exceed a certain threshold. In the ending of the original work, Kaneki Kazuko turns into a giant Kazuko shell, centipede, and the gas released after the self-explosion of the Kazuko monster is the RC cell attractant. It can cause the RC cells in an ordinary person's body to skyrocket, breaking through the threshold between humans and ghouls, and thus turning into a man-eating ghoul. Certainly, RC cells can also be improved in other ways, but they are unstable and chaotic. Over there are the host's emotions. When the host of RC cells has negative emotions such as confusion, despair, etc., then the RC cells in the body will go into riot and their strength will increase. Although this can quickly increase strength in a short period of time, there are too many restrictions. First of all, you need to be lucky, and secondly, you need to have SX together. Plunder other ghouls to strengthen yourself. Finally, there are the side effects. Just like Jin Mu is now suffering from mental torture, Hezi also went into riots and was out of control. Feng Yu's eyes were blazing, and there was no expression on his face. After a while, Feng Yu slowly put on the death mask, with his tall body and black cloak, like a night ghost. Ta-da! As footsteps approached, Jin Mu, who was in chaos, immediately became alert, his scarlet eyes staring at the direction where the footsteps came from. But there was no response in the darkness. Jin Mu clenched his teeth and tried hard to calm down. It was just the severe pain in his head and the footsteps in the darkness that made him extremely irritated. The huge dark red snake flew out instantly, like a giant python, with a crazy intention to strangle the person who came in the darkness. Just a moment, Jin Mu felt a powerful force directly grab his son. No matter how hard he struggled, he was firmly grasped, as if embedded. Jin Mu was startled, but before he had time to think, the existence that grabbed his son in the darkness began to exert force. He could feel his pea being torn off alive. Bang! The terrifying existence in the darkness threw away the torn Hezi, which made Jin Mu extremely horrified. Who the hell are you? Kaneki shouted. There are not many such powerful forces in this world, except perhaps Takatsuki Izumi, the leader of the Bronze Tree. Because the being in the darkness did not use Hezi, but relied solely on the power of the physical body. Jin Mu didn't dare to think who it was, but fortunately he could feel that the other party had no murderous intent. Otherwise, with such strength, the other party would probably have already started to kill him if he wanted to. The dark footsteps continue and get closer. The intense heart palpitations also allowed Hezi to regain his composure despite his violent state. Death, Mr. Death. Jin Mu's eyes widened. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a green-faced Fang Death mask and a black cloak, he carried a strong sense of oppression with every step he took. Especially the eyes of the Death mask seemed to have a special power that can capture people's minds. Just being stared at for a while can make your scalp numb and chills coming over you. Kaneki took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Mr. Death, why did you come to see me? Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. The air suddenly became quiet, leaving only the roar of the storm, lightning, and thunder outside. Seeing that Feng Yu didn't speak, Jin Mu also carefully observed the legendary Mr. Death in front of him. The good guys in the Bronze Tree organization. Although the two met several times after joining the Bronze Tree, they never had such close contact as now. He must be someone I knew before. When I saw the God of Death before, I felt that there was a strong sense of familiarity in him, and it was even more so now. Are we? Feng Yu nodded. However, I can't let you see my face yet. I'm here to help you. Feng Yu's voice was deep and hoarse. This was of course processed. Any ghoul wearing a mask would deliberately change his voice. Your current situation is due to Hezi's sudden riot, but it's because your body can't bear it, so it's like this. I'm just here to help you control your power. Chapter 256 The White Bones. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 253 313. Chapter 256 The White Bones. One night passed. The fish-white light in the east lit up, and Jin Mu was already lying on the ground with his whole body sore and limp. Feng Yu's figure had already left, and he didn't know where he went. Jin Mu opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His breath had returned to calm, and he could no longer find any possibility of violence. It was obvious how much Feng Yu had helped him in one night. Thank you, Mr. Death. Jin Mu seemed to have thought of something, and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. After all, he was originally an ordinary college student who, after a series of brutal torture, turned into a seemingly emotionless killing machine. A night of training restored clarity to Kaneki's eyes. Ever since he became white-haired Kaneki, he hadn't felt so at ease for a long time. The tense nerves were released at this moment. He closed his eyes and began to enjoy the relaxation of his body's nerves. He slept soundly and peacefully this time. He no longer saw many negative emotions like killing, cannibalism, torture, etc. when he closed his eyes. Instead, he dreamed back to the time when he was still human, life, family affection, friendship, and the ignorant and sweet love of adolescence. To be honest, every time Feng Yu watches Tokyo Ghoul, he feels that Kaneki is both pitiful and lucky. What's pitiful is that he was turned into a ghoul by someone, and then tortured all kinds of ways to become like that. Fortunately, he met those ghouls in the Anding district, and also had people who silently protected him. Maybe many people feel passionate and happy when watching Tokyo Ghoul, but there are very few people who can truly feel Kaneki's pain. It's not me that's wrong, it's the world. Phew, modern life is still luxurious, this damn beautiful scenery. Feng Yu wiped his nose silently, although there was nothing there. Dear sir, you only need to spend a little money to choose a welfare girl to accompany you to eat, drink and have fun all day long. As long as you purchase our package and become a member, you can enjoy a free high-quality private hot spring pool, and you can do whatever you want there. In front of Feng Yu, at this moment, a mother sang in a kimono was selling her own packages and products with a charming face, as well as the flower girl behind her. The wiring on each of these girls' bodies is pitiful, and their white thighs are like a river of spring water flowing eastward, which makes people want to stop. Not to mention that these girls are all petite, but they are surprisingly big where they should be. Feng Yu even doubted whether it was man-made. Each of these girls has their own style and different makeup, standing there together like a beautiful scenery. Looking at them, Feng Yu swallowed his saliva, and then said righteously, "No. I'm not that kind of person." Then he turned around and left and entered a hot spring shop opposite. Before leaving, I thought to myself, "Bah, in this declining world, there is such an immoral place. It's better to go to Demon Slayer. At least you can enjoy the warmth brought by the hot springs quietly without being disturbed." Then another sigh. It has been longer and longer since I have been in the world of ghouls, and I cannot control the situation in Demon Slayer's world. This sense of unknown and worry makes Feng Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. How many more days are there? After the CCG was renovated, it began to broadcast news on the recent frequent crimes committed by ghouls on TV news and asked the public to actively report ghoul gathering places. The entire Kuikulia also began to rebuild. Regarding the frequent armed attacks by ghoul groups, the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau has proposed that the top priority is to detect the hidden base of the ghoul. At this stage, we are looking for more relevant information. We hope that Everbright people can actively report it. Are you ready to start? Standing on the busy street, Feng Yu looked in the direction of District 20 and murmured. Then he came to a bookstore and successfully bought Takatsuki Izumi's latest book. As expected of Takatsuki Izumi, it's quite interesting. Feng Yu closed the book and let the sun shine on his face, enjoying the warmth for a moment. "Brother, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers?" Feng Yu opened his eyes, and what caught his eye was a little girl with a sweet smile. At this moment, she was looking at Feng Yu innocently. Take a quick glance. The cart contains common flowers, such as roses, lilies, gypsophilia, etc. But what made Feng Yu look at him was that there was actually someone selling sweet-scented osmanthus. Feng Yu picked up a small bottle and inhaled the faint fragrance into his nose. "Is this osmanthus?" Feng Yu asked. "Brother, this is another variety of osmanthus fragrance. It's called golden mushroom. It comes from the country in the east. It means modesty and love. Brother, do you want to buy flowers for your friends or for your lover? I can recommend it to you," the little girl said with a smile. She looked so harmless under the gentle sunshine. "Well, send it to a friend," Feng Yu said lightly. Then the little girl recommended several kinds of flowers to Feng Yu and successfully sold them. Looking at the little girl's leaving figure, something strange flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. The little girl continued to sell flowers to the people around her. Perhaps it was because the flowers sold by the little girl were so good-looking and had a strong fragrance. Soon, the cart full of flowers was sold out. The little girl who sold the flowers walked away in one direction, while Feng Yu followed silently not far away. The road is winding and winding, very fast. Feng Yu followed the little girl to a suburb. At the same time, you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a distance, and at the same time, a greenhouse stands in front of you. Feng Yu understood that this should be the flower bed behind the little girl. "I'm back." The little girl walked to an old building and shouted. Squeak. The door slowly opened, and a strong smell of blood dissipated at this time. "Mom and Dad, why are you eating secretly behind my back again? We promised to eat together when I come back." As if stimulated by the smell of blood, the little girl's eyes instantly turned scarlet. This also indicates that she is a ghoul. "My lovely daughter Waji is back. How is it? Are the flowers sold out today?" Inside the house, a man covered in blood appeared, then he smiled innocently and touched the hair of a girl named Waji. "2 humans came today, and we have more food. My good daughter, go and eat. Your mother has left a large piece of fat for you to eat." The man said, "That's great, Mom is the best to me." A trace of greed flashed in Waji's eyes, and then he quickly walked into the house. The man whom Waji called his father looked around cautiously, then closed the door, and the strong smell of blood began to lose its source and slowly dissipate. Feng Yu's eyes were cold, as if he had thought of something. As soon as I tore open the barrier of the greenhouse and entered, the rich fragrance of flowers hit my nostrils. After Feng Yu glanced around, he landed on the tree that looked like an osmanthus. The flowers in the entire greenhouse are in extremely good condition, budding and ready to bloom, like fairies, exuding a faint fragrance. But this delicate fragrance is mixed with other flavors. The smell of blood, the smell of rancidity. Feng Yu gently peeled away the damp soil underneath. As expected, dense white bones suddenly appeared. Feng Yu's expression was deserted, and he silently opened the soil next to him, only to see white bones again. Bones, bones, bones. Under the flowers in the greenhouse, there are all bones and bones, which makes people shudder. Chapter 257 Mind Control. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 254 313. Chapter 257 Mind Control. A wave of anger welled up in my heart. This family of ghouls actually used human flesh and bones to grow flowers. No wonder Feng Yu could smell the smell of flowers mixed with the smell of blood and putrid smell. This flower garden is very large, and renovated soil can be seen everywhere. It is unknown how many lives are buried in such a large area. Feng Yu's face was ashen, and the sounds of laughter and chewing could be heard from time to time in the dilapidated house not far away. Feng Yu didn't know why this place wasn't discovered by the CCG people, but now he just wanted to kill them. Bang! Kicking open the door, the smell of blood that had just been covered up instantly hit your nostrils. Who? In the darkness, 3 pairs of scarlet eyes looked at Feng Yu with hostility. Feng Yu didn't speak, just looked at them coldly. Damn you BD, how dare you interrupt our family's meal, it's unforgivable. The middle-aged man ghoul scolded. Wait a minute, the child's father, let's ask him why he's here first. I always feel that this person is very dangerous. The ghoul woman whispered, but the released Hezi behind him was obviously ready to kill with one blow. Hey, isn't this the big brother who bought flowers today? The girl Waji tilted her head and said. At this moment, her face was covered with blood, and coupled with that dark smile, she looked like an evil ghost from hell. HMPH, whoever disturbs our eating should be damned. After that, the man released his jahe, which was a huge shield-shaped jahe, with scarlet eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. The attack came roaring, but Feng Yu did not move, but looked at the devastated wooden table behind the ghoul girl Waji. There was blood all over the ground, and pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. In the darkness, you could faintly see a dying woman with her eyes wide open, refusing to close her eyes. This was killed by their family, and Feng Yu vaguely felt that there were still many humans imprisoned in this old house. The anger in his eyes was even worse. Although he knew that it was natural for ghouls to eat humans, he couldn't stand by and watch when he saw it with his own eyes. The ghoul man's attack was about to fall on him. Feng Yu moved his figure and turned slightly sideways, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, he put his hands on the man's shoulders in an instant, pressed with a strong force, and hit the raised man head-on. Leg. Crack. The sound of bones breaking suddenly spread. With just one blow, the man lost resistance and fainted on the ground. A-hole, how dare you hurt my husband? Go to hell. When the ghoul woman saw the man lying on the ground, she immediately attacked. Her son is Wei He, like a squirming python, wanting to strangle. Feng Yu just frowned slightly, because she found that this woman was actually willing to separate. I saw that the walls on both sides of Feng Yu were instantly broken when the woman's pee hit. Attack with a surrounding posture. It's just that this kind of attack is so slow in Feng Yu's eyes. He can easily dodge the attack with just one step. Waji, go quickly, I'll hold him back. The woman shouted, and then she rushed forward, trying to block Feng Yu with her body so that her daughter could escape. Snort. Feng Yu groaned and moved quickly behind the woman. The speed was so fast that the woman couldn't react at all. When the reaction comes, Feng Yu's palm had turned into a knife and struck his neck. The woman also instantly lost consciousness and fainted. As for ghouls, their bodies are actually similar to those of humans, they just have a body and stronger attribute recovery than a human body. The weaknesses are still very obvious. When the girl Waji saw this, she burst into laughter. Brother, are you going to kill me? Waji had already wiped the blood off her face, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Coupled with her pitiful appearance, she couldn't help but make people feel pity at a glance. It's obvious that Big Brother is very powerful. I definitely can't beat you. I don't know whether Big Brother is a ghoul or a human. But, if you want to kill me, you might as well give it a try. Waji smiled, and then pressed the button on the wall behind him under Feng Yu's gaze. Rumble. The wall covering on Waji opened instantly, and a stench hit her. Seeing this, Feng Yu secretly guessed that he was right. The family had indeed imprisoned the human being. Brother, I don't want to talk nonsense. Do you want to save these people or say no? Say it. Waji's eyes have turned scarlet, and behind her are several humans who have lost the color in their eyes. There are men and women, mostly young people and children. They hugged each other naked in the open air, and the entire huge iron cage could only be described as a mess. The blood that has not yet dried is mixed with all kinds of excrement. This place has become a paradise for flies, but it has also become a hell for this group of humans. Their spirits have been tortured to the point of losing their will, like corpses, at the mercy of others. Separate Hezi, Feng Yu murmured. In his perception, Feng Yu could clearly see that Hezi was buried inside the iron cage. Just now I was a little puzzled that the woman would separate from Hezi, but she was so weak, but now I understand. The girl in front of me is the master of separation Hezi. But now she is actually using it to threaten Feng Yu. Do you think you can threaten me like this? Feng Yu's eyes slowly turned scarlet. When the girl saw this, she waved her hands indifferently and said, "What? It's also a ghoul. I thought it was some annoying white pigeon. However, since you are a ghoul, why do you want to attack us? It seems that we have not provoked you. Or is it because of these humans?" Seeing that Feng Yu's expression remained unchanged, Waji mocked, it seems it's really because of these humans. It's ridiculous, it's really ridiculous. As a ghoul, he actually cares about these humans who are supposed to be food. Ha ha ha, it really made me laugh to death. But soon, the flower branch seemed to be stuck, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Her eyes began to be attracted by the death eyes on Feng Yu's face. The scarlet eyes exuded a strange power, making her eyes gradually become blurred. The mental power coupled with the specificity of the death mask caused Waji to be mentally disturbed. Feng Yu passed by her, but she didn't react at all. On the contrary, she stood aside like a guard, standing still. Jahe made a slight stroke, and the huge iron cage burst open. But there was no reaction from the people inside. Seeing this, Feng Yu began to release his mental power and began to interfere with their will. Psychic power heals neurological trauma in the brain. By the time all humans regained consciousness, they had forgotten the memory of being tortured by the Waji family, and only remembered that they were imprisoned by ghouls. Looking at the clean ceiling above my head, one of the young men asked, "Officer, weren't we imprisoned by ghouls? Why are we here?" Someone called the police, and the CCG investigators went to rescue you. When we arrived at the scene, both the ghoul and you were in a coma. It's probably the person who called the police who saved you. However, your memory seems to be lost. Think carefully about whether you remember anything. We need to make a confession. Oh. The young man nodded quickly, but he couldn't remember what happened during this time. Chapter 258 Crisis in the Anding District. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 255 313. Chapter 258 Crisis in the Anding District. After this case was handled, it immediately attracted the CCG's great attention. After all, there were countless bones buried under the entire flower garden, which shows how many human beings this family of ghouls had killed. At the same time, it is also because during this period of time, the CCG side has been attacked by bronze trees one after another and suffered a disastrous defeat. It needs some achievements to inspire people. Soon, the CCG reported this incident at its press conference, and was also very grateful to those who assisted in reporting the incident. Finally, the person in charge of CCG also called on the general public to actively report clues about ghouls. As soon as the news came out, it quickly received a lot of support, and the CCG's reporting hotline was also ringing non-stop. Some absconding and newly wanted ghouls became kuink in the hands of investigators because of reports from humans. Watching the good news of CCG coming continuously on TV, Feng Yu felt complicated inside. In the final analysis, both ghouls and humans are trying to survive, but there are a few ghouls who hope to coexist peacefully with humans. However, the current CCG philosophy is that they would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. As long as they are ghouls, no matter you say they are good or bad, we will arrest them all. It's them. Has Takatsuki Izumi already started planning? Looking along Feng Yu's line of sight, in a car in the distance, Shinohara Yuki and Suzuya Jizo got out of the car together, and their eyes were looking at the antique coffee shop. It seems like this is it. Shinohara Yuki said, it's amazing, this store looks so beautiful. Suzuya Jizo on the side said with his eyes widened. Hearing this, Shinohara Yuki smiled helplessly, and then the two of them walked into the store. Jingle, the doorbell rings, welcome. At this time, only Imi-zan was in the coffee shop. When he saw the two of them, his pupils shrank instantly. But he soon calmed down. With her strong psychological quality, Irimishuin didn't show any signs of strangeness. She ordered food for Yuki Shinohara, and Yuki Shinohara just like she received ordinary guests. Okay sir, your coffee and sandwiches will be here soon, please wait a moment. Ijian-zan said with a smile, then turned and left to make coffee. Wait a minute, beautiful lady, can you call your store manager? I have something to do with him. Shinohara Yuki said with a simple smile, while Ryoya Jizo beside him was lying on the floor-to-ceiling window and constantly watching the people passing by on the road. Okay sir, please wait a moment. Ijian-zan's tone was very gentle, but the moment she turned around, her face became extremely solemn. Store manager, the white pigeon is here. Ijian-shuan said seriously. I see. Fangkun Gongshan only responded lightly, and Irijian-shuan didn't say anything when he saw this. He just left this kind of matter to the old man in front of him. Just like when I entrusted my life to him many years ago, this is trust from the heart and unswerving protection until death. After a while, Yoshimura Kozen personally delivered sandwiches and coffee to Shinohara Yuki's dining table. Wow, it looks delicious. Suzuya Jizo exclaimed, it's such an exquisite store. Thank you for the compliment. May I ask, what do you want from me? Fangkun Gongshan asked. Oh, that's it, Kaneki. Kaneki-ken, he used to work here, right? Yuki Shinohara took a sip of coffee and said, yes. Then do you know his whereabouts now? We started losing contact with him 2 months ago, and we haven't seen him since. I wonder if it can be helpful to you. I heard that he just underwent a visceral transplant and his physical condition is not very good. Fangkun's good deeds came slowly. But Shinohara Yuki was staring at him in trance. Have we met elsewhere before? Hearing this, Fangkun Gongshan opened his half-closed eyes and said, what's up? Have we met before? Obviously, Shinohara Yuki didn't believe it. I'm very sorry, it seems I got the wrong person. Thank you for your cooperation, let's go, Shizao. He took out the money from his wallet and put it on the table, then asked Suzuya Jizo to leave. Thank you for your patronage. Suzuya Jizo shouted and hurriedly followed. But when leaving, Yuki Shinohara said meaningfully, "The coffee tastes great." Then he left. When he walked out of the door, Shinohara Yuki breathed a sigh of relief, and then secretly said, "I will come again." Although Shizao was confused, he didn't say anything and followed his footsteps happily. In his heart, there are not so many twists and turns. It can be described as innocent. Watching Shinohara Yuki and the others leave, Yoshimura Kozen knew what they had guessed, and his face was extremely solemn. All kinds of past events also began to emerge, from the young life of fighting to the current shelter. But now with the arrival of Shinohara Yuki, all this will soon be shattered, but the members of this family make him unable to let go. Sighing deeply, so many thoughts. Although I had already anticipated that such a day would come and was prepared for it, when the day actually came, I couldn't let it go for a long time. Just like that, after 2 days, Fangkun Gongshan contacted Jinmu and Fengyu successively, but the content of the conversation between the two was different. For Kaneki, Yoshimura Kozen only hopes that he can live well, and that one day he can pull Yoshimura Ite, who is now the leader of the Bronze Tree organization Takatsuki Izumi, out of the quagmire and give her salvation. In this regard, he also told Kaneki his entire life story. But they didn't tell him that the CCG had begun investigating the stable area. As for Fengyu, Yoshimura Kozen hopes that he can fulfill his promise and protect the members of the cafe after his death. Fengyu felt that Fangkun Gongshan was delivering his last words, but this was indeed the case. Things can't be done. Fangkun Gongshan must die on the surface, so that the next plot direction will not collapse. Fengyu also mentioned whether he would save him when the time came, but what he got was Fangkun Gongshan shaking his head and refusing. He said that this time he was paying for the sins he had committed when he was young, and it no longer mattered whether he was alive or dead. The only people who matter are the members of this coffee shop. The sky was hazy, it was late winter, and the snowflakes were falling like goose down. On the CCG side, after Shinohara Yuki returned, he began to report. In his heart, he has determined that Fangkun Gongshan is a ghoul. The plan to attack the coffee shop also began to be formulated at this moment. Chapter 259 from beginning to end. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 256 313. Chapter 259 from beginning to end. The hazy sky, falling snowflakes, and passers-by walking. Sure enough, it's still snowing. Fortunately, I brought an umbrella. Let's go, Hinami. After purchasing supplies, Roma looked up at the sky, then opened her umbrella and returned to the coffee shop. But what they didn't know was that 2 people in white clothes appeared behind them and watched their every move. The person under surveillance is none other than the CCG investigator. Due to the attack on the stable area launched after Shinohara Yuki returned last time, the whereabouts of the entire coffee shop members are under their surveillance. The coffee shop, which is usually deserted, is also crowded with customers during this period. Fangkun Gongshan, who noticed this strange thing, also sighed slightly in his heart. He didn't want this day to come so soon, because there are still people in this big family who need to be protected, and the feelings between everyone are already closely connected. It's not an exaggeration to say they are family members. This night, Fangkun Gongshan gathered everyone together, and even Sifang Lianxi, who was out on business, returned to the coffee house. Looking at the lotus signs in all directions, everyone looked at each other. Ah, that's it, he is the final weapon in the stable area. Well, it's true. Looking at the surprised faces of everyone, Fangkun Gongshan had a smile on his face. Mr. Sifang actually once worked in Anding district. It's really unbelievable. He's very good at making coffee. Yes, but just receiving guests. Gugn Yuaner smiled. Oh, so that's it, I understand. Everyone looked at Lian Shi from all directions with an expression that I understand. However, at this time Sifang Lianxi interrupted everyone's joking. Dong Shang, have your luggage been packed? Ah, not even close. Dong Shang said hurriedly. It doesn't matter, you can go pack your luggage and leave the rest to us. Ira Zhengshuan said, thank you, let's go, Hinami. Because Dong Shang is going to college, he needs to pack up his things and move to a place near the school during this time. Perhaps, Dong Zhang's departure this time is the last time we meet. But that's fine, everyone's life is different. Dong Shang is the only child who can get the life he wants. The best yet, Fangkun Gongshan thought to himself. Late at night, Fangkun Gongshan and Sifang Lianxi sit face to face. They have noticed this place, and I want to hand them over to you. Fangkun Gongshan said, is there no room for recovery? Lotus from all directions said. Fangkun Gongshan shook his head, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. I see. The night is long, and how many people's hearts are resting on the clouds. The snowflakes on the sky are still falling, as if they will not stop until a certain point. By midnight, Dong Shang packed his luggage. Under the dim street lights, Dong Shang did not notice anything strange about Fangkun Gongshan and Sifang Lianxi. The two of them just looked at Dong Shang with a smile on his face. Sister Dong Shang, it's still snowing. Hinami said, yes, this scenery is so beautiful. Dong Shang sighed. Then, I'll leave them to you. Fangkun Gongshan said, good. Sifang Renshi nodded silently, and then began to greet Dong Shang and Hinami to leave together. Store manager, I will definitely come back to help when I have time. The same goes for Hinami. Goodbye, store manager. Dong Shang and Hinami waved goodbye, while Fang Kungongshan watched them leave silently, sighing in his heart. It was at this time. Figures of people flashed around the coffee shop, lurking in the darkness. With a slight glance, Fang Kungongshan seemed to understand something, and turned around and returned to the store. Soon after, Yuki Shinohara, wearing a prosecutor's uniform, walked into the coffee shop. Oh, there will be snow tonight. Looking at Shinohara Yuki, Yoshimura Kozen smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this scene. Welcome. The strong aroma of coffee spreads as the hot water is poured in. There is no other smell, only the original aroma of coffee is retained. Can I drink with you? Fang Kungongshan said, certainly. Shinohara Yuki nodded. Coffee was served, and Yoshimura Kozen took the opportunity to sit next to Shinohara Yuki, and the two chatted like they had been friends for many years. It tastes great. Thank you for the compliment. Is this because different types of coffee beans make it so fragrant? This is certainly one of the reasons, plus the degree of roasting, the way of brewing, and different water will also affect the taste. Fang Kungongshan put down the coffee in his hand. While this is my opinion, I think the most important thing is the way the different coffee beans are prepared, rather than the country of origin. Reconstitute. Yes, different coffee beans have different brewing methods. Even expensive coffee beans will not taste good if they are mixed with impurities. On the other hand, even cheap coffee beans can be brewed carefully using their characteristics. The coffee is not inferior to the expensive coffee. Listening to Yoshimura Kozen's words, Shinohara Yuki fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, that's it, it's so profound. Thanks for the treat, then. It doesn't matter. Shinohara Yuki felt that the time was almost up and was about to leave. Seeing this, Fang Kungongshan also got up to see each other off. Maybe after leaving this door, the relationship between the two will become enemies. The expensive and cheap coffee bean brewing methods just mentioned by Fang Kungongshan are not secretly indicating that there are good and bad ghouls. It's just that one of them is a ghoul and the other is a CCG investigator, so they are destined not to be friends. There is nothing sadder than this in life. Shinohara Yuki wanted to take out his wallet to pay but Yoshimura Kozen refused. Looking at Yoshimura Gongshan's eyes, Shinohara Yuki seemed to understand something and smiled helplessly. Then I'll be more respectful than obey. Thank you for the hospitality. It doesn't matter. When Shinohara Yuki walked onto the road, the always-on lights of the coffee shop behind him also went out at this moment. Walking under the dim street lights, Shinohara Yuki sighed slightly. Looking at the scenery outside the window, at this moment, Fang Kungongshan felt relieved. Dong, I have already improved the hygiene in the store. Me too, store manager. Furuma Uener and Iruma Zan said. Thanks. In the end, Fang Kungongshan made coffee for the two of them. Perhaps this was the last time he brewed coffee for the two of them. Just like when we met back then. It starts at that time and ends at this time. Then please. Well, long wait. Thank you, store manager. The two looked at each other and smiled, then drank the coffee. It tastes the same as before. That's true, I really miss the old days, ha ha ha. Fang Kungongshan walked to the window and said calmly, tonight, it's so deserted. Chapter 260 Demonic Ape and Black Dog. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 257 313. Chapter 260 Demonic Ape and Black Dog. This night was destined to be sleepless, whether they were concerned about the ghouls in the stable area or the CCG investigators involved in this crusade, their hearts were in confusion. One side is a last resort, the other side is for protection. They are all prepared for the uncertainty of life and death. No one is right or wrong in the two camps. Just the day before, in the CCG highest conference hall. Please pass this one-eyed owl crusade plan. Marutsai followed Hishumasa to the top leader of the founding CCG and submitted the plan execution letter. Have you identified the other party's hiding place? It's confirmed. We are in a coffee shop in District 20. All the surrounding people have been evacuated. We are just waiting for your consent to launch an attack. Well, let's start the crusade. I hope everyone can return safely. In every ghoul crusade, the investigators who participated in the war would write a suicide note in advance, in order to prevent accidents during the battle and prevent them from doing what they wanted in their hearts. At the same time, they also wanted to give the last words to those who care about them, a comfort. Once the plan is approved, the personnel who had already surrounded the stable area quickly received the news, and the operation began at this moment. At the front were heavily armed soldiers, with guns and ammunition in their hands, approaching the door of the coffee shop step by step, but they did not move too rashly. Just as they were about to reach the top of the building, a sound of footsteps slowly approached. When the soldier squad leader saw this, his heart tightened. It was obvious that the person who came downstairs was tonight's target. The people who came downstairs were none other than Furuma Uener and Iramishuan. As they went downstairs, the sign of the coffee shop also lit up at this moment. It's just that they are not called by this name at this moment, but have become the demon ape and black dog that once made the entire CCG fearful. One black and one white. One is fat and the other is thin. The only thing they have in common is their ideals, to protect the man in their hearts who took them out of the fight, and to protect this hard-won small family. The two stood side by side, exuding an aura of terror. The soldiers were startled by their auras and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Welcome. The two laughed and then launched an attack. A black figure and a white figure kept shuttling around the soldiers. Every time they passed by, the soldiers fell. They are like the god of death in the dark night, harvesting life. Da da da. The fire caused by the gun kept flickering, and the bullet casings fell to the ground with a ding 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 sound. The intensive firepower was like a shower. Only, the demon ape and the black dog were not ordinary ghouls. Their speed was so fast that to others, they were just an afterimage, and the dense hail of bullets did not cause any damage at all. On the contrary, the number of soldiers in the team is constantly decreasing. Don't worry, there are only 2 of them. The soldier squad leader shouted, trying to restore the confidence of the confused team members. But the next moment I was dumbfounded. There are only 2, how stupid. I haven't even noticed it yet. The demon ape and the black dog looked at each other and smiled, then jumped up and stood under the roof in front of the soldier. Clatter. The demon ape snapped his fingers, and a group of ghouls wearing the same clothes as them appeared behind them. Is there more than one enemy? That's the demonic ape. And the black dog. They should be hostile to each other. How could it happen now? The soldier captain was horrified and immediately began to report the situation here. Young ones, your bones can still move. Just sacrifice your lives for me. Yes, ha ha ha, let's have a big fight. The demon ape laughed loudly, and the younger brother and the black dog behind him all jumped down one after another. The fighting begins. The narrow street suddenly became extremely noisy. Kilometers away, Feng Yu saw the fire where the coffee shop was located and knew that the battle had begun. But there was no expression on his face, he just looked at all this coldly, filled with emotion. Sudden, his face turned cold and he frowned slightly. What are you here for? The tone was cold, like this dead winter. He, of course I miss you. My Lord Death. The person who came was none other than Takatsuki Izumi. She still looked like her whole body was wrapped in bandages. Facing Feng Yu's indifference, she didn't seem to feel anything wrong. She jumped up to him and gently took his hand. Takatsuki Kwan sat next to Feng Yu, looking at the battle in the direction of the coffee shop. His smile grew stronger. The show has begun. I really look forward to the most beautiful fireworks blooming. Hey, Mr. Feng Yu, are you looking forward to the performance I plan tonight? Feng Yu shook his head, frowned and said, does he really have to die? He is your father, your only relative. Hearing the word family, Takatsuki Kwan suddenly turned his head and met Feng Yu's eyes. Relatives. He, Mr. Feng Yu, I think you are a bit ridiculous. Besides, how did you know that he is my father? Takatsuki Kwan's scarlet eyes stared at him playfully, but they did not make Feng Yu feel any timidity. Do you hate him? Feng Yu looked directly at her. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu could clearly feel Takatsuki Izumi's mood change, and the air suddenly became quiet. After a while, Takatsuki-san let out a puff. Feng Yujun, this world is unfair. Someone always needs to sacrifice something in exchange for something. Even if I need to kill more people, I will not hesitate. If you ask me if I hate him, my answer is. Takatsuki Kwan suddenly hooked Feng Yu's neck with his hands and whispered to his ear, I can't wait to love you. You are such a boring man, but I feel like I like you more and more. After saying that, Takatsuki Izumi stretched out his pink tongue and gently stroked his earlobe. This move really stunned Feng Yu. At this moment, Takatsuki Kwan fell straight back and his body fell straight down, but his eyes were full of tenderness. Huh, this woman is getting more and more abnormal. Feng Yu wiped his wet earlobes and said disgustedly. Then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this time, the demon ape and the black dog have been separated from the battlefield. The once notorious demon ape and black dog organizations are now the only ones left with Muruji Furuma and Zon Narumi. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, a mass of blackness, stains of blood that had not dried up, and muzzles of guns that were still emitting white smoke. The battle is not over yet. Feng Yu knew that these 2 people might not be able to hold on for long. However, Feng Yu noticed that Jin Mu was quickly breaking through the blockade and rushing towards the direction where the 2 were fighting. After Feng Yu's help last time, Jin Mu's strength improved greatly. He broke through all the layers of defense with ease. His figure was like a ghost in the dark night, and all kinds of gun attacks failed to touch him even if they were intensive. Jinmu did not go on a killing spree, but used Hezi to destroy their weapons one by one. The red light swept across. The kuink in their hands suddenly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Seeing this, Kanaki's figure quickly shuttled back and forth. The familiar streets and everything familiar were still vivid in his mind. It's just that the once bustling streets have long since become dead silent. Chapter 261 Powerful Jinmu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 258 313. Chapter 261 Powerful Jinmu. Previous. Next. By the time Kaneki arrived, the demon ape and the black dog were already lying on the ground dying. Seeing that he was about to suffer the final blow, Kaneki couldn't bear it any longer. Hezi waved behind him, and his body looked like a ghost, and he instantly shuttled to the investigator's side. Hezi flashed past, and the kuink held high suddenly broke into pieces. Damn, it's a blindfold. Someone yelled, and then everyone turned their attention to Jin Mu. He gently put down the demon ape and the black dog, with a trace of tenderness in his eyes. I didn't expect you to become so strong. Kaneki, Iruji and Zon sighed. Jin Mu didn't speak, he just turned around silently, pointed with his fingers, and then his figure turned into an afterimage again. Wherever he passed, the CCG investigator lost his thread and fell to the ground helplessly, eyes wide open. full of disbelief. Even the special class and quasi-special class CCGs were shocked by Kaneki's terrifying speed. This guy is so strong. Kang Yuan and Shi Mu shrank their eyes. They could clearly feel the power of Jin Mu, while Tadashi Hachiwa on the side had a look of disdain on his face. It's really ridiculous that it was delivered to your door. It seems that Black Dog and you are in the same group. Anyway, I will send you to hell together today, damn ghoul. Baichuan revealed his ferocious chin. This really made Jin Mu tremble in his heart, but there were more important things to do at the moment, and he had already made up his mind to quickly deal with the people in front of him. The scarlet embroidery spread, and everyone was ready. In the next second, Kaneki instantly turned into an afterimage, and the scarlet hezi flashed by. Before Kuramoto and Shiki could resist, Kuink exploded in their hands. At the same time, Kaneki kicked him in the abdomen and flew several meters upside down. Outside, the severe pain caused the two of them to fall to the ground weakly and lose the ability to fight. The rest are Baochuan and Captain Pingzi, who has no sense of existence at all. But Kaneki did not underestimate the humble Hiriko. On the contrary, among these people, Hiriko was the one who posed the greatest threat to him. Just standing there was a strong sense of oppression faintly exuding. Hachikawa Tadashi's Kuink is a spiral-shaped Kuink that surrounds the arm. It is a long-range attack type and has certain defensive capabilities in close combat. However, speed is a major shortcoming. Kaneki also grasped this and attacked quickly, even if Bochuan and Heiko stood on the same level. With Feng Yu's help, Jin Mu is much more proficient in controlling hezi than in the original work, and his natural strength has also improved a lot. I saw his 4 wings flying and turning into 4 tentacles. His whole body was like a spider, moving quickly. Bochuan kept attacking, but Kaneki was so fast that the lightning released by his Kuink could not touch Kaneki at all. Hiriko on the side was holding a big knife and looking at the fast-moving Kaneki with a dull look. The next moment, the figure disappeared, and less than a second after Kaneki landed, Hiriko's sword suddenly arrived. Bang! Hezi and Pingzi's Kuink collided and withstood the attack. Also taking advantage of this gap, Kaneki and Hiriko quickly distanced themselves, frowning slightly. He could feel how dangerous the blow just now was. If he slowed down for just 1 second, his body would probably be cut in half by Hiriko. Hiriko on the opposite side looked at Kuink in his hands, already having the next ending in his mind. Bochuan's attack is still going on. Jin Mu plans to kill Bochuan first. As soon as the thought moves, the figure turned into a ghost again, and the afterimage passed by. The Kuink wrapped in Bagwan's hand was suddenly broken and damaged. At the same time, just like Kang Yuan and Shiraki before, Kaneki punched him in the stomach and lost it. Combat ability. Kang Yuan, Lu Mu, you led Bochuan to retreat first. Your Kuink cannot withstand this guy's attack. Pingzi said calmly. Captain Hiriko, but, before Kang Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Pingzi. Your Kuink has been damaged. If you stay here, it will only become a burden to me. So, please, for your safety, please take Mr. Baichuan away. Although Hiriko was dissatisfied with Bochuan's hatred of ghouls and his disregard for human lives, he could only let them retreat first. Upon seeing this, Kang Yuan and the other 2 people quickly helped Bochuan up and left the battlefield quickly. Kaneki looked at them and did not stop him. After all, he had no intention of killing people. Along the way, he destroyed the weapons of those who blocked his way and killed them. Not a single life was taken. Seeing that Kaneki didn't take action, Hiriko breathed a sigh of relief, and then without any nonsense, he rushed forward and started wrestling with Kaneki. Both of them were very fast, and Hiriko was even more accurate with his sword. Every time he swung his sword, he was aiming to cut with an eye on the sure hit, but Kaneki didn't want to get too entangled with him. 4 scales were flying, and the whole body jumped into the air. 1 scale was used as a support, and the others fell like poisonous snakes. Every blow made a big hole in the ground. Bang, 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 ... The ground shook, sand and rocks flew, and the scene was suddenly enveloped in dust and mist. Hiriko's figure quickly shuttled to avoid the attack, but Kaneki, who was hanging in the air, could see his figure clearly. Even though he was very fast, he was still knocked to the ground by Kaneki's blow. At the same time, taking advantage of this gap, Kaneki turned into an afterimage, quickly teleported to Hiriko's side, and destroyed the weapon in his hand with 1 blow. After another loud noise, Pingzi flew backwards several meters away, and the big knife in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Kaneki, what a pitiful child. Iruji and Zan looked at Jin Mu from a distance, with both relief and pity in her eyes. To be able to improve your strength so quickly in such a short period of time means you must suffer just as much. Kaneki placed Madoka Furuma and Zan Narumi in a hidden corner. Both of them had been seriously injured and lost their ability to fight, but because they were ghouls, their lives were not in danger. Are you going anyway? Irajungshuan asked. Kaneki didn't answer, but walked straight in one direction. Looking at Jin Mu's retreating back, Gugn didn't feel anything, but was filled with emotions. Kaneki has already surpassed us. Really, I don't know how this guy did it. As soon as the words fell, there was another moment of silence, and finally he looked in a certain direction, and finally there was only a sigh. The sky is still raining velvet snowflakes, but there is no one to appreciate them. Kaneki is constantly breaking through the defense line, and at the same time, the top leader of this crusade and Shusheng are also aware of Kaneki's situation. News came that the defense lines had been breached, and he quickly started to take countermeasures. After all, he couldn't let him disturb today's protagonist. The first expedition team has retreated. The second crusade team has retreated. The fourth team goes to support the third team and don't let the blindfold break through the defense line. Yes, received, receive. Kotaro Armin frowned and murmured. Eye patch. Chapter 262 The store manager dies and Feng Yu appears. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 259 313. Chapter 262 The store manager dies and Feng Yu appears. Kaneki's whereabouts are under CCG surveillance anytime and anywhere, and everything he does when he gets to that location is clearly known. Kotaro Amon was ready for battle after receiving the order from Washumasa. At the same time, he also knew that Jin Mu had not killed anyone during his breakthrough, which made him feel another throbbing deep in his heart. Although the scenes that happened in the Battle of Kuikulia before, he could feel the complex emotions such as grief and regret in Kaneki's heart. Kotaro Amon doesn't know how to define Kaneki, a ghoul. Soon, his eyes sharpened, and a white-haired figure was reflected in his pupils. It was Kaneki who came here. At this time, he also saw Kotaro Armin, and his figure suddenly paused. Blindfold, I won't let you pass. Kotaro Armin shouted, holding swords in both hands and waving his hands in a fighting posture, ready to attack at any time. Please, please let me pass. Kaneki lowered his head, with endless sadness hidden in his eyes, and did not dare to look at Kotaro Amon's burning eyes. Other side, Fangkun Gongshan was not in a comfortable situation at this time. He was surrounded by 5 people and was beaten all the time. As the forwards, Kuroa Iwa and Yuki Shinohara, with their new generation of new suits, their speed and defense can be said to have reached their peak. The other 3 who constantly interfere with Yoshimura Gongshan's attention are Suzuya Shizo, Uigun, and Hoji. Suzuya Jizo is holding a scythe Kuing, like the god of death reaping life. With his petite body and reaction ability, every blow can cause considerable damage to Yoshimura Kozen. What's more, Suzuya Jizo's style of play has no structure at all. His offense is more like a fun toy seen by a madman, and every hit can make people guess. Even Kuro Iwa and Yuki Shinohara felt a headache after watching it, but they remembered what Wushu Mato once said. Some people are suitable for irregular fighting styles. As long as they can defeat the enemy, that is the only way to play. Kuroa Iwa and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other, no longer obsessed with Suzuya Shizo's attack method but began to fully assist him. At the same time, Yujing County also held a sword and cooperated with several people to launch an attack at the same time. Faji is simple, his kuink is shaped like a gun, and it can be regarded as responsible for interfering with Fangkun Gongshan's attack. The battle between several people was very volatile, and huge explosions and fighting sounds could be heard from a distance. Suzuya Jizo laughed wildly. Ahahaha. If someone who doesn't know what Suzuya is looking at, they will probably subconsciously think that he is a madman, holding a huge scythe and constantly slashing. Even the terrifying shell of a one-eyed owl can be cut off. Perhaps because of Fangkun Gongshan's old age, he could easily handle the 5-person team up at the beginning, but as the fighting time continued to lengthen, he began to lose ground. Terrifying red arrow feathers erupted from his body, but they were blocked by Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki. Taking advantage of the moment of misfire, Suzuya made a bold move. She jumped directly onto Shinohara Yuki's shoulders, the excitement on her face was beyond words. Shizao, don't, you will get hurt. Shinohara Yuki seemed to be aware of Suzuya Jizo's thoughts and quickly stopped him. But Suzuya Jizo ignored it and shouted excitedly, quick, quick, just like this, throw me over. Shinohara Yuki wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Kuropanyan beside him. We have to believe him. Shinohara Yuki was moved by Kuropanyan's firm eyes. After being stunned for a second, he gritted his teeth and directly grabbed Suzuya Jizo's ankle and threw it in the direction of Yoshimura Kozen. Suddenly, Suzuya was thrown like a javelin. That's it, ha ha ha. Suzuya Jizo shouted excitedly, holding the sickle kuing tightly in his hand. The body quickly arrived in front of Fangkun Gongshan, and at the same time he quickly waved his sickle. Tear, tear, tear. When the red light falls, there is blood. The more blood there is, the more excited Lingwu Shizao becomes, and the faster his attack speed becomes. The long battle made the old man, who had half of his body buried in the soil, become weak. He was already panting under the shell of Hezi. Although he has strong self-healing power, the 5 people joined forces and he suffered more and more wounds. Each attack can cause great trauma to his body. At the moment when Yoshimura Kozen repelled Suzuya Shizo, the shell fired by Hoji fell. A violent explosion broke out instantly. The hard as iron shell of Hezi shattered, but soon began to heal, but this time under the surprised eyes of everyone. A black figure rushed out, like a ghost, holding a crimson sword and slashing at Fangkun Gongshan. He resisted subconsciously, but this blow cut off his Jahe arm directly. Tear. Blood spilled all over the floor, white claws fell off. Then several more red lights flashed. Fangkun Gongshan's body suddenly fell down. Yujing Jun still wanted to strike a few more times, but he was cut down by the black rock. Obviously, Fangkun Gongshan no longer has the ability to resist at this time. Goose-down snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and the shell of Fangkun Gongshan's body began to break bit by bit. As the shell shattered, his face was exposed to the air. The once gentle and elegant old man was now in a mess, with blood stains sliding across his cheeks leaving bright red marks, and the neat silver threads had become messy. His exhausted body made him breathe heavily. The weak breath turned into a white mist as soon as it was exhaled. He dragged his injured body forward step by step, as if something was constantly attracting him in front of him. Scenes from the past began to replay in his mind, and the person he never forgot in his heart also appeared at this moment. Everyone present just watched Feng Kungongshan staggeringly stretching out a hand, as if there was someone there to greet him. Well, when He Pinyan saw this scene, he was also touched in his heart and couldn't help but close his eyes. At the moment when Feng Kungongshan was about to fall, he kept holding him with his hand. Store manager, I'm sorry, I have to be in trouble. The person coming is none other than Feng Yu. Feng Kungongshan looked at Feng Yu with a feeble smile on his face. Child, my fate should have been like this. There is no need to blame myself. Now it can be considered as atonement for my sins. They just ask you. After that, he closed his eyes, but there was a smile on his face, as if he was truly liberated at the moment he lost his life. Store manager, no, it's the god of death. The moment everyone in the CCG saw Feng Yu, a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped their hearts. Amaru, I am Kuropan, the One-Eyed Owl's crusade is over. Kurawanyan immediately began to report the battle situation. Maru Tejai was excited when he heard it and wanted to cheer loudly, but the next moment he was poured cold water on him. Start the crusade now. SSS level Ghoul, the god of death. Chapter 263 1v5. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 263 113th. Chapter 263 1v5. What? Ghoul death, why is that guy here? Marutsai roared angrily. The joy he just heard about defeating the One-Eyed Owl that had shrouded CCG for many years disappeared instantly, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. The Supreme Commander and Shuji also frowned slightly at this time, tapping their fingers on the table. The situation at the scene could be clearly seen from the monitoring screen. He and Shuji looked at the situation of several other blocked levels and the situation of each team. He had secretly made a decision in his heart, and even if he didn't defeat the god of death, just by killing the One-Eyed Owl, it would still be worth sacrificing all the members of the team. His eyes gradually became cold, and then he said, Amaru, let them seal off the whole place and fight against the Ghoul, the god of death. But Hypen and the others have just consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the One-Eyed Owl, and they won't be able to hold on with the new on them. Marutsai couldn't help but retorted. This is an order. Even if they die, it will be honorable. As long as they can get rid of the ghouls that harm mankind, then they are valuable. Besides, a horse is already on the way. Shuji's cold voice came, and Marutsai suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Recalling the scenes in the past, he knew what this man did. Hateful, Marutsai felt a sense of powerlessness and punched the wall heavily, venting his inner dissatisfaction. But he quickly regained his composure. Kuroiwa, I am Marate, and the mission to defeat the Ghoul and the god of death has begun, but I hope you must save your lives. A horse is already on its way here, you just need to hold it back. It is a mission to crusade against the god of death, and it is also a mission for me to ask you to protect your own lives. Do you understand, Hey Pan? Marutsai said with tears. Ha ha ha, Amaru, it's not that serious, but we will definitely come back safely. After all, we have agreed to drink together. Hey Pinyan's honest smile made a promise. But the smile disappeared soon, and he said dully, everyone, let's start attacking the guy in front of us. Amaru said that Arima is already on the way, we just need to hold him back. The few people looked at each other and expressed their understanding, but it was nothing but Shizao. His face still had the same crazy smile as before, and the moment he saw Feng Yu, his fighting spirit continued to emerge. This made his breathing quicken. Hoo-ha, he looks so powerful, I really want to chop him to death. Suzuya Jizo said. On the side, Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yuki felt a slight pain in their temples. Shizao, this guy is not weak, don't act rashly. Shinohara Yuki said. After hearing his words, Suzuya Jizo looked thoughtful. Suzuya, we are going up, follow us, we will cover you. The new bodies of Kuropanyan and Shinohara Yuki made a sound, and a faint blush spread. This was the new, eating their flesh and blood. Hearing the words, Ujingan and Faji are also ready for battle. Superior, Kuropanyan shouted and rushed directly to the front with Yuki Shinohara. The two stood side by side, with an aura that one man was in charge and no one could stop them. Ujing County followed closely behind, and Faji stood on the spot, staring at Feng Yu. Kuink in hand has already been prepared. I believe that as long as Feng Yu shows a slight flaw, he will be greeted by a bombardment of cannon fodder. Seeing that they were still using their newly arrived tactics, Feng Yu glanced sideways, picked up Feng Kungongshan's body unhurriedly, and put it aside. Just stay here for a while. Feng Yu murmured softly. Then the figure turned into an afterimage, and the armor of his hands appeared. Bang! The attacks of Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yuki were directly blocked by him with one hand, while the other hand blocked the attacks of Uigun and Suzuya Shizo who were hiding behind them. Do you think a sneak attack can hurt me? Feng Yu's voice rang in their ears, which gave He Pinyan an ominous premonition. I saw that the surface of the giant hand formed by the scarlet armor began to squirm, and thin lines visible to the naked eye began to wrap around their kuink. No, leave quickly. Black Pinyan shouted and quickly wanted to stay away from Feng Yu. However, the four of them felt that kuink in their hands was embedded in Feng Yu's Jahe giant claws, and could not move at all no matter how hard they struggled. In the distance, FAC seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and the kuink in his hand began to accumulate energy. Seeing this, Feng Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He swung it hard, and when he released the weapon in his hand, the bodies of the four of them were already in the air. Before they could react, a whip kicked the four of them away. FAC cursed secretly, pulled the trigger, and powerful energy shot out. It streaked across the dark night like a gorgeous shooting star. Then there was a violent explosion. The fire soared into the sky, and Feng Yu's figure could not be reflected for a moment. Hoji was still searching for Feng Yu's figure, but he heard Shinohara Yuki's shout in the distance. "Faci, be careful, that guy is behind you." When he suddenly turned his head, he was greeted by Feng Yu's fist. The strong wind of the fist whizzed past his ears. FAC subconsciously opened fire, but in an instant, Feng Yu grabbed the gun body and pulled the trigger. Directly twist the direction of the muzzle, the huge energy turns into a blue light and shoots towards the sky, and then turns into fireworks to embellish the battle. Crack! La Division's kuink was instantly disabled, and he himself was kicked away by Feng Yu. Looking at the scrapped Faci kuink in his hand, Feng Yu threw it away like trash. This guy's strength has become stronger again. Black Pinyon looked at Feng Yu's back and said secretly. He couldn't believe that several people were knocked to the ground just by looking at each other. The plan can be said to be very good. The two of them charge and open the way for Yuegun and Jizo to relay the sneak attack. Unexpectedly, the attacks of the four people did not even cut off the Hezi shell on his body. On the contrary, Feng Yu's Hezi also showed strange abilities. If he had been more decisive at that time and let go of the weapon earlier, the judge would not have been afraid of the safety of several people and failed to shoot in time. But now, the La Division's kuink is scrapped, which proves that one of them has lost the ability to fight. The situation is even more embarrassing. Afterwards, Feng Yu destroyed the kuinks of several people one by one, and found that they had no power to resist anymore. So he slowly walked to the body of Feng Kun Gongshan and picked him up slowly. Snowflakes were flying in the sky, and he walked forward step by step. Several people just watched helplessly as he took Feng Kun Gongshan's body away but were unable to do anything. Damn it! It seemed that Feng Yu heard Yu Jingzhen's words, or it was something else. Feng Yu stopped and looked into the distance. "I saw a figure flying slowly from a distance. It was Noro, the guard of Takatsuki Spring." He stopped in front of Feng Yu and took over Feng Kun Gongshan's body, and then slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. That is at this moment. The entire District 20 began to riot, and countless members of the Bronze Tree who had been ambushing appeared from every corner. A more intense battle has begun. Chapter 264 Trading Injury for Injury. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 261 313. Chapter 264 Trading Injury for Injury. Suddenly, with the coffee shop as the center, countless buildings collapsed, hitting the CCG members who had not yet reacted on the ground. Chaos, screams, death. Countless CCG members who did not come and those who evaded were smashed into pieces by the collapsed houses. Bronze trees also appeared on various defense lines. They were all uniform, wearing red cloaks and white ghost masks. Except for the leading few, the rest were all dressed in this way. Although several CCG teams had previously had a decrease in personnel after fighting with the Black Dog and Demon Ape organizations. However, with its powerful firepower output, the CCG still formed an evenly matched situation with the Bronze Tree organization. Even the strength of the middle and upper levels is the same. Although several quasi-special kuinks were damaged before, new kuinks were quickly replaced, but their power was not as good as before. Strong combat awareness and skills make it as easy as cutting a melon between the middle and upper level CCG players and the lower level players in the Bronze Tree. Although the strength of the bottom layer of the Bronze Tree has improved a bit, they have not received formal training after all, and they can be easily killed by ordinary guns and ammunition. In the final analysis, the Ghoul just has Hezi as a weapon, and the attributes and self-healing ability of the entire body have been enhanced several times. Essentially as fragile as ordinary humans. After Feng Yu defeated He Pinyan and the others in several face-to-face encounters, he sat quietly aside, which puzzled He Pinyan and the others. "Hey Pan, what do you mean by this guy? Why didn't he kill us?" Yuki Shinohara asked. "I don't know, but I feel like he is waiting for someone." Black Pinyan frowned and said. At this time, several people lost kuink and had no chance of winning. They could only report to the team to recover their physical strength and stabilize their injuries. Especially Kuroiwa and Shinohara Yuki, because they knew, when fighting, no matter how strong their bodies are, they cannot withstand the long-term devouring of new. As soon as the new was liberated, the devastated body was exposed in front of everyone. His whole body was covered in blood, and his mouths were open one by one under his clothes. It was as if some monster had eaten it, which was horrifying to watch. Ahem. With just a little tug, Kuroganyan and Shinohara Yuki felt severe pain in their bodies, and scarlet blood began to flow from the corners of their mouths. In this battle, the two acted as forwards and tanks, always withstanding the greatest pressure and giving their teammates space to output. Of course, all kinds of attacks will naturally fall on them. Just like Feng Yu's blow just now, most of the power was absorbed by the two people. No matter how powerful the new increase was, it could not withstand Feng Yu's frontal blow. Mr. Shinohara. Seeing Shinohara Yuki coughing up blood, Suzuya Jizo couldn't help but worry. The boy who has never experienced being valued and protected by others is gradually recovering the lost emotions and tenderness in his relationship with Yuki Shinohara. I'm fine, Shizao. Thanks to you this time, we can successfully defeat the one-eyed owl. I'm just sorry for putting you in such a dangerous situation. Shinohara Yuki's eyes were filled with relief and pride, but also with shame and self-blame. He is gratified and proud because he has cultivated such an outstanding junior, and ashamed and self-blame for putting him in such a dangerous situation. In their opinion, Feng Yu did not kill them, but because he regarded them as prisoners and his life and death were in his hands. Mr. Shinohara, I'm going to kill him. A gloom flashed in Suzuya Jizo's eyes, and at the same time, he moved his body little by little to the damaged sickle Kuink. The same goes for Uigun and Hoji. Although they have secretly informed Maru Tezai to send someone a new Kuink, they cannot just sit here and wait for death. Kuropanyan and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other, and their years of tacit understanding made them understand each other. Enduring the pain in his body, he stared at Feng Yu while waiting for a period of time. Feng Yu, who was sitting in the distance, looked at the Anding district with thick smoke everywhere and sighed slightly in his heart. Feng Yu had already noticed Black Pinyan's little moves. He said calmly, I don't want to kill you, so can you please sit aside quietly? There were explosions all around, but his voice fell clearly on He Pinyan's ears. This made them shiver inside. Just when Suzuya Jizo was about to pick up the sickle secretly, Kuink's hand couldn't help but tremble a few times after the sound fell, and finally put it down silently. At the same time, after this, several people looked at Feng Yu with a hint of fear. Feng Yu just sat there quietly, but he could feel that he was exuding a terrifying power, just like a mortal meeting a god, unable to raise a trace of resistance. The goose-down white snow dotted the darkness, but under the darkness, the death mask on Feng Yu's face kept enlarging. They even saw the shadow of the death god standing behind Feng Yu staring at them. At the same time, there seemed to be a hint of loneliness and sadness, as if the young man sitting in front of him did not belong to this world. Independent from the world, the battle continued, but as time passed, CCG's rescue finally arrived, and they began to gradually gain the upper hand. There are corpses, blood, and broken walls everywhere. No one knows how many people died on the entire battlefield, whether they were ghouls or not. The battle between Kaneki and Amon Kotaro has also reached a fever pitch. Let me pass, can you? Jin Mu said with gloomy eyes, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Sorry, no, I won't let you pass. Kotaro Armin decisively refused, and then the Kuink in his hand separated and turned into a pair of swords. Holding two swords in his hands, Amon Kotaro's momentum suddenly changed. Maybe even he himself doesn't know that his strength has been upgraded to another level without knowing it. And on him, a familiar shadow can be seen faintly. Kuink Collector, also known as Mato Akira's father, Mano Wuhu. The two men were fighting very fiercely, and even though the smoke billowing from the scene obscured their sight, they could still feel the fluctuations of the battle coming from the smoke. Kotaro Amon's every move was filled with determination to kill, while Gang Kaneoki seemed to be constantly avoiding and not wanting to hurt anyone. And this also gave Kotaro Armin the opportunity to change his fighting strategy, from the original sure-kill fight to a fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries. This made Kaneki not pay attention for a moment. After dodging Kotaro Amon's knife, he hurriedly launched a counterattack. But the next moment, Jin Mu's eyes widened, and a touch of warm blood splashed on his face. At the same time, the mask on his face split into two parts as soon as the red light flashed. Then came the severe pain in Hebao's position. I've had enough, I must kill you here, even if it means losing my life. Armin Kotaro vomited blood and shouted, holding knives in both hands, half kneeling on the ground. The wound in his abdomen was still bleeding. With the blow just now, he was directly penetrated by linhei and rushed to the front of Jinmu, slashed with a knife, and then quickly cut off the linhei that penetrated the body, turned around and slashed at the location of Jinmu's bag with a knife. It has to be said that this blow caused fatal injuries to both of them. The massive flow of blood made Kotaro Armin's body become weaker and weaker, and finally he fell to the ground. And Jin Mu's situation is not easy either. Hebao is the source of all the abilities of the Ghoul, and it is also the fatal weakness of the Ghoul. The destruction of Hebao means losing the ability to fight. Jin Mu covered his face, and a small knife mark fell on his face. If he hadn't reacted a second faster with the blow just now, his whole head would have been cut in half. While still feeling frightened, a strong feeling of weakness came over me. Chapter 265 Arima Noble General. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 262 313. Chapter 265 Arima Noble General. The battle of firepower continued on the entire battlefield, but the Bronze Tree side had begun to gradually retreat with the arrival of the CCG rescue team. Feng Yu, whose mental power has recovered to a certain extent, sensed that in some relatively chaotic battlefields, people from the Bronze Tree were secretly picking up corpses. Yes, that's right, it's just picking up corpses. They took advantage of the chaos of heavy artillery fire to seize the weak and injured CCG investigators one by one and secretly move them to the battlefield. After each transfer is successful, an explosion will occur in that area to cover it up. Among them are Amon Kotaro, who was seriously injured by Kaneki, and the SS-level Ghoul, Owl, Takizawa Masamiki in the original work. He was not injured by Kaneki, but captured by Datara, who came to take revenge. The white gun-shaped Kuink was also seized by Datara. The moment it was seized, Feng Yu could feel the sadness radiating from Tatara's body. Fei, I found you. After Tatara murmured, he began to call his subordinates to retreat. On the other hand, Feng Yu was still sitting in front of He Pinyan and the others and never left. Until, an armored vehicle started to park not far away. It was also at this time that Feng Yu's face finally showed a smile. He stood up with a smile and stared at the person getting off the car. You are finally here, Arima Kisho. It was snowing heavily, and as soon as Arima Kisho got out of the car, he seemed to notice something, and his eyes immediately met Feng Yu's. The indifferent expression that had remained unchanged for thousands of years now had a hint of doubt, but it quickly disappeared. He raised his glasses. He has white hair and wears a white robe, like the white god of death in the dark night. Just standing there can make people feel a strong sense of oppression. But for Feng Yu, he didn't care. For the actor in the original work, the stronger Arima Kisho is, the happier he will be. In this way, you will get more world essence by defeating him. Feng Yu is confident. If he uses all his firepower, Arima Noble Shogun will definitely not be able to compare with him. But let's test the waters first. After all, he is the ceiling of strength in this world. Not only is his combat power at the peak, but his strategies and combat skills are also top-notch. And his kunks are not simple at all. They are all made by the SS-level Ghoul Hezi. They are powerful and have special characteristics that other kunks do not have. With the arrival of Kisho Arima, everyone in CCG felt like they had found a backbone, and their momentum continued to rise. Is it finally here? He and Shumasa looked at the Arima noble general in the smoke from a distance and murmured. I've been waiting for you for a long time, CCG's undefeated god of death, noble Shogun Arima. I just don't know who is stronger than me, a ghoul of death. Feng Yu said. Arima Kisho didn't speak, he just glanced at the Black Rock and others who had lost their ability to fight. Seeing that they were not seriously injured, he signaled them to leave with his eyes. Black Rock also understood instantly, so he urged them to leave quickly. Suzuya Jizo, on the other hand, had a curious face. He could clearly feel the emotional changes of others, and the appearance of Arima Kisho can cause everyone present to initiate huge changes, which makes him extremely curious in his heart and wants to find out what is going on. His eyes were also full of desire. Shinohara Yukini noticed Suzuya Jizo's intention and quickly advised, Suzuki, let's go first, don't hinder the battle with Matt here. I'll tell you who he is after it's over. Let's go now, okay. Shinohara Yukini touched Suzuya Jizo's head, and Suzuya Jizo nodded thoughtfully, and then the few people moved away from Arima Kisho and Fenga. Standing far away, Feng Yu is dressed in black robes, while Arima Noble General is dressed in white robes, one black and one white. One is the SSS level Ghoul Death, and the other is the CCG White Death. The people in He Pinyan who had seen Feng Yu's strength also became nervous. This is not just a confrontation between ghouls and the top strength of CCG, but more like a face-to-face battle. Once Arima Kisho loses, it means that CCG is not as strong as Ghoul, which is something no one wants to see. Feng Yu had a death mask on his face and couldn't see the changes in his expression, but Arima Kisho could feel the pure fighting spirit emanating from him. There was no fighting spirit mixed with any other thoughts, as if the person in front of him just wanted to have a fight with himself. Before that, he had also read information about this ghoul, the god of death. When they met face to face, Arima Kisho already had a judgment in his heart. The person in front of him is very strong, even stronger than Takatsuki Izumi. He can be said to be the strongest opponent he has ever encountered in his life. This made him frown. Originally, the situation between the ghouls and the CCG was evenly matched. The ghouls had the SSS level one-eyed owl, Izumi Takatsuki, while the CCG had his White Death. But now there is an opponent more powerful than Takatsuki Izumi, which shows that the situation has been broken. The breeze gently blew through the tips of their hair, and goose down and fine snow fell. The shell of Feng Yu's body began to appear, white skeleton scales covered his body, and an extremely tall god of death appeared. An unprecedented sense of oppression swept across all directions. The momentum soared into the sky, stirring up the air currents in all directions. On top of the skeleton's shell, the snowflakes turned into a white mist and evaporated into the sky before they even touched it. The death mask also seemed to come to life, and the bloody mist began to gather behind him. A shadow larger than the shell of Feng Yuhezi appeared, with scarlet eyes staring at the Arima noble general in front of him. That guy didn't use all his strength just now. Seeing such a scene, He Pinyan said helplessly. Arima Kisho did not change his expression, and he slowly opened the briefcase in his hand. Crack. The box was opened, and a white sword was held in his hand. Kunk Narukami. The weapons here are not simple, they have three forms. The first mode is to transform Narukami into a cannon-like form, emitting electric current over a wide range over a long distance. The second mode is to transform Narukami into a pincer-like form, releasing many small electric balls. The third mode is to transform Narukami into a sword-like form, with the power concentrated on one point. It has a very high ability to track electrical effects, making it very difficult to avoid its blows. As if feeling that one kuink was not enough, Arima Kisho took out a briefcase again. Soon, a new kuink appeared in his other hand. Kunk. IXA. It can transform into a spear as a means of attack, a shield as a means of defense, and it can also transform into multiple spiral spikes to strike the enemy. It is a great killer with excellent balance and a deformation mechanism. With two weapons in hand, the fighting spirit has reached its peak. Feng Yu was the first to launch an attack. His huge body was like a driving mecha. He quickly shot into lightning and turned into a ghost. His armors formed into cones and stabbed Arima Noble Shogun. Boo-hoo. Everyone only saw Feng Yu's waving arms turning into afterimages, cutting through the air and causing shocks all around. Arima Kisho kept dodging, taking off his white coat while jumping, revealing the black combat uniform underneath, with bulging muscles. His steps were light, and he avoided Feng Yu's attacks like a dragonfly on water, and reached the other side as soon as his feet landed. While dodging, he kept waving Kunk Narukami in his hand. Rods of yellow spherical lightning shot out and landed on Feng Yu's body, making a zzz sound. Lightning fell on him, and a numbing feeling swept through his body, but it did not cause any harm. Chapter 266 Onikiri in hand. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 263 313. Chapter 266 Onikiri in hand. Arima Kisho seemed to have discovered this, so the Narukami in his hand suddenly began to deform, changing from the original gun shape to a sword. The blade is dazzling, with a hint of sharpness. Feng Yu's huge body is like a moving target, and Arima Kisho's strength and speed are top-notch. Every attack from Feng Yu was skillfully dodged or blocked by him. When Feng Yu saw this, he also said that he would change his attack method and use both the white bone scale he and the armor he on his body. Linhei acts as control interference, and Jahei as the main attack. But soon, Feng Yu gave up. Arima Kisho, who was constantly jumping and dodging in front of him, held weapons in both hands. Whether it was Ren or Kahi, as long as he couldn't dodge the attack, the black Kunk Ixa would turn into the shape of a shield. As soon as the shield blocked it, Narukami immediately cut off the other hand. The sword light flashed, and Linhei and Jahei could be easily cut off by him. He is like a Western knight, holding a shield and a sword. The attack method is extremely elegant, as expected of Arima Noble General. But do you think this is my true strength? As soon as he finished speaking, the shell of Feng Yu's body changed again. Rows of red feather-like shells covered his back. The whole body exuded a trace of red mist. The shadow of the god of death behind him squirmed, and then a pair of armor appeared. On him, his eyes widened with anger. Arima Kisho frowned slightly, but soon disappeared, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he instantly rushed to Feng Yu. Waving Narukami and Kunk Ixa in his hands, a two-pronged attack directly cut open the shell of Feng Yu Hazy, who had no time to resist. Tear, zzzz. The sounds of flesh and blood separation and electroshock therapy rang in my ears, followed by severe pain. Snort. Feng Yu groaned, his eyes glowed red, and he punched him directly. The next second, the sounds of dang and click sounded, and dust and mist flew around because of the fluctuations in the battle between the two, blocking other people's sight. Others couldn't see clearly what happened. They only saw red and white lights flashing through the fog, followed by a violent explosion. Wait until the dust and fog dissipates. Feng Yu's huge body came into view first, while in the distance was the Arima Noble General standing calmly. A big crater appeared around him, and it was obvious that the explosion just occurred right there. Arima Kisho raised his eyes and glanced at the Kunk Ixa in his hand. There were obvious cracks on it, but before he could think for a moment, Feng Yu had already rushed forward and struggled with him again. After just liberating his strength, Feng Yu's strength increased again, his fists were as powerful as the wind, and his figure was like a ghost. The speed and power of each blow are much higher than before. It is precisely because of this that Feng Yu's attack can finally keep up with Arima Kisho's dodge. This forced Takaho Arima to continue to use Kunk Ixa to resist. The two of them fought back and forth, but it was painful for the people watching around them. The fluctuations in the battle between the two caused continuous explosions within 50 meters, buildings collapsed, and flames shot into the sky. The baptism of darkness and war, the embellishment of snowflakes and death. This made everyone want to stay away from the two people, not wanting to be affected. As the two of them fought, some high-level combat forces who had finished the battle began to turn their attention to this place. While sighing at the strength of Arima Kisho, he was resentful that he couldn't step forward to help. This also inspired the fighting spirit of everyone in CCG. After all, there is no one who does not desire to become stronger. Mr. Arima is really awesome. Yes, I wish I had 1/3 of Mr. Arima's strength. That damn ghoul is actually so strong. I don't know if Mr. Arima can kill him here. Damn the world, we just killed a one-eyed owl, and now a god of death comes out. How miserable we humans are. When will our CCG be able to have a special class like Arima Noble Shogun again? As the battle lasted longer, more and more people paid attention. Even Tatara, Takatsuki Izumi and others who had already evacuated were watching. Hey, Tatara, Feng Yu is really awesome. He can even tie with CCG's White Death. Takatsuki Izumi said. However, Tatara did not answer, but frowned. He felt threatened by Feng Yu's strength. If Feng Yu is loyal to the bronze tree, then it will be the icing on the cake for their plan. But in normal times, he could feel that Feng Yu was more in a state of uncertainty regarding the bronze tree organization. He only joined temporarily and could leave at any time. But inside the bronze tree, apart from Takatsuki Izumi, no one could stand up to him. Feelings of uneasiness welled up in my heart. Feng Yu already had a follow-up plan in his mind, so at this moment he knew that Jay's state could only be 50-50 for Arima Kisho. After the two collided and distanced themselves again, Feng Yu dispersed Hezi's outer shell. However, the fighting spirit on his body and the shadow of the god of death have not disappeared. Seeing Feng Yu dispersing the shell of Hezi, Arima Kisho and everyone onlookers didn't understand what this meant. What does this ghoul mean? Is he going to surrender? As expected, Matt and others are the strongest. Idiot, your eye saw that ghoul was about to surrender. ... While everyone was talking about it, Arima Kisho was also filled with doubts, but the expression on his face did not change and remained indifferent. Lifting his glasses, Arima Kisho looked at Feng Yu calmly. Arima, you are indeed very strong. Even my Herculean form can only equal you, so I decided to use my best strength to defeat you. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red knife appeared out of thin air in Feng Yu's hand. What is that? It looks like a knife. It's so scary. Just looking at the knife makes me feel the threat of death. When did that guy take out the knife? Did you see it? ... Interesting. Feng Yu-kun, how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? Takatsuki Izumi was extremely excited at the moment, with scarlet eyes and a crazy smile, which made her look like a yandere. With Onikiri in his hand, he made a buzzing sound, as if to express his joy, surrounded by blood-red sword energy, and a blood-red giant sword began to condense in the hands of the shadow of the god of death behind him. The pressure on Arima Kisho on the opposite side increased dramatically. He felt that after Feng Yu got the Onikiri, his whole aura changed. Killing, bloodlust, death, chaos and the combination of man and sword. He holding the Onikiri as a sharp sword in the eyes of Arima Kisho. Feeling the familiar power and companions, Feng Yu looked at Arima Kisho and smiled. This is all my power, are you ready? Chapter 267 Arima Noble General is defeated. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 264 313. Chapter 267 Arima Noble General is defeated. That guy is really weird. He is very powerful. He is surrounded by weird shadows, and a weird sword appears out of thin air. Is it possible that the sword is Kuink? It doesn't look like it to me. Although there are some ghouls who use Kuink to fight, I have an intuition that the sword in his hand must not be Kuink. ... People outside the field were already anxious, because the pressure on Feng Yu at this moment was really terrifying. And they noticed that even Arima Kishu's expression changed. A chill swept through their bodies, and some legs with weak psychological defenses began to tremble. We must win, Matt is waiting for us. Come on, Matt and others are here to give these damn ghouls some color and let them see how powerful our CCG is. ... Some people have started shouting and cheering to dispel the fear in their bodies and hearts. Even He Shojung's face was extremely solemn. Then, be careful, Noble General Arima. Feng Yu roared, and Onikiri's bloody sword energy spread across the air. His figure had already turned into an afterimage, and it was so fast that people outside the venue saw only a red light passing by. A huge death crisis emerged in Arima Kisho's heart, and he felt a chill on his neck. Reacting instinctively, Shuangkung Narukami and Ixa changed into sword and shield forms to block the front, and their bodies also quickly made evasive movements. But at this time, Arima Kisho felt that everything around him had slowed down, including wind speed, sound time, etc. His body felt as heavy as lead, and the bloody sword in his eyes was getting closer and closer. He understood that it was not that the flow around him had slowed down, but that his enemy's sword moves were too fast for him to dodge, too fast for him to dodge. Arima Kisho's eyes widened. People outside the field only saw Feng Yu disappearing, while Arima Kisho stood there blankly and spread out his defensive posture. A red light flashed, and Arima Kisho felt a chill on his neck, followed by a click, click, click sound in his ears. You lose, Arima Noble Shogun. Feng Yu's voice rang in his ears, and he turned around to look. Feng Yu had already cut the ghost into the scabbard, leaving a back figure for him to stop and look up at. I actually lost. Haha, I didn't expect that I actually lost. Arima Kisho muttered absently. The two kunkes in my hands had already been broken into two pieces. It fell to the ground with a clang sound. This scene immediately shocked everyone's hearts, and there seemed to be a click in their minds as Arima Ki split Kunk in half and dropped it to the ground. Arima Kisho was defeated by a ghoul. From today on, the name of the undefeated god of death will disappear completely. How could this happen? How could we lose with Matt waiting? This is not true. This must not be true. How could Matt and the others lose to a mere ghoul? You tell me, this is not true, I must be dreaming. ... The investigator who has always been idolized by Takahiro Arima in the CCG was also in a trance at this time and could not believe what he saw. Their beliefs and worldview are shattered. That guy is really too powerful. Yuki Shinohara was so sad. Oh, this has happened, and these juniors who have always believed in horses don't know how to comfort me. Heipenyan looked at the people crying uncontrollably and sighed, feeling extremely worried in his heart. Arima Kisho did not speak, but raised his glasses and gently wiped away the faint blood stains on his neck with his fingers as if nothing had happened. Start cleaning up the scene. The cold wind was biting and snowflakes were flying, causing Arima Kishu's white hair to sway in the air. Arima's voice reached the ears of Marutsai, who was crying, and he was immediately frightened. It's great to have Matt waiting for you and you'll be fine. You'll be fine, I thought. Marutsai wiped away his tears excitedly. Those damn boys, none of them spoke. I thought you had already. Marutsai secretly cursed a few times, then took out a loudspeaker and cursed. You brats, what are you doing with Matt waiting and nothing happens? No one has failed at that moment. The one-eyed owl is dead, is there still a death left? It has cheered me up. Don't forget your original intention of joining CCG. We seniors don't teach you to rely on others. Only when you are strong can you be truly powerful. It's not shameful to lose once, but it's shameful to be a loser who will live or die if you lose once. Think about your past and look at your comrades who have died on the battlefield. What reason do you have to lose your fighting spirit here? What would we humans do if it weren't for us? Are you going to live up to everyone's hopes? The more Marutsai scolded, the more excited he got, and of course it became more and more unpleasant. But it was indeed effective. When those who were absent-minded heard Marutsai's words, it was as if they had taken a tranquilizer and began to regain their fighting spirit. Black Rock and Shinohara Yuki looked at each other and smiled helplessly. This kid Amaru is really. But he is right. Although Matt is waiting for defeat this time, we cannot lose the fighting spirit in our hearts, otherwise we will let those damn ghoul laugh. Everyone, follow the arrangements and clean up the battlefield quickly. If you find a living ghoul, suppress it quickly. People from various teams moved quickly, police car bells and other sounds began to pierce the sky, and the entire Anding district was completely closed. But, in a certain small shop, just like the original work, Kaneki, who was injured and on the verge of death, was saved by a Nagakon heir lurking in a dark corner. Looking at his former good friend, Jinmu shed tears of grief. However, Nagakon Hideyoshi had a smile and concern on his face. After the two exchanged a few words, Nagata Hideyoshi did not answer why Kaneki appeared here, but looked at him blankly and said, Kaneki, eat me. I know that as long as a ghoul eats human flesh, then your injuries will be healed. No, I can't. Ying, go away, leave me alone, just let me atone for the sins of this world. Jinmu suppressed the bloodthirsty desire deep in his heart and turned his eyes away from him. However, Nagakon Hideyoshi said directly and gently, we are best friends, how could I just watch you die? Kaneki, do you still remember that we agreed to always be good friends? It's okay, it's really okay. Don't think so much, and don't take everything on yourself. You and I can help you. Nagakon Eira pulled Kaneki into his arms and gently patted his back with one hand. Wen Yan, the last line of defense in Kaneki's heart completely collapsed, and all the grievances he had suffered from becoming a ghoul to now were vented out with tears out of control. He was like a child, hiding in the arms of Yingliang Nagakon for comfort. I don't know how long it took, Jinemu's vision became increasingly blurry, and then he fell asleep. Wait until you regain consciousness. Kaneki fell to his knees. Britain, Chapter 268 The Collapse of Jinmu. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 265 313. Chapter 268 The Collapse of Jinmu. Kaneki stared blankly at the already bloody Nagakon Hideyoshi and was speechless for a while. Feeling the familiar taste lingering in the corner of his mouth, a feeling of sadness and despair surged into his heart. Ying, no. Don't leave me. I'm sorry, it's all because of me, it's all because of me. If I wasn't a ghoul, I wouldn't be like this. Ying, what would I do in a world without you? Jinmu knelt on the ground, tears already wet his cheeks, and the memories of the past appeared in his mind one after another. The hand stretched out by the boy with yellow hair was so gentle and warm. In a world full of coldness and malice, it was that boy who gave him warmth and sunshine, allowing him to step out of the dark world. But now, the young man fell to the ground and no longer responded. Jinemu's heart was in great pain, it was a heartbreaking pain of falling into the abyss. Anding district is gone, the store manager is gone, and now my best friend Hideyoshi Nagakon is gone too. Jinemu's spiritual world collapsed, and the last remaining nostalgia disappeared completely. He gently wiped Nagakon Hideyoshi's cheek, slowly covered him with a white cloth, and carried him out of the shop. The sky was gloomy, as if I felt something, the cold wind was blowing, and the snowflakes were flying. Just like that, he lowered his head and walked towards the people in CCG step by step. It's a blindfold, please be careful. Quick alert. Everyone turned their attention to Jinmu, not knowing what he meant, let alone what he was holding in his arms. The white cloth swayed gently in the cold wind, and it was vaguely possible to see a person. There was an investigator who wanted to attack, but was stopped by Haepinyan and others. Jinmu approached step by step, and the CCG people made way for him, consciously standing in 2 rows, watching his every move. Kaneki came less than 2 meters away from noble Shogun Arima, and gently put down Eira Nagadika, while he knelt on the ground and begged, please, save Eira. Quote, the CCG people formed a circle around Jinmu and kept approaching him. But he never raised his head, but kept pleading. Arima Kisho walked up to him, and after having Eira Nagakon carried away, he looked at his head quietly without a single ripple in his eyes. Kill me, I am a sinner. Only my death can atone for my sins. Kaneki looked up with tears streaming down his face. Seeing that Nagakon Hideyoshi was treated by CCG, his face showed relief. Then he opened his hands directly, fell back on his back, and waited quietly for Arima Kisho to end his life. After watching it like this for a minute, Arima Kisho took action. The previous kunker had been damaged and was being transported back to CCG's headquarters. But there were other kuinks in his hands, just like in the original work, one with the same appearance as Kuink, Ixa. Tear. Arima Kisho's hand pressed down hard, and Kaneki's blood stained a snowflake red. After the battle in Anding district, CCG can be regarded as a small victory or a big defeat. The small victory was because their first target, the one-eyed owl, was successfully defeated, and the big defeat was because of Feng Yu. The strongest person in CCG lost to a ghoul. This is a shame and a collapse of faith. Public opinion also moved towards the CCG headquarters. News items were broadcast on TV and newspapers flew across the streets. The CCG headquarters was also in chaos. At this time, they not only have to calculate the number of people who died in this battle, but also the cost of damage to various buildings and so on. A series of events have made CCG managers extremely busy. Bronze Tree also fell silent after getting Fengkun Gongshen's body. However, Feng Yu was nowhere to be seen. After another period of precipitation, CCG finished processing the data, and the Bronze Tree was also conducting various human experiments day and night. Akihiro Kano was extremely excited as his strong bodies were soaked in the nutrient solution. There was a tall corpse lying in a huge petri dish in the middle of the laboratory. The corpse had begun to look erratic at this time. Its organs had been cut off with sharp tools, and the flat incisions were clearly visible, but no one felt sorry for the owner of this corpse. The one-eyed owl that used to be so notorious has now become like this, which makes people sigh. In the laboratory, there were screams and wailings from the dark dungeons. The owner of the voice seemed to be suffering endless torture, just like Kaneki was treated by the gecko inside the dome house. Well, that's good. All the data of the experimental owl are normal and the adaptability is very high. You can continue to increase the dosage. Experimental subject number 1 collapsed and lost vital signs. Another failure. Kano Akihiro recorded the status data of each experimental body in the dungeon through the glass. If someone from CCG were here, they might be able to recognize how familiar the faces of these experimental subjects are. All the people who were captured by the Bronze Tree were transformed into ghouls by Kano Akihiro. Perhaps because he saw the power of Kaneki, Bronze Tree wanted to create ghoul legions that were as powerful as Kaneki. It's just that things went counterproductive. The strength of the transplanted Hezi host mainly depends on the strength of Hezi's original owner. The strength of the ghoul transformed from ordinary ghouls by Hezi is also low, and cannot achieve the same effect as Kaneki at all. However, Hezi, who is a good person in Fangkun, is extremely powerful and has too high physical requirements for the transplanted host. Currently, under the operation of Akihiro Kano, only one person has achieved a perfect fit. All the others died, and only one failed but was still alive. After the battle in the Anding district, Feng Yu did not go back to the Bronze Tree organization, but disappeared alone among the crowd. Now he has changed his face. He was not very old originally and was still in the prime of his youth. Thanks to his miraculous disguise skills, he is now a transfer student from a university in Daxia. With the ability of mind control, an identity is easy for him. During this period of disappearance, he secretly protected the safety of Kirishima Tuka and his party. After they all settled down, he started his next action. CCG headquarters is different and impressive. I hope I can apply for it successfully. Feng Yu pressed the peaked cap on his head and strode into the gate of CCG. Perhaps because too many people were lost in the previous battle in the Anding district, CCG also began to recruit people to become investigators. The body is so perfect that even the RC cell detector in the CCG gate cannot detect Feng Yu's identity. Following the instructions, Feng Yu quickly touched the interview area. After a series of physical tests, Feng Yu successfully passed the interview, and was informed that he would be arranged to go to CCG's investigator school for further training. Only after graduating from the training can he officially go to work. Chapter 269 Kuink. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 266 313. Chapter 269 Kuink. 2 months passed by in a blink of an eye. Because of Feng Yu's excellent physical training and various tests, he graduated early. Whether it is the combat skills or cultural output in the investigator training school, or the spiritual recognition of the CCG, they all received the best ratings in the summary. He was even given the title of the next Arima Noble Shogun, which caused a sensation among the entire CCG leadership. During this period, all of Feng Yu's identity information was presented on the table of CCG executives. From birth to now, however, these Feng Yu had already expected that every piece of information that was impeccable and could not be seen as fake had already been forged by people with the help of their mental control ability. What they saw was what Feng Yu wanted them to see. Sure enough, everything went in the direction Feng Yu expected. Standing on the rostrum of the prosecutor's conference room, Feng Yu talked eloquently. He was not as aloof as some other outstanding graduates. On the contrary, he was approachable and amiable and treated others very well. This gave him a large number of followers in the investigator school. A person who is so outstanding, has a good personality, and is outstanding in appearance, will naturally get the favor of others. Thank you to the leaders, thank you to all the seniors, and thank you to all the partners who have been with me day and night. I have gained a lot from these few months of getting along with each other. After graduating today, I will personally fight against those cannibal ghouls. Here, I swear that we must protect us humans well, and at the same time welcome our friends who have not yet graduated to work hard and contribute to the protection of humanity. Thank you everyone. After Feng Yu bowed, applause suddenly sounded like a thunderstorm in the auditorium. Brother Xuanfeng, I love you. Mr. Kuweifeng is so handsome, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Brother Xuanfeng, you must remember me, I will try my best to catch up with you. ... Various cheers were mixed with voices covering their faces and crying, and the training teachers' faces were filled with pride when they saw this. Such an outstanding junior was trained by them. You must know that the original Arima Kisho was a legend of CCG. The people who originally trained Arima Kisho were extremely proud. What an exciting moment it is to now personally handle and witness a junior who will be as good as noble Shogun Arima in the future. Listening to them calling the name Xuanfeng, Feng Yu nodded with a smile, and then slowly left the table under the eyes of everyone. The name Xuanfeng was changed by Feng Yu to prevent old acquaintances in the Bronze Tree organization from recognizing him. Now his face and name are different from before, so he doesn't have to worry about being recognized. Soon, after the next day, Feng Yu once again stepped into the gate of CCG headquarters, but this time he came not for an interview, but to report. Perhaps because Feng Yu's information was so amazing, he was assigned to work under Heipinyan. Heipinyan and the others have also recovered from the injuries they suffered during the previous battle in the Anding district. After all, although Feng Yu injured them at that time, they did not suffer very serious injuries like in the original work. Looking at the information in his hand, Heipinyan couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. The handsome young man in front of him actually had such powerful strength and wisdom. In just 2 months, it received the highest rating in all tests. Especially the one marked at the end. This boy's future achievements will not be inferior to those of Arima Kisho. The weight of these words is too heavy, but you can't tell anything just by staring at Feng Yu. However, Black Rock saw the figure of Arima Kisho in Feng Yu, with the same confidence and calmness. He had only seen that kind of confidence in mastering everything in Arima Kisho. At this moment, he also understood why Feng Yu was rated as the second Arima noble general. Kuweifeng-kun, you will follow me from now on. My name is Heipinyan. Please give me your guidance in the future. Heipinyan smiled naively, and then stretched out a hand towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu also smiled slightly. Please take care of Mr. Heipinyan in the future. After the two shook hands, Heipinyan hurriedly received a call asking him to go to the meeting. Heipinyan, who originally wanted to take Feng Yu to familiarize himself with the whole building, felt a little embarrassed, so he called others to take Feng Yu to familiarize himself with the place. Soon, a girl with glasses and neat short hair appeared in front of Feng Yu. As soon as the girl saw Feng Yu, she immediately turned red and lowered her head, saying hesitantly, Kuweifeng-kun, you, hello. I am Yingzi. Well, hello. After a brief introduction, Feng Yu frowned slightly. He had no idea what was going on with the girl in front of him. Facing him, she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak clearly. It's over, it's over. Is Mr. Xuanfeng angry? It's all my fault for making him angry. But, Mr. Xuanfeng is so good looking, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to do it. Being alone with Kuweifeng-kun. I will definitely be jealous of Eiko and the others now. Thinking of this, Yingzi glanced at Feng Yu secretly, and her face suddenly flushed even more. When Feng Yu came to the CCG headquarters, his name had already spread among the ordinary CCG investigators. Although he had not met the real person, his handsome face and his potential comparable to Arima Kisho were rumored. It can't help but make people daydream. Ahem, okay, Miss Yingzi, have you seen enough? It's time to help me get familiar with the surrounding environment. Feng Yu coughed slightly, interrupting Yingzi's thoughts. No, Yingzi answered subconsciously, but she quickly reacted and quickly covered her mouth. Her whole face was like a red apple, steaming up. Hey, if I had known better then, I wouldn't have looked so handsome. Sure enough, being handsome is really a worry. Feng Yu held his forehead. In the end, Feng Yu pretended to be angry and calmed Yingzi's throbbing thoughts. At the end of the day, Feng Yu felt that dealing with women was more tiring than going to the battlefield. Because Feng Yu has just joined the CCG, he doesn't have an exclusive kuink yet, so he can only get an ordinary kuink later. Feng Yu chose a kuink sword, and Black Pinyan told him that if he wanted to have a customized and powerful kuink, he could only rely on hunting ghouls to obtain their hibao production. At the same time, you can get merit by defeating the ghouls, and merit represents money and position. To put it simply, as long as you kill more ghouls, you will get more money and the faster you will be promoted. It is undeniable that many people join CCG because of the pressure of life and their hatred of ghouls. It is precisely because of the high welfare benefits that CCG has more and more employees. Chapter 270 Odome. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 267 313. Chapter 270 Odome. Previous. Next day, Feng Yu was called to his side by Heipinyan. Kuweifeng-kun, good morning, we need to go out today. This is information. Please read it carefully and we will be ready to go in a moment. Heipinyan handed the information to Feng Yu, and then kept his eyes on Feng Yu, seeming to be thinking about something. Feng Yu took a closer look and instantly understood what he was going to do today. After a while, Feng Yu replied calmly. Pan Yan is waiting, I'm ready and ready to go at any time. Well, not bad, let's go then. Maybe this is your chance to get your exclusive kuink. ... After that, the two of them drove through the bustling modern streets. The weather was good today, with clear skies. Feng Yu leaned against the window, looking at the bustling crowd, with many thoughts. As if he noticed something, Heipinyan couldn't help but said, everyone is like this for the first time on a mission. They feel anxious and uneasy about what will happen next. I suggest you take a rest for a while. I will call you when you get there. Wake you up. Hepinyan thought that Feng Yu, like other trainee investigators, felt too nervous about his first mission, so he said this. But he didn't know that what Feng Yu was thinking was not the case. Feng Yu smiled slightly and nodded, then squinted his eyes and wandered away. Soon, the two of them arrived at their destination. Oh, gentlemen, are you here to soak in the hot springs or drink flower wine? Seeing Feng Yu and the two get out of the car, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and light makeup came over and asked with a smile. Saga, I heard that the geisha Odom in our store has the best service, so the two of us came here just for her. Money is not an issue, boss lady, I just want to kiss Odom's beauty. Hepinyan chuckled, and then the two followed the woman into the store. The store is very quiet, without the chaos of a romantic place. On the contrary, it has a charm that blends into nature. From time to time, a few songs and Hukan accompaniment came from time to time. Entering the store is a courtyard with a cobblestone path and a creek next to it. The water in the creek is crystal clear and there are groups of fish in it. The trees are lush, the rockeries are towering, and the winding wooden bridge spans the creek, making people unable to help but stop. Both officers, please wait a moment. I will ask Odom to come over and drink with the guests. After the woman lit the sandalwood, she withdrew. The fragrance of sandalwood and the beauty of mountain trees. Soon, a very young girl wearing a wide and gorgeous kimono could not hide her slender figure. Her snow-white cheeks were dim with tears, but her eyebrows were surprisingly handsome, and her thin cherry-red lips all revealed the graceful posture and beauty of the woman in front of her face. However, the moment this woman entered the door, Feng Yu knew that she was a ghoul. And he is not an ordinary ghoul. No matter how much perfume he uses on his body, he cannot cover up the smell of blood. Moreover, Feng Yu also discovered that this ghoul had obviously just eaten. It means that one of their last guests had already entered her belly. As if aware that Feng Yu had been staring at her, Odom gently covered her smile with her hands. The little girl's name is Odom. Today I will accompany the two gentlemen to drink. Arigato, Odom-san, but to say the least, Odom-san is really pretty. Hepinyan smiled honestly and then started pouring the wine. The bleak sound of the strings also sounded at this moment. Odom slowly stood up and began to twist her body, and kept approaching Feng Yu's side intentionally or unintentionally. The exquisite jade hands and thin fingers pretended to touch Feng Yu's body from time to time. Feng Yu just smiled slightly at this, took the wine poured by Hepinyan, and drank it all in one gulp. The three of them each have their own thoughts. Unknowingly, more than half an hour has passed. Odom's dance is also finished. She slightly pursed her lips, her eyes revealed longing, as if she was expecting Feng Yu's evaluation. Miss Odom is indeed the most outstanding geisha in the entire Flower Street. I am already deeply attracted to her. Feng Yu smiled, and Hepinyan on the side said, then it's almost time. Boy Sichuan Feng, it's time for us to leave. After settling the bill, Odom reluctantly stood at the door to say goodbye to the two of them. Halfway, Hepinyan's face, which had been smiling all the time, suddenly sank. Kawake's-kun, what do you think of that Odom lady? I think it's pretty good. She's very pretty and dances great, but... Feng Yu pretended to be suspicious. Just what? Black Rock asked. It's just that she's not a ghoul. I could smell a vague smell of blood on her body, and the lipstick she applied to her lips seemed not to be ordinary lipstick, but laced with drugs. It seems that the humans she hunted did not make any big noise because of the drug on her lips. Feng Yu said, awesome, I deserve to be called the successor of Matt and others. This level of observation is really amazing. So what do we need to do next? Hepinyan praised generously. He did not expect Feng Yu to be able to capture so much information in his first mission. Even he had shortcomings. Feng Yu knew that he was testing himself, so he said without thinking, first, seal off the scene and conduct an arrest operation to prevent ordinary people from being affected. Second, follow her, check where she lives, and do it secretly. Black Pinyan nodded, looked at Feng Yu, and recognized Feng Yu even more in his heart. Wait until night falls. The two of them had been waiting across the road for a long time. Women in beautiful clothes walked out of geisha houses one after another, while Feng Yu and the two watched secretly. Until the girl named Odom walked out during the day, Feng Yu and the others were moved and began to follow her unhurriedly. From the time she left the store until now, Odom has been talking and laughing with a girl in the same store. The relationship between the two seems to be very good, and Juan completely didn't notice the two Feng Yu who were not far behind her. Shizi, then I'll say goodbye to you here. See you tomorrow. Remember to pay attention to your safety. Odom smiled and waved goodbye to the girl beside her. The girl accompanying her gradually moved away, and the smile on Odom's face also turned cold at this moment. Two gentlemen, after following me for so long, do you want to do something to me? Odom turned around, showing a scared expression. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her jade hands brushed her face, looking so pitiful. Marunaka Odom, SS level ghoul and enchantress, please come with us. Chapter 271 The Rampant Half-Hero. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 268 313th. Chapter 271 The Rampant Half-Hero. Hey, little brother, you are really good at joking. But sister, I saw you looking at me like those stinky men today. I was really excited. I wanted to taste your blood. Your flesh and blood and your internal organs. Odom covered her face with her hands and trembled all over, her eyes were red, and sick laughter came from her mouth from time to time. At this moment, she no longer had the elegant posture she had before, but she had changed into another look. Her hair was hanging down 3,000 feet, with a bloody feather behind it, which made her look like a bloody angel who had fallen into the world. Yuhei. No, it turns out to be a Schwangezi ghoul. Heipinyan, who was standing behind Feng Yu, said expressionlessly. It seemed that he was completely relieved about Feng Yu and was not worried about him getting hurt at all. Odom's feathers were like angel wings, protecting her body, while her right hand released the feathers, which were like an awl, extremely sharp. Boy Xuanfeng, be careful, this woman is not simple. As soon as Heipinyan finished speaking, the suitcase in Feng Yu's hand was opened, a burst of mist dissipated, and he was already holding a white long sword in his hand. This is the Kuink weapon that Feng Yu asked Black Pinyan to apply for him before, made by the former S-class Ghoul Kahi. Ordinary new investigators would not have the right to touch this kind of Kuink. They could only rely on merit or defeat the Ghoul on their own. This shows how much CCG attaches great importance to Feng Yu. Kiki, you are so fierce. I can't wait any longer. Please let me pamper you, sister. After saying that, Odom launched an attack directly, her angelic wings fluttered, and the next second turned into an afterimage, with a whooshing sound, as if it cut through the air, and rushed straight to Feng Yu's position. Feng Yu's expression didn't change. Ever since he got the sword in his hand, his aura has changed, even for a great master. Although Odom was very fast, he just turned slightly sideways and directly avoided Odom's attack. The powerful air wave generated by Odom's attack caused a mark on the ground behind Feng Yu. It's amazing. You can dodge my attack. Little brother, you are really amazing. Fine. Feng Yu responded calmly, but the next second, Odom's expression changed and became extremely ferocious. Go to hell, all men deserve to die. Odom suddenly burst into flames, and the long cone transformed from Kahi in her hand released a violent attack like a storm. Even the black rock in the distance was shocked. Judging from the current situation, this Odom's strength was already in the middle level among SS-level ghouls. Black Pinyan tightened his hands slightly, ready to go, ready to rescue Feng Yu at any time. Ah ha ha ha, go die, die, die. Odom screamed crazily, and Feng Yu kept dodging, but it was impossible for the S-level Kuink to withstand Odom's attack. If you block with the long sword in your hand, you may be stabbed into pieces in the next second. He kept retreating, constantly releasing his mental power, observing Odom's physical condition, and at the same time waiting for the opportunity. Although ghouls have more physical strength than ordinary people, there will eventually be a moment when it is exhausted. Sure enough, under this high-intensity attack, Odom gradually began to lose her physical strength. His originally steady breathing began to become rapid. This also allowed Feng Yu to seize the opportunity. After he calmly dodged the fatal blow, the long sword in his hand directly drew a blood mark on Odom's body from bottom to top. PFF'd. Blood splattered and the severe pain made Odom take a few steps back involuntarily. After regaining her footing, Odom's wounds immediately returned to their original state. Baga baga, you stinky man actually hurt me, I will definitely kill you, peel off your skin and cramps, tear apart your bones and drink your blood. As if wanting to see the change in expression on Feng Yu's face, Odom cursed him with the most vicious words. But looking at Feng Yu's relaxed expression, Odom felt that he was playing a trick on her. This made her extremely angry, and painful memories of the past began to flood into her heart. Unforgivable, FK them all, everyone who wants to bully me, go to hell, go to hell. The smell of blood in the air skyrocketed, and the Yuhyuk behind Odom began to change. Pieces of black armor appeared on her body. The original blood-red angel Yuhei became extremely black, like a demon crawling out of hell. The Jahei on his body also changed. If it was a short awl before, it is now in the form of a spear. Feng Yu frowned slightly. He felt that Odom's spirit was going berserk, just like the protagonist Kaneki, who could always trigger the berserk form at critical moments. It's just that he doesn't know what the conditions are for Odom to trigger. Boy Xuanfeng, this guy is actually a half-heir. Let me deal with her with you. Black Pinyan reminded him that he was a newcomer after all and had never experienced fighting on the battlefield, and the half-height ghoul was already extremely dangerous. He just wanted to release his Kuinken, Shin, but was stopped by Feng Yu. Senior Black Rock, I think I can handle it. Feng Yu said, die, die, die. Odom's aura surged, and her face had been wrapped by Hezi to form a coquettish female ghost mask that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. Before Odom could launch her attack, Feng Yu was the first to attack. His speed was very fast, and the long sword in his hand began to change. The sword began to split from the middle, and lasers began to accumulate energy. When he was about to get close to Odom, Feng Yu waved his hand, and the lasers made a sizzling sound and landed directly on Odom, who was still in a state of rage. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded in the silent night. When the thick fog dissipated, a huge figure stood in front of him. It was Odom. It seemed that Feng Yu's attack had angered her. Those blood-red eyes were staring at Feng Yu. Go to hell everyone. Murderous intent suddenly appears. Countless arrow feathers fell from the sky. The moment the arrow feathers fell on Feng Yu, he jumped back to avoid the attack, but before he hit the ground, the arrow feather attack struck again. At the same time, Odom's figure also rushed straight towards her. This time her speed was faster. The black rock in the distance was about to say a warning, but the next second, there was a ding sound, and then a powerful air wave exploded from the direction of Feng Yu. Crack, tear, tear, tear. The sounds of broken iron and cracked flesh spread. Feng Yu also jumped to Heipinyan's side in the next second. Ah! Thick smoke rose from all directions, covering the surrounding area, and only Odom's painful wails could be heard. Looking at the cracked long sword, Feng Yu showed an expression that was indeed true. If I hadn't used my long sword to resist just now, I'm afraid it would have been my own head that split open. Although it has cracked, the battle is over. Feng Yu murmured. Boss Xuanfeng, are you okay? Black Rock asked with concern. Feng Yu shook his head, and when the smoke dissipated, Odom was already lying in a pool of blood, dying. Chapter 272. Grief is new, looking back with tears. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 269 313. Chapter 272. Grief is new, looking back with tears. The night was dim, but there was a ray of moonlight falling, shining on Odom's face. At this moment, she had regained her consciousness. Her body had been destroyed, and she felt her body getting weaker and weaker. She knew that she was going to end her life here today. The tears in the corners of her eyes were mixed with unwillingness and slid down her delicate cheeks. That's good, I can finally have a good sleep. Odom murmured while looking at the waning moon in the sky. Feng Yu and Heipinyan walked to her side and looked at her quietly. Odom seemed to have not seen them and was talking to herself. Humans and ghouls are unique existences in this world. Why do humans hunt ghouls? Why do ghouls need human flesh and blood? Humans are not wrong, and neither are ghouls. I'm not wrong. It's all those men who are wrong, those men who looked at me with disgusting eyes. When Odom said this, her eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Feng Yu, wanting to kill him, but the weakness in her body prevented her from moving. I am an orphan. I have been wandering since I was a child. I have forgotten what my parents look like. I know that they may have been killed by you humans. It was my grandma who took me in. She did not dislike me. Ghoul, on the contrary, gave me the warmth of home, let me eat well, wear nice clothes, and go to school. Originally, I thought the two of us would live happily like this forever. Until one day, Odom was already crying. Feng Yu could feel the pain in her heart and gently took out a tissue from her arms to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Odom was stunned for a moment, and then tears burst out. At the same time, her sobs turned into loud tears, like a girl who had been wronged and suddenly received the care of a stranger. Well, Feng Yu sighed lightly. After crying for a while, she calmed down and said, "Thank you," to Feng Yu, not caring that the injuries on her body were caused by the person who thanked him. That day, that man saw that I was good looking and wanted to do something wrong with me. He followed me to my home and pushed me to the ground. I tried my best to resist, but his strength it was very big, his fist fell on me, I screamed, I wailed. Grandma heard it, and she rushed in and wanted to stop the man, but I was pushed down by a man and my head hit the table. I never woke up. Grandma often told me not to reveal my identity as a ghoul, but when I saw the blood under my grandma's body, I released my ghoul for the first time. I killed the man and ate all his body. I avenged my grandma, but she will never come back. From that moment on, I swore that I would eat all the men who had thoughts about me. I did it, I ate all those men, Grandma. I can protect myself. Feng Yu and Heipinyan didn't expect Odom to have such an experience. No wonder she looked at him with such naked and disgusting eyes in the store. Odom looked at Feng Yu tenderly. I don't blame you, I no longer want to live in this world. As a ghoul, I am satisfied to be cared for by my grandma. Can I ask you something? After I die, I hope you can help me pay homage to my grandma. Her favorite food it's just sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Odom begged. Feng Yu nodded. Odom saw Feng Yu nodding, a smile on her lips, and then she closed her eyes and lost her breath. Feng Yu looked at her in silence, and Heipinyan patted him on the shoulder. This is the job of our investigators. There are bad people among humans, and there are good people among ghouls, but we must be vigilant against all ghouls, and we cannot feel pity for them if they are children, old people, or have tragic life experiences. If this is the case, then it will be the people who suffer in the end. Your merits in defeating SS-level ghouls alone this time are enough to elevate your position to first-class investigator. When you return to the headquarters, you can conduct the medal ceremony. Then let them clean up the scene. After saying that, Heipinyan waved his hand in a certain direction, and a group of armed men suddenly appeared and quickly cleared the traces of the scene. Feng Yu didn't speak when he left, he just leaned against the window and looked at the waning moon in the sky. The next day, the news that Feng Yu succeeded in defeating SS-level ghouls alone spread throughout the CCG headquarters, and even the most mysterious leader of the V organization was shocked. Kuei Feng, is that boy obedient? According to Black Pinyan, Xuanfeng is still in the stage of transformation, and we don't know what his philosophy is at the moment. Instill organizational concepts into him as soon as possible. Since he has such potential, then we must first consider him in subsequent tasks, and at the same time try to win him over. If you don't agree, then, deal with it. As you command, my lord. A bald man in a black suit bowed respectfully and then withdrew, leaving only a Rima noble general and a young man with a smile on his face. Here at the CCG headquarters, Feng Yu followed Black Pinyan to the place where Kuink weapons were made. All kinds of advanced instruments and equipment really made Feng Yu secretly frightened. After all, In the world of Demon Slayer, it is impossible to come into contact with such a place, even in the previous life. The laws of the world are fair, giving ghouls the power to surpass ordinary people, and also giving ordinary people the power to fight against ghouls. Feng Yu secretly said. Just when Feng Yu was still surprised by these devices, a man with instant noodle hair came over. This is the legendary successor, Kawake's Kun, with Matt and others. Sure enough, heroes come from youth. Even if you were a noble general, you wouldn't have the ability to defeat the half-hero ghoul on your own. Tell me, what shape of weapon do you want? The faces of Dixing A and B were extremely excited. It is very rare for SS-level semi-Haku to make Kuink weapons. Except for Arima Kisho, there are not many people in the entire CCG who have weapons of this level. A sword, Feng Yu said lightly. For him, the sword is the easiest to use. Sword, not bad. I will definitely give you a surprise when it is finished. Dixing A and B smiled. After explaining the matter of Kuink's weapons, Feng Yu went directly to the headquarters to accept his promotion. Medals of honor were affixed to the clothes one by one, and everyone in the audience cheered. They were envious and jealous of Feng Yu, but most of them worshipped him. From today on, Kuei Feng will officially become the first-class investigator. Later, the organization will arrange for him to officially become the team leader. Kuei Feng-kun, congratulations. Thanks. Feng Yu nodded in thanks, and a series of celebrations followed, especially the members of the Black Rock team, who insisted on dragging Feng Yu to the tavern for dinner and drinks. By the time it ended, it was already late at night. Saying goodbye to everyone, Feng Yu got the sweet-scented osmanthus cake that he had ordered during the day and walked towards a cemetery alone. Chapter 273 Kuingspan. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 273 Chapter 273 Kuingspan. It was dark at night, and the entire cemetery was dark, with only the dim street lights guiding the direction. Recalling the introduction about Otome in the information, Feng Yu quickly came to a very clean tombstone. There is a black and white photo of a kind old man looking so happy, and there are fresh-looking osmanthus cakes and flowers on the table in front. Feng Yu put down the sweet-scented osmanthus cake and flowers and was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by a voice. Young man, are you a family member of that girl? Feng Yu turned around and saw that the person coming was the caregiver of the cemetery. A little old man wearing a hat, a big cotton-padded jacket, and holding a small flashlight that emitted a faint light. No, I am her friend. She may not be able to come here anymore. Feng Yu said. I see. She must have been arrested by your CCG investigators. The little old man sighed and said, that little girl is also a poor person, but although she is a ghoul, she did not harm innocent people. You knew she was a ghoul. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the old man in front of him actually knew that Otome was a ghoul. That girl comes to see her grandma every few days, and we get to know each other very well. I have no children, so it's nice to have someone to talk to with me. That girl always brings a lot of food and clothing every time she comes. Come here and give it to me. Look at my hat and clothes. That kid bought them for me. The old man's face was filled with a happy smile, but his eyes slowly dimmed. As for why I knew she was a ghoul, it's actually very simple. The child didn't clean up the scene properly every time to leave evidence for himself. How could I just sit back and ignore her when I already regarded her as my daughter? Actually, ghouls are just like us humans. They also have feelings and pain. Alas, this world is too bad for ghouls. After the old man sighed, he felt much older. Looking at the waning moon in the sky, he shook his head and left. The light from the dim flashlight gradually faded away in the darkness, and finally only the silent darkness remained. Feng Yu stood there and looked at the direction in which the old man left, wondering what he was thinking. After that, Feng Yu often came to the cemetery to sweep the grave of Otome's grandmother, but the old man from that night was never seen again. After asking, I learned that the old man left his job the next day, and there was no news from him again. Another half-month passed, and Feng Yu's exclusive Kuink was completed, and the team was officially established. 1 man and 2 women. The boy's name is Fujimiya Torinobu, and the other 2 girls are named Kanamiko and Seikimi respectively. Now Shin has neat short hair, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He has the kind of appearance that makes people feel safe at a glance. Kanamiko, on the other hand, has the style of a royal sister. She wears small glasses and wears a women's suit all day long. She handles all the affairs of the team. Seikimi is the complete opposite to Kanamiko. She is a complete foodie. She has a lollipop in her mouth at all times, and there is still pink baby fat on her cheeks. Feng Yu also tested the combat prowess of the 3. Among them, Seikime is the strongest, and Torinobu and Kanamiko are on par. The 3 of them are also freshly graduated CCG investigator students, and they can also be regarded as Feng Yu's junior students. The 3 of them were very happy to be assigned to Feng Yu's team. After all, Feng Yu's reputation was well known, and now it was the first time to fight against ghouls, which were SS level. Moreover, he was fighting alone. How could he not convince them of his strength? Another half-year passed. During this period, Feng Yu team also made many meritorious deeds. Not only did they destroy many unknown ghoul organizations, they even destroyed several bronze tree strongholds. However, he also intended to let his team members get the credit. Unless they encountered a ghoul that they couldn't handle, Feng Yu would not take action. The team is becoming more and more famous, and its popularity is becoming more and more powerful. Feng Yu was also promoted to a higher position again and successfully became a second-class investigator. Only for special investigators. After climbing to this position, Feng Yu has entered the high-level edge position of CCG. He also knew Kaneki's current situation. Ever since the One-Eyed Owl Crusade, Kaneki had been seeking death, but was stabbed in the head by Arima Kisho and lost his memory. Since then, he has been secretly training under Kisho Arima. At the same time, Jinmu has also become an experimental material for CCG. CCG had an idea for Kaneki, who was an ordinary person before and became a SS-level person in just a few months after being transplanted with the Ghoul Hezi. That is to artificially create a half-human, half-ghoul existence like Kaneki to enhance the strength of CCG. That is the Kuingspan in the original work. This plan to transform ordinary people into ghouls caused huge waves among the entire CCG senior management. No matter from the perspective of human ethics or the purpose of CCG, it is not allowed to transform ordinary people into ghouls. Moreover, CCG has been fighting against ghouls since its establishment. If one day ghouls can become one's partners, then what is the point of CCG? What's more, are the transformed people really still human beings? Referring to Kaneki, he cannot eat ordinary people's food. Like ghouls, he needs to eat people, and he is also unstable. If the transformed person goes berserk during the battle, how can his own safety be guaranteed? Should he aim his weapons at his teammates fighting alongside him? Feng Yu neither supported nor objected, but quietly watched the senior officials furious and engaging in angry verbal sparring, keeping himself out of the matter. The intense discussion lasted for several days, and in the end, just like the original work, we first transformed a few people for observation to see if this plan would work. Moreover, the reformers should also set up a team, with Kaneki Ken as the leader. Arima Kisho acts as a guarantee and manages all the reformers. In this way, the Ghoul transformation plan was carried out secretly in the CCG. It's another half year. Those who were successfully transformed were also indoctrinated by the spiritual concepts of CCG and successfully joined the team headed by Kaneki Ken. Kuing's class was officially established. Everyone in CCG knows that this is a team of ghouls. For them, the senior management of CCG attaches great importance to them, and basically their every move is monitored. The other investigators also had disapproval of them in their hearts, and would discuss them every time they saw them. When the members of Feng Yu's team saw that Feng Yu maintained a friendly attitude toward Kuingspan, their original incomprehension disappeared. Although Feng Yu's team was established relatively recently, the three of them all have great trust in Feng Yu. As long as Feng Yu points, they will move forward in the direction without hesitation. Chapter 274 The Problem of Kuingspan. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 271 313. Chapter 274 The Problem of Kuingspan. Good morning, Mr. Kawaphase. Good morning, Fei Shi. The person who came was none other than Kaneki Ken, who had lost his memory, and was now Sasaki Hayo. At this moment, he had long forgotten everything in the past, and became like a little sheep again, with white and black hair, and a sunny smile on his face. Just like Kaneki Ken before he went dark, he was full of hope for the future. Because of the establishment of the Kuing's class, they have attracted much attention, and at the same time, there are inevitably people behind their backs. Feng Yu's attitude towards treating them like normal people made Sasaki Hayo's favorability skyrocket. Moreover, Feng Yu treats others with kindness and teaches others martial arts and swordsmanship from time to time. Even the members of Fei Shi's team are welcome to come. Mr. Kuei-feng, can you help me teach you combat skills today? After you taught us last time, we followed your instructions and achieved great results. I hope you can teach us again, please. Fei Shi bowed deeply towards Feng Yu. It's a small matter. I just have nothing to do today, so let's see what progress you have made. Feng Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Fei Shi's face suddenly smiled even brighter. Fei Shi, Xuanfeng, you two brats, it's just you two every time. You two are the only one missing. Why don't you come in for a meeting? Marutsai walked out of the conference room door and gave Hayo a dunk. Hey, it hurts, Mr. Marut. Fei Shi covered her head and just cried out in pain, with a look of grievance on her face. Feng Yu looked at the two of them and chuckled. Perhaps it was because Hayo was Kaneki Ken, and everyone in the entire CCG was actually very wary of him. Marutsai could also see the injustice Hayo had suffered, and protected him time and time again as a senior. I have to say that Maru Tejai is a good leader. After all, when the Ghoul transformation plan was first implemented, Marutsai was the strongest opponent, and he fought with all the scholars. If it hadn't been for the final vote, he probably would not have agreed to the plan until now. To this day, Marutsai's attitude towards the members of his Kuing's class is surprisingly good. I don't know whether he is worried that they will lose control or feels that he owes them in his heart. Since being promoted to quasi-private class, Feng Yu has attended more and more meetings, especially after the Kuing's class was established. Basically every small meeting is about the status of the members of Kuing's class. And because Feng Yu had taught them fighting skills several times, Feng Yu was often criticized by them. All in all, the members of Kuing's class are still in the experimental stage, and their strength cannot be improved too quickly to avoid unnecessary consequences. After all, the original intention of implementing the plan was to create talented people like Kaneki Ken. Be loyal to the CCG, don't lose control, be obedient, and treat ghouls like your enemies. No, this meeting is still the same discussion about Kuingspan. The same questions kept coming and going, and Feng Yu sometimes vaguely saw the scene when the school leaders held a meeting in his previous life. Hearing the sound of heated discussions, Feishi lowered his head and looked embarrassed, because what they were discussing was that Kuingspan had no missions and had been lying flat, wasting public accounts and unable to make ends meet. Feishi just wanted to refute, but when he thought of a certain girl, he lost his confidence. Feng Yu, on the other hand, was already wandering around, going in and out of his left ear and out of his right ear, with a serious look on his face. No one could tell that he was running away. See for yourself, now it's just the weekly examination fees for the people in Kuing's class, as well as living expenses, inspections of various instruments, etc. They have also been assigned special training indicators, but now you can't see no results. There are 4 people, Kuai Hisao, Shimajinshi, Yui Utoru, and Yonbayashi Zaishi. Only Kuai Hisao and Shimajinshi have grown significantly and can easily release Hezi. Jun Toru has not been able to release Hezi until now. All the efforts he has made in the past few months have been in vain. A ghoul who cannot release Hezi is nothing but a ghoul. They are not ghouls, they are humans too. They are also our partners, Saruta. Seeing that the man named Saruta became more and more arrogant, Marutsai shouted sharply. Humph, it's my fault, but the last one, the talented Yonbayashi, is even more outrageous. She hides in her room playing games all day long and doesn't even go to training. She has the most potential among these people. Now this looks like it's a complete waste of talent. After Saruta finished speaking, he turned away, his face turning red with anger. I'm very sorry, I didn't manage them well. When I go back this time, I will definitely teach them well and try to let Toru release Hezi as soon as possible and let the talented man get out of the room. Feishi stood up and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Saruta couldn't say anything else. After all, Hayo took the initiative to admit his mistake. Then he looked at Marutsai and listened quietly to what he said next. Marutsai also felt a headache. He had been opposed to the plan in the beginning, but now he was asked to take responsibility. He also felt a headache. So, he looked at Feng Yu who was silent in a corner. It doesn't matter, the more he looks at it, the more angry he becomes. Feng Yu doesn't even blink, he just sits there in a daze. As an old man who has been fighting in the workplace all year round, Marutsai can easily tell that Feng Yu is in a daze. Kuei-feng, please tell me how to solve this matter. Marutsai's face was very serious, but he was laughing inside. Good boy, I asked you to be in a daze, but you actually gave me a daze in such an important meeting. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, then don't blame me for trying to make trouble for you. When he heard Marutsai calling him and the way the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time, Feng Yu knew that this old boy was digging a hole for himself. I think you should first test the combat effectiveness of the members of the Quinkles class, and then arrange the difficulty of the task. You cannot one-sidedly judge the combat effectiveness of the entire team because of one person's personal reasons. Since it is a team, cooperation and coordination are the most important. Yes, I have been in contact with them, and each of them has its own advantages and disadvantages. As long as everyone's strengths are magnified, then their team will have succeeded. As for the advantages, I believe that Mr. Marutsai, a leader who is so considerate to his subordinates, must know the advantages of each of them. After Feng Yu finished speaking without changing his expression, everyone nodded and then looked at Maru Tejai. Feishi looked at Feng Yu with admiration. About this issue, I think. After that, Marutsai never took care of Feng Yu again. The meeting ended quickly. Maru Tejai also adopted Feng Yu's suggestion, first testing the members of Kuing's class for their combat effectiveness and finally their abilities. After testing, I realized that the advantages of these people can indeed complete various positions in a team. Just like Lutu, this person is thoughtful and serious in doing things, but he is just not confident enough. The talented man Milan burst out with strong combat power, but he chose to show off. Kuai Hisao and Ishijinshi are relatively normal at the moment. As for Hayo, Marutsai thinks it's okay not to mention it. After all, he is Arima Kisho's apprentice, so he will naturally teach them. Chapter 275 Members of Class Q's. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 272-313. Chapter 275 Members of Class Q's. I'm very sorry, Kuei-feng senpai, I'm about to get fed. Sasaki Hayo prepared his attack seriously, and the next second, he rushed forward. Feng Yu stood there, looking at his improved speed and attack methods compared to last time, but felt a little disappointed in his heart. Jin Mu, who lost his memory, was completely a different person, and everything he once had disappeared, whether it was martial arts or his son. Facing Fei Shichi's endless attacks, Feng Yu didn't even move his position. The moment he raised his hand, Fei Shi felt his attack fall on the iron plate. And every move he makes seems to be seen through. Before he could be stunned, he was kicked out by a whip kick. Fei Shi couldn't believe it. He had used all his strength to do this. Even Arima Kisho, the strongest person in the CCG, could survive 1 or 2 moves. But facing Feng Yu, he felt like he was facing an abyss, can't see the depth clearly. Just like now, Feng Yu can block all his attacks just by raising his hand. Senior Xuanfeng, I'm going to use Hezi. Seeing that pure martial arts were of no use, Fei Shi released his son. Without the richness of RC cells like the original Kaneki Hiroko, the current level of Hiroko can only be regarded as an A- level ghoul. Fei Shi's Hezi cut through the air, and a sound of swish, swish, swish was heard. Feng Yu closed his eyes without raising his eyes, and just turned sideways to easily avoid Hezi's attack. With the help of Hezi's cover, Fei Shi clenched his fist and rushed towards Feng Yu. The speed is too slow, Fei Shi. Fei Shi's fist was about to fall on Feng Yu, he said calmly. Crack, boom. Before Fei Shi could react, he was pushed to the ground by an irresistible force and couldn't move. The strong force counterattacked, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. The dust and smoke dispersed. Feng Yu grabbed Fei Shi's neck with one hand, and Fei Shi fell to the ground, with a large sunken pit appearing under his body. Mother, brother Zuo, Fei Shi, teacher. Several people in the distance shouted and rushed over to check Fei Shi's situation anxiously. Don't worry, he's fine, he just fainted. Feng Yu said calmly. Perhaps because of Feng Yu's intervention, the previous relationship between Fei Shi and several people became closer. Looking at the anxiety and concern on their faces, Feng Yu seemed to see Tanjiro and the others in them. It's been more than a year. Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart, then squatted down and pressed down on Fei Shi's person. Aha, Fei Shi closed his eyes and frowned slightly, and soon woke up. I am. Fei Shi's head was confused and he hadn't figured out the situation yet. He only felt bursts of pain coming from the back of his head. Mother, brother Zuo, Fei Shi, teacher, Mom, just hope you're okay, I almost thought you were dead. Milan Talent fell into Fei Shi's arms and pretended to sob. After being stunned for a moment, Fei Shi finally remembered everything. I'm very sorry, Senior Kuei-feng, I'm too weak. Fei Shi looked at Feng Yu with an apologetic look on his face. Well, it's okay, it's a lot better than last time. Then, you are the only ones left, especially the talented ones. Feng Yu looked at Milan Kazi and the others. Being called out by Feng Yu's eyes, Mi Lin only felt his scalp numb. Ahoo, it's great that Mom is okay. I was really scared to death just now, Milan Talent said with a guilty conscience. She just threw herself into Fei Shi's arms and sobbed just to avoid Feng Yu's attention. After all, she would get Feng Yu's special attention every time. Then you all come together this time. ... Half an hour later, all four of them lay on the ground, rolling their eyes and twitching slightly. Too strong. This man, I can definitely become as strong as him. Senior Kuei-feng is so powerful. If I had his strength, maybe I could pay for my sister's medical expenses. Sure enough, I'm still so weak. My body hurts so much and I'm so tired. I can't play games tonight. There was excitement, expectation, disappointment and wandering in the eyes of several people, all of which were seen by Feng Yu. You were already very good. At least you were able to make me move half a step this time. I have made great progress. As long as the tacit understanding between you can become more proficient, then your team can be regarded as a knife, a sharp knife. Feng Yu said. Jusheng, no one's strength can be improved all at once. Some things cannot be rushed. As long as you lay a good foundation for yourself, then you can meet more powerful forces. And this power is the Hezi implanted in your body. Why are ghouls so powerful and ordinary people? It is precisely because of the power of Hezi that their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people. Your current Hezi development level is still very low, only the power you can truly control is yours. Don't rush to gain power, because your body and your will can't bear that kind of power. Don't let power control you, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Sinshi, I believe that one day you will become very powerful, but death and rebirth coexist. You have to break through the barrier in your heart. Feng Yu commented on the shortcomings of the two. What level? The unknown Yinshi looked confused. You'll understand later. Feng Yu smiled mysteriously. Then he looked at Jun Toru and Yonbayashi Seiko. Jun, you two need to break through the defenses in your heart. Instead of keeping secrets in your heart, you should open your heart and truly integrate yourself into this family and become a member of it. Jun Toru lowered his head and clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time. Looking at Fei Shi's gentle eyes, Yu too blushed and felt a little thump in her heart. At the same time, her body seemed to release something and she lost all strength in an instant. Teacher, everyone, Jun Toru murmured, talented man, it's your turn. You are just too lazy. Your talents are better than theirs. Now you stay at home every day and your talents are wasted. You said, if you become the strongest, wouldn't it be a lot of money? You can watch whatever you want and buy whatever games you want. Isn't that great? Feng Yu smiled. Humph, talent is not wasted, I also work very hard, okay. Play video games hard, watch action movies, quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. No way, talented people didn't watch the movie. The talented scholar Milan blushed and shouted. Well, it seems that the talented person didn't work hard, so this new street fighting game console will be lost. Feng Yu held a very new box in his hand and shook it in the air, with a look of regret on his face. Wait a minute, a talented person works hard, a talented person must work hard, Senior Xuanfeng, give it to me quickly. I want it. Milan Talent's eyes lit up when he saw the game console in Feng Yu's hand. In this situation, Feng Yu smiled slightly, while Sasami Hayo and the others on the side covered their faces in embarrassment. 8 WB, Chapter 276 Arima's Reminder. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 273 313. Chapter 276 Arima's Reminder. After reviewing several people, Feng Yu left. Feng Yu didn't plan to say anything more about Sasaki Hayo. His path had already been arranged by Arima Kisho, and Feng Yu didn't need too much intervention. After walking out of the door of the CCG building, Feng Yu let out a long breath. Do you have a problem with me? Mad waiting. Feng Yu turned his head, and what caught his eyes was Arima noble general with white hair blowing in the wind. Wearing glasses and a black coat, he stood in the sun and felt a strong sense of oppression. Like a god of war. Have a drink with me. Arima Kisho said calmly. There was no change in expression on his face. He was like a person who had seen through everything in the world. He had no desires, and nothing could make him even a ripple. All right, Feng Yu nodded. Then the two of them came to a more classic coffee shop. The two of them were silent for a while, just quietly sipping the steaming coffee, with the gentle sunlight shining on their faces through the window. Xuanfeng, an exchange student from Eastern country. Arima Kisho murmured. As the strongest man in CCG, he can easily obtain Feng Yu's information. At this time, he looked at Feng Yu indifferently. After looking at it for a while, he slowly said, You are a bit like a friend I know. Oh, it's really rare to be able to be friends with someone like Matt. He must be a big shot. Mr. Arima, would you mind telling me his story? As soon as he heard Arima Noble Shogun say this, Feng Yu wanted to see if Arima Noble Shogun saw anything. Well, he is indeed a big man. His strength is very powerful. Even I am amazed. His martial arts, his fighting skills, and his strength are all top-notch. I have carefully observed your martial arts fighting skills, and they are very similar to his. But he is a ghoul, and you are a human, a real human, a normal person with no appearance of anything unusual. If he were an ordinary person, he would have started to panic, but Feng Yu would not. Based on this situation, he was sure that Arima Noble General had recognized his identity, but he did not know whether he recognized him as a ghoul or a god of death. Someone he knows, but looking at Arima Kisho's appearance, he had no intention of exposing Feng Yu's identity. He is. Feng Yu chuckled. Grim Reaper. Arima Kisho said softly, and the air suddenly became cold. Ha ha ha. Don't dare. I learned my martial arts in my country, and I have read the previous information about the ghoul, the god of death. That guy is very dangerous, even more dangerous than the one-eyed owl. Horrible. Matt, etc. You said my martial arts is similar to that guy. Do you think he is also from the Eastern country? Feng Yu showed a puzzled expression. Arima Kisho frowned slightly when he heard this. He stared at Feng Yu's face, trying to see any other changes in his expression, but he was disappointed. Moreover, Feng Yu's words seemed to wake him up. As for the origin of the ghoul and the god of death, he was like a character who suddenly appeared, and there was no trace of his past. And it's not like he has never seen ghouls from Eastern countries. Now the CCG's top prosecutor has fought against ghouls from Eastern countries. In this way, it may be necessary to update the information about the ghoul and the god of death. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. But seeing the expression on Feng Yu's face, he didn't dare to define it. After all, the future of the person in front of him was immeasurable, and whether his plan was still in the initial stage or not was still a question. If he failed, the person in front of him might as the only hope. After all, he himself was going to die. Arima Kisho looked out the window at the people coming and going. Happy smiles were hanging on the faces of passers-by, and he sighed slightly in his heart. Feng Yu noticed the changes in Arima Kisho. 1 second he was fine, but the next second he looked so lonely. Kawakes, what do you think of today's ghouls and CCGs? Arima Kisho swept away all the loneliness in his body and returned to the aloof male god before. Ghouls want living space, and humans want to protect their own safety. What's more, ghouls and humans are originally antagonists in the food chain. Ghouls need to eat people, and humans want to resist. Feng Yu shook his head, pretending to be a newbie. Have you ever thought that humans and ghouls can coexist in this world? Every species has its own value, but ghouls and humans need a turning point, or a leader who is both a human and a ghoul. Quote, moreover, ghouls and CCG are not as simple as you think. In this country, there is a group of people who are silently controlling everything. They are the most powerful existences in the world. No one dares to resist. The one-eyed man who died that day Xiao is one of them. I don't have much time left for you, Xuanfeng. I hope you will stay alert at all times and don't trust anyone, not even the comrades around you. I don't want to see you on the list one day. After saying that, Arima Kisho stood up and left. Looking at Arima Kisho's leaving figure, Feng Yu fell into deep thought. What does Arima Kisho mean by his current situation? From the beginning he wanted to identify himself, to now he tells himself that there is a group of people controlling everything. Feng Yu knew who the group of people Arima Kisho was talking about, but according to what he said, he had been targeted by the V organization, and he told himself that there might be an informant from the V organization around him who had been monitoring him. Are you trying to show your kindness to me or are you trying to get me to form a team? Feng Yu knew that Arima Kisho's body was no longer as good as before. As a semi-human being, the prerequisite for having great power was his short lifespan. In the original work, it was precisely because he sensed the gradual decline of his body that he and Izumi Takatsuki joined forces to make Kaneki the One-Eyed King to rectify all ghouls and resist the mysterious V organization. Organization V, I haven't found you yet, but you have set your sights on me first. Haha, if it weren't for the fact that I can't alert the snake now, I would have already killed you all. Feng Yu sneered as he looked at a man in a black suit among the people in front of him. After a while, Feng Yu walked out of the coffee shop and disappeared into the crowd, and the man in a suit who had been monitoring Feng Yu from a distance also disappeared. Sir, clone number 78 has disappeared. On the top of a building somewhere, a man was half kneeling on the ground and said respectfully to the man sitting in front of him. I remember number 78 was sent to monitor Sichuan Feng. Yes, my lord, that's it. It seems that he has already noticed it. Please inform me and take a break for a while to avoid being noticed by him. Okay, sir, but now that he is qualified to be one of us, why don't you win over him? The kneeling man asked doubtfully. There's no rush, because there are more important things to do now. I heard that the clowns and the others have found One Eye's hiding place. Okay, I understand, then I'll retreat first. Chapter 277 Torso. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 274 313th. Chapter 277 Torso. Another month has passed. After Feng Yu's guidance last time, Q's class officially began to devote itself to the work of defeating ghouls. This time the ghoul is called Torso, and he is an extreme picky maniac. He likes human body torsos and likes to play with female bodies. The heads and feet of all the female victims were removed and thrown away. The common feature of the female victims is that they suffer from the disease I had surgery due to illness or accident, etc., and I have scars on my body. The initial judgment is that the strength is a level. Guozhong Jusheng was in a trance as he looked at the information in his hands. This was the first mission of their QS class. Although due to Feng Yu's intervention, the relationship between the few of them was closer than in the original work, but when he thought of a certain person in his mind the figure in his heart ignited. He wants to complete this task alone, gain merit, and make that person look at him differently. Several people looked at each other in confusion. As the squad leader, Sasaki Hayao naturally wanted to make a good plan to ensure everyone's safety. Mom, just finish this task. I'm so sleepy and hungry, so I'm going back to eat and sleep. Please pay attention to your safety. Millen's eyes were tired, and dark circles were around her eyes. It was obvious that she had stayed up all night last night. Jun Toru nodded to Sasaki Hayao in agreement. After all, she could not release Hezi and her combat effectiveness was very weak. The unknown Yinshi looked at the bonus stated on the mission with a meaningful look in his eyes. I must make more money so that I can collect enough medical expenses for my sister. At the same time, he also noticed the desire in Guozhong Jusheng's eyes. Several people have their own thoughts and are dealing with the plan formulated by Sasaki Hayao. After waiting for it to end, Guozhong Jusheng looked at the place where the victim was found and made a bold inference in his mind. Maybe Torso is a taxi driver, so he can dump the body in different places. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so Guozhong Jusheng went to the street alone to investigate. What he didn't know was that there was a person following him in the distance. For several days, Guozhong Jusheng didn't get any good clues, which made him feel a sense of frustration. No, I chose the wrong time. The last time those people disappeared was late at night, and I have been investigating at the busiest times these days. Torso certainly doesn't dare to act rashly. Then, late at night, when the streets were deserted, Guozhong Jusheng stood on the roadside in casual clothes, waiting for something. Soon, a taxi slowly stopped in front of him. Little brother, do you want to take a car? The car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man with a simple face asked. Guozhong Jusheng looked at the man, said, okay, slowly and got in the car. When the driver saw Guozhong Jusheng get on the bus, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise, wondering what he was thinking. After getting in the car, Guozhong Jusheng closed his eyes and pretended to be tired. Beautiful music sounded in the car, and the green taxi drove slowly on the deserted streets late at night. Seemingly feeling a little bored, the driver began to talk to Guozhong Jusheng one by one. Little brother, have you just gotten off work? That was really hard work. It's not hard, but driver, have you paid attention to the recent murder of a woman? I suspect that the murderer was a taxi, don't you think so, Torso? Guozhong Jusheng said calmly, ha ha ha, how could I be the murderer? Little brother, I am a good person. There was a little cold sweat on the driver's forehead, but there was a naive smile on his face. But in the next second, Guozhong Jusheng's words made him uneasy. Really, taking a taxi late at night, from the moment you opened the window, I smelled the disgusting smell of blood on your body and the smell of the disinfectant used to clean the blood stains in the car. Tell me, how does this make me believe that you are a good person? Guozhong Jusheng opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. The car stopped suddenly. What, are you going to start attacking me? Guozhong Jusheng said nonchalantly. Seeing that he had been exposed, the driver refused to pretend and threatened. You are in my car now, no one can help you, just be my food. His eyes were scarlet, and his long tail was swinging in the air. The next second, he stabbed directly at Guozhong Jusheng. Bang! In just the blink of an eye, the entire taxi exploded violently, and the raging flames lit up the surrounding area. Oh, I didn't expect that you are still a white pigeon, but you are not qualified just because you were a young boy, so just die for me. The driver launched another fierce attack. He jumped up, and the tail behind him stabbed out instantly. Guozhong Jusheng also reacted instantly. He opened the Kuink box and held a long knife in his hand. The next moment, there was a block, and the powerful force directly knocked him away several meters. Boy, I have A-level strength, not one of those bastards. When the driver saw Guozhong Jusheng being knocked back a few meters by his own attack, he immediately started taunting him. And the Kuink long knife held by Gua Zhongjusheng was also damaged by the blow he just received. He frowned slightly, but luckily threw the long knife aside. Oh, are you planning to give up resistance? The driver laughed. Hee hee. Facing the driver's ridicule, Guozhong sneered. The next second, one of his eyes quickly turned scarlet, and his right hand turned into a scarlet sword. Wait, you are a ghoul. The driver was shocked. After all, he had never seen a ghoul among white pigeons before. But without giving him any thought, Guozhong Jusheng had already taken the initiative to launch an attack. It's just that the driver is not a vegetarian. Zongran Guozhong Jusheng's strength at this time has improved a lot compared to the original work, but perhaps because of his lack of real fighting experience, the driver easily dodged him, and he also hit him in the gap. Knocked him away. Whether you are a human or a ghoul, you must die. The driver rushed to Guozhong Jusheng with angry eyes and wanted to kill him immediately, but at this time, the roar of a motorcycle rang out in the distance. Guozhong, it's not good for you to eat alone. A ghost motorcycle jumped into the air and hit the driver. This had to make him stay away from Guozhong Jusheng and take a few steps back. But before he could stop asking, one after another heavy cannonballs pierced the air and fell with a bang. TCH, I don't need your help. Guozhong Jusheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately cooperated with the heroine who came over. The driver kept dodging shell attacks, but Guozhong Jusheng launched an attack. Before the driver could react, he slashed his chest with one blow. It's very powerful. Looking at the driver who had lost his ability to fight, the unknown Yanxi sighed. How did you know I was here? Guozhong Jusheng asked doubtfully. Ha ha ha, I guessed that your boy would act alone. Tell brother Zuo quickly, he is almost worried about you. Ignorant Yanxi laughed and came to the driver's side. After questioning, they learned that the driver was not the torso they were looking for at all. The two of them were a little disappointed. The driver died soon after, and the clues they finally obtained were interrupted. On the other side, Feng Yu was currently in an underground laboratory admiring the surgery performed by Jia Na in the distance. Chapter 278 The Subordinates Who Don't Play According to Common Sense. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 275 313. Chapter 278 The Subordinates Who Don't Play According to Common Sense. Kano Akihiro concentrated on doing the experiment, while Kurenai stood aside and waited quietly. Feng Yu was sitting behind them wearing a white fox mask, but they were already used to it and didn't feel any discomfort. On the operating table was a naked man, with clean-shaven hair all over his body and strong muscles. It was obvious that this man exercised regularly. As time passed little by little, the operation came to an end. Internal organs that did not belong to men were stuffed in and finally sutured. With a ding, the operation officially ended. Kurenai consciously began to bandage the newly sutured wound of the man on the operating table. After the bandage was finished, Feng Yu came over. A pair of deep eyes stared straight at the man on the operating table. An invisible force directly enveloped the entire man. The man on the operating table groaned and then regained his composure. Okay, let's continue training. Feng Yu said calmly. Yes, sir. Akihiro Kano and Kurenai answered at the same time. Hana pressed a button, and the man on the operating table was immediately transported away by the machine, just like a factory assembly line, constantly moving towards a container. Akihiro Kano and Kurenai lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Feng Yu. After several days of observation, Feng Yu also discovered the method used by Kano Akihiro to control the transformed people in the original work. And he didn't stop him. Instead, he treated Akihiro Kano and Kurenai the same way, giving them long-term mental interference and making them respect themselves. This kind of mental interference will not affect their lives, but will slowly enlarge their own shadow in a subtle way, which can be regarded as planting a spiritual seed. Once the seeds of a person who has been planted with spiritual seeds bloom, only the person who has been planted will see Feng Yu, and they will regard him as their master. It can also be regarded as a method of spiritual slavery. There are containers filled with modified humans in the laboratory in front of them. Each of them has been planted with spiritual seeds by Feng Yu. As long as they wait for a period of time, they will have an army under their control that is not afraid of death. Of course, these people are also the CCG investigators who were kidnapped by the Bronze Tree during the One-Eyed Owl battle. The names of those who died in battle are clearly visible in the CCG, but they don't know that they are all collected here at this moment. Humans are no longer human beings, and ghosts are no longer ghosts. They have become puppets. Feng Yu also wants to rescue them all, but the spiritual seed has a shortcoming, that is, after he rescues people, the spiritual seed planted in Akihiro Kano will be cracked, and he can only obey the wishes of the person who was planted. Only then will the spiritual seeds be deeply rooted in their bodies. To put it simply, Feng Yu is just an intervener and cannot affect their wishes. He can only be regarded as a spectator. After finishing, Feng Yu left Kano Akihiro's laboratory, but he also left some preparations. From the original work, Kano Akihiro cloned himself, and even when he committed suicide in the end, it was not clearly stated whether it was the original body or a clone. If Akihiro Kano clones himself, then the clone will not be controlled by Feng Yu's mind and will be a completely independent individual. After copying Kano Akihiro's follow-up plan information and the locations of each new laboratory, he returned to the CCG headquarters not long after. Siquanfeng Quasi-Special Waiting, welcome back. As soon as Kanamiko saw Feng Yu, her originally cold face softened instantly. It's snowing outside, Mr. Kueifeng, Please let me tidy up your clothes for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu smelled a faint fragrance coming towards him. It was the blushing Kanamiko who came over and gently brushed away the snowflakes on her suit with both hands. The two people's movements seemed so intimate, Feng Yu could even hear Kanamiko's breathing. Warm and fragrant. Okay, Sister Mako, you actually attacked the boss. I want to tell Mr. Marut and ask him to transfer you, a woman who has obscene thoughts about the boss. The door of the office was suddenly opened. When Chi Mu Mai saw the two people moving so intimately, her face instantly turned red. Then she rushed over and pulled the two people away, blocking herself in front of Feng Yu. Boss, I won't let this woman harm you. Protecting the best boss is everyone's responsibility. Seiki Mi puffed up her cheeks and said to Kanamiko. Huh, this is my business, it's not your turn to take care of it. Not to be outdone, Kanamiko fought back face to face. Seeing the two people in a tense posture, now Shin, who was watching the show, knew it was his turn to appear. Ahem, you guys will make Mr. Kawake's hate you. Now Shin, despite the pressure of being targeted by two women at the same time, quickly spoke to dissuade him. After all, it was impossible for Feng Yu to stop him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the two people's expressions instantly changed and returned to their usual appearance. Kanamiko is the iceberg goddess, and Seiki-mi is a cute girl. It was as if it was not the two of them just now. Okay, you two, stop making trouble. If you have any issues, resolve them privately. Don't show them in front of me. Also, Mako, don't get so close next time. I don't like others getting too close to me. Feng Yu's tone was extremely calm, but to Mako, it sounded like he was dissatisfied with her. A sense of grievance suddenly swept through his body, and tears were constantly forming in his eyes. Feng Yu spoke again, and Mako's emotions disappeared in an instant, and then she skillfully took out the information and showed it to Feng Yu. Mr. Kawake's, the Kuing's class you asked me to pay attention to has the latest situation. They are tracking the A-level Ghoul Torso in the past few days. They also deduced that Torso is a taxi driver who fought last night. Capture a Ghoul, but it's not a Torso. Listening to Mako's report, Feng Yu showed a thoughtful expression and tapped his slender fingers on the table. Is there anything else? Feng Yu asked. Mako shook her head. What's going on with your Kuing weapons? Feng Yu asked again. Everything has been made, and you can officially join the battle. Very good. In the next period of time, you will train according to the training plan I have assigned to you. Soon I will be able to make you shine. If you don't understand anything about training, feel free to ask me. Then let's adjourn the meeting. Yes. After the three people walked out of the office, Feng Yu looked at the Kuink weapons of the three people on the table. Kanamiko's Kuink is a cannon-shaped weapon made from an A-level Hage Ghoul. Just like the weapon of a certain glorious Sun Shangshong in the previous life, it needs to be carried to fire cannonballs during battle. Seiki Mei has two big hammers, and the prototype is made by a B-class Kahi Ghoul. The image of a cute girl wielding a pair of hammers while fighting, shouting, 40 for a small hammer, 80 for a big hammer, appeared in Feng Yu's mind, which made her head hurt. Just the next second, Feng Yu's headache became even worse. If the weapons of the first two people were barely acceptable, the weapon of Toshinobu, a naive and straight man, and Kuink turned into a whip. Instead of fighting with a broadsword, a strong man wields a small whip. This picture is somewhat inconsistent. The strange combination of the three people made Feng Yu's temples beat wildly. Why is my team so weird? Chapter 279th Street Rampage. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 276 313th. Chapter 279th Street Rampage. Torso appears again. Another girl has been killed. The body has been found in the eastern suburbs. It is suspected that she was tortured before death. Sasaki Hayo frowned. Although Kuai Hisao and Shirogenshi captured an A-level Ghoul a few days ago, which was considered a successful mission, the team's final target, Torso, was nowhere to be seen, and now he continued to commit crimes, which made several of them have angry and worried expressions on their faces. Based on the location where the body was found this time, it is certain that Torso is a taxi driver, and the scope of his crimes is centered on this gynecological hospital, radiating in all directions. It has been identified that all the female victims had undergone caesarean section or were pregnant. There are other traumas, Sasaki Hayo analyzed, so this time we have to conduct a thorough investigation in this hospital. If we find suspicious characters, we must not act alone. This is the liaison device. There is a location in it. As long as anyone encounters Torso, everyone will be notified immediately. There can be no ambiguity for a moment. Guazhong, I don't know, this is a prop for women's clothing, and the three of us need to wear it too. Yes, teacher, brother Zuo, mother, monitor, ... By the time everyone was ready, it was already dusk. Several people have a clear division of labor and are stationed at several exits of the hospital. On the other side, Feng Yu also knew the battle plan of Jin Mu and others today. Standing in a high-rise building, he looked through the glass window at the city hidden in darkness and chaos. It's time to meet old friends. As soon as he finished speaking, his appearance gradually changed and finally returned to his original appearance. Arriving at the top of the building, Yuhi spread out behind him. His scarlet wings were like the god of death in the dark night, carrying killing and death when they were folded and released. Then, he jumped and disappeared into the bustling city. The dim sunlight shines on the entrance of the hospital, and the leaves on the roadside make a rustling sound in the evening breeze. June Toru's face was not very pretty, but instead had a frowning expression. Thinking back to yesterday's test, she was the only one in the entire team who couldn't release Hezi. The strength is at the bottom. Touching the hidden scars on her body with her hands, June Toru couldn't help but feel a pain. Torso, do you like women with physical defects? June Toru lowered his head and murmured. Suddenly, she suddenly woke up. A taxi slowly stopped in front of the hospital, and there happened to be a woman holding her slightly swollen belly and wanting to take a taxi. A strong sixth sense told June Toru that this taxi was definitely not simple. So the moment the woman opened the car door, she immediately sat on it and then closed the door heavily. When Torso saw someone getting on the car, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He didn't care that Yu too was the one who robbed the car. At worst, he had just changed his prey. When he thought of the woman he killed before, a hint of madness and excitement appeared in his eyes. The car started moving slowly, and June Toru also secretly sent signals. Soon, the people observing around the hospital received a distress signal from June too. No, June is in Torso's car. Guajong, I don't know, let's go and support her. Sasaki Hayo shouted, and Wei and Shigenenshi immediately drove their motorcycles and quickly chased in the direction of the location. Night falls slowly, perhaps because there have been many murders in this area recently, and there are very few people walking around on the streets at this time. The car stopped at a traffic light intersection. June Toru's expression tightened. Her sixth sense told her that the torso in the front seat might be about to take action. Sure enough, Torso's expression darkened, but the corners of his mouth were even more crazy. I said, Miss. As soon as he finished speaking, Torso grabbed June Toru's neck. The strong strength of his hand made her feel like she could hardly breathe. What are you going to do? June Toru's face turned red because she couldn't breathe. She wanted to struggle, but Torso didn't give her a chance, and he threw himself on her. Get out of my way. June Toru yelled, and she kicked Torso in the face with all her strength, which also caused her to break free, and then pulled out the self-defense Kuink weapon from her waist. Two short blades. The red light flashed, and Torso felt a strong pain in his eyes. You are a white dove. Torso was shocked, but soon, an even stronger sense of stimulation came to his heart. Especially when she saw the scars accidentally exposed on June Toru's body, the perverted desire in her heart reached its peak. Snort. June Toru snorted coldly and trembled all over. When she stabbed Torso, the scarlet color reminded her of the past. But before she could react, Torso slapped her hard on the face again. The powerful force made her dazed for a moment. The white skin also turned red instantly, and June too felt like stars were shining in her eyes. But Torso would not give her a breather, and heavy fists kept falling on her body. While torturing, he laughed crazily. You are mine, you are the most perfect woman, I love you so much, let's get married, let's become one. Bang bang bang, the taxi kept shaking, and Yu too's consciousness gradually faded away. Although it has strong recovery power, Torso's attacks never stop. I don't know how long it took, but after Torso noticed that June had no movement and completely passed out, he just wanted to take off her clothes. There was a roar and strong lights in the distance. Let go of June. Guajong shouted, and the motorcycle's accelerator was also pulled to the top. Torso's eyes were cold, and he recovered from his momentary gaffe. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car was like an arrow pulling a string, and it rushed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Guajong and Shishi were chasing after them. A taxi and a motorcycle were racing wildly on this lonely road. The traffic police stationed on the roadside also discovered them and immediately drove their police car to make them stop on the roadside. It's so troublesome. Guajong cursed secretly, then drove with one hand and took out the Ghoul investigator's certificate with the other hand. As soon as they saw the ID, the two traffic policemen instantly understood what was going on with the taxi in front of them. The two exchanged glances, and the police car quickly caught up with Torso's car. Please stop and get inspected immediately. Please stop and get inspected immediately. Please stop and get inspected immediately. The police car kept approaching Torso's car, but received no response. On the contrary, Torso looked ahead and sneered, quickly turned the steering wheel with both hands, fully opened the accelerator, and the devil appeared behind him. The moment he passed a streetlight, Hezi flashed by. In just the blink of an eye, the police car rolled over, and then there was a big explosion. Seeing the police car exploding, Guajong couldn't hold it any longer. I wonder, can you get his car? The unknown Yinshi nodded, and then his eyes appeared, and a cannonball-like crotch grew out of his back. Boo-hoo. The Hezi cannonball was shot out, followed by constant explosions. Hee-hee. Torso smiled, and the car that was originally traveling straight became extremely nimble. I don't know that not one of the Yinshi's cannonballs hit it. Torso was about to flee, but the next second, Guajong and the others were overjoyed. Because the road ahead is already blocked, Torso's car slowly stopped, and Guajong and Shishi also got out of the car. Let's see how you run now, Torso. Hand over June quickly. Chapter 280. See you again, acquaintances. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 277 313th. Chapter 280. See you again, acquaintances. The police car sirens. The policemen blocking the road ahead were holding shields and guns, aiming at Torso's taxi. Guajong, Jusheng and Shishi were even more ready to fight. They released Hezi and were full of fighting spirit. Guozhong Zhusheng's right hand formed a sword, and he walked towards Torso's car step by step, while the unknown Yinshi was standing ready to support Guozhong at any time. Give June back to us quickly. Guozhong shouted, exerted force on his feet, and rushed forward. Hezi made a light stroke with his long sword. Boom! Torso's car door was instantly cut open by Guo Yang's sword. June! Guozhong shouted. The car door opened, and what came into view was June Toru, whose clothes were in tatters and covered with injuries. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle before their arrival. Guozhong just wanted to reach out and hug June. A fatal crisis struck, forcing him to take a few steps back. Don't touch my lover, Torso roared angrily at Guozhong, and Hezi also quickly attacked. Ding 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 ding. Guozhong immediately resisted with Hezi's long sword, the sword flashed, the sword shadow, and the fire was everywhere. Torso's attack was very swift and violent, falling on Guozhong Zhusheng's head like a violent storm. No, lure Torso away first, otherwise June will be hurt. Guozhong's secret passage. At the same time, Torso also deliberately did not want to hurt June, and the battle between the two gradually began to move away from the taxi. Torso was wearing a gas mask, so people couldn't see his appearance clearly, but his messy hair and skinny eyes immediately made everyone tremble. Obviously, this guy seemed to be in a state of high spirits and his mental state was a bit abnormal. But when I think of him as a ghoul, his mental disorder becomes normal. Bang bang bang. When Torso and Guozhong were far away from the taxi, the police officers blocking the front began to provide fire support. Unexpectedly, Yinshi also took the opportunity to sneak into the taxi and quickly picked up the unconscious June Toru. At the same time, he also saw the shocking scars on June Toru's body. This can't help but make Shishi Yinshi feel distressed. He took off his coat, covered Liu Yutu's body, and quickly retreated to the rear. The battle between Guozhong and Torso has also reached its climax. From the initial tie, Guozhong gradually began to gain the upper hand, constantly suppressing Torso. Especially after ignorance Yinshi rescued June Toru, his face showed anxiety and anger. Also accompanied by sadness. It's like losing a loved one. This also allowed Guozhong to seize the opportunity. He directly cut Torso's abdomen with the sword, and then continued to draw the sword. The sword light flashed. Torso has fallen into a pool of blood. My love. Don't leave me, boo. Torso lay on the ground, looking in the direction of June Toru with tears in his eyes. It's over, Torso. Guozhong Zhusheng looked down at the embarrassed Torso with cold eyes. Just when he was about to continue to step forward to do something, there was a roar. Buzz buzz. Then a huge black scale fell from the sky and hit Guozhong Zhusheng directly. Guai Hisao didn't expect that there were other ghouls there, thinking they were Torso's companions, so he couldn't help but step back a few meters. Dust was flying, and the entire road was smashed into a big crater by the sudden attack. Torso is my prey. The dust and smoke dispersed, and a man wearing a black snake mask and a cloak stood on the overhead bridge and stared at everyone coldly. A-level ghoul, Orochi. Guozhong, be careful, the unknown chanter yelled, but as soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the big snake disappeared and came to Guozhong in an instant. Kicked Guozhong Zhusheng, who had not yet reacted, several meters away. So fast, so strong. Guo Yang's eyes narrowed. You must know that after experiencing Feng Yu's training, their strength has improved a lot. But what they don't know is that the ghoul of the bronze tree is no longer as powerful as in the original work. Because Feng Yu had previously given combat guidance to other weak ghouls, his strength had improved a lot. This also made Tatara and Takatsuki Izumi realize that perhaps their entire organization could establish a guidance department. There they train weak ghouls, instruct them in combat skills, and develop ghouls' abilities to improve their combat effectiveness. Now, although Feng Yu is no longer in the Bronze Tree, his influence has profoundly changed the Bronze Tree organization. After the battle in the Anding district, Nishio Nishiki joined the Bronze Tree with Figuchi Hinami. The two of them are now in the upper middle class status of the Bronze Tree, and they are always receiving training from stronger forces. The strength is increasing day by day. Bang bang bang, countless bombs hit, and the scene was even more chaotic. Guozhong, are you okay? The unknown Yinshi asked anxiously. At this moment, he had already entered a combat state. He had also released the bomb that had just arrived at Hezi. Haha, it seems that you are half ghouls created by CCG. As expected, just like Kaneki, one-eyed, Nishio Nishiki's figure jumped out of the thick smoke and stood on the viaduct intact. I didn't expect that the CCG, which prides itself on justice, would cooperate with ghouls. It's really disgusting. Shut up, we are not ghouls, we are real humans, you damn ghoul, go to hell. Guai Hisao was immediately furious when he heard Nishio Nishiki's words. He rushed forward regardless of his strength, which had just been subdued by Nishio Nishiki's move. No, Guozhong. The unknown Yinshi wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The angry Guozhong Zhusheng could only think about killing the big snake in front of him. Haha, you are an idiot who only deserves anger. Nishio Jin sneered, and the next moment, his body moved and turned into an afterimage. Hezi behind him was like a huge python attacking Guozhong Zhusheng head-on. His speed was so fast that Guozhong, who was angry, could not react at all. It could even be said that he had no intention of avoiding it. Facing the terrifying big snake Hezi, Guozhong Zhusheng's right hand turned into a giant sword and plunged into the soil with a bang sound. The next moment, he regretted it. An unparalleled force hit him, and the powerful shock directly caused the ground to tremble. The foot beneath him was even more dented. The strength was still increasing, and Guozhong Jusheng slowly began to be unable to withstand it. Crack, click, click. Guozhong Jusheng's eyes widened. How is this possible? The next second, he let out a scream and flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Why am I still so weak? My sword is broken. Looking at Nishio Nishiki's disdainful eyes, Guozhong Jusheng felt a sense of frustration in his heart. At this moment, a pair of warm and strong hands caught him steadily. It's okay, you've done a good job, leave it to me. Sasaki Hayo gently put down Kuai, then turned around and walked towards Orochi. Guozhong, are you okay? The unknown Yinshi ran over and asked with concern, along with the awakened Jun Toru and the Yonbayashi scholar who followed Sasaki Hayo. All members of Kuink's class arrived, and the next second their eyes were attracted by two figures not far away. Kaneki Ken, Chapter 281 Death Reappears. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 278 313. Chapter 281 Death Reappears. Hearing Nishio Nishiki say the words Kaneki Ken, Sasaki Hayo was stunned for a moment, and a huge wave surged in his heart. In his mind, a white-haired boy with scars all over his body seemed to be sitting on a chair and watching tenderly. Sasaki Hayo was shocked. Although he didn't understand why he was like this, he quickly adjusted his emotions. And politely said to Nishio Nishiki, I'm sorry, I don't know Mr. Kaneki Ken that Mr. Orochi mentioned. After saying that, he rushed forward with a knife-shaped Kuink weapon, and at the same time, the four scales behind him also appeared. The two of them instantly struggled with each other. It's amazing, the squad leader can actually use Kuink weapons to fight Hezi at the same time. The battle between the two of them was very fierce, but those with eyesight could see that Orochi did not use all his strength at all. Every blow of Sasaki Hayo was easily dodged by Orochi and he counterattacked. Sasaki Hayo also felt the gap between the two, and the familiarity with Orochi became stronger and stronger. Who is this guy? Why? I am like this. Just when Sasaki Hayo was thinking a lot, a voice in his mind shouted, Hayo. This moment made Kaneki tremble all over. Nishio Nishiki also seized this gap and directly knocked Feishi away with one blow. Feishi looked at Nishio Nishiki's figure, with a hint of relief and pain in his eyes. It turns out it's really you guy, all of us thought you were dead, we never imagined that you would turn out like this. Quote, have you forgotten everything? It's really ridiculous. But, it's okay, this way you don't have to suffer. Kaneki. Nishio Nishiki saw Hayo's eyes, that was the former Kaneki, and the same Kaneki who was in pain. Everyone in the coffee shop thought that Jinmu was dead, and wanted to avenge him and the store manager, so they joined the Bronze Tree, becoming stronger day by day, performing dangerous tasks, and exposing themselves to the eyes of the CCG. Now that he saw Kaneki who was not dead, Nishio Nishino smiled, and he also cried. What makes me laugh is that Kaneki is still alive, but what makes me cry is that Kaneki has forgotten all about the past, his partners, hatred, and pain. This is Kaneki Ken, and you can say he is not. Then Shaonizi must be very happy to know that you are still alive. In my mind, I recalled that little figure walking on the road covered with blood. The originally clean and white dress was stained with scarlet blood. Nishio Nishiki's heart was confused. Like Sasaki Hayo, Kaneki Ken's figure became clearer and clearer in his mind, and he hugged him tightly. Feishi. In reality, Feishi collapsed in pain, holding her head and wailing. Teacher, brother Zuo, mother, ... The Yinshi and the others were extremely anxious. They had no idea what was happening. They were fighting with the big snake a second ago, but they were knocked away in an instant. And now they were covering their heads in pain, and they just wanted to go forward to check the situation. Before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Sasaki Hayo. I'm fine, I was just careless. Sasaki Hayo stood up and said coldly. At this time, several people felt something strange about Sasaki Hayo. Why does it feel like Brother Zuo has become a different person? I feel... Sasaki Hayo did not care about the doubts of several people, but instead threw away the Kuink knife in his hand. He stretched his body a few times and said, I haven't experienced a battle like this for a long time. Is it you who's back? Nishio Nishiki's face was slightly solemn. He knew clearly that the former Kaneki Ken had SS level strength. If it is true that Kaneki returns to his body, then he will definitely not be able to defeat him. But without giving him any thought, Sasaki Hayo rushed forward directly. This time, his speed and strength were completely different from what he had just achieved. The speed was so fast that the people in the distance could only see afterimages. Hezi's color also became darker. If it was bright red before, it is dark red now. The aura it exudes is also refreshing. How could the teacher become so strong? Several people were silent, their mouths widening in shock. Indeed, today's Sasaki Hayo has unlocked part of Kaneki Ken's strength, but it has also reached the level of crushing Nishio Nishiki. Soon, after a few moves, Nishio Nishiki was directly struck through the abdomen by Sasaki Hayo. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, scattered in the air, and dripped on Feishi's face. Bang! Nishio Nishiki fell heavily to the ground. A-level Ghoul, Orochi. Feishi said coldly as he kept getting closer. Haha, as expected of you. Kaneki. Nishio Nishiki sneered. Looks like I'm going to end up here today. As Fei Shi got closer and closer, Nishio Nishiki also had a hard look in his eyes, and the hezi behind him passed by with a swish. There was another loud noise. Fei Shi's 4 scales gathered together to form a shield to block Nishio Nishiki's sneak attack. Seeing that the attack failed, Nishio Nishiki gave up resistance like a deflated balloon. There was no expression on Fei Shi's face, and the clatter of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Who are you? There was a hint of trembling and question in Fei Shi's tone. If you want to know who I am, just take off my mask and you will know. Come on, former Kaneki Jr. With your own hands, take off my mask. Nishio Nishiki looked at him as if he saw the shadow of that boy. Fei Shi remained silent, but his trembling hands betrayed him. At this moment, Hayo's hand was about to touch Nishio Nishiki's mask. There was a terrifying roar in the sky. Buzz buzz. Be careful, teacher. Jun Toru shouted in the distance. Before Fei Shi could react, a powerful force directly knocked him away. At the same time, there was a loud sound in my ears. It was as if a huge meteorite fell and hit the ground. Roads cracked and the earth shook. A terrifying sense of oppression swept over everyone present. The thick smoke dissipated, and a demon-like figure stood among them. SSS level Ghoul, the god of death. Chapter 282 Nishio Nishiki's shock. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 279 313. Chapter 282 Nishio Nishiki's shock. Anyone who has participated in the One-Eyed Owl's crusade can recognize at a glance who the terrifying figure in front of them is. That's the whole CCG nightmare. He is the ghoul who defeated the strongest person in CCG. The scenes of the past reappeared as if they were yesterday, and a strong sense of fear came over him. Ever since the battle with the One-Eyed Owl, the god of death seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace of him anymore. Combined with the headquarters, research on the ghoulish god of death, it was thought that he had returned to the mysterious eastern country. Now it's here again. The calm people suddenly felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. I always feel that there must be some conspiracy behind the return of the god of death. And this conspiracy may not only target the CCG, but may also target the life safety of the entire Japanese people. Report to headquarters, we have discovered the god of death, requesting support. With just one sentence, the entire CCG leadership exploded. God of death, that guy has been missing for more than a year, how could he? Yes, that guy went back to the Eastern Kingdom. It's just our guess, maybe he is lurking in Tokyo. Notify Matt and others immediately, and ask those people not to act rashly. Contact the police and evacuate the people at the scene urgently. Marutsai responded immediately, and the entire CCG was on standby. Time was running out, so they all brought their equipment. The sound of police sirens broke the night of the bustling city, and everyone felt a heavy feeling in their hearts. This is bound to be an extraordinary night. Is there really going to be a big war like they thought? After Feng Yu landed, he saw the dying Nishio Jin and Fei Shi, who was supported by everyone. He didn't speak, just glanced lightly, but this also made everyone's hearts tremble. Finally, Feng Yu's eyes fell on Fei Shi. I can't wait anymore. I need to go back as soon as possible, so, Kaneki, I'm sorry, I have to let you become dragon. As soon as the murmur fell, Feng Yu's figure instantly turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Fei Shi. Don't hurt the teacher. Brother Zuo, leave quickly. Mom, so scary. Damn BD. Everyone in Kuink's class knew that the target of the death in front of them was Fei Shi. They all stood in front of him. Even though he was extremely scared and his legs were shaking, he resolutely picked up the weapon and stood in front of him. We won't let you pass. Feng Yu didn't care about them. He just flicked his arm and the 4 of them were instantly knocked away. The terrifying speed prevented them from reacting at all. The people in the distance did not dare to act rashly, and could only silently wait for support from the CCG. Feng Yu looked at Fei Shi, who had fallen into a coma, and didn't know what he was thinking. But the next second, he slowly said a few words. The nightmare of reincarnation, activate. An invisible force instantly enveloped Fei Shi, which made him groan in coma, and then showed a painful expression. After doing all this, Feng Yu glanced at everyone present and glanced in the direction of a building a few hundred meters away. How is it possible? How does he know I'm here? On the roof of the building that Feng Yu was looking at, Mono Akatsuki, who was holding a sniper rifle, was suddenly shocked. Just as he reached that point, he caught her gaze. After doing all this, Feng Yu directly grabbed Zaiwei Jin, spread his wings and flew high, disappearing into the sky. As Feng Yu left, everyone felt the news of the sharp sword hanging above their heads. The timid person suddenly collapsed to the ground helplessly. Everyone had cold sweat on their backs. One can imagine how powerful Feng Yu's oppression felt on them. Ah, wait for me, I'm still here, take me away quickly. Torso shouted. Feng Yu didn't even look at him from beginning to end. Feng Yu is disdainful of Torso. The guy in the original book is not a good person, and saving him is a waste of emotion. Now when he shouted, everyone's eyes fell on him. Soon, a helicopter landed. Arima Kisho, who was wearing a white trench coat, landed on the ground with no expression on his face. He just raised his eyes in the direction Feng Yu left, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he looked at Fei Shi, who looked in pain, frowned slightly and said calmly. Take him back. Unexpectedly, there was no battle, which was beyond the imagination of everyone in CCG. But it also made them pay attention to the Ghoul Orochi again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the purpose of the ghoul and the god of death's appearance is to meet Orochi. If you say that the big snake has nothing to do with the god of death, you are really out of your mind. On the other side, Bronze Tree Headquarters Ludao, has my dear Lord Death finally appeared? Really, he didn't take me as the leader seriously and disappeared for more than a year. I really miss him. What do you think, Tatara? Takatsuki Izumi's voice seemed excited. Well, let's go and welcome him back. Tatara said calmly. He is really a bad man. The night was hazy and the wind was freezing. Feng Yu brought Nishio-jin to a hillside. Eat this. Feng Yu threw a pill to Nishio Nishiki. Senior Death God, this is. Nishio Nishiki asked respectfully. Just eat when I tell you to, don't ask so many questions. Feng Yu's faint voice made Nishio Nishiki tremble all over. After swallowing the pill in one gulp, Nishio Nishiki's eyes suddenly lit up. The wound that was still bleeding healed immediately, and at the same time, a coolness washed over the soul. The power also becomes stronger. Just a simple pill was enough to offset the results of several months of training. Nishio Nishiki was shocked. The mouth is wide enough to fit a goose egg. If word spread that this little pill could have such a powerful effect, then the whole world would probably become extremely crazy. Thinking of this, Nishio-jin looked at Feng Yu with even more awe. Tell them for me that I still have my own things to do. When the time comes, I will go back to organize. After Feng Yu finished speaking, he left. Yes, Mr. Death. Nishio Nishiki immediately lowered his head and responded. When he looked up again, Feng Yu was no longer around. Huh, Mr. Death is so scary. I was afraid he would kill me just now, but why'd I always feel familiar with him? Nishio Nishiki murmured, then patted his head. Oops, Torso didn't come back. With a trembling heart, I walked back to the stronghold of the Bronze Tree alone. Chapter 283 Reincarnation reappears. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 283 113th. Chapter 283 Reincarnation reappears. Senior Xuanfeng, you are finally back. Something big happened tonight. The moment Feng Yu, who had regained his Kuei-feng appearance, stepped into the CCG building, Kanamiko hurried over. At this moment, her face was blushing, and there was a little sweat on her forehead. She was steaming and unbuttoned the 2-inch shirt on her chest. Feng Yu took one more look and then called her into the elevator. The CCG was extremely lively tonight, and the lobby on the first floor was filled with heavily armed police officers. The moment they saw Xuanfeng, they all made way for him. On the elevator, Kanamiko began to tell what happened tonight. Listening to her description of the ghoulish god of death, Feng Yu felt a bad taste in his heart. If she knew that her boss was the monster in her mouth, maybe her expression would be very rich. Then she talked about the current situation of Kuing's class. Fishi was in a coma and other members were seriously injured. Feng Yu frowned slightly. He remembered that he didn't use any force at that time. The elevator is very fast, but you can feel that the entire CCG staff is here, which shows how much attention they attach to the appearance of the death ghoul. Soon, Feng Yu and the others came to his office, and when they entered, they saw Nao Shin and Mei Yi waiting for them. Dong dong dong. Feng Yu moved his slender fingers on the desk and looked out the window feeling bored. His eyes were a little tired. Fishi was given a reincarnation nightmare tonight, which consumed a lot of mental energy. In addition, it is late at night tonight, and sitting here feels like a worker working overtime, doing nothing and consuming time. After a while, Maru Tejai called someone over to inform Feng Yu of a meeting. He sighed helplessly, straightened his clothes and walked to the meeting. Sister Mako, did you see the boss's expression just now? Why do I feel like he doesn't want to go to the meeting? Mei Yi said with a smile while holding a lollipop in her mouth. HMPH, you are not allowed to arrange things behind Mr. Kuei-feng's back. Kanamiko glanced at her, then turned her head, her face flushed. Just now, did Mr. Kuei-feng show his impatience just now? He's so handsome, I like him so much. Nao Shin looked at his two teammates and could only laugh naively. Time passed little by little. Feng Yu looked at the solemn expressions on their faces, and felt bored listening to their analysis of the purpose of the death ghoul's appearance. After spending a boring night working overtime, Feng Yu let out a breath of turbid air while walking on the street. Do you rats really think I have no temper? Feng Yu's face darkened, and the next second, his whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared. After that, a dead bald man appeared in his hand. This man was wearing a suit and was slightly fat. Feng Yu recognized it. This is the clone of the leader of the organization. It seems you are still unwilling to give up on me. But it also reminded me that there are still some tales that have not been cleaned up. Since you don't give up on me, I will give you some gifts. I believe this small gift will make you happy. Feng Yu sneered, then looked in a certain direction and slowly raised his right hand. The corners of his mouth were raised and his middle finger was raised. I'll come find you. Feng Yu opened his mouth, then ignored it and headed straight towards the place where Kuingspan usually lived. Half an hour later, Senior Xuanfeng, why are you here? The unknown Yinshi said in surprise. I came over to see Fei Shi. Feng Yu replied calmly. Brother Zuo hasn't woken up yet. Senior, come with me, I will take you to see Brother Zuo. Unexpectedly, there was a white bandage wrapped around the Yinshi's body, which made Feng Yu feel strange in his eyes. Their injuries seemed a little serious. Passing through the living room, he came to Fei Shi's room. As soon as he came in, he saw several people surrounding Hayo's bed, even Akatsuki Mano was there. Their faces showed anxiety and worry. Ah, Mom, don't die, don't leave us. What will I do if you die? Millen the talented man lay beside the bed and shouted. Tazy, ba ba ba, the teacher will not die, the teacher is just unconscious. Jun Toru gave Millen talent a dunk. Ooh, I fainted. Millen the talented man rolled his eyes, fell down, and fell asleep the next second. There were tears in Jun To's eyes, and there was a doctor in charge of Kuink's class beside him. It's really strange. Logically speaking, Fei Shi should be able to wake up now, and her body is fine. But her brain waves are in chaos. Di Xing A and B asked doubtfully. At this time, Fei Shi's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, his eyebrows were tight, and his face was full of pain. Everyone was puzzled, but Feng Yu saw it clearly. He saw Fei Shi going through the plot in the original work, and also saw his gradual awakening of Kaneki's consciousness. The departure of friends one by one, the sacrifice of noble Arima, fulfilled one's own destiny. We also saw him marrying Kirishima Tuka and giving birth to their own offspring. Then he finally fell into madness and turned into a dragon. This is the illusion that Feng Yu weaved for him. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted Jin Mu to return and the dragon to come early. As long as he harvests the dragon, he can go back to Demon Slayer world and kill the Black Fox. The illusion ends over and over again, and is reincarnated again and again. Fei Shi's aura gradually became chaotic, and his son unexpectedly appeared out of control. The whole bed was torn to pieces. Dong Shang, don't leave me, master, everyone, don't leave me. ... The names of people that Jin Mu knew kept appearing in Fei Shi's mouth. As the name of the person was spoken, the hezi of Fei Shi also began to change towards the hezi of Jinmu. A black centipede-like crotch made a sizzling sound. No, everyone, retreat, Fei Shi is in danger now. Di Xing A and B frowned and said. Everyone was puzzled, and only Akatsuki Mato immediately took out his weapon. Mr. A and B, give Hayo a sedative, otherwise all of us will have to face the SS-level Ghoul mask. Fei Shi continued to wail in pain. The people in Kuink's class looked at him with heartache, but when they heard Akatsuki Minato said that Hayo could become an SS-level Ghoul mask, they were shocked, and then became confused. They don't understand that Hayo, like them, is a half-ghoul transplanted from a ghoul. They have always thought that they are still human beings, but now they hear Akatsuki Makoto say that Hayo is a ghoul. They put themselves in. A wave of mixed emotions emerged. Chapter 284 Clown Organization, Atori. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 281 313. Chapter 284 Clown Organization, Atori. I'll do it, Feng Yu said calmly. His voice was like a tranquilizer, calming everyone's inner impatience. Seeing their faces gradually calming down, Feng Yu said nothing more, but gently held Fei Shi down with one hand. Strangely, as Feng Yu's hand came into contact with Fei Shi's body, the pain on Fei Shi's face also diminished. Of course, Feng Yu secretly used his spiritual power to comfort them. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Di Xing A and B, but they didn't say anything. They quickly took out an injection of sedative and injected it into Fei Shi's body. After doing all this, Fei Shi slowly calmed down, and the tense atmosphere in the room immediately dissipated. It's just that although Fei Shi calmed down, he was not awake yet, and the nightmare of reincarnation that Feng Yu cast on him was still going on. Thank you so much, Mr. Kuei-feng. If you hadn't come, Fei Shi wouldn't know what would have happened. Akatsuki Mano sighed and said, her eyes full of worry about Hayo. If Hayo really loses control, it may be the moment she raises the knife towards her friend. This is what she doesn't want to see. Since Fei Shi is fine, I'll leave first, Feng Yu said calmly. After confirming Fei Shi's current status, Feng Yu has no reason to stay here anymore. Thinking that he had changed the plot, Feng Yu had to start paving the way for the future. The plot has been disrupted by me, and I must nip any possible changes in the bud. Feng Yu secretly thought. Then he left, but the moment he walked out of the door, he bumped into Arima Kisho. The two of them simply said hello and walked away without staying much longer. Looking at Feng Yu's back, something strange flashed in Arima Kisho's eyes. It's so similar. ... One day later, the summer wind blows in the face, stirring up the latitude of enthusiasm. Fei Shi has not yet woken up at this time, and is still experiencing the nightmare of reincarnation. The CCG still maintains a high level of vigilance. On the bronze tree side, some ghouls who had been favored by Feng Yu were waiting with great anticipation for the return of the God of Death in their hearts. Bask in joy. Perhaps because Nishio Nishiki was rescued by the God of Death, they didn't say anything about his failed mission of not bringing back Torso. Instead, Nishio Nishiki met with Tatara and Takatsuki Izumi alone. It's amazing. Nishio-kun's strength has increased very quickly recently, Takatsuki Izumi said in a playful tone with bandages all over his body. Tatara, on the other hand, did not speak, but looked at Nishio Nishiki, wondering what he was thinking. Facing the gazes of the two leaders, Nishio-jin couldn't help but become nervous. This is all the credit of the organization. The strength of my subordinates cannot be put on the table. Hey, don't be too nervous. I won't eat you. I just want to ask you why he didn't come back with you. Takatsuki Izumi leaned in front of Nishio Nishiki, gently raised his chin with his fingers and said. The scarlet eyes looked so weird in the dim light. Nishio Nishiki swallowed. Holding back the fear in his heart, he said, the god of death said that he still has some personal matters to deal with, and he will return to the organization after he has finished handling them. Mr. Feng Yu, how can you be so cruel? For a year and a half, a whole year and a half, I have no thoughts at all. You are such a cruel man. Tatara, my heart hurts so much. Is this the pain of being abandoned by a man? I seem to have lost my love. Takatsuki Izumi talked to himself, as if he was a girl abandoned by a scumbag. Tatara still didn't speak, just remained silent. Okay, Nishio-kun, you go down first. Thank you for your hard work tonight. If you meet him again, remember to tell him that I miss him very much. Takatsuki Izumi jumped on Noro's shoulders and waved towards Nishio Nishiki, watching him go out with a smile. I'm really curious about his personal affairs. At this time, Feng Yu came to a bar in District 14 alone. As soon as you enter the door, the warm and ambiguous atmosphere immediately hits you. Under the feasting lights and music, the excited crowds are looking for their prey like wolves and tigers. With just one glance, Feng Yu saw the goal of this trip. Her long burgundy hair, which is messy yet beautiful, hangs irregularly on her shoulders. She wears light black eyeliner on her eyes, which is charming yet aura. One hand held the goblet elegantly, and held it between her bloody red lips. She took a sip and shook her head. The lights in the bar were dim and no one could see her expression. She didn't drink any more, but just played with the glass, looked at the people in the bar with interest. Soon, she seemed to notice Feng Yu's gaze. When their eyes met, she smiled slightly and took a sip of the red wine in her hand. My little brother is not bad looking. Why, do you want to have a drink with me? Zilly smiled. As the woman with the strongest intelligence ability, guess what my purpose is here? Feng Yu said calmly. Giggle, you are really interesting. It seems that you are busy again. Come with me. I don't want such a good store here to be ruined. Shi Li hooked her slender fingers. Then the two of them came to a deserted place. CCG's new star generation has the potential to surpass Arima Kisho. Kill SS level ghouls alone. You are really good. Tell me, what do you want to ask me for this time? Zilly sat on a chair by the roadside and smiled happily. The sunlight fell on her body, which made people look stunned for a moment. Beautiful, so beautiful, as expected of a Tory of the clown organization. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Do you want to stand on the stage forever, without taking a curtain call, and perform to your heart's content? As soon as Feng Yu's voice fell, Shi Li fell silent for a moment and then sneered again. Oh, you're embarrassing me now. You know that I have an organization, but you still want to poach someone. Although you are handsome and I like you very much, I'm afraid that the boss won't agree. His strength is very strong. Zilly showed a pitiful expression, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Oh, don't you agree? It's a pity to say this, but I don't like accidents, so your refusal makes me feel unhappy. Feng Yu's voice was very calm, but Zilly felt a strong sense of oppression sweeping through his body when he heard it. Haha, do you want to do something? You men love to fight and kill every day. But, do you really think I can be taken down so easily? Shi Li stood up with a smile, her eyes were scarlet, and her fresh tongue licked her seductive lips. Let me have a taste of you, little brother. Chapter 285 Encounter with Chi-Kai. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 282 313. Chapter 285 Encounter with Chi-Kai. In the bar, the music and lights were at their highest level, and they couldn't even hear what was happening outside. Hey, all of us have been deceived. Unexpectedly, the god of death who has been looking for more than a year is actually in the CCG. Haha, if they know this news, I don't know how they will feel. Zilly was now in an extremely embarrassed state. Her originally beautiful and hot clothes were now in disarray, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. It's so abominable that you would treat such a beautiful woman like me so harshly. You, a man, deserve to be single. There was a trace of unwillingness and anger in Zilly's tone. After all, he hadn't been this embarrassed for a long, long time. So, can you agree to my request? Feng Yu's tone was cold. As for Zilly, the most mysterious ghoul in the original work, all he knew was that this woman was very beautiful. She was a member of the clown organization and had a lot of information. The introduction in the original work was that not only were the ghouls looking for her. According to the information, even the Hexiu family also made deals with her. You're such a boring man. You've beaten me up to this point, and you still ask me to join you. Well, I'll just join you. After saying that, Shi Li wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and showed a sweet smile. Welcome to join, but, as soon as he finished speaking, Zilly was grabbed by the neck with a hand. It's not a wise choice to make small moves under my nose. Feng Yu's voice reached Shi Li's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble. As expected of the god of death, even this can be discovered. Zilly endured her inner discomfort, removed a small machine embedded in the manicure, and destroyed it in front of Feng Yu. Look, I have been destroyed, please let me go now. Moreover, Lord Death, I joined the clown organization just because I want to stand on the stage forever and don't want to be left behind. As long as you give me this opportunity, they will definitely be very happy. Zilly said pitifully. Just at that moment, she was about to send the news that death was in the CCG through the small machine inside her fingernail, but Feng Yu noticed it. Look into my eyes. Feng Yu's voice was extremely cold, and at the same time, a terrifying demonic figure emerged behind him. Zilly felt her six senses bursting, and the fear in her heart surged out crazily. No. Don't, please, no, don't come. Zilly yelled crazily and wanted to struggle, but Feng Yu pressed her firmly against the wall. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not move at all. Zilly's eyes widened, tears flowed out uncontrollably, and her whole body trembled, as if she had seen a monster that terrified her. Time passes little by little. Zilly, who was struggling crazily, began to calm down slowly, his head drooped slightly, his eyes were dull, and his face was expressionless. Seeing this, Feng Yu loosened his grip on her. Feng Yu exhaled a breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect your mental resistance to be so strong. You deserve to have such a powerful intelligence capability. After a while, Zilly's face was replaced with a smile. Lord Death. A sweet and shy voice rang in his ears, but Feng Yu didn't look at it a few more times, but casually gave Shi Li a pill. Eat it, put on some clean clothes, and continue doing what you are doing. I will naturally come to you when I need you. After that, Feng Yu left. Oh my, what a boring man, he ruins other people's clothes and doesn't even bother to accompany me. Shi Li watched Feng Yu leave and stamped his feet helplessly. The car drove slowly on the road, and the surrounding objects and people receded like reflections. Soon we arrived at District 14. As soon as he got off the car, Feng Yu frowned slightly, and then walked straight into a small alley. You brat, you dare to secretly photograph us. It seems you are impatient. Several burly men surrounded a short-haired girl. The girl looked at several people warily, holding the camera tightly in her arms. Duck Chi. Feng Yu recalled the girl who followed Yu Shengxi in the original work. It was because of her that the decadent Yu Shengxi cheered up. Kid, hand over all the photos, or I'll kill you. One of the big men said fiercely, and his eyes turned into black eyes. It can be seen that these men are all Hezi. According to the introduction in the original work, Chi may have photographed evidence that they were eating or being ghouls. The eyes of several big men became more and more evil, and they began to approach her. Look, there are police there. Kakuchi pointed in one direction and shouted in surprise. Several big ghoul men were immediately attracted and turned their heads to look. You brat, how dare you lie to us? Angry, extremely angry, several big men shouted, but Kakuchi, who was still there just now, had already run a few meters away. His agility is no less than that of some ordinary ghouls, and her short body is a natural protective color. She was like a flexible little monkey, shuttling quickly, and at this moment she was running towards a place with a lot of people. Something capable. Feng Yu couldn't help but nodded. It was obvious that this girl was very smart and knew where to escape. It's just that Qiancho seems to have underestimated the speed of several big ghoul men. Before she even reached the exit, she was already being chased by several ghoul men. Run, you brat, you better run. Kuki Chi was kicked against the wall, but she didn't make a sound. Instead, she tightly protected the camera in her arms. His eyes were fixed on these people, and in the next second, one of the big men raised his hand and wanted to hit them. Kakuchi turned her face sideways and closed her eyes. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, a bang 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 sound was heard, followed by wailing. When she opened her eyes, there was a tall and handsome man standing in front of her, and she suddenly felt a sense of security. Kakuchi breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously she recognized the identity of the man in front of her. Kawake-sama, this person is a ghoul. Please arrest them. Chu Qin looked serious, and at the same time handed the camera to Feng Yu for inspection. Here is the evidence of their ghoul identity. Please look at it carefully. Feng Yu took the camera and saw the photos of the ghoul men eating, as well as some other scenery in the moment when a stranger helped him cross the road. Aren't you afraid as an ordinary person? Feng Yu asked. What are you afraid of? I'm just a girl who loves to record the beauty of the world. I'm not afraid of these ghouls. And ghouls are not necessarily bad guys. Having said that, Chu Qin seemed to have thought of something, and her originally bright eyes became dim. Chapter 286 Fei Shi's Awakening. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 283 313ths. Chapter 286 Fei Shi's Awakening. After handing these big ghoul men to the investigators who came to hand over, Feng Yu took Chi-Chi to a coffee shop. The sun is shining brightly, shining gently on the dining table through the glass window. The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee, the alluring fragrance filled the air along with the sunshine, and the quiet music played leisurely, which not only made people gradually relax. Nonsense, do you know that you are already putting yourself in danger? If I hadn't happened to meet you today, what do you think you would be like now? There was a trace of reproach in Feng Yu's tone. He knew the situation and character of the girl in front of him, but he still couldn't bear it. Although animation is animation, it is real if you travel to this world. The animation is shown from the perspective of the protagonist, but the perspective of some supporting characters is in the dark. No one knows what they are doing or experiencing when the perspective is given to the protagonist. In the original work, the girl in front of her survived to the finale, but in today's situation, Feng Yu really couldn't imagine how she would get out of danger. It's okay, isn't it you? Chu Qin fiddled with the camera nonchalantly, taking pictures of the coffee and the people and things around her from time to time. Look good, Mr. Kuei-feng, please see if the photo I took looks good. Chu Qin looked at the picture saved in the camera and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. After saying that, he quickly sat next to Feng Yu, ignoring the twitching of the corners of Feng Yu's mouth, and showed him directly. After looking at a few pictures, I have to admit that this girl really has the potential to be a photographer. It is just a very ordinary picture, but the pictures are so high quality. Except for the scene of the ghoul eating. Yeah, not bad, Feng Yu said calmly. Yeah, I'm so happy to be praised by Mr. Kuei-feng. I got the photos I wanted today, so Mr. Kawake's, I'll go back first. Chi-Chi winked playfully, and then waved goodbye in the afterglow. I hope you can be so lucky again and again. Feng Yu sighed slightly, then tidied up his clothes, walked out of the coffee shop, his face returned to a cold expression, and walked straight in one direction. An hour later, there is already another figure beside Feng Yu. There are many tattoos on his body, almost all over his body. His eyes are scarlet, but they don't look like Heian. This person is another member of the clown organization, the Mask Master. Like Zilly, he was completely mentally controlled by Feng Yu at this moment. Lord Death, I am waiting for your orders at any time. Bai smiled respectfully. Feng Yu replied, and then began to return to CCG's headquarters. The next thing is the most important thing, that is the return of Kaneki. Just now, Kanamiko sent a message telling her that Hayo had woken up. Feng Yu wants to confirm to what extent the current Fei Shi has awakened, whether it is the Black Death God Kaneki or the Angel Kaneki who has reached the later stage. Everything is unknown. After all, the nightmare of reincarnation is just a medium. When Fei Shi wakes up, it may be Kaneki, or it may be Fei Shi who continues. The vehicle quickly arrived at the CCG headquarters. When he arrived and saw Fei Shi, Feng Yu already had the answer. Black Death, it's okay, it seems like it needs some extra ingredients. Looking at the confusion and indifference on Fei Shi's face, Feng Yu had already determined that Jin Mu had awakened. As for why he still pretends to be Fei Shi, it's just that he doesn't believe in what he experienced in the nightmare of reincarnation. I guess I thought it was a dream. But now that he has awakened, the next thing will be easier to handle. Welcome back, Fei Shi. Feng Yu said softly, like a worried old friend, gently gave Fei Shi a hug and patted him on the back a few times. Hearing Feng Yu's voice, Fei Shi was stunned for a moment. His originally dim and gloomy eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light. Senior Kuei-feng, you are Senior Kuei-feng, you are real, you are real. Fei Shi burst into tears, and everyone on the sidelines couldn't figure out Fei Shi's situation. Only Feng Yu knew why he was so excited. Fei Shi, Mr. Xuanfeng must be real. You just woke up, take a good rest first. Akatsuki Mono said with a frown. Yes, Senior Kuei-feng is real, those are all fake. This way, this makes me feel relieved. After saying that, Fei Shi slowly fell asleep again like a deflated balloon. Fei Shi, monitor, teacher, ... Everyone's hearts became worried again. It's okay, it's not a big problem, he just fell asleep. D Xing A and B said. Okay, Fei Shi is fine now, so I'll leave. If anything happens, contact me as soon as possible. After receiving the guarantee, everyone felt relieved. Feng Yu looked at Fei Shi, but he didn't know what he was thinking. In the following days, CCG regained its calm. After Fei Shi woke up, everyone could feel the changes in him. He never wore glasses, but now he was wearing black-rimmed glasses, and his original white suit was changed to black. Even the hair was dyed black. Just like the Black Death in the original work. Every move he makes is very similar to Arima Noble Shogun. Someone asked him why he made such a change. Fei Shi just smiled and responded that after this coma, he clearly knew his weaknesses. So changes were made. Grow overnight. This is the evaluation given to him by everyone. It's just that the members of Kuink's class felt indifference in him. Whether it was his temperament or his eyes, Fei Shi was a different person. Guozhong, do you feel that Brother Zuo seems to have changed? The unknown Yinshi pulled Guozhong Zhusheng to the stairs and spoke softly. Didn't the squad leader say it? He discovered his own weaknesses, so he made changes. Although he did change a little. But Matt and others said there is nothing wrong with the squad leader, so there must be no problem. Guozhong Zhusheng said in deep thought. As those who get along with Fei Shi on a daily basis, we know Fei Shi's changes best. Guozhong, do you still remember that the eye patch Ghoul Orochi mentioned seems to be Brother Zuo? And I checked the information. Brother Zuo did not voluntarily transform into a ghoul like us, but Brother Zuo was a half-ghoul a long time ago. Quote, we can eat normal people's food, but Brother Zuo can't. Don't you think it's strange? Brother Zuo has changed so much now. Combined with the eye patch Orochi mentioned last time, I suspect that Brother Zuo may have regained his memory. Hearing Shishi Yinshi say this, Guozhong Zhusheng also fell silent. In this life, with Feng Yu's intervention, the relationship between these people is as close as a family. Then, what do you want? Guozhong Zhusheng asked anxiously. That's our Brother Zuo after all, so, let's investigate the clues about the ghoul eye patch in private. By the way, we need a clue, let's not tell anyone for the time being, especially Jun and Casey. Hearing this, Guozhong Zhusheng's face became serious, and then the two of them looked at each other and nodded to each other. Little did they know that their conversation was clearly heard by Fei Shi who was climbing up the stairs. Fei Shi's indifferent eyes did not reveal any emotional changes regarding the fact that Yin Shi and Guozhong Zhusheng wanted to investigate his past. Chapter 287 The Nutcracker. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 284 313. Chapter 287 The Nutcracker. After another half-month, Guai Hisao and Shishi Yinshi thoroughly investigated Kanaki's identity. At the same time, there was a strange feeling in his heart towards Fei Shi. After all, how could the person who once had a gentle smile on his face turn into a terrifying ghoul who did all kinds of evil and was extremely dangerous? But ever since Fei Shi woke up, that feeling of indifference and strangeness hung over both of them all the time. Every word and every move reveals a feeling of indifference and despair. Our mission this time is the Nutcracker. According to the informant's investigation, this guy's strength is rated as A level, but the most important thing is that she has contacts with Big Madam and provides them with talent, which is human trafficking. We need to use her to find Big Madam's hiding place. Next, Fei Shi carefully analyzed the possible places where the Nutcracker might appear, and also handed her photos to several people. In the photo, the Nutcracker is wearing sexy lingerie and black cloth strips over his eyes, riding on a man covered in blood. This is a photo of her praying, sexy, voluptuous and dangerous. Teacher, what do we need to do? Jun Toru asked. Women's clothing. What that guy likes most is to traffic in beautiful girls for recruitment purposes, so we need to pretend to be girls, sneak in, and contact her to find out the location of Big Madam. The plan for catching Torso is the same. Each of us wears a locator and reports inside whenever there is an incident. Fei Shi said. Guozhong Jusheng and Shishi and Shi looked at each other and didn't say anything. Soon, several people began to implement the plan and put on beautiful women's clothes. It's just that this time Fei Shi didn't put on women's clothes with them like in the original work, but said that he would watch them from a distance. As long as something goes wrong, he will take action. Guozhong Jusheng opened his mouth to say something, but when he met Fei Shi's extremely cold eyes, his heart suddenly trembled, and the words that had reached his throat could not come out. Feng Yu was also called to the office by Maru Tezai, along with Ria Yajizo. After the previous battle with the one-eyed owl, Lingwu Shizao has indeed matured a lot and is not as crazy as before. Now he is extremely restrained, with the team members he leads behind him. Compared with his subordinates, the members of Lingwu Shizao are much more normal. Xuanfeng, Shizao, I called you here this time to deal with the annihilation of Big Madam. When Ria Yajizo heard Big Madam, his pupils shrank, but he quickly returned to normal. Obviously, Big Madam still has a great influence on Shizao. The vanguard this time is mainly led by Kuingspan, starting from the Nutcracker and then extending to Big Madam. As long as you receive the signal from Fei Shi and the others, then the two of you groups can carry out the encirclement and suppression. Marutsai said calmly. I have no problem. Feng Yu said. What is it? Marutsai looked at Ria Yashizo. Lingwu Shizao smiled and then nodded. Then this meeting ends here. You go back and prepare first. It is estimated that there will be a battle soon. After leaving the conference room, Lingwu Shizao called out to Feng Yu. Kuei Feng-kun, please give me more advice this time. The same goes for you, Shizao. Feng Yu answered with a smile, and then took the first step. Looking at Feng Yu's back, there was something strange in Lingwu Shizao's eyes. What a dangerous man, but I'm looking forward to it. By the time Feng Yu had arranged for him, Kanamiko and the others, Kuai Hisao and the others had already started to take action. The sky is getting dark, which is the most suitable time for ghouls to appear. Fei Shi and the others entered a club called Liju. This club attracts young talents who have just graduated on the pretext of high-paying recruitment work. It is also the place where the Nutcracker selects talents. The young beauty wears a mask on her face and dresses up brightly to get a good job in the future, but at the same time she is also looking for prey. In a noisy and ambiguous environment, no one knows who is whose prey. Here, everyone is a hunter and prey at the same time. After all, Guozhong Jusheng and the others were still young, so they were both curious and apprehensive about these places full of adult world. Although my mood was extremely complicated, I did not forget the goal of my trip. The four of them separately patrolled the crowd dancing to the music. While blending into the dancing crowd, he looked around. Unconsciously, several people gradually integrated into this atmosphere. The body also changed from being restrained at the beginning to twisting freely. Soon, Jun Toru was spotted by the Nutcracker just like in the original work. She came to Jun 2's side unhurriedly and looked her up and down. His face was full of satisfaction. At the same time, Fei Shi, who was sitting in the monitoring room, also saw this scene and then informed other members. Jun meets the Nutcracker. Hua Zhongjusheng and the others listened to Fei Shi's prompts in their headsets and quickly found Shishi Yinshi and Yon Lin Kazi. Several people searched the entire stage but couldn't find Jun 2, and they couldn't help being surprised. But Fei Shi's voice came from the headset and they breathed a sigh of relief. Jun followed the Nutcracker out of the corridor. There is no danger. Don't worry. Fei Shi stared at the monitor, raising and lowering his slender fingers. During the surveillance, Yu Toru performed very well and acted very well. She was like a young girl who had just been exposed to the world, and her desire for work was vivid and vivid. The Nutcracker is very useful. Looking at Jun Toru's figure and face, she had already begun to fantasize about how much she could be sold for. Haha, you are such a stupid guy, but the more stupid you are, the happier I will be, because then I can have money to buy beautiful clothes again. After exchanging contact information, the Nutcracker looked at the delighted Jun Toru and couldn't help but lick his lips. After getting the contact from the Nutcracker, Jun Toru also quickly informed everyone in the team. Guozhong Jusheng was truly relieved when he saw Jun appeared in front of him intact. At the same time, Fei Shi also began to arrange for them to leave here. This mission was considered a complete success. The CCG received the news and began to make preparations, waiting for the meeting of Juntoru and the Nutcracker in 3 days. However, for the safety of Yutoru, CCG decided to bring in Ryowu Shizo as well. The method is to let Ryowu Jizao pretend to be Yuto's friend, who also wants to find a good job. In 3 days, the battle will begin. You guys, don't let any other team compete with you, Feng Yu said while holding his chin. Don't worry, boss, we will definitely be better than Suzuya's special class. Fujimiya Torinobu puffed up his chest and said. Kanamiko looked serious. Mei held the lollipop in her mouth and smiled with her neat white teeth. Okay, we will definitely be able to surprise everyone this time. Don't set a flag before a fight. Chapter 288 Auction. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 285 313. Chapter 288 Auction. Soon the day came for Juntoru and the Nutcracker to meet. Under the arrangement of CCG, Juntoru and Suzuya Juzo, who were dressed as girls, came to the place where they met the Nutcracker. After waiting for a long time, I finally met the target character of this trip, the Nutcracker. Sister, who is this? Asked the Nutcracker coquettishly and warily. Sister, this is my good friend, Xiaoling. She heard that you can introduce good jobs, so she came with me. We both really need a good job, please, sister. Juntoru pretended to beg. Hello, my name is Xiaoling. Shizao held out a hand with a smile on his face. After carefully looking around the Bell House, the Nutcracker smiled. Not bad, very good. If that's the case, you can come with me. The Nutcracker took Shizao's hand and caressed it. This skin is really well maintained. There was a smile on her face, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. After that, Juntoru and Suzuya Jizao, led by the Nutcracker, went to the big Madam auction venue. Just as soon as we entered, the CCG immediately started taking action. Surround the entire building and wait for the next order. The auction site is a layout similar to an arena, with an empty flat square in the middle and surrounded by seats at different levels for buyers of different levels to have a full view of the auction items. From top to bottom, the Nutcracker led Juntoru and Suzuya Jizo to the backstage of the auction items. Along the way, the people at the auction house looked at her with smiles on their faces, not sure whether it was because she brought the goods or because they were attracted by her beauty. All the staff here are ghouls. They all wear masks on their faces and serve everyone present with all their heart, except for the talents. Juntoru and Suzuya Jizo were speechless along the way, just silently sending signals to the CCG. At the same time, he pretended to be excited and nervous. Kiki, it's finally here, said the Nutcracker with a smile. The next second, the vision of Yuto and Suzuya Jizo went dark, and they fainted. This is the material I brought this time. I hope you can sell it for me at a good price. The Nutcracker raised her sexy flaming red lips, then twisted her waist and walked out step by step. The two people backstage didn't say much when they saw this, as if this kind of thing was already commonplace. Very skillful at marking. With the sound of the auction square outside, Juntoru and Suzuya Jizo were carried onto the auction stage. Gentlemen and ladies, the next material is provided by Miss Hutao. It is said to be high-quality goods. Please feel free to bid. The auctioneer used a passionate and mysterious tone to describe the surroundings. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire auction house suddenly skyrocketed, and every ghoul raised his voice and shouted. Light focus. Juntoru, who had put on delicate clothes, was put on the auction stage, and the dazzling lights focused on her. This is Walnut Boy's product. It is said that he is a ghoul with a human touch. After that, the auctioneer cut one of Juntoru's hands with a knife, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. At the same time, she also pulled off the one-eyed blindfold of Juntoru, revealing her bright eyes. He-yan, what a ghoul. No, it's too fragrant, this is the ultimate ingredient. Everyone, please don't snatch it from me, this is mine, I want it. Fart, this is mine. ... Seeing that the desires of these ghouls had been aroused, the auctioneer smiled slightly. Then please have fun starting the auction. The starting price starts at 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd at B Chrysalis suddenly began to boil. One by one, they started raising their placards to bid. 1 million, 3 million, 10 million. Go away, you bunch of poor guys, 50 million. ... The prices continued to soar, and the Nutcracker watching on the sidelines was already overwhelmed with great happiness. Juntoru, on the other hand, had a confused look on her face, her fingers tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Compared with the crazy crowd below, she was like a sheep caught in a pack of wolves. In the end, the price of Juntoru reached 200 million. Listen to the final price. The Nutcracker no longer cares about the Bell House. When Juntoru was withdrawn, she was hurriedly dragged to deal with the final buyer. Oh ho, the ingredients this time are really interesting. There is even a one-eyed ghoul. I'm a little greedy when I see it. Big Madam was wearing a lady's dress, holding a white gold lotus fan and covering her face with a smile. Several ghouls on the side also complimented him repeatedly. But then, Big Madam couldn't laugh anymore, because the next person to be auctioned was the person she was most familiar with. Xiaoling. On the other side, CCG Tomaru Tejai saw the surveillance footage and started making arrangements, and personnel began to enter the building one by one. The Nutcracker held Juntoru like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, humming a cheerful song. 200 million, 200 million. Baby, you are so great. You are actually worth 200 million. Thank you so much. After saying that, the Nutcracker kissed Juntoru heavily. Let me go, you devil. Juntoru cursed, but his hands were tied with iron chains, and he couldn't break free without a key. Oh my, why are you so rude, little baby? You are worth 200 million, don't be angry. The Nutcracker caressed Juntoru's face. Humph, go to hell. The next second, Juntoru suddenly rose up and directly hit the Nutcracker's head with a head hammer. Buzz. The sudden attack was something that the Nutcracker had not expected at all. Pain and dizziness hit her immediately, and she was a little unsteady on her feet. Feeling dizzy, when she woke up, Juntoru had already run to the end of the corridor. No, my 200 million. The Nutcracker immediately panicked and hurriedly chased after him. The corridor was empty. Juntoru ran away frantically, and finally hid in a room at the end of a corner. He covered his mouth to prevent himself from breathing too loudly. Mission, action begins. Following Marutsai's order, a dense crowd of Ghoul investigators quickly rushed into the building. You guys can go too. Feng Yu waved his hand, and the three people behind him also rushed in directly. Chapter 289 Fierce Battle 1. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 286 313. Chapter 289 Fierce Battle 1. Feng Yu's three subordinates took the lead, leading many investigators to start killing the ghouls layer by layer, not sparing any place or corner. Siquanfeng boy, this time it depends on you and Shizao. Marutsai said. Feng Yu responded lightly, but his eyes were looking into the distance. In this city, forces hidden in the darkness are setting their sights here. These include the Bronze Tree, the Tsukiyama family, and the Joker. The members of the clown organization have been mentally controlled by Feng Yu. He was invited to be the auctioneer, and the other clown member is Luo Ma. SSS level ghoul, the mother of trouble. The people from the Yushin family came here to get the ingredients that would restore Yushinzai's desire. Densely packed people in red cloaks were walking through the dim alleys, with the building in front of them as the center point. Start encircling it bit by bit. Inside the auction, Bai was still introducing enthusiastically, but when Lingwu Shizo came up, it was the beginning of a riot. No introduction is needed. Suzuya Jizo smiled domineeringly and jumped down, and the light instantly focused on her. She licked her tongue, exerted force on her soles, and the knife hidden in her calf and high boots instantly bloomed. In just 1 second, the knife was thrown out of her hand and landed on Bai's body and on the face of the ghoul below. It's Suzuya, Baiga is here to disrupt the situation. Kirishima Junto, who was hiding in the dark, said. Just by talking, Suzuya Jizo had already killed many ghouls. Due to the violent outburst, the entire venue was in chaos. She stood on the auction stage, tilting her head and looking at Madame with a smile on her face. Madam, let's go quickly. Madame's men urged. Xiao Shizao, Xiao Shizao. Madame's eyes widened and she looked at Suzuya Jizo in disbelief. A large group of ghouls began to escape, but little did they know that the CCG investigators had been waiting for a long time. They collided head-on, and a fight broke out instantly. Whether in the corridor or on the road outside, they are all CCG personnel. By the time they reacted, they were surrounded by CCG investigators who poured in. Not good. Surrounded. On the roof, several figures looked at the investigators below. Are those all enemies? Guji. Grr. If my team cooperates well. Before Mei Zhao could finish speaking, Naki had already jumped directly. Etc. Ah ha ha ha. Since we are enemies, of course we should strike first. Naki jumped down and directly injured several investigators who had no time to react. Situations like this are almost everywhere in the entire building. Screams were everywhere. In the auction venue, Suzuya Jizo was stopped. Black arrow feathers blocked her face. Suzuya Jizo also looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression. Mr. Rabbit, it's been such a long time. That one-eyed ghoul just now. Yi from the Yushin family murmured, something strange flashed in his eyes. If I give her to the young master, maybe. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Matsume next to him. You leave first, I will bring back Master Zai's ingredients. Guai Sheng and the others rushed in with the large army and harvested the escaped ghouls, one by one, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. However, there were also some powerful ghouls standing in front of them. What's going on with that bald guy? He's so huge. Sasaki Hayo and the others met with Kanamiko, but they were blocked by the bald man with a huge armor in front of them. The entire sales venue turned into a Shira field. Chaos, killing, blood, violence. The strong smell of blood spreads everywhere. The blood-red color was visible to the naked eye, and even the air seemed to have solidified. Juntoru hid in a dark room. Listening to the chaotic noise outside, she didn't dare to move. She could only hide and wait for rescue. But just as she relaxed, a demonic voice came from behind her. Hello, little kitten, what are you doing here? It is Yi from the Yushin family. You, what are you going to do? Juntoru was extremely frightened, but the next second, a sharp pain hit her. Tear. Juntoru's abdomen was directly pierced by Yi, and blood flowed out. This smell, Master Shi, I finally found the ingredients for your glorious return. Yi licked the remaining blood on his hand, his eyes widened and his taste buds exploded instantly. No, I can't go on like this, teacher. His face was stained with blood, and the memories of being abused and spending time with Kuingspan as a child were recalled in his mind. Jun Toru's right eye instantly turned into a black eye. Bang! The knuckle-shaped hezi directly broke the iron chain binding his hands and penetrated Yi's body. I won't be afraid of you. With a hard swing, Yi hit the wall heavily. Taking advantage of this gap, Jun Toru rushed out of the room. Damn it, if I catch you again, you will be obedient and dare not resist. Veins popped up on Yi's face. He didn't expect that Liu Yutu would release hezi to fight back. Fei Shi, you and the Kueifeng class go to the top first, and leave this place to the Shiaguchi class. There was no expression on Fei Shi's face and she put away the kuink knife. Leave this to Shakuchi and the others, let's go. Fei Shi said. Kuai Hisao and the others looked at each other with Kanamiko and others, and followed Hayo, bypassing the bald ghoul and heading straight to the upper level. The bald ghoul didn't stop him, instead he twisted his neck indifferently. On the other side, what happened in the main building was clearly seen by a group of people. Then let's start Hair, Owl. Akihiro Kano smiled. Next to him were Takatsuki Izumi and Tatara Roki, the upper echelons of the bronze tree. As soon as he finished speaking, a trembling man wearing a cloak came out. Jam, yummy jam. Shimoguchimura looked at Hayo and Kanamiko leaving and they felt helpless. Obviously I am also a quasi-special class, but I never expected to be placed here. It is obvious that Fei Shi and the others have more potential than themselves. Helplessness and complicated emotions came to my heart. After sighing, he began to take the enemy in front of him seriously. Boys, if others look down on you, cheer up. Shimoguchi Muramasa shouted. Yes, monitor. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 290 Fierce Battle 2. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 287 313. Chapter 290 Fierce Battle 2. The crowd was so excited that people from work immediately surrounded the bald ghoul. A-hole, go to hell. The crowd swarmed forward with kuink weapons in hand. The sound of ping 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 pong. Fighting suddenly came, one person after another, maintaining cooperation and launching attacks continuously. Hee. Facing the crowd's siege, the bald ghoul grinned, then spread his arms and began to rotate. The speed is also getting faster and faster. The attacks of everyone in the lower class were immediately resisted, and at the same time, a powerful force instantly knocked them away. The bald ghoul is like a tornado, creating an absolute defense and attack area for himself. So strong. Shimoguchimura looked solemn, but when he thought of Muratsai's order just now, a surge of anger arose in his heart. The next second, rush out directly. The big knife in his hand struck down hard, and the bald ghoul also stopped turning. He looked sideways at Shimoguchi Muramasa with black sunglasses, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt in his eyes. So hard, this guy. The broadsword cut into the bald ghoul's arms, and the two immediately came to a stalemate. Come on, this monster was stopped by the boss. The investigators on the next shift stepped forward again, wanting to make a last-ditch attack. The bald ghoul frowned slightly, because one hand had been firmly restrained by Shimoguchi Muramasa, and he could only resist with one hand. But this also allowed Shimoguchi Muramasa to seize the opportunity. Don't underestimate me, Shimoguchi Muramasa shouted, and a large amount of blood suddenly poured out from Kahi's arm that had been chopped into the bald ghoul. Pulling out the blade, he squatted down slightly, took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and he was ready to strike. The next second, the big knife slashed out, and the sound of cutting flesh and blood came with it. The bald head fell to the ground and he stared at his body blankly. Yeah, the people on duty immediately cheered when they saw this. Shimoguchi Muramasa also breathed a sigh of relief. After getting rid of this bald ghoul, he was able to correct his quasi-special title. Just when they were about to continue moving to the upper level, they heard footsteps and murmurs behind them. Jam, yummy jam. They turned around and saw a man with completely white hair, dark nails, sunken eyes, wearing a cloak, and a haggard and twisted face walking towards them step by step with his head lowered. The person who came was Takizawa Masamiki, who was transformed into a ghoul. Perhaps it was because the victory just gave everyone in the next class confidence. One of the younger investigators probably wanted a chance to perform, so he rushed out without waiting for Shimoguchi Muramasa to stop him, hoping to kill Takizawa Masamiki with one move. Don't want. Shimoguchi Muramasa opened his mouth to stop him, but it was already too late. The young investigator's kuink weapon was a long knife. Seeing that the blade was about to fall on Takizawa Masamiki's head, he smiled slightly, as if he already knew the outcome. It's just that I stopped laughing very quickly. Jam, my favorite jam. Takizawa Masamiki suddenly raised his head, with a crazy look on his face, and turned sideways to avoid the attack. Jam. Takizawa Masamiki whispered into the ear of the young investigator who was still looking frightened. The next second, she opened her big mouth and bit him on the neck. Blood spurts out. There was no struggle, no scream, just a moment, and the investigator was dead. Everyone was shocked, but the death of their teammates directly stimulated them. They looked at each other, clenched their weapons and rushed out. Shimoguchi Muramasa looked anxious, but he had no choice. He felt that he still lacked leadership skills for this group of passionate and excited young people who acted without waiting for his orders. In desperation, he also launched an attack, but he soon regretted it. He saw that the two people at the front were killed instantly, with frightened expressions on their faces. Takizawa Masamiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the madness in his eyes became more intense. In an instant, everyone stopped. You guys run away, this guy is too scary. I'll stay and break up. As soon as he finished speaking, Takizawa Masamiki rushed out again, killing another person instantly wherever he passed. At this moment, everyone understood that the person in front of them was not something they could deal with. Run, run, this is what they are thinking now. If they are not afraid, they will really die. Investigators are also human beings, and everyone will be afraid when faced with death threats. This is a human physiological reaction. They didn't dare to move forward, so they could only run backwards like crazy, and at the same time applied for rescue towards the communicator. Shimoguchi Muramasa's legs were also trembling. Takizawa Masamiki put too much pressure on him. He killed so many people without using hezi, even though the strength of these people was a little worse than his own. Shimoguchi Muramasa swallowed, his subordinates were already running behind, and they kept retreating. Jam, my favorite jam. Takizawa Masamiki ate the brain of the man he had just killed, and turned his attention to Shimoguchi Muramasa and others who had escaped. He threw the body aside like trash, squatted down slightly, and shot out like a hunting eagle in the next second. There was both madness and playfulness in his eyes. No, this guy is going to catch up. Shimoguchi Muramasa's pupils shrank, he did not expect Takizawa Masamiki to be so fast. After taking a look at the people who were escaping, and then looking at Masamiki Takizawa who was getting closer and closer, a wave of faith surged in his heart. Damn it, I'm a quasi-privilege, how could I escape without a fight? The moment he stopped and turned around, Takizawa Masamiki kicked him in the arm. Crack, Shimoguchi Muramasa's arm bones were broken, and the severe pain made him scream in agony. You looked very handsome just now, but I am stronger than you. Under Shimoguchi Muramasa's horrified eyes, Takizawa Masamiki opened his big mouth and bit his neck. Shimoguchi Muramasa, damn it, hold on, try to hide, don't lose your life. Maru Tejai looked anxious and contacted Feng Yu at the same time. Boy Kuei-feng, the lower class encountered an unknown ghoul. Please go and support them. Outside the building, Feng Yu looked at the screen on the screen where all the people in the lower class had died tragically, then looked at the positions of his men and Takizawa Masamiki, smacked his lips, then got up and walked towards the building. I see, it was too late for rescue. The entire Shimoguchi class had been wiped out. Takizawa Masamiki's strength was truly SS level. Although Shimoguchi Muramasa was a quasi-special class, he was still killed instantly when faced with SS level ghouls. The normal situation is that an SS level ghoul is annihilated by several special forces, and not everyone is the protagonist or a Rima noble general. The night was dim and the killings continued. This was destined to be a sleepless night. It should be over after tonight. Feng Yu looked at the looming moon and murmured. Chapter 291 Old Era and New Era. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 288 313th. Chapter 291 Old Era and New Era. When Feng Yu arrived at the place where Takizawa Masamiki killed Shimoguchi Ban, there was no one there, leaving only corpses and blood on the ground. I hope those boys can still bear it. Feng Yu murmured. As long as his subordinates Kanamiko and the others, including Kuai Hisao and the others, don't run into Takizawa Masamiki, they won't have much of a problem. If it happens, Fei Shi, who has already awakened, will probably be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Feng Yu became less anxious. Step by step, disappear into the darkness. This is a trial and a beginning. Throughout the building, countless masked ghouls were still running away wildly, and members of the Bronze Tree organization were also covering their escape. Even Yushin Guanmu and the others were the same, pouring into the large underground warehouse one by one. Inside the auction house, Suzuya Jizo looked at Bai and Roma in front of him with a solemn expression. After the first battle, he found that the strength of these two ghouls was ridiculously strong. In addition, he had no weapons around him and the hidden daggers had been used up. Now he can be said to be in a state of bare hands. Kirishima Aya on the side was also staring at him eagerly. Bai and Roma did not take action, but looked at Suzuya Jizo with meaningful smiles. You have no weapons anymore, just surrender and capture me, Suzuya Shizo. Kirishima Ayadu said, and at the same time, the feathers on his body were unfolded, and arrow feathers were pointed at Suzuya Jizo. That's awesome, Mr. Rabbit. Suzuya Jizo said expressionlessly, but the next second he smiled strangely. Although I have used up my dagger, I can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzuya Jizo jumped back to the entrance of the auction house and waved to Ayadu. Bye, Mr. Rabbit, and you too, see you soon. Then it disappeared into the dark entrance. Damn it, Schwandu cursed secretly and immediately chased after him. Oh, sir, do we want to catch up? Roma said. After staring for a few seconds, Bai shook his head. Let's go block it for them. Roma nodded. Naturally she knew who they were. They can be said to be guards, and their main task is to protect this group of ghouls who come to participate in the auction. Sir Four Eyes, the white pigeon is about to charge forward, please retreat quickly. On the rooftop, the breeze blew, lifting the black cloak that the girl was wearing. The girl wore a black mask with 4 eyes on her face. In front of her were a dozen men wearing cloaks like her. At this moment, they were kneeling in front of the girl, extremely respectful. The girl was Fueguchi Hinami who had joined the Bronze Tree. She looked at the police cars below that were surrounded by police cars, and then listened to the various reports coming from the headset. She frowned. As a cadre of Bronze Tree who collects and processes intelligence for the organization, she already had a judgment in her mind at this moment. Brother Schwandu, stop chasing that woman. The first priority now is to cover their evacuation. Baizhe is almost searching the underground warehouse. Hinami's tone was anxious. Good. Hearing Hinami's voice, Ayasu, who was chasing Suzuya Jizo, suddenly stopped. Suzuya Jizo, next time. I will definitely avenge that old man. Looking at the disappearing figure of Suzuya Jizo, Aya gritted her teeth, then turned around and ran towards the underground warehouse. After getting Schwandu's order, Hinami breathed a sigh of relief. Sir Four Eyes, the leader has asked us to evacuate, please go this way. A man under Hinami's hand said. You guys go first, I'm going to meet up with Black Rabbit. Hinami shook her head, but sir, this is the leader's order. The man was a little unwilling to give up and continued. Don't worry, I'm responsible for everything. You go, the further away from here the better. After saying that, without waiting for the reaction of these subordinates, Hinami jumped down and disappeared immediately. These subordinates were about to speak, but soon they spotted a white figure not far away. Oh, let's go. The leading man sighed, and then led everyone to hide in the messy building. Go all the way. Hinami's figure is quickly approaching the underground warehouse. Brother, is it really you this time? There were tears in her eyes, and a sunny and gentle face appeared in the sea. In a certain corner, Takatsuki Kwan sat on Noro's shoulder and watched the surveillance screen with interest. Suddenly, she turned back, grinned, and opened her arms. Welcome back, my favorite death. Tatara and Kano Akihiro turned around at the same time and saw Feng Yu, who had already put on the death vest, walking step by step. Long time no see, Ganji. Feng Yu's voice was low and hoarse. It's amazing. It's been so long since I last saw you, and I feel like you've become stronger again. Takatsuki Kwan jumped behind Feng Yu and put his arms around his neck, leaning into his ear and laughing. The moist and warm breath hid my face. Feng Yu could feel his ears getting hot quickly. This damn succubus. Ganji, you know, I don't like you like this. A strong sense of oppression swept across the audience. Takatsuki Izumi paused, but soon the smile on his face continued. He tapped his feet lightly on the ground, waved his hands and said with a smile, what a boring man. Then, the stage begins. Takatsuki Izumi's one eye glowed scarlet, and she looked so weird and dangerous with bandages all over her body. Kano Akihiro on the side had something strange in his eyes, and he raised his glasses unconsciously. In the building, 3 subordinates from the Kuinks class and Feng Yu, as well as everyone from the Suzuya class, gathered together. At this time, Marutsai's order was also issued. Hayo was assigned to resist Takizawa Masamiki, while the Kuinks class, the Suzuya class and others went to search the underground warehouse, and Feng Yu's 3 subordinates went to the control room to support the members of the Oshiba class. Then everyone, let's separate here, Kanamiko said. Feishi didn't say anything, just nodded. Brother Zuo, I'm going to meet too. You go to the underground warehouse first. The unknown chanter said. Go ahead and come back early. Sasaki Hayo is still so indifferent. As Shirogenshi and Kanamiko left, the remaining people looked at each other. Only Guozhong Jusheng stared at Feishi's leaving figure, his eyes filled with anger. This guy, how could he do this? Takizawa Masamiki, who was killing all the way, looked at the CCG people and started killing. Everyone he saw had fallen into a pool of blood. Feng Yu looked at the crazy Takizawa Masamiki and the cold and heartless Feishi. He knew that Takizawa Masamiki was probably no longer able to abuse Hayo like in the original work. Next stage, Feng Yu looked at Takatsuki Kwan. At this time, Takatsuki Izumi and Kano Akihiro looked excited. 2 perfect works, I don't know who will be better. I'm really looking forward to it. Takatsuki Izumi is verifying the modified ghoul he cultivated from his father, the store manager. Following Kaneki Ken's method, Hezi was transplanted into a normal human body and turned into a ghoul. Copying Kaneki Ken's awakening process, he obtained the most perfect weapon so far, the SS-level Ghoul Owl. This is the first time to enter the battlefield, a battle between the one-eyed old era and the one-eyed new era. This is just the first plan. The Bronze Tree organization has more than one plan. Big Madam is just a cover, and their purpose is to see the outcome of this battle. Chapter 292 Fierce Battle 3. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 289 313. Chapter 292 Fierce Battle 3. Unknowingly, with the help of Kanamiko and others, the Nutcracker was successfully destroyed. However, it is not the Shirozenshi who makes the last strike like in the original work, but Fujimiya Torinobu, who uses a thin whip in his hand to constantly interfere with the Nutcracker's range of activities. In the end, the soft whip turned into a thorn, and penetrated the Nutcracker's body with one blow. Watching them continue to investigate, Feng Yu also said, Sasaki Hayo seems to have recovered his memory after waking up from the coma last time. The owl may be defeated. Interesting, I didn't expect Mr. Feng Yu to be able to obtain this kind of information. It seems that you have been paying attention to the CCG during the time you disappeared, or maybe you were in the CCG. Listening to Feng Yu's narration about the current Fey world, Takatsuki Kwan had a smile on his lips and a hint of meaning in his eyes. Whatever you think, Feng Yu said coldly. Judging from Takatsuki Kwan's reaction, he already recognized his identity. All the information on the internal members of CCG can probably be found by the Bronze Tree organization. Kuei-Feng's sudden rise as a junior has the highest honor and title, and it has long been spread in the Ghoul circle. Now comparing what Feng Yu just said, Takatsuki Quan guessed that his vest was very simple. Or maybe they have already guessed it. I just don't want to expose it. As the leader of a powerful Ghoul organization in the world, Takatsuki Izumi's wisdom and methods are unparalleled, otherwise it would not be like joining forces with Kisho Arima to put on a big show like in the original work. Hee, what a proud man. Maybe Brother Kaneki is really back, but my owl is not weaker than him at all. Takatsuki Izumi laughed playfully, but his eyes were directed at Takizawa Masamiki and Hayo, who had already met. The show has begun. Inside the building. I understand, you're scared, right? Takizawa Masamiki tilted his head and looked at the man and woman who had no way out and said. The reason why you feel scared is because you are different. It is precisely because you are different from the other person that you will be scared, so as long as you become the same, you will not be scared. Are you Mr. Takizawa? I once came to the academy to explain to us how to use Kuink weapons. Haven't you been killed in battle? How could it be possible? How could he become a ghoul? Mr. Takizawa, I am Dao Mu. I have attended your class. The eyes of the two investigators were full of horror. The senior who had been declared dead in battle was now standing in front of them alive, and he had become an extremely powerful ghoul. This kind of thing is obviously beyond their cognition. Hearing this, Takizawa Masamiki stretched out his hand and paused immediately, looking at the two humans in front of him, thinking on his face. But the next second, the female investigator was directly lifted up by Masamiki Takizawa and punched through the abdomen. Just listen to me carefully during class. Blood spilled. The expression full of disbelief slowly became stiff, and the trembling hands dropped. Her life also stopped amidst Takizawa Masamiki's roar. The light was dim and there were corpses and injured people everywhere. No one cares about the dead, while the living avoid possible dangers. In the dark corners of the Tibetans, whether they are ghouls or investigators, they are trying their best to hide their figures. After Takizawa Masamiki killed the remaining male investigator, when he wanted to hit the injured man in front, he said he felt the breath not far behind him. The corners of his mouth were raised, with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. This dark environment is most suitable for owls to hunt. The figure disappeared into the darkness, and a scarlet eye stared at the person not far away. Sasaki Hayo walked with a cold face. Looking at the corpses of the fallen investigators and the corpses of the ghouls, a trace of sadness and helplessness welled up in his heart. You are from Dachaban. Sasaki Hayo saw an injured person in front of him and walked forward and said. My name is Lin Kun. We encountered a monster. I fell while fighting. Fortunately, something blocked me and I survived. Lin Kun said weakly. Sasaki Hayo wanted to say something else, but he felt the danger was coming. He frowned slightly and quickly drew out the Kuink's knife to block. Bang! A powerful force came from the blade, his feet sank, and his body continued to retreat under this force. There were also 2 deep scratches on the ground. No, I was blocked. Takizawa Masamiki smiled and then used his strength again. Caught off guard, Feishi's blade sank directly into his skin, and a trace of blood burst out. The two also distanced themselves. Looking at his bleeding skin, Sasaki Hayo just frowned, and then the wound disappeared visibly to the naked eye. This smell. Takizawa Masamiki licked the blood that had just fallen on his face and was immediately shocked. Sasaki Hayo, Lin Kun shouted. He knew how terrifying the monster not far away was. After killing the Nutcracker, I met him. Now he is the only one left in the entire Dachi class, and they are all thanks to him. Anger and fear mixed in his heart. He wanted to step forward with the knife and stand beside Fei Shi to help him, but his body's instinctive reaction prevented him from taking a step forward. Don't come over here. Find a place to hide. Just leave this guy to me. Fei Shi said indifferently. Zhao Zuo, it turns out it's you. Ganji guy. The script is really bad, but your blood is so fragrant, and the flesh on your body is so delicious. It must be more delicious, just let me try it. Takizawa Masamiki swallowed, as if in his eyes, the Fei Shi in front of him was his meal. One after another, a person once told me that he wanted to eat me, but in the end he was eaten by me. I still remember what that guy's meat tasted like, the disgusting and rotten smell of dead fish. Fei Shi seemed to be talking about a small thing. He raised his arm. The last force not only injured his skin, but also broke the bones of his arm. Kaka, bone recovery. If you want to eat me, come and eat me if you can. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of Hayo and Takizawa Masamiki both rushed out and kept colliding in the darkness. Lin Kun couldn't see their movements clearly. He only knew the sounds of fighting coming from the darkness and the shaking of broken walls. The power of the two of them is so powerful. The scales are like poisonous snakes in the dark, constantly launching frightening attacks. Takizawa Masamiki inherited the one-eyed owls Kahi and Yuhei. The collision between Linhei and Jahi caused countless strong winds to roar out, raising dust all around. The powerful force of the Yuhei bomb explosion made the entire building tremble. The Kuink's knife in Fei Shi's original hand was broken in the moment of the fight. One-eyed, looking at Takizawa Masamiki's one eye, Fei Shi looked at him with a hint of pity and sympathy in his eyes. Chapter 293 Fierce Battle 4. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 293 113. Chapter 293 Fierce Battle 4. Takizawa Masamiki was stunned for a moment, but his expression soon became extremely terrifying. Sasuzuo, Samu, you actually look at me with that look. You deserve to die, you really deserve to die. I want to eat you, I will definitely eat you. Sasaki Hayao frowned slightly, but without giving him time, Takizawa Masamiki had already rushed over. Jahei rushes in, and Yuhei blocks the space. He is like an owl in the dark night, hovering in the air, aiming at his prey. In his eyes, Sasaki Hayao was already his prey. Fishi's eyes narrowed, and in the next second, the four scales gathered together like a spring and jumped directly into the air. The two people looked at each other and past each other, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Kill you. The moment Takizawa Masamiki landed on the ground, he jumped directly, holding the changing Ko blade in his right hand and slashed towards Hayao. The light of the sword flashed in the darkness. The next second, violent battle fluctuations spread, and the already damaged house became crumbling during the battle. The two have equal fighting skills, and the key to victory lies in who will reveal his flaws. Hayao constantly defended himself against Takizawa Masamiki's attacks. Although his attacks were like violent storms, coming one after another, in terms of speed and combat experience, Hayao was clearly superior. I don't want to fight you. Sasaki Hayao said coldly while resisting Takizawa Masamiki's attack. I have seen you. You were once a search officer and disappeared during the One-Eyed Owl's crusade. Now that it looks like this, it seems that the guys from the Bronze Tree organization have a big conspiracy. Sasaki Hayao looked up and looked around. He knew that people from the Bronze Tree organization must be watching the battle between them. Haha, you're right, but it's none of your business whether I'm a prosecutor or not, so go to hell. Takizawa Masamiki shouted. The surge of power directly cut open Sasaki Hayao's four scales. It's about to fall on Fei Shi's body. But the next second, Fei Shi turned sideways, and then swept his whip leg and landed heavily on Takizawa Masamiki's neck. Crack. Takizawa Masamiki's neck showed a strange twist, and then the whole person flew backwards. Bang bang bang. Takizawa Masamiki was like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall. The dust and smoke dispersed, darkness filled the air, and a dark hole appeared in the middle of the cracked wall like spider silk. Fei Shi twisted his broken ankle expressionlessly, and returned to normal in the next second. Lin Kun and others who were hiding in the distance looked at this scene and couldn't help but open their mouths. First-class officer Sasaki Hayao is really powerful. That monster killed so many of us, but he was beaten like this by first-class Hiroyuki Sasaki. Seeing that there was no movement in the direction of Takizawa Masamiki, several people subconsciously thought it was safe. But soon, they became nervous again. Jam 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 jam. Takizawa Masamiki's crazy words were heard in the darkness. Everyone was shocked and felt a terrible sense of oppression. Numbskull, I saw a tall hazy monster appearing in the darkness. Masamiki Takizawa is out of control. Just like Kaneki before, he fell into a state of control after being defeated. RC Cell's Surge, a monster that only kills. Fishi's face was solemn. Run quickly, the farther you run the better. Hayao shouted. Facing the out-of-control Takizawa Masamiki, he was also very surprised in his heart. Although he knew that the transformed half-ghoul was unstable, he looked like Takizawa Masamiki now. He didn't have much confidence, because losing control of a ghoul meant a sudden increase in strength, whether it was speed or strength, both had been greatly improved. However, there is also an obvious shortcoming, that is, after losing control, a ghoul is like a beast, without independent thinking, and can only act recklessly. Thinking of this, Hayao's mind began to think about how to defeat the current Takizawa Masamiki. Lin Kun and others were also frightened. In order not to affect Fishi's battle, they just ran away. When he turned his head 3 times, there was only the sound of fighting coming from the direction of Fishi's position. Bronze Tree Organization Monitoring Room. Looking at the out-of-control Takizawa Masamiki, Takatsuki Izumi clapped his hands happily. It's really exciting. I originally thought I was going to play, but I didn't want to give me a surprise. Tatara, do you think that if there are more owls like this, will our bronze tree be able to push those people away? Takatsuki Izumi jumped on Tatara's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Duoliang remained silent. La, Feng Yu-kun, Kaneki-kun is very good, tell me, should I be gentler? Takatsuki Kwan turned his head and looked at Feng Yu again. Looking at Takatsuki Kwan, Feng Yu was speechless again. You can do whatever you want without asking me. You are the leader. Also, I should leave, otherwise Arima Kisho may come. Finally, let me give you a piece of advice. It seems that a member of the Hexiu family came to Kuikulia and his son of Kamita Rise was transplanted. After saying that, Feng Yu left here without looking back. The Hexiu family, haha, they are just a bunch of clowns. The scarlet eyes exuded a deep chill, but no one present showed any reaction. Underground warehouse. Guozhong Jusheng and the others finally found the ghoul army. The ghouls were also shocked when they saw them. They didn't know who shouted, "The white dove is coming," and the scene suddenly became a mess. Countless ghouls are like rats in the sewer, running around like crazy. This also gave Guozhong Jusheng and the others a chance. One by one, armed with kuink weapons, they rushed into the crowd and killed wildly. A few were resisting, but most were in a state of panic, being killed by the investigators one by one. A few capable ghouls calmed down, such as Big Madam. They calmly analyzed the current battlefield, secretly shifted the front line, and wanted to fish in troubled waters and escape from here. But just when they found a secret exit, a slender figure blocked the way. Mom, long time no see. The next second, several daggers roared towards him, and the two ghouls blocking Big Madam fell to the ground. You are Ling. Big Madam yelled, her eyes filled with anger. She didn't expect that her favorite, work, was now standing in front of her, waving a knife towards her. But now is not the time to continue procrastinating. Big Madam doesn't want to continue talking to Suzuya Juzo, she just wants to escape from this ghost place. Mom, do you think I will let you run away? Yuan, throw my Jason to me. Suzuya Jizo looked at Ahara Hanbei in the distance. It's ready for you, Ahara Hanbei said respectfully after killing a ghoul in front of him. Then he rushed towards the large group of ghouls, and as soon as he passed by, there was blood and corpses on the ground. When he was about to reach 10 meters, a box containing Kuink's weapon was thrown out. Guard, hurry up, stop him. Big Madam shouted, but was a step too late. Since they were all on the upper floor, Suzuya Jizo jumped on the fence when Ahara Hanbei threw the weapon box. Then he jumped out, the box opened, and a murderous, Jason, sickle appeared in her hand. Chapter 294 Fierce Battle 5. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 291 313. Chapter 294 Fierce Battle 5. As soon as he got Jason, Suzuya Jizo's momentum changed. The blade passed by, and Jason was like a toy in her hands. His hands were intertwined and he kept slashing at such a speed that he formed an absolute killing circle. In just a few seconds, the two ghouls in leopard print suits who were protecting Big Madam fell to the ground. At the same time, the ghouls in the entire underground warehouse fled in panic and offered no resistance at all. Members of Kuai Hisao and Suzuya Jizoban quickly harvested their heads. Rows of ghoul corpses fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation is getting worse and worse, coupled with the death of his own guard, Big Madam was anxious, and ran directly towards the exit regardless of the situation. Big Madam's Hezi is a fat tail, crawling quickly on the wall like a giant gecko. Mom, I won't let you run away this time. Suzuya Jizo raised the corners of his mouth, shook off the blood stained by Jason in his hand, and quickly chased after him. Seeing this, the members of the Suzuya class also blocked Big Madam's direction. Get out of here, you bastards! Big Madam shouted angrily, and smashed the huge tail with great force. Immediately let the members of the Suzuya team who were blocking the front dodge. Taking advantage of this gap, Big Madam quickly broke through the blockage and walked quickly up the wall again. And Suzuya Jizo followed closely behind. Xiao Shizao, Xiao Ling, are you going to go against your mother? Obviously I raised you, do you hate your mother? Is that so? Big Madam was running and shouting, but Ryoya Jizo had no expression on his face. On the other hand, the members of Suzuya Jizoban quickly caught up with them, and they all besieged him together. Wanshui Lang used his strength to walk, jumped up, and jumped into the sky above Big Madam. He raised the scarlet Kuink knife high and slashed Big Madam's body hard. The back exploded and blood splattered. Big Madam screamed, endured the severe pain, and continued to run away. However, her speed had slowed down due to injuries on her body, and Mikajimiko took advantage of the victory to pursue her. One blow fell heavily on her body. In the end, Hezi was cut off by Hanbei with a single blow. But Big Madam did not fall down, but climbed on the wall like a gecko. Her Hezi has dissipated. If it is not supplemented by human flesh and blood, she will not be able to use Hezi. With no strength to restrain the chicken, he felt the threat of death coming from behind him. Big Madam, who was still crawling, turned around and her pupils shrank. Suzuya Jizo slashed her with Jason's knife. The dust has settled. Big Madam no longer had the strength to resist, and his bloated body fell heavily to the ground. Mom, all I get from you are wounds, and only wounds make me miss you. No matter what people around me say, I have never hated you. Suzuya Jizo walked to Big Madam's side with an expressionless face. You brat, let me tell you the truth. The reason why I raised you is purely because you are good looking, idiot. Don't make any mistake, I have never treated you. Big Madam knelt on the ground weakly and cursed, but before he could finish his words, he was killed by the combined efforts of Han Jingren and Huan Shuilong. Cover your ears, that's rude. Ahara Hanbei covered Suzuya Jizo's ears to prevent her from hearing the dirty words Big Madam cursed at her. Goodbye, Mom. ... The battle in the underground warehouse can be said to be one-sided, but the battle on Fishi's side is a desperate one. Facing the out-of-control Takizawa Masamiki, Feo could only keep avoiding his attacks. Today, Takizawa Masamiki is like a wild beast, roaring continuously. As his anger level soared, the RC cells in his body also soared. The rage becomes more serious. All Hayo can do now is consume Takizawa Masamiki's physical strength. But Takizawa Masamiki's speed increase was too abnormal, and Kaneki, who had become famous for his extraordinary speed and agility, was also injured in the process of evading. And the moment he was injured, Takizawa Masamiki would seize this opportunity and get close to him crazily, trying to stick to Hayo and prevent him from moving. If Fei Shi, who had already awakened, was not afraid of the pain of breaking his ankle, terror would have fallen to the ground and been beaten into a pulp by Takizawa Masamiki. This is not. Just a moment later, Fei Shi was forced into a corner. The huge shell of Hezi looked so terrifying, and Fishi's small figure was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The next second, Takizawa Masamiki's fist was reflected in Hayo's eyes. Getting closer, the strong wind roared and dust flew up. Boom. Walls collapsed and ruins lay in ruins. Fishi, why don't you believe me? I am you and you are me. Why can't you accept everything from me? Why, look at what you look like now. Even though you got most of my power, you still ended up like this. Everything that happened in the dream is so real, why don't you want to believe it? A boy with white hair and silver hair said expressionlessly. No. That's a lie. Otherwise, why would this situation be different from the dream? You are just lying to me and want to devour me completely. I am Hayao Sasaki, not Ken Kaneki. Fei Shi retorted excitedly. Then you want me to disappear. Fei Shi, I don't want to lose anyone anymore, and I'm also very scared. I'm afraid of disappearing. Help me, Fei Shi, don't let me disappear, okay. The boy with white hair and silver hair turned into a child, but there were 2 lines of blood and tears on the child's face. The lonely and helpless back looks so pitiful. Kaneki, the scene has changed again, and the past scenes have been restored, from childhood, to college, to becoming a ghoul, and finally to the memories and people in the Anding district. Ah, Fei Shi covered her head in pain, while the boy with white hair and silver hair opened his hands and gently held him in his arms. Fei Shi, don't cry, I'm here. In reality, following Masamichi Takizawa's punch, the surrounding area seemed to quiet down. The sound was terrifyingly silent, and a beast-like roar came from Takizawa Masamichi's mouth. Zhao Zuo, Fei Shi, he stared at the darkness in the distance, as if to confirm whether Fei Shi was dead. Sudden, scarlet flashed in the darkness, and with a swish sound, 4 dark streaks penetrated Takizawa Masamichi's body. Roar. The pain in his body made Takizawa Masamichi furious again. He roared into the darkness, the ground shook, and the entire building, starting with the 2 of them, began to collapse. There were constant roars, fighting sounds and even chewing sounds. But soon, the darkness fell silent again, and a figure slowly walked out. It is Fei Shi, or the real Jin Mu. He wiped the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. It tastes much better than that guy. Jin Mu murmured that the clothes on his body were damaged in the battle, but all the injuries were recovered. And the aura on his body became more powerful. The Bronze Tree, Chapter 295 Fierce Battle 6. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 292 313. Chapter 295 Fierce Battle 6. I understand, there's no need to stop him. Feng Yu hung up the phone, the expression on his face was extremely cold. This drama is about to begin. Kaneki, don't let me down. After all, the stage has been set for you. The night was bleak, and the entire area was in chaos. Fires shot into the sky, and police sirens pierced the sky. This is a battle between humans and ghouls. All ordinary humans living nearby have evacuated. They have long been accustomed to such things. Humans, ghouls, if the plan succeeds, then, the 2 camps may be able to relax. Feng Yu's eyes flickered, looking at the huge red figure crossing the sky in the distance. Buzz buzz. In the dark night sky, there was a loud buzzing sound, which immediately shocked everyone on the ground or in the building, whether they were ghouls or investigators. Then, what is that? All the investigators who surrounded the building looked up to the sky with horrified expressions. Owl, it's a one-eyed owl. No. Didn't you say that the one-eyed owl has been killed? Why is it here? Isn't he dead? It's impossible. Matt and others all said that the one-eyed owl is dead. Could it be that there is another one-eyed owl in this world? As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. How could this be possible? The ghoul camp already has a god of death, how could there be another one-eyed owl? No. This is absolutely not true. If it is true, then how are we going to win? The people at the bottom have begun to lose their defenses, and everyone has fallen into despair. You brats, give up before the fight even starts. It's just a one-eyed owl. The one was killed last time. It's the same this time. And we also have Matt and Kawake's. We must believe them and not lose the confidence of our investigators. Kill all these damn ghouls, protect our families, and guard our homes. Marutsai's scolding sound came from everyone's earphones, which brought them back to their senses. Yes, we have Matt and others and Kawake's and others, we humans haven't lost yet. Kill all these damn ghouls. Wipe away your tears and regain your confidence. Arms in hand, ready for battle. The spirit of looking back at death was once again aroused, sweeping away the previous aura of despair. No matter how many companions died, they still stood at the forefront of ordinary people. Looking at the soldiers outside, he regained his confidence. Marutsai took off his headset and slumped down on the armchair. It's really a lie. How come there are really 2 one-eyed owls? It's really troublesome now. I hope they can come earlier, otherwise I'm afraid that this kid Xuanfeng won't be able to withstand it. Marutsai rubbed his sore temples and murmured. Inside the building, the investigators looked at each other in confusion, but there was no flinching in their eyes. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Ever since I joined the position of investigator, I'm no longer afraid of death. What I'm most afraid of is not being able to kill one more ghoul. Before every mission, they would write their own suicide notes. It can be said that every battle is fought with the determination to die. When fighting the enemy, you will die or I will live. His former companions died one by one, and loneliness will always be with him. Listening to the shouts of the humans below, Takatsuki Izumi felt somewhat dazzling. That's the thing about human beings, always able to find a way to happiness in the midst of despair. If you can choose. In the building, Jin Mu wiped the blood on his face, his eyes as cold as frost. In the battle just now, the communicator headset he was wearing had been damaged, so he didn't know that the one-eyed owl was flying over. There was silence and darkness all around. Kaneki frowned slightly. The next second, a huge object suddenly fell from the sky not far in front of him. Bang, rumble, the terrifying power made the building tremble, dust flew up, and the powerful airflow suddenly dispersed. Between flying sand and rocks, Jin Mu had to resist the powerful air wave with his hands. He, I found you, little reptile. Inside the CCG headquarters, everyone began to get busy, and some old investigators who had not left the station also put on combat uniforms and picked up their weapons. Two special guests, Kuro Iwa and Shinohara Yuki, came to the place where the new suit was stored. Hey Pan, our guess was correct. There are indeed two owls. The one we met last time was not the one we encountered before. This one is young, brutal, and terrifying. Shinohara Yuki's deep voice sounded, making Kuropen suddenly startled. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be two owls. We have to go all out this time. The new one has been upgraded. I believe this time it won't be as embarrassing as last time. Let's go, Mr. Shinohara. Heipen-yan put on his new clothes and then tidied up his suit. Shinohara Yuki nodded. The two walked side by side, their tall figures elongated infinitely under the light. When they arrived at the playground gathering place, Tanaka Mochimoto and Anpu Chingzi had been waiting for a long time. Then, let's set out this time, and we will definitely kill the owl with a sword. He Shojung's voice sounded, and then the heavily armed soldiers and investigators present shouted in unison. Must win. Set off. Little did they know that not far after they left, a figure was looking at them with a smile. What a wonderful stage. I am already looking forward to the future of this world. Roma, let's go and bring greater surprises to this wonderful world. The man opened his arms with an extremely pious face, as if he was embracing something extremely sacred. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a book with a black leather cover in his hand. There are 5 words written on it, Egg of the Black Goat. On the other side, the battle between Kaneki and Takatsuki Izumi reached a fever pitch. However, in this battle, Takatsuki Izumi held down Kaneki and beat him violently. The extremely violent aura filled the entire place, crushing everything around it. Kaneki was beaten into the thick concrete floor. Takatsuki-kwan waved his fist, once, twice, and kept hammering. The floors were shattered, and golden wood fell down layer by layer. With each layer dropped, his injuries worsened. This time, Takatsuki Izumi did not hide his strength like in the original work, but released all his strength. The world's top SSS level ghoul, the power of the one-eyed owl. Kaneki was unable to resist, his consciousness gradually dissipated, and when he was about to die, Izumi Takatsuki grabbed his head and jumped up, like a cannonball, towards the sky. Then he threw it down, and the golden wood fell like an arrow off the string. The whistling wind was like sharp blades, blowing against his body. With the arrival of Takatsuki Izumi, the members of the bronze tree hidden in the darkness came out in full force. Tatara took the lead and carried out a one-sided massacre. Chapter 296 About to fall into darkness. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 293 313. Chapter 296 About to fall into darkness. Damn it, everyone should retreat out of the building first and wait for the arrival of the main force. Sikwanfang boy, where are you? Marutsai looked at the news coming from each team and suddenly felt his head explode. There is too much information and it is too urgent. The bronze tree members everywhere were like locusts hiding in the darkness, attacking heavily. Team A is under attack, requesting support. Team B is under attack, please support us. Red warning flashes continuously. Bronze tree, you bunch of bastards. Marutsai ripped off the headset on his ears and ran out of the command room cursing. Marate special. When the soldiers stationed around saw him, they also gave him the highest salute. Boys, now they have received an ambush. If you are not afraid of death, come with me and rush in to support them. Marutsai grabbed the soldier's rifle and raised it high, shouting. Support from the CCG headquarters was still on the way, and investigators kept dying in the building, and his heart was bleeding. Being in a high position, he is not like a certain manager who does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. He would only give priority to the safety of his men, and now this situation has completely made him unable to bear it. The moment they raised their guns, everyone seemed to have received the flag of faith. This is trust and admiration. We are willing to rush in with Marate-sama. That is, we are not afraid of death. What we are afraid of is that when our companions die, we will be left alone. Listening to their cries from the bottom of his heart, Marutsai couldn't help but feel moved and sad. Each group was counterattacked by the bronze tree, and it was impossible to rescue anyone in time. The main force is still on the way. Now the only trapped companions are the group in front of them. They are police officers and soldiers, but not investigators. They had no kuink weapons in their hands, only guns and ammunition. They don't have the same physical qualities as the ghouls, which are different from ordinary people. A mortal body. Rush. Fishi, wake up quickly. Are you giving up again? Didn't you promise me to live well? Fulfill my wish for me. I am Hayo. I am Kaneki. Kaneki. Hayo. I'm so tired. I really want to fall asleep. The one-eyed owl is too powerful. I can't beat her. I'm sorry. Everyone. I'm sorry. Why has the dream changed? The fact has not changed. Mother. Jin Mu, who was lying in a pool of blood, seemed to see a gentle shadow in a daze. The shadow gently touched his cheek with his hand and hummed a familiar nursery rhyme. Kaneki. Stand up. I'm still by your side. Don't give up. I will help you. I will always be by your side. The scene changed again. Kaneki saw Hideyoshi Nagakan, who was still as bright and sunny as he had been in college. It was like a ray of light shining into Kaneki's dark heart. Warmth flooded my heart. It's okay. You've done enough. I will always be by your side. Don't forget, we have agreed to be good friends for life. Kaneki. Don't break your promise. Tears fell down, mixed with blood and water. Scenes of the past emerged like a quick tour, from childhood to meeting Hideyoshi Nagakan to college, the initiation of adolescence and Tashi's deception. Darkness enveloped him, and he was at a loss. He wanted to cry out and find the light. The darkness sank deeper and deeper until a dim light appeared before my eyes. It was a coffee shop, warm inside and full of laughter and laughter. Every gentle person welcomed his arrival with open arms. Welcome back, Kaneki-kun. I miss you so much. Feng Yu was wrapped in a black cloak and stood at a high place looking at Kaneki and Takatsuki Izumi. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes glowed with a strange red light. Feng Yujun, what exactly is this power? Takatsuki Quan grinned at Feng Yu, activated the skill of Samsara Nightmare, and she actually felt energy fluctuations. The power was different from this world, which surprised Takatsuki Izumi. My Mr. Death is really mysterious. If you and I didn't have the same purpose, I couldn't help but want to peel off your body and find out the secrets hidden in you. With her scarlet single eye, her big split mouth, and her terrifying shell, this scene couldn't help but be extremely terrifying. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I still need one last introduction. But if you really say Cao Cao will be here. Feng Yu groaned. Looking down below, Takatsuki Quan's eyes, which were still staring at Feng Yu, were now filled with anger. My lovely four eyes, are you trying to resist me? Takatsuki Quan slapped the fallen hair on her body, her voice mixed with laughter and anger. Brother, I knew it was you. I'm here to pick you up. The person who came was none other than Fueguchi Hinami. At this time, she was holding Kaneki, who was covered in blood, with surprise and anger on her face. He was happy that the person in his arms was really Jin Mu, but angry that Jin Mu had been beaten to the point of dying, with only one breath left. Ahem. You are Hinami. Jinmu listened to the whispers in his ears, opened his already red and swollen eyes a little, and stared at the girl with tears on her face in a daze. Hinami's tears fell down. No, Hinami, you go, get out of here, leave me alone, let's go. You will die, go away. Panic appeared on Kaneki's face, and he used all his remaining strength to break free from Hinami's arms and push her back. I don't want to lose anymore. Kaneki used his remaining strength to push Hinami away, but the next second a flash of red flashed across his face, and he heard only a puff in his ears, and the girl in front of him turned pale in an instant. Like a porcelain doll, it seems to break when touched. No. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Kaneki's body was trembling as he carefully held the girl in his arms with both hands. It's so touching. I almost cried when I saw it. It's such a touching reunion, but don't forget that I'm here, my lovely eyes. Did the organization say what the fate of betrayers will be? And if you disturb my elegance, then I'll just let you die, he. Takatsuki Izumi laughed crazily. On the other hand, the backs of Kaneki and Hinami looked so miserable. Blood was flowing everywhere, and the smell of blood was mixed with the smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. With just one blow, Hinami's bag was broken and she was dying. It's okay, brother, I've grown up, and it's my turn to protect you, just like you protected me. Brother, I'm very happy to see you again now. We all treat you as coming back. If Sister Dongshang knows that you are still alive, she will definitely be very happy. Promise me, brother, you must live well. As soon as she finished speaking, Hinami closed her eyes, and the hand touching Kaneki dropped. No, Hinami, please open your eyes. Jinmu's cries echoed through the sky, and a few snowflakes fell from the sky. Smoke billowed, broken walls, death, chaos, and screams were mixed together and constantly intertwined. Kaneki raised his arm and tried hard, biting off a large piece of flesh and stuffing it into Hinami's mouth. Hinami, eat quickly, just eat it. Now Kaneki is like a madman, trying to use his own flesh and blood to give Hinami energy to repair her injuries. But Hinami seemed to be dead, without any reaction. Jin Mu fell silent, tears mixed with blood sliding down his face. His face was ashen, his head lowered, motionless, like a lifeless sculpture. Chapter 297 The Final Performance. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 294 313. Chapter 297 The Final Performance. Kaneki-kun, are you angry? Do you want revenge? Do you want to kill me? Look at her, her smile used to be so warm. She could obviously live happily, but now she's like this. Do you know why? It's all because of this wrong world. Humans and ghouls are like the food chain in nature. Ghouls feed on humans, and humans take up arms to resist. This is an inextricable link. Human beings are hunted by ghouls, ghouls are hunted by humans, countless families are broken up, countless orphans are created, and they grow up full of despair. They continue to hunt humans and ghouls. Reincarnation after reincarnation happens to everyone in this world. Corner. Fighting after fighting, death is always present in this world. Only by becoming stronger can we protect the people around us. Look at the lovely Hinomi in your arms. If you are stronger than me, then I am the one lying on the ground. Kaneki-ken, I can't wait any longer, and you let me down so much that I want to kill you. Takatsuki-kwan said with cold eyes. Kaneki's tears couldn't stop flowing, and he hugged Hinomi tightly with both hands. Perhaps he also felt an endless sense of powerlessness in his heart. Why me? I just want to spend this life peacefully. Why should I suffer all this? Ha ha ha, why me, why me? Jin Mu yelled crazily, and at the same time, the swelling on his body began to surge. The sound of crawling centipedes came to his ears. Like a centipede, like a centipede. Kaneki-ken lowered his head and murmured. Centipede-like streaks of He burst out from his body, and his hands turned into huge He swords. A crazy, powerful aura swept across the entire floor. The wind and the remaining clouds. Feng Yu watched all this with an expressionless face. When Takatsuki Izumi saw this, he clapped his hands excitedly. That's it, Kaneki-ken, you have successfully aroused my interest again, so I decided to continue playing with you. With one scarlet eye and a gaping mouth, the two monsters attacked each other at the same time. Floors collapsed and the ground shook. Everyone looked at the direction where the two were fighting in horror. Suzuya Jizo narrowed his eyes and whispered, Hayo. After that, he rushed into the ghoul army again and frantically killed the ghouls in front of him. Every swing of the sword takes away a soul, but there were too many ghouls, and even she began to feel powerless. What's more, Bronze Tree knew Suzuya Jizo's power and arranged for Noro to fight against him. Suzuya Jizo was very powerful, but he was powerless in the face of Noro's abnormal self-healing ability. What's more, he can escape on his own, but his subordinates and other investigators don't have his strength. Now is the time to retreat urgently and wait for the support of the large forces. Everyone, report to the group and retreat step by step. I'm here to cover you, Suzuya Jizo said. The members of Suzuya's class wanted to speak, but Suzuya Jizo waved his hand, and Jason, who was still bleeding, stood in front of them. Don't make me say it a second time. The tone was cold, but irresistible. Yes, Ahara Kanbei and the others gritted their teeth and agreed. There was just reluctance and anger in his eyes. Covered in blood, there was a man in the house blocking the door, his hands stained with blood. Jason, like a demon in hell. Also like a general on the battlefield. One man should be open, but 10,000 men should not be closed. The CCG people were retreating, but in a corner where no one saw, there was a man in a black cloak frantically hunting down the swarming ghouls. A great help was given to the retreat of these investigators. Damn it, it's a floppy disk. This BD, let's leave quickly, this guy's strength is too terrifying. Let's ask for your help, sir, to capture this escaped floppy disk. The screams were mixed with fear. Some people recognized Kotaro Amon, who was wanted by the Bronze Tree, and immediately ran away, wanting to tell the big bosses in the organization about the news about him here. But how could Kotaro Amon let him leave, leaving Yuhi, like a huge predator in the dark, waving the sharp weapon in his hand, constantly harvesting the fleeing prey? After a while, the entire floor was covered with corpses. Corpses littered the fields and rivers of blood flowed. Kotaro Amon lifted up his cloak and hat, revealing his appearance. Scarlet eyes emit a strange light. His eyes were deep and there was worry on his face. Looking in a certain direction. I'm sorry, I can only fight side by side with you. Then he started to eat the ghoul's hebu that fell on the ground. He needs to become stronger so that he can have stronger power to protect the justice in his heart. Even if the justice in his heart has already left him. Now that he has become a ghoul, one can imagine that if he appears in front of a CCG investigator, will the justice in his heart turn to him? Obviously not. He somewhat understood how Kaneki-ken behaved in front of him. I also understand Kaneki-ken's entanglement and confusion as a ghoul but can't bear to kill humans. Top floor. Ken Kaneki and Izumi Takatsuki. At this time, the two people distanced themselves. Half of Kaneki-ken's body was broken, but he still stood firm. At the same time, the broken body was growing new flesh buds, constantly squirming and touching and blending. Live like a centipede. Centipede. Kill you, must kill you. Eat you, eat you all. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Kaneki babbled wildly. Takatsuki Izumi also felt uncomfortable at this time. The entire ghoul shell was broken, revealing her bandaged body. His forehead was stained with blood, but his face was extremely excited. That's it, Kaneki-ken, come on, come and kill me. Takatsuki Izumi laughed wildly and shouted, then rushed out again, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Kaneki-ken, who fell into madness, also faced him. Just, for a moment, when Takatsuki Izumi was less than 1 meter away, the floor surged, countless Hezi tentacles burst out and wrapped around her body, and his newly repaired right arm instantly turned into a giant blade. I'll kill you. The sword flashed, and Takatsuki-kwan's eyes widened, just like in the original work. Only then did she realize that Jin Muyan had regained consciousness and had prepared an ambush. He used the time when he had just repaired his body to separate Hezi and bury it on the floor. Takatsuki-kwan smiled, the bandage disintegrated, she stretched out her hands and gently stroked Kaneki-ken's cheek. You are really great. I hope I can continue to make more achievements in the future, and I hope you like this gift of mine. Looking at Takatsuki Izumi, who had turned into two pieces, a desire to devour came out of his heart. As for Takatsuki Izumi, who had just arrived at the borrowing position, he kept falling and finally disappeared into the darkness. Eat, it's the final stage after eating. Feng Yu, who was watching all this in the dark, murmured. Chapter 298. The end. Feng Yu takes action. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 295 313. Chapter 298. The end. Feng Yu takes action. Izumi Takatsuki is worthy of being one of the best actors in the original work. Feng Yu believes that it is impossible for her not to see the little tricks Kaneki-ken did, and she was just looking for an excuse to send herself out. As a senior member of the Bronze Tree organization, Feng Yu is also the maker of the plan. He knew Takatsuki Izumi's plan, and this was part of it, because Kaneki-ken passed the test and became the strongest of the new generation of half-human and half-ghoul. Not to mention the reformers in the laboratory, Kotaro Amon was the loser, and Masamiki Takizawa was the only one who succeeded. And Takizawa Masamiki was defeated by Kaneki-ken, so this gift fell on Kaneki. If Takizawa Masamiki defeats Kaneki-ken, then the gift will be his. The purpose of the Bronze Tree organization is to create a new generation of half-human, half-ghoul one-eyed king. This can protect both ghouls and humans. Become an intermediate hub with a semblance of peace. But what Takatsuka-kwan didn't know was that Feng Yu's purpose was different from theirs. Their final goal also has another goal, which is, to make Jinmu transform into a dragon. The dust seemed to have settled. Feng Yu looked at Jinmu, who was feasting, the corners of his mouth raised. Eat to your heart's content. I may feel wrong to you after eating. When everything is done, this world, I will help you get rid of it. ... One mouthful, two mouthfuls, Kaneki crazily gnawed at the half-body left by Takatsuki Izumi. As he gnawed, Kaneki-ken's broken body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, he became intact. With his flawless white upper body exposed, his breathing gradually stabilized, and he wiped the blood from his mouth. Kaneki walked towards Hinami step by step with sadness in his eyes. Hanaomi, tears streaming down my face. Next, it's my turn to appear. Ju Duorfu, don't let me down. ... The news of the one-eyed owl's escape made all the investigators tremble. Then came the cheering sounds that shook the sky. Good boy, Sasaki Hayo, I really saw you right. Boys, the one-eyed owl has been repulsed by first-class officer Sasaki Hayo, and the next step is for our counterattack to sound. Bronze Tree bastards across the way, aren't you ready to retreat? Marutsai held an AK rifle and fired wildly at the tide of ghouls not far away. After hearing Marutsai's words, the ghouls paused for a second, but soon continued their attack. What's going on? Aren't these guys planning to retreat? When did they become so desperate? Marutsai frowned slightly, looking at the enemy who was not afraid of life and death. He couldn't understand that in the past battles with the Bronze Tree, there was a tacit ceasefire every time. But now this situation, investigators from other places also discovered something strange. Damn it, these damn ghouls want to fight me to the death. We have few people, so we should maintain our original evacuation formation immediately and retreat quickly. In the ghoul army, Tatara, who was dressed in white robes, just glanced at the direction where Takatsuki Izumi disappeared, and then continued to move forward like a war machine. All the ghouls did not dare to neglect, and rushed forward like hungry wolves rushing towards food. Don't dare to resist the leader's orders. Once you back down, you will die. Moreover, this battle is also fought for them ghouls. ... On the other side, in a coffee shop, several people wearing black cloaks and evil ghost masks were sneaking in quietly. Dongshang, you go first. Sifang Lianshi stared at the men in black in front of him with a solemn expression. Haha, Sifang, do you think you can escape? ... Who are you? Kaneki Kenkuko suddenly erupted, and the dark scales shot out like soul-stealing hooks and pierced the air. Boom. This power is very good. It seems that you have grown a lot. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction, looking like an elder was praising his back. You are Death's senior. Kaneki-ken still has very good senses for the third highest, Reaper, in the Bronze Tree organization. When he joined the Bronze Tree, he was taught by Feng Yu, and he could feel Feng Yu's care for those weak ghouls. But soon, he became vigilant. What do you want to do? Kaneki-ken tightly guarded Hinami's body behind him. Soon, you'll find out. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Feng Yu's mouth. The night was hazy, and a gust of wind blew by, lifting the clothes on Feng Yu's body. Whoosh, whoosh, flying sand and rocks, flying dust. Kaneki-ken suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Okay, it's time for them to arrive. Papa, bring it up. Feng Yu clapped his hands, and then walked out of the darkness with a Tori, who was wearing a red dress. Behind them were the unconscious Shifang Renshi, Dongshang and Nishio Nishiki. Seeing this, Kaneki Yan's pupils shrank, and a surge of anger rushed into his head. Uncle Sifang, Dongshang, Senior Nishio. Damn it, what did you do to them? Jin Muyan's eyes were about to burst, and the bag on his body began to squirm. Sir, Nick and the others are ready at the source. Atori said calmly. Well, you two, do you want to play with him? Feng Yu looked at Bian Yi Bird and said, Sir, I'm not good at fighting, and I have another mission. By the way, the CCG people are coming soon. Atori shook his head in refusal. Feng Yu didn't say anything, and just indicated what she should do. Oh, since Yidiao can't get up, I can't get up either. I'm afraid I won't be able to beat him. Bai chuckled, then bowed respectfully and stepped aside, guarding the unconscious Safang Lian and showing off to a few people. After thinking about it, it's probably hard to tell if Kaneki Ken is facing them now. Although Bai and Atori were planted with spiritual seeds, they still have subjective consciousness. The crazy evolution of Kaneki Ken's strength has skyrocketed very quickly, and after the gift just given by Takatsuki Izumi, he is now recovering from his injuries and his strength has also skyrocketed. Moreover, it might evolve incorrectly during battle. In the original work, Ken Kaneki ate Takatsuki Izumi's Hakubo, and during the battle with Arima Kisho, he transformed into his full Hakusha form and Holy Sword form. Forget it, let me see if you have made any progress. Feng Yu took one step forward, and a powerful aura surged from his body. Kaneki Ken suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, with pain on his face. Bai put away the smile on his face and narrowed his eyes slightly. My lord has become stronger again. Feng Yu did not use He, but released Spirit Wia. The rich and formed spiritual power, centered on Feng Yu, continued to flow out, forming a huge vortex. A thick, terrifying aura spreads. It was like a giant hammer falling heavily on Kaneki's body. Thump. Kaneki Ken's whole body was like a dead pig, heavily pressed to the ground in the shape of large characters. Veins popped up on his face and his face turned red, as if he was suffering from great pain. Chapter 299 ending. Not enough. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 296 313. Chapter 299 ending. Not enough. Weak. Really too weak, you can't bear it at this level. Kaneki, you disappoint me so much. Feng Yu had a death mask on his face and couldn't tell what his expression was, but he knew from his indifferent tone that he must be as cold as ice. You look up at Dongshang and the others. If you defeat me, I will let them go. Otherwise, I will let you all die here. Feng Yu's words were like a sharp blade, piercing into Jin Emu's heart. Anger, pain, powerlessness, and despair are all intertwined. Why are you letting me choose again? Why is it all me? Why on earth? Jin Mu suddenly raised his head, and his blood-red eyes shed tears. His face was ferocious, and the red veins on his face were constantly squirming like centipedes. Like an evil ghost from hell, his whole body exudes a terrifying aura. I never imagined that the lovely Kaneki-kun would become like this. Could it be the power of love? Haha, but in front of this adult, this so-called love is still vulnerable. Bai looked at Jin Muyan with strange eyes and felt a trace of pity. What will this world become in the end? It's really exciting. Seeing Jin Mu's appearance, Feng Yu's eyes froze again, and a more powerful spiritual power turned into a physical entity and hit him hard. Bang! Jin Mu was pressed firmly to the floor again, and a pit appeared on his body, and the area around the pit was cracked like a spider web. It still doesn't work. It seems we still need a little stimulation. Feng Yu murmured. Then he turned around and walked towards the unconscious Dongshang and others. Kaneki, you probably don't know who I am yet. Feng Yu slowly took off his death mask, revealing his original appearance. There was a hint of hoarseness in Feng Yu's voice, but it made Jin Mu tremble violently. His eyes were full of shock. When Feng Yu left the coffee shop, he was never heard from again. He never thought that the notorious Ghoul death god was actually him. And he is always by everyone's side. You are Mr. Feng Yu. Bei on the side didn't react at all, after all, he had seen it before. Wait, what are you going to do? Let Dongshang go. Jin Mu's pupils shrank, and then his anger soared into the sky. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kaneki murmured crazily, and the pea on his body increased wildly, and even the pea that had just eaten Takatsuki Izumi became his page. Feng Yu wiped the blood from his hands, looked at him indifferently, and then increased his mental pressure. The mental power is like a sharp blade, even by standing aside feels his scalp numb. But this time Kaneki resisted. He stood up with a clang, his eyes shed tears of blood, and his face was covered with scales made of Hezi into a centipede face, and his body was like Tatara's Hezi. The form is the same, turning into a giant warrior. A violent aura surged out of Jin Mu's body, resisting Feng Yu's mental pressure. Visible to the naked eye, there is a blood-red wall of energy protecting Jin Mu. Let go of Dongshang. Jin Mu roared, holding the Hezi giant blade with both arms. The floor under his feet cracked instantly, and he rushed forward. The murderous intention is clear. Bai felt a strong life and death crisis emerging, and couldn't help but grab Dongshang and others and move them aside. As expected, he is a pure love god of war. He can evolve into this form just by hurting Dongshang. Kaneki is indeed the most abusive protagonist. But this is not enough. Feng Yu secretly said. The next second, a blood-red knife appeared in his hand. Onikiri, a black shadow exuding terror appeared behind Feng Yu. Feng Yu prepared for battle, and so did Death Shadow. Use the blade of your hand to kill all enemies in front of you. A chilling air instantly filled the whole place, and Bai felt a chill on his neck, and his eyes involuntarily moved away from Onikiri in Feng Yu's hands. Bai only felt his scalp numb. He couldn't see through Feng Yu and had no idea what kind of secrets he had on his body. Just like when Feng Yu was born, he wiped out the ghouls, defeated Arima noble shogun, and became famous in one fell swoop. It's okay to be strong, but the most terrifying thing is that if you are strong, you don't know how many trump cards you have. Bai didn't dare to guess anymore. The spiritual seeds in his brain had sprouted, and the young leaves kept shaking, interfering with Bai's thinking. In just a moment, Bai regained his composure and waited quietly. Bang! A huge collision sounded, and a huge wave of air swept across. At the center of the air wave were the crazy Jin Mu and Feng Yu with an indifferent expression on his face. One big and one small. A physical god of death and a phantom god of death collide. Kanaki's Hiren was easily blocked by Feng Yu's Onikiri. Staring at the shadow of the god of death, it seemed as if I could hear the chuckle of the god of death. Not enough, still not enough, Kaneki, is this all you can do? A hint of anger appeared on Feng Yu's face. The next second, Feng Yu's cold voice sounded. Breath of water, earth-shaking waves. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Mu felt a chill on his neck, and the scene in front of him changed. The whole person fell into a blue ocean, unable to extricate himself or move. He could only watch helplessly as the huge waves higher than the sky hit his body. If you look carefully, you can find that this huge wave is composed of wisps of sword energy. With just one blow, Jin Muyan's whole body was covered with sword marks, Hezi's shell fell away, and he fell to the ground helplessly. It's really not possible to use breathing techniques in this world. Feng Yu murmured. This attack is not the real breath of water 12 form, it can only be said to be an imitation of a trace of charm. Relying on his mental power gave Kaneki Ken the feeling of being in the ocean. It can be regarded as a mental interference with his body control. But it's enough. Now Feng Yu's strength can swing hundreds of swords in 1 second even without using water breathing. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal. One sword after another fell on Jin Mu. Watching him fall into coma, Feng Yu walked up to him, squatted down slightly, then took out 2 marrow cleaning pills and healing pills and fed them to him. The wounds on Kaneki Ken's body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Continuously breaking through the boundaries of life and death will allow you to integrate Takatsuki Izumi's gift faster. Feng Yu murmured. Although Kaneki went berserk and displayed Takatsuki Izumi's tricks, that was not all. If it is 100%, then he is only 30%. What Feng Yu has to do is to inspire him to 100%, and then do the final. Transform into a dragon. Chapter 300 Ending. Dragon Transformation. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 297 313. Chapter 300 Ending. Dragon Transformation. When Jin Mu opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashed through him, and then he saw Bai under Feng Yu, directly breaking one of Sifang's hands. Kicked Sifang Lianxi down with one kick, and then stepped heavily on his face with one foot. Sifang, it's really ridiculous. Look at what you look like now. Do you know that I have thought about it a long time ago and wanted to eat you so that the three of us can be together forever? What has become of your ridiculous stable area and your ridiculous one-eyed owl? Only the clown has the last laugh. Only this adult can lead us to a new world. Sifang, you lost. After that, Bai directly bit off a piece of flesh from Sifang Lianxi's shoulder. The blood stained the skirt of his clothes. In the coma, Sifang felt the pain in his body and woke up immediately. At first glance, I saw Bai eating his own flesh and blood. Chant, you damn BD, what on earth do you and Atori want to do? Sifang Lian cursed angrily, but his physical weakness prevented him from using any strength. Haha, what do I want to do? Who knows, you should ask this adult what he wants to do. Besides, I have always wanted to eat you. Bai chuckled, with a trace of madness on his face. Feng Yu shook his head. Yes, they are another pair of paranoid good friends. Love cannot be obtained. You are, that boy from Feng Yu. How could it be possible? How could it be you? Sifang Lianxi's eyes widened and he looked at Feng Yu in disbelief. In his mind, he still recalled the scene where he had been taught fighting skills. But now, the aura on Feng Yu's body and the scornful eyes showed power and terror. Just being caught by Feng Yu's eyes, Sifang Lianxi felt the hair on his body stand on end. No, this aura, you are, the god of death. Sifang Lianxi suddenly woke up. It turned out that the death ghoul that everyone was looking for actually appeared in the Anding district first. And he also pretended to be an ordinary ghoul, lurking into the safe zone. Why did you come to our Anding district at that time? Could it be that the store manager also planned it with your own hands? Sifang Lian pointed at Feng Yu and glared at her. Feng Yu chuckled lightly. Store manager, a person who already has a death wish in his heart. Even if there is hope, he doesn't want to try again. Sifang, shouldn't you understand him better than me? Feng Yu's voice was as faint as the wind, but Sifang Lianxi was stunned. No matter what, the store manager expressed kindness to you back then. Why did you catch us here? Sifang Lianxi's face was red, but her body was extremely weak. Don't worry, soon, I invite you here to witness the arrival of a new world, and you guys need to make a little contribution to the coming new world. Have you seen him? He is the Kaneki Ken that you have longed for, and the protagonist tonight is him. Feng Yu said with a smile. He was not worried at all that there would be other changes in Jin Muyan, and he had seen through everything in his eyes. As long as the last step is reached, Kaneki Ken will turn into a giant centipede monster surrounding Tokyo just like in the original work. Following the direction pointed by Feng Yu, Sifang Lianxi saw Jin Mu clearly. At this moment, he was silent. As an SS-level ghoul, he has his own personal connections and naturally knows clearly that Kaneki is not actually dead. Instead, he lost his memory and became a half-ghoul investigator of the CCG. Just for Dongshang and the others, Sifang Renshi remained silent and concealed Jin Muyan's whereabouts. Now seeing Jin Mu again, Sifang Lianshi sighed slightly in his heart. Kaneki, long time no see. Jin Mu's eyes were moist and his mouth was slightly open, wanting to say something. But in the end, there was just a weak and bitter smile on his face. Uncle Sifang. I'm sorry, it's because of me that I've caused you trouble again. Okay, let's do it. Feng Yu's cold voice immediately interrupted the two of them. As you command, my lord. Bai smiled, and then a blood-red hand penetrated from Sifang Lianshi's chest. And that hand held a beating heart. Hey, you. Sifang Lianshi's eyes widened, and he looked down at Bai's hand in disbelief. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he glanced at Dongshang and Jin Mu with sadness in his eyes, and finally closed his eyes and lost his breath. PFF'd. Bai withdrew his hand, and then put Sifang Lianshi's heart into his mouth. Is this what you smell like? Sifang, I will take you to the new world together. There was a smile on Bai's face, but tears were streaming down his face. No, Uncle Sifang. Yeah, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Jin Mu roared crazily, and his aura surged, but he was suppressed by a huge hezzy monster. Don't move, the show isn't over yet. Feng Yu said coldly. Okay, go ahead and kill them all one by one. Let him see that these people died for him. Kaneki, please open your eyes wide and look at all this. Remember, this is all because of your fault. They died because of you. It's all because of you. ... Feng Yu's voice was like a knife, constantly piercing Jin Mu's heart and soul. Just like before, Bai woke Dongshang up. Kaneki-kun. The moment Dongshang opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, but they were soon filled with anger. You damn BD, let him go. Dongshang cursed angrily, but no one paid attention to her. Please, I really beg you, I can do anything you ask me to do, please let her go. Jin Mu struggled crazily, but as long as his aura surged, Feng Yu's power to press him became even greater. Kaneki is like drowning water, crazy and powerless. Dongshang looked at the people lying on the ground around her. She was shaking all over. Uncle Sifang, Hinami, Nishio Nishiki, everyone. The blood flowing all over her body made her know everything instantly. No, that's not the case. How could this be? But before she could finish speaking, a familiar hand pierced her chest. Warm blood splashed out. He looked at Jin Mu with the same disbelief as Sifang Renshi. Goodbye, Kaneki, she murmured. No. Jin Mu's eye sockets burst and blood flowed. A pair of hands clawed and crawled frantically on the floor. A lot of blood flowed out from the broken fingernails. Buzz. Jin Mu only felt a buzzing in his ears, and then his whole body fell into the sea of blood. Blood continued to pour into his body, and the strong sense of suffocation made him struggle desperately to grab the life-saving rope, but there was only an endless sea of blood around him. It's all you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have died. Kaneki-ken, go die. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. The invisible shadow kept cursing him, and pairs of black hands pulled his body down. Come and stay with us, let's go to hell together. Let's go to hell together. ... His body continued to sink, and darkness swept across his vision. It's okay, just die like this. Kaneki murmured. Giggle. Crisp laughter rang in Jin Mu's ears, and then his vision changed, and the white flowers of the other shore bloomed all over the world. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and the world was peaceful. Li Shi, who was like a girl, leaned down and looked at Jin Mu with a smile. Ms. Li say, Kaneki said with a blushing face. At this moment, he felt the throbbing he felt when he first saw Li Shi. Such beauty, such warmth and sunshine. Kaneki-kun, long time no see. Speaking of which, Kaneki-kun is my favorite. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Kaneki-kun, do you want to be with me forever? Li Shi's voice is so gentle. Just as Jin Mu was about to speak, the next second her soft lips fell on his lips. A moist and sweet tongue gently licked his tongue, intertwining with each other. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to integrate the other into their bodies. No. Can't. Jin Mu pushed Li Shi away fiercely. Li Shi, on the other hand, didn't have any anger at all, and still looked at her tenderly. Don't you think Kaneki-kun doesn't like me? After saying that, Li Shi took off his clothes one by one. Her flawless white shoulders and skin as white and tender as milk adorn her proud figure. Come on, Kaneki-kun, do what you love, possess me, I'm yours. She opened her arms like a fairy who was not stained by dust. Jin Mu's eyes were scarlet and he was breathing heavily, like a mad beast. The next second, he threw Li Shi down, crazily eating Li Shi. Li Shi, on the other hand, cannot feel the pain. Come on, Kaneki-kun, I'm yours, eat me. The pure white world instantly turned into a black and red purgatory. The boundless sea of blood kept churning, and finally turned into a huge wave, drowning Kaneki and Rio. ... Come on, Kaneki, become a dragon. Feng Yu had a smile in his eyes, and in the next second, Jin Mu turned into a giant centipede monster. It keeps getting bigger and spreading, destroying the entire Tokyo. Jin Mu turned into a dragon. End of chapter 301. Chaos begins. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 298 313. End of chapter 301. Chaos begins. The originally prosperous Tokyo was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, as if it had suffered a war. The dark black thorns are still expanding and spreading, destroying everything around them with an irresistible trend. The ground shook, the earth cracked, and tall buildings collapsed. Smoke, cries, despair, and death hung over the city. Even Feng Yu was shocked. The damage caused by Jin Mu's dragon transformation was too extensive. And looking at the current situation, it is obviously more terrifying than what was shown in the original work. Ah, it's really wonderful, this perfect work of art, sir, as expected, you are right. Let this city be born from destruction. Bai looked at Feng Yu with adoring eyes. But Dongshang and others on the side looked at him angrily. You damn guy, what on earth did you do to that idiot Kaneki? I must kill you. Dongshang cursed. Kill me. Feng Yu looked into the distance with a smile on his face. I just made him have a dream, an extremely real dream. From the time Bai brought Dongshang and the others here, everything Jin Muyan experienced was a dream carefully prepared by Feng Yu for him. The huge mental power allows Feng Yu to use the reincarnation nightmare skill without Kaneki Ken knowing it. The moment you wake up from the dream is the moment you transform into a dragon. Fortunately, it was successful. But Dongshang and the others didn't know that they were strangers to Feng Yu. Although they had spent some time together in a coffee house in Anding district, all they knew was information that Feng Yu deliberately revealed. Not to mention that mental power does not belong to this world at all. Here they come. Let's take them away. Leave here and find Kano. He will naturally understand what to do next. Feng Yu said in a cold tone. Bai could feel the terrifying aura emanating from his body, and his scalp was slightly numb, so he immediately released Hezi and took Dongshang and the others away from here. No, let me go. Let me go quickly, I'm going to kill that BD. Dongshang struggled wildly, but Bai wouldn't let her go on messing around. He already felt the insecurity here, so he slashed her neck with a hand knife. Dongshang fainted immediately. Watching them leave, Feng Yu held the onikiri in his hand and gently wiped the blade. Buzz. The blade of the sword trembled, as if in celebration of the upcoming battle. The night wind blows, and the fish is white at dawn. Light has begun to appear in the east, and dawn is coming. Soon, 2 waves of people appeared in front of Feng Yu. My Lord Death, how dare you deceive me? Bronze Tree Organization and CCG Investigator. 2 waves of people surrounded Feng Yu, creating a pincer attack. Takatsuki Kwan's voice was very light, but he could feel the anger in her heart. On the other hand, Arima Kisho raised his glasses and first glanced at the monsters transformed by Kaneki around him. Then he looked at Takatsuki Izumi opposite. The two looked at each other with unclear meaning. CCG Ghoul Asylum, Kuikulian. Since the last attack by the Bronze Tree Organization, the entire Kuikulia has strengthened its defenses. At the same time, the lowest level ghouls also received special surveillance. Just now, Juduo or Few, what do you want to do? A crazy look appeared on Kishima's face, and at the same time he took out a chainsaw kuink. Oh, I've been discovered, but I have more important things to do, please don't stand in my way. Ju Duorfu had an innocent smile on his face. Hee, let's have a good time. Roma next to Ju Duorfu glanced at Shiken and said, it's great, it's really great. I didn't expect the second-class officer Juduo to come here with gifts. I'm really excited. Little sister, I will definitely love you very much. I will use this electric saw in my hand to cut off all your limbs, and finally let you turn into kuink without pain. This is like this child. The voice he made at that time was so sweet and melodious. I hope you can be better than him. Kojima Shiki just finished speaking. Luoma and Shiken rushed out at the same time. In the monitoring room, Shojung's eyes flashed, and then he operated on the computer system. The next second, the entire Kuikulia monitoring system was paralyzed. I hope you can bring me a surprise. New world, human beings, ghouls, everything will cease to exist. Shojung stood up expressionlessly and looked at Hezi who enveloped the entire Tokyo. Action, luck, Investigator Kojima, bye. Juduo or Few wiped a trace of blood on his clothes and left without looking back. Scarlet blood was flowing on the white floor, and the originally living Kishima-style limbs were broken and had long since lost their breath. The chainsaw kuink he used to torture countless ghouls has been turned into scrap metal. Seeing Juduo or Few leaving, Luoma and Shiken followed him obediently. Now that most of the CCG's high-level combat experts have gone out to provide support, the entire Kuikulia can be said to be an empty city. Coupled with the shutdown monitoring of Shojung, there is simply no way to stop Juduo or Few and the others. Everyone who was encountered by Juduo or Few was killed by Shiken and Luoma in just an instant. They soon arrived at the lowest level, the prison where the strongest ghouls were held by the CCG. After a long wait, the new world welcomes you back. Juduo or Few smiled. The clown always has the last laugh. All the prison doors opened, and in just a moment, countless alarms sounded. It's been discovered. Juduo or Few smiled. Let's go, I haven't had a pastry for a long time. Doneto Prupula, the priest, opened his scarlet eyes and smiled. At the same time, outside the entire Keikulia, countless ghouls wearing black robes and clown masks began to attack. Feng Yu's side, he fought alone against Takatsuki Izumi, Arima Kisho and a group of special investigators. It could still be seen that the surroundings of the building were really reduced to ruins at this moment. In the center of the battlefield, there was a huge monster as tall as the god of death, holding a sword that exuded scarlet flames, and behind it stood an extremely terrifying phantom. This guy, is too powerful. I didn't expect that with so many of us, plus one idol and you mate, we could only fight evenly. What kind of monster is this? Could it be said that in just 2 years, this guy has grown to this point? This kind of strength has exceeded all of our understanding. This is not the SSS level, but the SSSS level. It's too scary. It's really too scary. He must be killed. Otherwise, there will still be no way for us humans to survive in this world. Land. Everyone in CCG was in an uproar, their eyes filled with disbelief. All kinds of weird powers are used on the monster in the center of the battlefield, not only speed, defense, strength, but also sword skills and weird telekinesis. Smoke filled the air, and the wind rolled into the clouds. Takatsuki Izumi and Arimaki distanced themselves from Fengyu and made a tacit understanding not to continue the fight. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. In the command room, Marutsai also stared at what just happened with his mouth wide open. He was horrified in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. It's just that he doesn't know how to direct. Quicklia was attacked by unknown large-scale ghouls, suspected of being a clown organization. Please support. Please support. Marutsai immediately came to his senses and started clapping the case hard. It's really chaotic now. Chapter 302 The Reagent That Changed the World. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 299 313. Chapter 302 The Reagent That Changed the World. Soon, all CCG executives on the scene knew about the attack on Quiqulia. Arima Kisho raised his glasses, the breeze blew over his face, and his white coat kept swaying in the wind. Team Shinohara, take her open, and others will stay with me to deal with the Shinigami, while everyone else will retreat to support Quiqulia. Arima Kisho said seriously. Mad waiting, Ujingen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kyoko Yasuura and others. Let's go. Keikulia cannot be lost. Leave this place to Matt and others. Ujingjun looked at Fengyu unwillingly, gritted his teeth and began to evacuate. Be sure to come back safely. ... It's so annoying, so annoying. A bunch of clowns did so many things without telling me. Why can't they just follow my plan? Why, go to hell, go to hell. Takatsuki Kwan's crazy roar vented the anger in his heart. Tatara, go and kill them. You must kill all those clowns. In the distance, Tatara heard Takatsuki Izumi's words, his eyes did not change, then he waved his hands, and a group of people from the bronze tree followed him and left. Stems and branches, take care. ... The people and horses on both sides disappeared one after another, and Fengyu also smiled softly. The time is just right. Next, just wait quietly for Kanaki's next stage. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Arima Noble General. But, we still need to be convinced before we can have a good talk. Fengyu's aura shivered, and the surrounding air pressure suddenly became extremely thick. Breath of Light 10 forms Light Storm. The Onikiri in his hand turned into an afterimage, and the light blades struck out one after another. They merged with each other and finally formed a huge tornado of light blades. Wherever the storm passed, everything became clean. Countless ruins and broken walls were sucked into the storm, and its size became larger and larger. Looking at the rapidly approaching light blade storm, Arima Kisho took off his white coat, revealing the black combat uniform underneath. The strong and straight figure is visible at a glance. In his right hand, he holds an SSS-level sword made from the severed Yoshimura Kozen's purse at that time, and in his left hand, he holds an IXA. The light blade storm swallowed everything, and the IXA in his hand suddenly stood up. What was originally a sword formed, and immediately unfolded a pair of double armors like wings. Like a shield, it firmly blocks danger in front of you. Fengyu watched as Kisho Arima blocked his light blade storm, a look of understanding on his face. Although Demon Slayer's breathing method has been unlocked in this world, its power has weakened a lot after all. Otherwise, with that blow just now, Arima Kisho's IXA Kuink must have been damaged. After a while, the storm subsided, and Arima Kisho touched the shallow knife mark on his face. A thoughtful expression. Breath of Light 11 form Light Wings continuous slash. As soon as he finished speaking, countless light blade sword energy attacked Takatsuki Izumi. Not to be outdone, Takatsuki Izumi unfolded the feathers on his body, and the bombs immediately collided with the light blade. A violent explosion spread, thick smoke enveloped everyone, and no one knew what was happening inside. You can only see and hear the explosions and fluctuations coming from inside. Quiqulia. The two gangs are still fighting, and the originally indestructible Quiqulia is now filled with smoke. There are corpses everywhere, there are ghouls and there are humans. Led by Ju Duorfu, he was followed by Roma, Shiken, the priest and Nick. The priest held the bloody heart in his hand, with the corners of his mouth raised, looking at the battlefield below, his face full of endless joy. It's time to go, these stupid guys are coming back. If there weren't other things. I really want to kill all these guys who are hindering me. This world will be created by me. Juduo or few murmured. Then several people left the place. By the time the CCG troops arrived, the members of the clown organization had already retreated, leaving only the desolate ground. Damn it. Marutsai looked at the tragic scene and couldn't help but cursed. But he also understood that now was not the time to get angry, so he immediately commanded each team to carry out rescue operations and clean up the remaining clown organization ghouls. When everything was cleaned up, he realized that this time Kuikulia was completely off guard. Not only were all the personnel guarding here slaughtered, but the imprisoned ghouls were also released. The last time the Bronze Tree organized an attack on Kuikulia, it was just to rescue the ghouls, and the last time CCG's senior combatants were there. Casualties and losses were not great. Now this time it is really a big loss. Marutsai looked at a series of casualty lists and ghoul escape lists passed down by his subordinates. He just felt that his mind was blank. But soon, he adjusted his mood. Let's begin to analyze the reasons for the loss of Keikulia. First of all, he was certain that even if the indestructible Keikulia didn't have many high-level combatants stationed there, the Joker organization shouldn't be able to lose it so quickly. It must be a mole. There is a mole in CCG. Sure enough, after the technical staff's monitoring review, they soon saw the figure of Ju Duorfu. The look of strolling in the garden, and the process of killing Kishima style. No. This isn't right. This guy Ju Duorfu doesn't have that much authority to open the door to the underground prison of Kuikulia. There must be an accomplice, and the accomplice still has a position that allows him to access the door. Could it be? It's him. Marutsai was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He felt chilled by his guess. Looking around at the miserable situation, he clenched his fists and secretly vowed to find the mole. But the current situation can only be investigated secretly. Immediately, he turned his attention to Yujing County. On the other side, Feng Yu, Takatsuki Izumi and Arima Kisho have ceased fighting. Both Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi had large and small stab wounds on their bodies. The clothes on his body were even more damaged. This was especially true for Takatsuki Kwan. The white bandages wrapped around his body had all broken apart and he was covered in blood. There was anger and powerless despair in her eyes. Arima Kisho's eyes were as dull as water, and the IXA and owl in his hands were completely broken. Now you can listen to me carefully. Feng Yu's aura converged, the hezi faded away, the ghost cut into the sheath, with a warm smile on his face. You have your plans, but you also have my plans. Although our plans are different, the ending is the same. The dragon transformed by Kaneki is also a key part. Only humans who have experienced the pain of ghouls can empathize with it. As soon as he finished speaking, the centipede hezi transformed by Jinmu began to emit scarlet light, and then one hezi monster appeared. As soon as these monsters appeared, they began to kill crazily, and after being killed, they exploded. The pop sound could be heard throughout Tokyo. The scarlet smoke emitted by the self-destruction reacts quickly as soon as it comes into contact with the human body. Pairs of ghoul eyes that should not exist in humans appear. Do you want to turn all humans in this world into ghouls? Arima Kisho said coldly. No, this is just part of the plan. As I said, only if they understand what the ghouls are going through will they sympathize with the ghouls. And, Feng Yu clapped his hands, and a man in a black cloak dragged a ghoul to him. What is a ghoul? Humans can become ghouls by transplanting ghoul organs. It is nothing more than the RC cells in the body breaking through the body's threshold. Am I right, Arima Kisho? Feng Yu smiled. Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi did not speak, but raised their eyebrows slightly. This can turn ghouls back into humans, even those who have been ghouls since birth. A tube of light blue reagent appeared in Feng Yu's hand. Before Arima Kisho and the two could speak, Feng Yu directly fed the ghoul that had just been dragged up. Reagent entrance. The originally unconscious ghoul suddenly opened his scarlet eyes. Then the scarlet color faded away and the eyes returned to human eyes. What's wrong with me? My power. My son. The man who had just woken up had a confused look on his face. He felt the disappearance of the hezi in his body and the desire for human flesh and blood. Feng Yu threw him a bag of bread. Eat. After taking the bread, the man swallowed, opened the package, put it to his nose, smelled it, and then devoured it. I can eat human food, I can finally, woohoo. The man cried bitterly while eating. Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi were both shocked when they saw this. A ghoul turned into a human in front of them. If this reagent can be produced on a large scale, then there will be no ghouls in this world. Arima Kisho's breath was excited, completely losing his calmness just now. Because this reagent can change the world, change the survival issues of ghouls and humans. Chapter 303 Battle of Day Court. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313. Chapter 303 Battle of Day Court. I am not a saint. To change the world, unnecessary sacrifices are necessary. Feng Yu's eyes were like daggers, piercing deeply into the hearts of Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi. The two of them looked serious. They had sacrificed too many people for their own plans. Whether it's a ghoul, a CCG investigator, or even a civilian. The purpose is to endure and create a person who can overthrow the initiator of the sorrow in this world. Neither of them are people who feel pity for trivial matters, so they naturally understand the meaning of Feng Yu's words. Countless civilians were injured by the wave of waves just now, but, so what? As long as this world can change, no matter how many people die, it is still worth it. Only, Arima Kisho wanted to speak, but was stopped by Feng Yu. I know what you want to say. I will deal with the V organization. What you have to do now, is to sort out the humans and ghouls and clean up some idiots who disobey orders. You two should know that those people are talking about, and at the same time, dig out Kaneki Ken. Otherwise, there will only be more unnecessary sacrifices. I've marked his location. Feng Yu waved his hand, and two spiritual imprints entered their minds. Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi looked at each other, and there was a sudden silence in their eyes. With such methods, they lost without temper. After this baptism, I believe that humans have clearly understood the plight and pain of ghouls. Go ahead and let this drama come to an end. A wave of determination emerged. Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi looked at each other, and then left the place. Feng Yu watched the two people leave, and then he turned into afterimages, running in one direction. Outside a certain magnificent courtyard. At this time, people wearing black robes are surrounding this place. Kiki, I didn't expect you two to be still alive. Atori covered his mouth and chuckled, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. HMPH, how could I die so easily? Besides, how can I be willing to die before I see the new world coming? It's so noisy. You two, it's time to take action. The adults are coming over. Do you want to be punished? Also, are you sure this is here? Gee, do you still doubt my ability? The two people who answered were none other than Irimishuin and Madoka Furuma, who were injured in the battle in the Anding district, that is, Black Dog and Demon Ape. Behind them were countless men in black robes. If you look closely, you can see that these men in black robes are the transformed people Feng Yu once saw in Kano Akihiro's laboratory. Now, it's up to you to fight. I will cheer for you. Adori Zilly smiled, then waved his hand, and immediately countless men in black robes behind him launched an attack on by writing. The sound of battle rang out, and countless people were killed. Irimishuin and Madoka Furuma ignored Zilly's exit. After knowing each other for so many years, they both knew clearly what her abilities were. The two of them stood on a high place and looked down. The entire courtyard was in a mess, with countless people in black robes and ordinary members of the V organization fighting together. Corpses fell one after another. Blood flowed into a river, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Deep in the day garden. Really, a group of little mice found this place, so you two go and deal with them. The leading man said calmly and slowly. The two men in suits below nodded, and then disappeared into an afterimage. After they left, the leading man looked up at the dark sky and murmured, disobedient bugs will eventually be killed. Outside the courtyard, as a breath rushed out, Irujian Zan and Furujian Yuiner also said with dark faces and said at the same time. Come here, don't die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole courtyard showed a trend of massacre. I saw two men in black suits rushing into the army of black-robed men like wolves and sheep. Their speed was extremely fast, like shadows, shuttling through the black-robed army. Wherever they passed, countless men in black robes fell down. Too weak, these rubbish dared to attack the sacred White House. One of the men in suits said, haha, it's precisely because of these ignorant bugs that they dare to be so reckless. They haven't moved their muscles for a long time. Let me see if you kill faster or I kill faster. The two men in suits looked at each other and then moved faster. Large areas of black-robed men fell down. Ijian Zan and Furuma Yuiner couldn't sit still anymore, and immediately jumped down and joined the battlefield. Oh, are you two little bugs just here to cause trouble? One of the men in suits laughed. Stop talking so much and clean it up quickly. Don't dirty our holy place in the White House. The male accomplice in the suit wiped the blood from the knife-shaped kuink weapon in his hand and said. You worms of the world, how dare you underestimate me, go to hell. Gujian Yuiner shouted, his eyes were scarlet, and he was like a gorilla. He rushed out quickly and struggled with one of the men in suits. When I met Zan, she didn't say much nonsense and was also entangled with another man in a suit. On the other side of the day garden high above, Atori, who was wearing a fire-down skirt, watched the fight with interest. Looking at the situation, the demon ape and the black dog should be able to handle these two. Only, she took a deep look into the depths of Berry Court, as if there was an abyss there. Her expression was solemn, then she thought of something and chuckled again. You are here, swish, sound. Two girls appeared next to her, one black and one white. It's the black and white duo. Dad asked us to come over and wait for the arrival of the adults. The black and white duo said in unison. I didn't expect that you, who were once weak, would now reach this level. Zilly looked at the two of them with a trace of fear in his eyes. If they were all S level in the past, they may have reached the preliminary SSS level now. Both of them achieved the form of Hijay, and after being transformed by Kano Mingbohei and Feng Yu's training, they surpassed themselves and broke through their limits. The two's fighting coordination was even more flawless, and they were even able to withstand 3 attacks from Feng Yu. Hey, should we take action now? Bai Nai asked. Dad said, let us clear all obstacles ahead for you, so. Kuronai and Bai Nai looked at each other, and in the next second, they turned into a black and white afterimage and joined the battle. With the addition of the two of them, the originally evenly matched scene suddenly became one-sided. You brat, how dare you compete with me for my head? Madoka Furuma saw that her opponent, the man in a suit, was pinned to the ground by Bai Nai and couldn't move in just a face-to-face meeting, and he immediately became furious. But fearing her strength, she could only watch angrily as Bai Nai stabbed the man in the suit's head directly with his scale. As Bai Nai resolved the battle, so did Kuronai. He raised the knife and dropped it, and the blood on the ground stained the entire floor red. Chapter 304 The Terrifying Mustard Seed. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 301-313. Chapter 304 The Terrifying Mustard Seed. After dealing with the two men in suits, Kuronai and Bainai immediately held hands, and then the scales on their bodies exploded and split, turning into sharp tentacles, constantly harvesting these ordinary members of the V organization. The demon ape and the black dog are no exception. They also want to quickly clean up the enemies in front of them. After a while, only the black and white Schwanganai and the demon ape were left in the entire White House. Led by them, behind them were rows of reformers who obeyed orders respectfully. Hey, I feel like there's a very powerful guy in front of me. Well, I feel it too. Then do we have to wait for the adults to come, or should we go and clear the way for the adults first? Black and white Schwangya said with a cold expression. Dad said that we are a knife in the hands of adults, so, launch an attack. Hena pondered for a while and said, Hey, have you two considered us? The demon ape couldn't help shouting as he looked at the steps of the black and white Schwanganai. There is no doubt about the strength of the black and white Schwanganai, but this kind of coldness that does not take them seriously makes him a little unbearable. After all, he and Black Dog are not weak in strength. Black and white Schwanganai suddenly stopped when they heard the voice of the demon ape. Hey, what should I do with them? Should I take them with me? Take them with you. Dad said that multiple helpers equal multiple strengths. Although they are a bit weak, they are still SS level and may be useful. Listening to the conversation between the black and white duo, the demon ape simply wanted to jump. Although the strength is indeed not as good as theirs, it does not mean that we should look down upon them. The conversation between them seemed as if the demon ape and the black dog were holding them back. Damn little girl, we will prove to you what the strength of an old senior is. The demon ape clenched his fists and stared at the figure of the black and white Schwanganai. Only the black dog remained vigilant, paying no attention to the black and white Schwanganai's words. Just like that, a group of people approached the inner court in a mighty manner. Sandalwood lingers, rockery flows, and bamboo forests are green. A Huxia courtyard style. Outside the small courtyard in the middle of the lobby, a pale-faced man in a kimono was closing his eyes to meditate. In front of him was a coffee table, and several teacups were exuding the alluring aroma of tea. Everyone, it's rude to come to the door without saying hello. The man opened his eyes and said. As he opened his eyes, everyone suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He is the ultimate bad guy that adults and dad call him, right? Our target this time is also him. Hey, do you want to kill him now? Nabai said. I don't know, but I want to try. I hope adults and dad won't blame us. Kurenai replied. Then the two of them looked at each other, their eyes suddenly exploded, and the scales like spikes on their bodies appeared. Hey, can you consider us? The demon ape said dissatisfiedly. But the black and white Schwanganai ignored him at all. Instead, they turned into two afterimages, one black and one white, and rushed out like arrow feathers. As scaled ghouls, speed is their advantage. Haha, these two kids are really rude. Mustard Z smiled contemptuously. His eyes suddenly glowed scarlet, and at the same time, the black and white Schwanganai's attack was about to fall on him in the next second. Just for a moment, Mustard Z took a step back slightly, and black and white Schwanganai's attack suddenly failed. In this gap, Mustard Seed's fist had already landed on black and white Schwanganai's body. The next second, the figure of black and white Schwangya continued to retreat. Fortunately, the damage from his fists was not high. Black and white Schwangya quickly stabilized his figure. His reaction and speed are so fast. As expected, adults and dad said that this guy is very strong, better than us. But, let's do our best together. Kurenai said. Nabai naturally understood the meaning of Heinai's words, so he nodded, and the two attacked again. But before the two of them could get close, at some point, a Kuink weapon appeared in Jiazi's hand. This Kuink weapon is very similar to the owl in the hands of Arima Kishogun, and it exudes a powerful killing aura. Jia, it is your honor to let you die under, Shao. Mustard Z laughed. At this moment, he no longer dodged, but took the initiative to attack and rush towards black and white Schwanganai. Even though both the black and white duo had SSS level strength, they were at a disadvantage due to the strong fighting power of Mustard Seed. The black and white duo are very fast, and the two of them also used combined combat skills. One black and one white, surrounding Mustard Seed and launching an attack. But the Shao in Jiazi's hands is so powerful, coupled with his own impressive strength. A long time ago, Feng Yu told them that Jiazi's strength had reached the SSS level, and told them not to take it lightly. Now coupled with the SSS level, Shao, the two sisters suddenly couldn't cope with it. Mustard Z waved the Shao in his hand, and with every blow, a powerful energy burst out. Houses collapsed, the ground cracked, one knife after another, as fast as lightning. It hit the air and made a crackling sound. It's like splitting the air or splitting the space. The terrifying energy keeps erupting. The entire courtyard also became shattered during the battle between the three people. Ha. Too weak, you bugs are really too weak. Sure enough, this body is the most perfect, with powerful strength and long life. Mustard Seed laughed maniacally. As soon as he finished speaking, his strength surged again, and the speed of the owl waved in his hand became even faster. The two men, black and white, kept dodging and cooperating, attacking, but they were all blocked. But now Mustard Seed is even faster. The two of them were directly knocked away by the blow. There was even a long wound in his abdomen. Blood flowed out. The two fell to the ground and struggled to get up. Hey, Are you okay? Bye, I'm fine. This guy is too strong. We can't beat him. But what should I do if the adults haven't come yet? Do you want to leave first? But, Dad said, you can't disobey your orders, otherwise, you will have to close the dark room. Disobedient children will be punished. Black and White Schwanganai said, minding his own business. The demon ape and the black dog could see the uneasiness and grievance in the eyes of the black and white Schwangya. Like a child who made a mistake. Extremely simple. It seems we still have to take action, two seniors. The demon ape glanced meaningfully at the black and white Schwanganai. In the battle just now, he could see that the two girls still lacked some fighting experience. Although powerful, it still has shortcomings. Only, his eyes looked at Mustard Seed. Mustard Seed's strength was a bit beyond his imagination. He felt that even the store manager at the time was not as scary as him. The demon ape swallowed his saliva and said immediately, if you don't want to die, let's take action together. This old guy is too strong. The black and white pairs looked at each other, then nodded obediently. After all, if he disagreed again, Jiezi would have already come to kill him with a big knife. Chapter 305 The Death of Mustard Seed. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 302-313. Chapter 305 The Death of Mustard Seed. Aijian Zan chuckled, and immediately launched the attack. Her movements were agile, and even with the terrifying attack power and speed of Jiezi, she didn't even touch her body. After being subdued by Feng Yu, Iramexuan and Madoka Furuma were naturally transformed, and their strength was much stronger than in the original work. It's just that when faced with Mustard Seed, the boss behind the most powerful organization in the Ghoul world, even if Imi-zan, Madoka Furuma and Sauna Black and White worked together, they didn't take advantage. Not only can't he break the defense, but he can't even keep up with his movements. Mustard Seed quickly adapted to his new body during the battle. Before that, Mustard Seed had a half-human body, but now he has transformed into a complete ghoul. His strong physical fitness and resilience make him stronger. No, this guy is just using us as a whetstone. He is adapting. Aijienshuan said with a solemn expression. Madoka Furuma and Black and White Schwangya also quickly distanced themselves from Mustard Seed, and their faces were also solemn. What should we do now? This guy is too strong. The four of us can't beat him at all. If we let him get used to it any longer, all four of us might die here. Gugn Yuener said unwillingly. It is true that the weapon, Shao, in Jazi's hand is too terrifying, and among the four of them, the attack methods are too single. If Yuhe Ghoul joins, maybe we can fight better. Just thinking of Jia Z waving the owl in his hand, Yuhi seemed to be of no use. It was waving as frequently as a helicopter, and no amount of Yuhi's attacks could break through. The four of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. But Mustard Seed will not be soft-hearted. Now that he has turned red in the face, he wants to make a big move after completely abandoning his semi-human body. His eyes were scarlet, like a skilled hunter, staring at the four people. The eyes are like the god of death, making people shudder. The four of them were facing a formidable enemy. The next second, Mustard Seed took the initiative to launch an attack, and the terrifying slashes came instantly. A series of sharp blades scraped hard on the bodies of the four people. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. A series of knife-like wounds opened, and the blood that flowed out evaporated in an instant. The four of them spread their wings to resist, but there was no such thing. With just one blow, four people flew backwards at the same time. A bunch of trash can die under the blood-sucking weapon in the darkest corner of CCG. It will be effortless to massacre you trash. Jiezi laughed wildly, and then stared at the army of reformers. Licking his dry lips, the killing begins. An afterimage passed by, and countless transformed people were immediately torn apart, with corpses strewn on the ground and blood splattered in the sky. Mustard Z's whole body became even crazier. He was bathed in blood, laughing crazily, and freely expressing the joy of getting a new body. In just a few minutes, the entire army of cyborgs was slaughtered by Mustard Seeds. The four demon apes looked at all this in stunned silence, with anger and fear welling up in their hearts. Damn it, bye, we must kill that guy, we must. No, hey, we are no match for him. Hana wanted to rush forward and fight Mustard Seed, but was held tightly by Nabai. Jiezi took a deep breath, the madness on his face had not faded yet. Scarlet eyes looked at the four people fiercely. I almost forgot you four losers. Gia, are you prepared to suffer less death? The next second, it turned into an afterimage and rushed out fiercely. The four of them suddenly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and immediately released TZ to avoid the attack of Mustard Z. In just the blink of an eye, a knife mark several meters deep appeared where the four of them were. I didn't expect that you rats could still run away, but, can you really run away? Mustard Seed showed a hint of contempt. Then he set his sights on the black and white bodies. Then, let's start with you two little mice. The cat and mouse game begins. Kuronai and Nabai supported each other, constantly avoiding Mustard Seed's attacks. It's just that according to Mustard Seed's attack speed, plus the fact that Kuronai and Nabai are injured now, he can easily hit them. It's just that every time, it only makes the injuries on the two people a little worse, and it does not cause fatal injuries. Damn it, bye, this guy is playing tricks on us. Hainai's eyes were filled with fire, and his heart was extremely angry. Nabai also knew that Mustard Seed was playing tricks on them. Although she was angry, her reason told her that she must run away. The demon ape and the black dog had already fallen when they had just helped them block the mustard attack, and no one would come to save them. Hey, don't look back. As long as the adults come over, this guy will die. Nabai reassured. Their bodies are covered with scars. Although they have strong self-healing ability, mustard seeds will cause new wounds every time they heal. Ghouls also have limits. When the energy in the body is exhausted, the self-healing ability will decline until death. After playing for a few more minutes, the black and white pair fell to the ground, dying. It's really boring. This won't work anymore. Anyway, it's time to send you two little mice to die. Jiezi looked mockingly, and gently raised the shao in his hand. Kuronai and Nabai hugged each other tightly, like a flower about to wither. Both of them were covered in blood. My lord, I'll be here soon. You guy, will definitely die. We'll be waiting for you in hell. Black and white Schwanganai closed his eyes and waited quietly for death to come. Haha, what a loser. As long as he dares to come, I will send him to death. Shao slowly fell, but the next second, an invisible force came between him and black and white Schwanganai. Oh, I didn't know that you had the strength to kill me. Feng Yu slowly landed in front of black and white Schwanganai from the air. But Jiezi noticed something was wrong at this time. Because Shao is under control. Mustard Z tried hard with both hands, but there was no movement at all. An invisible force clung to Shao. You, what kind of power is this? Mustard Z was horrified. He had never seen such a method before. As the boss behind the most powerful organization in the world, it can be said that he knows all the ways of power in this world. The person in front of him, he knew, was the SSS level Ghoul death god who had appeared before. It was just this unknown method that made Jiezi want to give up. Leader of Organization V, Mustard Seed, you deserve to die. Feng Yu's cold voice sounded. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and Mustard Seeds fell like falling into an ice cave. A powerful force fell heavily on him. Poof! Mustard Z's knees came into close contact with the ground. Cracks appeared from under his knees, and blood was flowing out. Ah! The pain caused by the broken knee made him extremely frightened, but Feng Yu ignored his screams and looked at him in horror. Covering Shao with one hand. Crack! Shao is broken. This is impossible. This is an owl. This is an owl that has sucked countless blood. How is it possible? How could it be broken by you? You monster! You monster! Jiezi screamed in horror. He did not expect that this SSS level Kuink would be so fragile in front of Feng Yu. The worldview collapsed. Feng Yu skipped him and came to the side of Demon Ape and Black Dog. After checking the situation of the two of them, they also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better if you don't die. Mustard Seed was still shaking his body crazily, but every time he shook and struggled, the force pressing on him became stronger. His waist kept bending down, and finally he was lying on the ground like a lazy toad. Looking at Jiezi's appearance, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't met him, no one in Jiezi would have been able to deal with him easily. The original anime weakened the strength, and today's Mustard Seed is truly in existence above the SSS level. Crack! The scarlet sword blade sliced through, and Mustard Seed's head and body were separated. The big boss behind the scenes ended his life. Then, the only thing left is Rishi. Feng Yu looked up. It was as if he saw the inverted figure in the petri dish. The character figure also looked at him and showed a smile. Chapter 306 Li Shi. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 303-313. Chapter 306 Li Shi. Boom, boom, boom. The giant centipede that enveloped Tokyo continued to squirm and grow, and its scarlet color became more and more obvious. No, this monster has grown bigger again. The CCG investigators and ghouls were suddenly startled and left the surroundings of Centipede Hezi's shell. Then, the giant eyes that were closed opened one after another. The next second, countless Hezi monsters were sprayed out, along with the RC cell virus mist visible to the naked eye. Roar, 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 ... As soon as these monsters appeared, they immediately roared and then attacked the investigators and others. Only this time, because of the leadership of Takatsuki Izumi and Arima Kisho, the Ghoul organization and the CCG investigators formed a temporary alliance. Although the two parties no longer hate each other, they have not reached the level of facing the enemy together. Each of them dealt with the sweeping Hezi monster. Arima Kisho and Takatsuki Izumi frowned, and the centipede Hezi grew larger, which meant that the position of Kaneki Ken hidden inside also changed. After all, it's still a step too late. But the approximate location should be in that section. The coordinates given by Feng Yu appeared in his mind, and Arima Kisho murmured. If the golden wood are not dug out, I am afraid that the centipede monsters covering the entire Tokyo will continue to absorb nutrients and produce a steady stream of monsters. By then, the entire Tokyo and even the entire country will be annihilated. Is this ending really what you expected? Arima Kisho was thinking a lot, and he couldn't guess Feng Yu's purpose. Although Feng Yu came up with a potion that could turn ghouls back into humans, in this current situation, Arima Kisho guessed that Fuaha had other purposes. But now, this centipede must first lose its nutrition. ... Kamadai rise, my lovely dragon. Ju Duorfu stared at the figure of the beautiful woman in the green petri dish with obsessed and crazy eyes. If other people see this scene, they will definitely know that this woman is the once dead, glutton, Kamadai rise. At this moment, she was completely naked, and her skin was covered with alluring and strange lines. With half-open blurred eyes, he looked at Ju Duo with a half-smile. Soon, my dragon, let me sum up this twisted world with my own hands. Ju Duo murmured. Behind him were the priest, Shiken and Roma, watching everything silently, with excitement on his face. Ba bang bang, it's a touching scene, but you have so many blessings. It's time to wake up from your dream. As soon as he finished speaking, several people were shocked at the same time. I saw Feng Yu walking over with a smile on his face. Behind him were Atori and Bai, and the loser, Kotaro Amon, who was transformed into a ghoul by the bronze tree. Father, long time no see. Kotaro Arman took off his cloak, revealing his scarlet eyes. His voice was extremely hoarse, but you could hear the tremor in his voice. The priest's pupils shrank, but a smile soon appeared on his face. Amen, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be called a ghoul. You came here to kill me, said the priest. I just want to know an answer. Kotaro Arman stared at him. PFF, Yaman, you are still as stubborn as before. The priest met Kotaro Arman's eyes, and then the two of them walked in the same direction in tacit understanding. Feng Yu and Ju Duo didn't say anything and let them go. Ever since Kotaro Yaman escaped from the bronze tree, he has been secretly trained by Feng Yu. His strength is much stronger than in the original work, and it can be said that it is a sure thing to face the priest. Oops, Adori, I didn't expect you two to betray our clown organization. Nick waved his hand and smiled helplessly. I thought our clown would have the last laugh in the end, but I didn't expect that it would actually be against me. Woohoo, I'm so sad. Nick held an orchid finger, and his exaggerated acting skills immediately made Atori laugh out loud. Haha, Nick, you know, you look like this really makes me want to beat you up, because you are such a pervert, you scare my guests away every time. Atori gritted his teeth and said, oh my god, how can you say that? It's obviously those little boys who have fallen in love with me, so they would do that kind of thing to me. I can see it, you just don't like me, you are sexist. A look of grievance appeared on Nick's face. Haha, you're right, I just don't like you, so let's go and have a fight. Atori raised his fingers. Nick looked at Ju Duo and saw that he had no expression, so he sighed helplessly and followed Atori away. I obviously don't like fighting and killing. What a violent woman. The 5 people at the scene looked at each other. After all, it was Bai who spoke first and broke the silence. Miss Roma, Mr. Shiken, it seems that the opponent of both of you is me. Come with me, I can't let you two disturb the master's enjoyment. Bai made a very gentlemanly request. Ah ha ha, interesting and interesting. Mr. Bai, I didn't expect that one day you would invite a little girl like me to fight. I'm really, so excited. Shiken, are you also very excited? How about, let's eat Mr. Bai. Roma was riding on Death Khan's head, with a look of madness on her face. Then, the 3 people left. Only Ju Duo and Feng Yu were left in place. Sure enough, the stronger these ghouls are, the more twisted their spirits become. Feng Yu secretly said, it's just that his eyes didn't stay on the few people leaving. Instead, he was attracted by the dragon behind Ju Duo, that is, Li Shi. She is indeed the sexiest and most beautiful woman in the show, and her appearance now adds a lot of mystery. Looking at Li Shi, Feng Yu sighed. If it weren't for Rise, Kaneki-ken wouldn't have started this miserable life. Do you also want to get her? Ju Duo looked at Feng Yu's undisguised gaze with an extremely gloomy expression. What a pity. Feng Yu sighed lightly, but did not respond to Ju Duo. Damn BD, you ignored me. In just a moment, Ju Duo suddenly burst into flames, the bruises on his body appeared, and he rushed up from the inside. The 4 scales were waving in the air like sharp blades. The Hezi of Lishi. But, this level is not acceptable. Onikiri took his hand, several red lights flashed, and the attacking Hezi was immediately cut into several pieces. Too weak. The unabashed ridicule made the already angry Ju Duo go berserk. The huge Hezi is inlaid with ferocious scarlet eyes. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Chapter 307, Finale of the Ghoul World. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 304-313. Chapter 307, Finale of the Ghoul World. Ju Duo, who had always acted like a strategist in front of others, had lost his mind at this moment. No more playful smile, only violence and anger. I'm going to kill you. Ju Duo shouted angrily. The Hezi behind him opened like a cattail leaf fan, and blood-red spikes rushed out. Because it was Lin He, Ju Duo was very fast. After images passed by, making a swish sound in this dead space. But this is of no use. The speed of getting more blessings may appear to others to be very fast. But in Feng Yu's sight, he seemed to have slowed down several times like an ordinary person. Ju Duo saw Feng Yu stunned on the spot and thought he didn't react. All attacks went directly towards Feng Yu's head. But, soon his mouth opened wide, his face full of shock and horror. A flash of scarlet flashed. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. He looked at his chest and right hand in disbelief. A blood-red knife penetrated his body, and his right hand had already fallen to the ground. Breath of light 2 types glory to the world. Golden light burst out from Onikiri's body, and then passed through Ju Duo's body. A hot heat spreads from the blade. ZZ, smoke, pain, death, fear. No, don't. I haven't accomplished my goal yet. I can't die. Ju Duo shouted. However, endless light burst out from his body and swallowed him up instantly. When the light dissipates, only a charred body was left on the spot. Ta-da! Feng Yu walked towards Li Shi unhurriedly. It's over, Feng Yu murmured. The onikiri in his hand was raised high, and rays of light were attracted to it, gradually forming a huge ball of light. Just like the sun in the dark night, it contains huge energy. Breath of Light 13 Patterns Mystery Dawn. White light illuminates the world, and everyone involuntarily closes their eyes. The darkness receded, and the world seemed to become quiet all of a sudden. Boom, 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 ... The whole building turned into dust, which was the moment the white light faded. The giant centipede stopped squirming and began to shrink. Found. Kaneki. Here. Jin Muyan was dug out by everyone and lost his core. Centipede Hezi naturally withered slowly. ... Arigato, Lord Feng Yu. I can finally have a good rest. Kaneki-kun, I'm sorry for him. Where is Zuru? Li Shi lifted his bangs behind his ears, smiled at Feng Yu, turned around and walked towards the sea of flowers. Step by step, disappear from this world. Goodbye, Li Shi. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. World Origin 10,000, ownership of the Demon Slayer world. Listening to the long-lost system sound, Feng Yu didn't show any change in his expression. He just looked into the distance and fell into deep thought. ... Do you still hate me? The priest lay on the ground and looked at Kotaro Armin with a smile. He is on the verge of death at this moment. I just want to know the answer. Why didn't you kill me back then? Obviously everyone regards you as their father. Why do you do this? Kotaro Armin's eyes turned red and tears fell from his eyes. Haha, when I grow up, I'm still the same stupid. Yaman, father, very good, the priest murmured. The breeze blew by, the priest closed his eyes, and Armin Kotaro knelt on the ground. He burst into tears. ... It's really annoying. If I don't fight, I won't fight. You violent woman is so boring. Nick said with his orchid fingers raised. Anyway, it's over. Let's not fight. Why don't we find a handsome little brother to play with me? TCH, you are really disgusting. Leave quickly. If you don't leave, that adult will not show mercy to you. Atori said in disgust. Okay, we clowns are the ones who always have the last laugh. Nick laughed loudly and then left the place. Hey, what a disgusting pervert. He even stained my clothes. Atori cursed secretly. ... Well, Roma, you taste really bad, just like stinky salted fish that has been left out for a few days. It just smells bad. Bai wiped his mouth in disgust. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm in so much pain. I'm being eaten. Please save me. Take me away quickly. Woo woo woo. Mr. Bai is so scary. Mr. Bai bullies me. Roma was lying on the ground like a naughty child. If you ignore the huge shell under her body, she is probably a little girl. No matter how much Roma shouted, Shiken just stared at her blankly without any reaction. The two stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Bai put away his EJ form and walked to Roma's side. Once, twice, 3 times. In the end, there was absolutely no movement from Roma and Shiken. Only 2 puddles of minced meat were left. This is the end of the road. Bai wiped the blood and flesh on his hands and murmured. ... 1 month later, Ghoul residents who have not received the reagents are asked to gather at the CCG headquarters building quickly for vaccination. Ghoul residents who have not received the reagents are asked to gather at the CCG headquarters building quickly for vaccination. Ghoul residents who have not received the reagents are asked to gather at the CCG headquarters building quickly for vaccination. ... The sun is rising in the east, and the breeze is blowing against the willows. A series of loudspeakers sounded on the streets of Tokyo, where order has slowly been restored. The ghoul, who was once afraid of appearing in the crowd, stood in the gentle sunshine, chatting and laughing with the ordinary humans around him. Everything has changed. Humans and ghouls are no longer enemies. All ghouls must be vaccinated with a reagent to become humans. Those aliens who were unwilling to give up their ghoul identities were secretly dealt with by the troops led by Takatsuki Izumi and Arima Kisho. After the attack of the Hezi monster, and the pain of human beings turning into ghouls, ordinary people gradually began to understand and sympathize with ghouls. ... Hey, where did that guy go? Why can't he be found again? He changed this twisted world, but he disappeared. I think maybe he is just a passerby in this world. He has his mission, and we also have our mission. When he comes back again, we will give him a clear sky. Izumi Takatsuki and Kisho Arima stood on the roof of the CCG headquarters building, feeling the gentle sunshine and breeze, but the figure of Fenga appeared in their minds. That's good. Chapter 308 Return to Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 305-313. Chapter 308 Return to Demon Slayer. I'm finally back. I don't know how Xiaobai, Nanako and Mixiu are doing now. A blue-white figure walked out of the forest. But the young man stopped as soon as he took the step out of the forest. Jian Mei frowned slightly. The sky. Why has it become like this? The young man was Feng Yu who had returned. At this moment, he looked at the gray sky and couldn't help but feel uneasy. This strong ghost energy completely fills this world. What happened after I left? Feng Yu murmured. Huge mental power, able to detect the situation in this world. This kind of ghost energy can only be so strong if ghosts live here for a long time. But now, with such a strong ghost energy everywhere, it is obvious that something big must have happened. Thinking back to the time when he traveled through the Ghoul world, Xiaobai himself transformed into a cage to trap the black fox. The black fox devoured Wu Mei and the dead ghosts. As long as there is killing and negative energy in this world, then the power of the black fox will be endless. Feng Yu was deep in thought, but soon his attention was attracted by an injured old man and girl in the distance. Hurry up, don't worry about me, that group of people are about to catch up, and the sun is going down soon. Go to Asakusa town. Once there is no need scared. There was a long wound on the old man's thigh, and the blood at the wound had solidified. Obviously, this was caused not long ago. No, Grandpa, let's go together, I don't want to leave you. The little girl cried in the old man's arms. Silly boy, Grandpa, I can't walk anymore. I'm holding them back. You keep walking forward. Not far away is Asakusa town. There are adults from the Demon Slayer Corps there. They can protect you. Yuzi, please promise Grandpa that you must live well. No. Let's go together. Grandpa, don't drive me away. One old and one young, with tears in their eyes. Gia, where do you want to run? Run, keep running. As a sacrifice, you dare to run away. Someone comes and breaks the child's hands and feet. Remember, don't kill him. God's envoys don't like to eat dead sacrifices. If he dies, I'll take your place. As for this dead old man, just kill him. It's an eyesore. Yes, sir. A group of people wearing black cloaks appeared. As soon as the leader finished speaking, several men behind him immediately rushed forward and pounced on the old man and the little girl. No, I'll go back with you, don't hurt my grandpa. The girl named Yuzi knelt down and begged the man in black. Haha, it's too late, you wasted so much of our time, this old man deserves to die. Why are you still standing there? Break her hands and feet. The leader of the men in black shouted sharply. Several of the men trembled and grabbed the girl's limbs without delay. Yuzi, the old man cried out in a lung-splitting voice, with despair and helplessness in his eyes. Just when the men in black were about to break off the girl's hands and feet, the sound of rushing water sounded from all around. The next second, except for the leader of the man in black, all his men's pupils shrank immediately and they fell to the ground one after another, their heads and bodies separated. Scarlet blood flowed all over the ground, forming a sharp contrast with the dim sky. This scene actually seemed so weird. Who is it? The man in black's eyes widened, his whole body trembling, his scarlet eyes filled with violence and fear. This is a sword technique. Could it be someone from the Demon Slayer Corps? Damn it. Yes, it's the sound of water flowing. This is the breath of water. I don't know if it's the Demon Slayer Corps master who's coming. I'm leaving now, the man in black said charmingly. Why is there ghost blood on your body, and, it seems incomplete. Feng Yu appeared behind him, and a huge amount of spiritual power immediately pressed on the man in black. Plop. The man in black knelt heavily on the ground. Sir, please forgive me. I have never eaten anyone. I really have never eaten anyone. Please let me go. I will take you to find that ghost. My lord, go and kill him. Bar. Oh, so, are you working for ghosts? As a human being, you actually want to work with a ghost. You deserve to die. Feng Yu's cold voice sounded, and the surrounding area suddenly became cold. No. Don't, please, don't. No matter how much the man in black begged for mercy, it was in vain. In just 2 seconds, his pupils began to blur and he became a living dead. 1 minute later, Feng Yu successfully retrieved the memory of the man in black. I never thought something like this would happen. But as long as Nanako and Mihide are fine. Ghost blood dropped from the sky, half human and half ghost, betrayed humans, and actively joined the ghost camp. Human trafficking, burning, killing and looting. These people can no longer be considered human beings. Feng Yu extracted the information carefully. In just 3 years, the world has become like this. This is a more desperate world than when Wu Kuei was around. Feng Yu sighed. Thank you to the Demon Slayer Corps master for saving our lives. Yuzi, come here and thank him quickly. The old man hurriedly pulled the girl and thanked Feng Yu. You don't have to be like this, old man. Killing evil ghosts is the mission of a ghost hunter. I just heard what you said. Are you planning to go to Asakusa? I happen to be on the way, so I'll go with you. Along the way, Feng Yu also learned a little more about the current world situation under the old man's narration. Starting 3 years ago, a drop of ghost blood would appear in the sky, and then randomly merge into a human body, turning it into a ghost. At the beginning, Demon Slayer Corps can also shoot team members to easily kill demons. But as time goes by, more and more ghost blood is sprinkled from the sky, and it becomes more and more powerful. Some powerful evil spirits began to form. Gradually, a huge and terrifying evil ghost camp was born. They gathered in the Demon City, led by 12 Kazuki, who ruled all the demons in the Demon City. Human beings became their food and were kept in captivity by them. Humanity is miserable and the people are in dire straits. A year ago, the Demon Slayer Corps organized a battle against the Demon City, but both sides suffered losses. Countless ghost hunters were killed, but the evil spirits were also killed and injured. Since then, members of the Demon Slayer Corps have rarely appeared in public. They only shrink in major towns, and of course there are ghost hunters who occasionally go out to kill evil spirits. These are what I heard from others, and I don't know whether they are true or false. In today's world, life is getting more and more difficult for us people. The old man sighed. The girl named Yuzi looked at Feng Yu timidly, obviously frightened. Chapter 309 The Secret of Ghosts. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 306-313. Chapter 309 The Secret of Ghosts. Sir, Asakusa Castle is ahead. The old man said tremblingly, his tone a little excited, so much so that his face turned red. Behind him, the little girl Yuzi stuck her head out and looked curiously in the direction pointed by the old man. Today's Asakusa Castle no longer looks like it did before, with towering walls and teams wearing the battle uniforms of Demon Slayer Corps hidden members patrolling the gate. People who were fleeing or doing business were blocked at the pass and were being checked. It looks like an ancient Huxia city. Sir, let's go quickly, otherwise the city gate will be closed after dark and no entry or exit is allowed. The old man spoke. Along the way, he asked Feng Yu about the current situation of the entire small island country and found out that something might have happened to the people around him that caused memory problems. He would not have thought that Feng Yu would travel across the world. It can only be thought that Feng Yu is in the deep mountains and old forests or has lost his memory. Feng Yu nodded. Looking at Asakusa Castle not far away, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The huge mental power swept across, and the situation in the entire Asakusa Castle was clearly visible. Soon, Feng Yu and the others passed the review and entered the city. Once entering the city, a different breath rushed to my face instantly. If there is depression outside the city, then there is prosperity inside the city. Even during the day, the lights are brightly lit and the place is bustling with people. In a daze, he seemed to be able to forget the cruel rules of survival outside the city. The onikiri on Feng Yu's body has been put into the system space. It can be said that he is now empty-handed and does not wear the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Standing there, he has an extraordinary temperament, which will only make others think that he is a handsome and noble young man. Nanako and the others may be at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Feng Yu secretly thought, thank you, sir, for escorting us to Asakusa Castle. Now that I have found out the location of my relatives, I will say goodbye here. The old man bowed deeply to Feng Yu with words. Feng Yu nodded slightly. The old man left, but it was a relief. What happened next, with the old man and Yuzi following him, was a lot of inconvenience. Feng Yu disappears into the crowd. Without knowing it, he arrived outside the city again. His target was the evil ghost in the old man's previous village. Once in the village, Feng Yu discovered the ghostly aura. There are not many houses in the whole village, but it is not popular. All he could see was a frail and dying old man. Their eyes were dim and dull, unable to hide the sadness in their hearts. The houses are dilapidated and overgrown. Each one is like a refugee, like a puppet or a walking zombie. Soon, Feng Yu then knew the location of the evil spirit. Back Mountain Cave. White bones lined the two places, and a cold air spread over them. The entire cave was pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. Tap 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 tap. Feng Yu deliberately made footsteps and walked towards the depths of the cave with an expressionless face. Hey, I didn't expect that someone would dare to step into this mandrel's territory. Boy, are you here to die? A sharp, piercing sound came from the darkness. Then a strong stench hit, and in the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes stared greedily at Feng Yu. Bai Lu. The mandrel swallowed his saliva. He could feel that Feng Yu's body was full of energy and blood. As long as he ate him, it would be a great tonic for him. Strength may be able to impact the bottom line's strength. It has green-faced fangs, and the mandrel's claws become longer and sharper than a knife. Coming straight towards Feng Yu. Move like the wind, in the dark, like a killer. Dark hiding is his vampire technique, which allows him to completely hide in the darkness, making it undetectable. It's just a kid with such strength. For Feng Yu, it was simply vulnerable. Just raised his eyes slightly. The next second, a huge noise came from the cave. Boom. The mandrel was shocked, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and a powerless force pressed on his body, making him unable to move, lying on the ground like a corpse. Only his slightly opened and moving eyes made him look alive. Who are you? From the Demon Slayer Corps? No, you are not from the Demon Slayer Corps. You don't have a Nichirin sword. Before he finished speaking, Mandrel's voice suddenly stopped, his eyes gradually became distracted, and he finally surrendered. After a few minutes, the Mandrel was completely reduced to ashes as the Onikiri passed by. Black Fox, is this your plan? Xiao Naoko and Mixiu have grown up. Feng Yu sighed. After extracting Mandrel's memory, Feng Yu also saw the Demon Slayer Corps fighting in the Demon City. The new generation has grown up, led by Tanjiro, rushing into the evil ghost city and killing the evil ghosts. Among them are Nanako and Mihide. The small figure can easily move among the evil spirits. Until the real master of Ghost City appears. The new 12 Kazuki's auras are as powerful as those of Mukai's 12 Kazuki. Even 6 of them are even more powerful. In that battle, the Demon Slayer Corps and the Demon Slayers were slaughtered, causing countless casualties in both camps. He saw the humans imprisoned in the Ghost City. They were all numb and soulless, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This Mandrel was smarter and relied on darkness to sneak and assassinate many members of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, he hid in the darkness halfway through the fight. Watching the war silently, in the end, the Demon Slayer Corps was defeated and the Demon City began to close. And he also took advantage of the chaos to escape, and step by step he seduced the human beings who were full of desires in the human village. Let it become a half-ghost and harvest its prey. Nowadays, the blood of all ghosts is very strange. Only ghost blood dropped from the sky can completely transform people into evil ghosts, and the blood on evil ghosts can only become half-ghosts. But, for some greedy humans, half-ghost is enough to attract them. That's all. Relying on this idea, this mandrill gradually devoured humans in remote villages. Develop your own strengths. It was also during this period that the mandrill became obsessed with the flesh and blood of human children. This is where the scene with the old man at the beginning begins. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. My lord, all the Lord Zoos have arrived now. The Zuhei meeting will begin soon. Well, I understand, thank you for your hard work. Chairman Yamato, this battle against the Demon City is our humanity's final counterattack. I know, Mr. Kagaya, this time our escort will be the first to break through the defenses of Ghost Castle, and then we will leave it to you. Please, Mr. Kagaya, we humans can't lose anymore. We must rescue the compatriots inside and kill all the evil spirits in this world. Yes, I have seen the future with my eyes. We, human beings, will be victorious. The world is clear and bright, and the sunshine embraces the whole world again. Chapter 310 The Evil Ghosts Conspiracy. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 307-313. Chapter 310 The Evil Ghosts Conspiracy. Inside the Ghost City, 12 figures sat in a row, looking respectfully at the black mist in the middle. Lord God, what you told us has been done. We just need to wait for the Demon Slayer Corps to take action, then we can start our plan. An evil ghost with eyes all over his body spoke. Well done, Multi-Eye and Puppet Master. The black mist surged, and a drop of scarlet blood with a mysterious aura emerged into the bodies of the multi-eyed ghosts and the Puppet Master ghosts. Ah, this power, no matter how many times, it always fascinates me. My most beloved God, thank you for your gift. I will definitely give everything I have to complete your plan. All the eyes of the multi-eyed ghost show an obsessed gaze, like a believer. The Puppet Master ghost was very calm, but his body was trembling slightly, and he was extremely respectful. The other 10 evil ghost figures looked at the multi-eyed ghost and the Puppet Master ghost, and couldn't help but show envy. You have done well during this period, and this is your reward. As soon as he finished speaking, scarlet blood droplets appeared from the black mist, then split and merged into the 10 ghosts. Waves of powerful aura erupted. This caused turmoil in the entire evil ghost city, and the ghost energy surged into the sky. Covering up the dazzling light, a dim aura hits your face. The evil ghosts in the evil ghost city cheered. Only, the next second, the sky shook, and a clear and ear-piercing sound of a chain turning sounded. Then came thunderous anger and chuckles. Bye, now that things have come to this, you still dare to restrict me. Your power is about to dry up. Do you have to seek death and use your life source? Just wait, it's coming soon, this damn cage is about to be broken. When the time comes, when the cage is broken, it will be your death. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, go and kill, my humble servant. All living beings seemed to see a terrifying demon god struggling crazily to come to this world. The evil spirits cheered, and the living creatures were horrified. The strangeness of the sky. People here at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters can also see it. Ubuyashiki Yaoya is watching all this. Just watching quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. Since Wuhan's death, his eyes have recovered, and his ability to predict has not disappeared. It stands to reason that the product Kagaya should abdicate and let his son inherit the position of lord, but now the whole world is rampant with evil spirits. His son has not yet grown up, and coupled with the retention of the old Demon Slayer Corps team, the position of lord now still belongs to him. But he also deliberately cultivated his son Hilly. The prophecy he received indicated that he might fall and many people would die next. If he fails, Teria can only lead the Demon Slayer Corps to fight against the evil spirits. Give everything you have to win. On the other side, Feng Yu hides his aura and continuously harvests the troublemaking evil spirits in the dark. At the same time, I secretly saw Nanako and the others. Nowadays, the innocence of the past has faded from their faces, replaced by a sense of responsibility and maturity. The 3 little ones of Tanjiro have a lot more scars on their bodies. Tanjiro's hair is long, giving people a sense of mystery. Moreover, the more they look like the same person. Following the fate of the country, Feng Yu murmured. Next to Tanjiro is his sister, Nezuko, who can control her own ghost transformation. The crisis is not over yet. Nezuko is not with Zenitsu. Zenitsu followed Nezuko, his face full of doting and, old pervert. But Nanako seems to have an unusual relationship with Hashibira Inosuke. Nanako grabbed Inosuke's ears as if scolding him. Inosuke had an impatient expression on his face, crossed his arms, and let Nanako do whatever he wanted. Meisho watched them quietly from the side, looking at the sun in the sky from time to time. Perhaps feeling something, her eyes swept towards Feng Yu's direction. But when her sight arrived, Feng Yu's figure had already disappeared. Strange. Why, there is a familiar feeling. In the next few days, Feng Yudu traveled around various areas, and when he saw evil spirits, he killed them under Onikiri. The evil ghost's memory was extracted, and Feng Yu discovered that these ghosts scattered outside the evil ghost city seemed to be performing a certain task. These ghosts were sent out by 12 Kazuki to kill and cause trouble in the world. If this is the case, why do these ghosts stay here, win over ordinary people, and then turn them into half-ghosts? And, these things, many envelopes and a purple bead appeared in front of Feng Yu. This bead is like an eyeball, exuding a strong ghost aura. From the memory of this ghost, Feng Yu did not see the origin of the beads. It was as if a certain memory had been deleted. Even the former Wuxian did not have this ability to delete memories. Wu Kei can only seal the memory and forcibly control the evil ghosts under his command. Now, the memory among the evil ghosts has been cleared, which makes Feng Yu feel uncomfortable. With a slight exertion of the 5 fingers, the purple beads turned into pieces like glass. The fragments are like glass. Under the weak light, they look like eyeballs, and finally turn into purple smoke. In the evil ghost city, one of my eyes was damaged. The multi-eyed ghost opened his eyes and spoke slowly. Have the ghost hunters started sending people out again? Will it have any impact on God's mission? HMPH, how can those lowly ghost hunters have the ability to break my vampire technique? I have erased all the information about God's mission. No matter how they search, they can't find a trace. A ghost with an eye engraved with the number 4 said angrily. His skin was withered, like old tree bark, and he was covered with a black cloak, covering his whole body. A hand like a dead branch held a human-headed scepter. His eyes were indifferent and extremely confident. Duomu, have you seen the appearance of the person who destroyed your eyeballs? He continued. No, there is no picture at all. The multi-eyed ghost shook his head. Heiyi, are you sure that your clear memories will not be discovered? The multi-eyed ghost continued. The ghost named Heiyi was silent for a while and said. I haven't had any flaws in my vampire skills, so, it shouldn't be possible. The multi-eyed ghost frowned, his tone somewhat cold. If there is any mistake that affects God's plan, then I will kill you first. Nowadays, among the 12 Kazuki, Tame is the most favored, so he also gets the most blood. Strength ranks first. Although 12 Kazuki respects the Black Fox, he also has his own private struggles. All the ghosts want to be the number 1, but they have no choice. Now the multi-eyed ghosts are appreciated by the Black Fox, and their strength is rising the fastest. Heiyi said nothing and continued to remain silent. The other ghosts don't want to get into trouble. After all, if the multi-eyed ghost complained, wouldn't he be dead? Being able to become 12 Kazuki can be said to be their luck in recognition of their strength. So they cherish their lives more than anyone else. Chapter 311 Bloody Ghost. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 308-313. Chapter 311 Bloody Ghost. The ghost city fell into a dead silence, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by 1 degree, and it was extremely cold. It's not completely corroded yet, Blood Evil. Just in case, it's up to you to investigate who in the Demon Slayer Corps did it. The multi-eyed ghost looked at a figure holding 2 swords and said. The Blood Evil ghost nodded, the smell of blood spread, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The other ghosts didn't speak when they saw this, they just closed their eyes, as if they were wandering in the sky. Seeing this, the multi-eyed ghost couldn't say anything more, he just hoped that the Blood Evil ghost could bring him a surprise. Saitama area, when Feng Yu killed an evil ghost living here again. A familiar bead appears. Similarly, the beheaded ghost also lost a memory. Vaguely, Feng Yu already knew what the beads were. The huge spiritual power turned into substance and wrapped around the purple bead. At the same time, the multi-eyed ghost also instantly sensed that the scattered eyeballs had lost connection. Damn it, why can't I still see it? What's going on? The multi-eyed ghost is angry and horrified. So, he immediately activated the blood ghost technique. The rushing blood ghost felt a wave of fluctuation, and the multi-eyed ghost's eyeballs appeared in his hands. Soon, the Blood Evil received the message from the multi-eyed ghost. I see. With his eyes closed, the blood demon ghost exuded a rich scarlet color, and then its entire body turned into a pool of blood, slowly blending into the ground. No. Don't kill me. I have never harmed anyone, it was all forced on me by ghosts. If I don't do this, the ghost will kill me. I just want to live, please don't kill me. A man who had turned into a half-ghost was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Even if ghosts deserve to go to hell, so do you. In fact, you deserve to go to hell more than ghosts. In order to survive at first, you kept capturing your own compatriots and sacrificing them to the ghosts, and allowed the ghosts to torture and kill the humans you captured. In the end, in order to gain the power of the ghosts, you even sacrificed your own wife, children to the ghosts with your own hands. Drop them. You are no longer a human being. To be precise, you are more like a ghost than a ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's eyes went blank for a moment. The veins on his face popped out, and he fell into endless pain and torture. Until death, let you experience the feeling of watching your body being eaten bit by bit. Feng Yu said coldly. With just one glance, the dead man fell into the nightmare of reincarnation. His flesh and blood were eaten bit by his relatives again and again, until his spirit collapsed. After dealing with the man, Feng Yu began to focus on the beads. It is indeed an eyeball. In this case, I don't know if mental power can be invaded in reverse, so as to peek into the secrets of evil spirits. Feng Yu murmured, but before he could take action, a strong smell of blood hit his nostrils. Grr. The ground in front of Feng Yu began to appear scarlet. Blood gushed out crazily, and soon a humanoid figure slowly appeared. It's the Blood Evil ghost. At this moment, he looked at Feng Yu coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. Are you the little mouse causing trouble? The blood demon said coldly. He was well aware of the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps at the current pillar level, and for Feng Yu, a person he had never seen before, he subconsciously thought he was a small role. Perhaps he was sent out by the Demon Slayer Corps to complete the mission. However, the Blood Evil Ghost did not despise him because he always felt that Feng Yu was not simple. What's more, the multi-eyed ghost's eyeballs were isolated by the man in front of him through unknown means. Is this the new 12 Kazuki that those mandrill ghosts remember? It is indeed a bit stronger than Muzen's 12 Kazuki. Winding 5. From the memory of the ghosts I killed before, I only saw the figure of 12 Kazuki from a distance, but now I face it in person. Feng Yu could clearly feel that this ghost was much stronger than the previous 12 Kazuki. All evils that hinder gods will eventually lead to destruction. The Blood Evil Ghost spoke. The two swords in his arms were immediately unsheathed, and the smell of blood hit his nostrils. A wave of air surged from his body, and the two knives in his hands were immediately covered with a layer of flesh and blood, absorbing the wave of air crazily and greedily. The two swords seemed to come alive. A fang and a scarlet eyeball sprouted from the hilt of the sword. The aura on the blood demon's body suddenly became more than twice as powerful. Blood Ghost Technique Blood Hell Dome Interception. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu was instantly wrapped into a ball by countless blood. The limbs are fixed and cannot move. The Blood Ghost had already flashed behind Feng Yu at the moment the Blood Ghost technique was activated. The two knives are crossed like a pair of scissors. He slashed towards Feng Yu's neck. A flash of scarlet flashed, and the Blood Evil Ghost put away his two swords and no longer looked at the wrapped Feng Yu. Crack, click, click. The blood ball made a noise, and then turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Finally reduced to ashes, just when the Blood Demon Ghost was thinking about delivering the completed mission, his expression suddenly became frozen. Is this a rush to send a message? Feng Yu's voice rang in his ears, and when he raised his head, a powerful force suddenly pressed on him. Thump. Ground subsidence. The Blood Evil Ghost lay on the ground. Feng Yu walked over and wrapped the beads in the hands of the Blood Evil Ghost with his spiritual power. Presumably, your memory has not been erased, Feng Yu said, but when it reached the ears of the Bloody Ghost, a wave of waves suddenly arose. You actually know this. Who the hell are you? At this time, the Blood Evil Ghost began to look at Feng Yu's appearance seriously. The next second, surprise and fear appeared in his eyes. You are the one God is looking for. The Blood Demon screamed. A more powerful force emerged from him, accompanied by a burst of black mist. A black fox floated behind him. Finally found you. The black fox let out a scream, but soon a sacred power shot out from the sky, directly piercing the black fox. Noob. Feng Yu stood there and murmured. He looked at the sacred power and seemed to see Xiaobai's figure. The Blood Evil Ghost also regained consciousness at this moment. Vampire Art Blood Killing Cutting Blade Liberation. The Blood Evil Ghost shouted, and the blood-red magic circle was activated under his feet. The next second, the two swords separated from the body and gradually reunited. The moment the ghost holds it, the ghost sword immediately bifurcated and changed like Kokushibu's ghost sword before. Branches extend from the blade like branches. Blood Kill 1 Technique Twilight Slash. The air around him suddenly became stagnant, and the scarlet light covered the moonlight in the sky. Feng Yu's expression didn't change much. Just slowly pull out the Onikiri. Breath of Light 5 Patterns Flash of Light. The light suddenly appeared, the blood color faded, and the blade was sheathed. The bloody ghost's head rolled to the ground. How is it possible? God, am I going to die? Why is this happening? The blood demon's face was horrified and confused. Let me see what you are plotting. Chapter 312 Finale 1. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 309-313. Chapter 312 Finale 1. Previous. Next. After a few minutes, the Blood Evil Ghost has turned into ashes and disappeared between the heaven and the earth. I see, Black Fox, your plan will not succeed. After Feng Yu absorbed the Blood Ghost's memory, he finally knew the entire plan. Make high-level human beings into puppets, secretly assemble an army, and carry out rebellion. Create war and chaos. In this way, the Black Fox can absorb the negative energy in the world and break through the sacred cage transformed by Xiaobai in one fell swoop. Nowadays, most of the top officials of the entire small island country are controlled by an evil ghost called the Puppet Master. Thinking back to the recent situation between the Demon Slayer Corps and Demon City. The war is coming soon. Not daring to stop for too long, Feng Yu went straight to the residence of the Emperor of the small island country. In the evil ghost city, the multi-eyed ghost's hair stood up instantly because he saw a beam of light, and then the aura of the blood evil ghost became extremely weak and he was on the verge of death. He even vaguely saw the shadow of God, but it was still broken by the light. The blood evil is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire evil ghost city hall suddenly surged with energy. The terrifying coercion swept across Bawang. In a certain prison, the Black Fox laughed wildly. It's him, he finally appeared. As long as I swallow him, I can achieve my true self and become the only true God. All ghosts obey orders. Start now, kill as much as you like. For me, kill all the humans in this world. The sky collapsed, and the world that was originally dawning suddenly fell into endless darkness. A blood moon appeared in the sky. At the same time, there is a blood-red crack. In the crack, there seems to be an indescribable and invisible being that is frantically breaking free and trying to reappear in the world. All the evil ghosts' eyes were scarlet at this moment, and streams of black mist emerged from their bodies. In addition to powerful evil spirits, all ordinary ghosts and half-ghosts fell into a state of crazy bloodthirsty. Like wild beasts coming out of their cages, they ran towards the place where humans live. Kill everyone on sight. Human thermal weapons and ordinary swords have no effect on these evil spirits. Soon, human villages began to fall one after another. There is smoke and death everywhere. Crying, despair, chaos, killing, death. Endless negative energy began to breed, and all living beings were devastated. The dead humans were nourished by these negative abilities. The corpse began to mutate. Like zombies, they follow the army of evil spirits and kill towards humans. Ha ha ha, kill as much as you like. Perform for me before I become a true god. Black Fox felt the soaring power in his body and couldn't help but be extremely surprised. There were cracks in the chain wrapped around its body. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Everyone is ready to go, just waiting for the product application Kagaya's order. There was no fearful expression on their faces, only bravery and fearlessness. They have already put aside life and death, and keep their original intention of joining the Demon Slayer Corps in mind. Everyone, today's battle is related to the life and death of our country, and even the crisis of our entire mankind. We will die in this war. Don't be afraid, believe in us and ourselves. We humans will eventually win. Please, gentlemen, please come back safely. Ubuyashiki Yazai shouted with tears in his eyes, and then faced everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, and bowed to them under their eyes. Today, farewell to you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to rush towards the evil ghost army. Brothers of the Demon Slayer Corps, let me clear the way for you. Everyone, listen up, prepare the cannon. The top commander of the human army laughed, and old-fashioned cannons were launched one after another. Aim at the army of evil spirits. Emission. Then there were endless explosions. The shell exploded in the evil ghost army, causing a gap in them immediately. It's just that the ant-like army of evil ghosts and zombies are not afraid of life and death at all. Moreover, human thermal weapons cannot cause much harm to them at all. Soon, the evil spirits hit by the shells began to heal themselves. However, this high-level human being would not give them a chance, and countless shells continued to bombard them. Baga, even if I can't kill you, you can't even think about having an easy time. The officer shouted. The artillery fire continued, and the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps also rushed forward at this moment. The two parties immediately met. Demon Slayer Corps column level matchup against 12 Kazuki, headed by Tanjiro, with familiar faces standing behind him. None of them had markings on their bodies, and the sun blades in their hands exuded the light brought by their breathing methods. King, against general. Tanjiro was the first to attack, heading towards the multi-eyed ghost. God of Fire, Kagura, round dance, flash. Fiery red air waves erupted from his body, and the power was accumulated from the soles of his feet, just like Zenitsu's Thunder Breath, One Form, and Thunderbolt Flash. Breaking through the limits in the air, making a real explosion sound. In just an instant, his figure flashed directly in front of the multi-eyed ghost like a flame. Crimson flames exploded in his Nichirin sword. The next second, a circular flame slash struck directly at the multi-eyed ghost. Vampire Art Phantom Eyes. The multi-eyed ghost raised his hands, and a pair of green eyes opened in his palms. The next second, purple waves erupted from the eyes in his palms. Directly enveloped Tanjiro. Tanjiro was startled, and confusion appeared in his eyes. But it only took a second for Tanjiro to recover. But his slash was dodged by the multi-eyed ghost. What a terrible vision, Tanjiro said with lingering fear. Only he himself knows how dangerous it was just now. His current strength can be said to be the strongest except for Feng Yu. He can also be possessed by the vampire technique of the multi-eyed ghost, let alone others. On this kind of battlefield, even one mistake can lead to loss of life. Fortunately, he was only affected for a second. The fighting continued all around, and his eyes were burning. Taking a deep breath, the markings on his body shone brightly, and the sun blade in his hand began to emit bursts of white energy. The next second, the blade turned red. Just like Hidao, Kagura, the god of fire, flame dance. This time, his speed was faster. He knew that he could only win against the multi-eyed ghost with speed, and he would kill with one blow. Now everyone has his own opponent, so he can only rely on himself. He could see that the multi-eyed ghost's attack power was not very strong. It's just that his weird blood ghost skills are very easy to attract people. The battle between Demon Slayer Corps and Demon City continues to rage. The island country's emperor's residence is not peaceful either, with guns everywhere. The armies collided one by one. In this chaotic battlefield, Feng Yu's figure was like a ghost, and the hail of bullets could not fall on him at all. And he has a mental shield that no one else can see. Mental power enveloped the entire battlefield. His target is a puppet made by ghosts. With Onikiri in his hand, he has locked all the high-level puppets. Soon, those who were following the puppet had not yet reacted, and their heads fell to the ground one by one. There is no blood, and the moment the head hits the ground, the puppet's body undergoes drastic changes. Quickly turned into mummies. Everyone was shocked. People in island countries believe in ghosts and gods no less than in other places. This situation can even make them feel timid. At this time, Feng Yu was floating in the air like a god. With flying white clothes, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, an aloof and otherworldly temperament exudes from his body. It's like an immortal descending from the sky to save all sentient beings in the world. Chapter 313 Finale 2. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 310-313. Chapter 313 Finale 2. Previous. Next. Bye. Are you going to continue to waste your life essence to stop me? HMPH, look at what you are like now. Is it worth it for him, a mere human being? Wouldn't it be better to be the only true God in this world, to be immortal and transcend the world? MJU4NDA 2 Nadizemta 4 NGMIODQZOJC equals. There is only one chain left on Black Fox's body now, tightly wrapping around his body. But this chain is getting weaker and weaker, and cracks are constantly appearing. Perhaps as long as there is a slight stimulation from the outside world, the entire chain will turn into nothingness. Black, you will never understand. You who throw yourself into darkness will not have feelings. I don't understand at all. In the cage, Xiaobai's voice was extremely weak and intermittent, as if he was suffering from great pain. Oh, why bother? You and I are one. I am you and you are me. Have you forgotten the dream you had in the world of mountains and seas? Become strong, protect the tribe, achieve the position of true God, and live forever. Have you forgotten all this? I am you, and I am the one who understands you best. You betrayed me and yourself. For the sake of a mere human being, we, the Qingqiu Fox clan, have all perished in reincarnation. You are just a human being, but you can ignore your clan members, betray yourself, betray your clan, and betray the dreams in your heart. You are the one who deserves to die. Look, these are our people. Look at their souls and see how they hate you. They have been cursing you and waiting for you to be reincarnated together. You are not worthy of becoming the god of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Only I am qualified to become a god. The Black Fox's voice was sad and painful. Behind him, countless fox shadows appeared, with vicious eyes staring into the distance. At the same time, it was frantically eroding the chains wrapped around the Black Fox. In the void, Xiaobai was silent. He didn't know whether he didn't dare to face these fox figures or because he couldn't say a word because of the passage of his life source. In the residence of the emperor of the small island country, Feng Yu was regarded as a guest immortal at this moment. Everyone knelt in front of him, even the current emperor did the same. There was fear and respect in his eyes. He had already seen Feng Yu's methods just now, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was an immortal. What's more, everyone surrendered to Feng Yu's feet, and the emperor had to dare to have any disobedience. Humble and flattering, with the puppets killed, the entire rebel force was suppressed. Wherever his thoughts reached, they were all prostrate on the ground begging for mercy. The entire small island country is full of killing, death and despair. That is at this moment. There was another loud noise in the sky. Click. The sky seemed to be broken into pieces. The void is revealed. Everyone couldn't help but look at the sky, and everyone's face was horrified. Fear quickly spread to everyone. The black mist that was originally at the sky trace quickly took shape and turned into a nine-tailed black fox 100 meters high. The human world, are you ready to welcome your true god? The Black Fox despises all living beings. With just a quick glance, a mountain peak suddenly shattered into pieces. Countless lives were reduced to ashes, whether they were humans or evil spirits. Their souls were floating in the air, their faces full of fear and despair. But the Black Fox just took a deep breath. All souls were immediately sucked into his body. There was no movement at the bottom. Oh, false soul, you are really willing to give up for him. Godhead, the only true God. The Black Fox lowered its eyes and looked down at the entire world. Mysterious runes appeared in its eyes, and an incomplete and obscure law was floating in its head, exuding a weak light. That's it. All of this is fake. All of this is fake. You are so cruel. You are so cruel. The Black Fox's eyes shed tears, and its 9 black fox tails inserted into the void, frantically absorbing power. No one knows what it is doing. Only the figure of the golden giant beast below the battlefield looked at it with horror. Boss have you fallen? Now Xiao He has lost his black feathers, and his golden feathers are shining like the blazing sun. Its memory was reawakened at that moment. It was the alien flame crow from the world of mountains and seas. Recalling the memories of the past mountains and seas, its eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Master, Boss you are all dead. What's the point of leaving me a bird in this world? Master, come back. Boss has been reincarnated for you 99 times. If this reincarnation fails for 100 lifetimes, all the efforts will be in vain. It will turn into a bubble. Xiao He murmured. Just looking at the Black Fox's shadow blocking the sky, I suddenly lost confidence. No one can stop the strange behavior of the Black Fox, but these evil spirits can kill them. No matter what the future holds, these evil spirits must be killed. Ubuyashiki Yazai remained calm in the face of danger, standing behind all the ghost hunters and commanding everyone. There is a ghost here who wants to behead him, but he is protected by a pillar-level swordsman. Golden hair, tall figure, wearing a flame-patterned haori, holding the knife with both hands. The blade is black with a red blade pattern on the side, and the words, "Ghost Killing," are engraved on the side of the blade. The handle of the knife is white, and the scabbard is gray and white. It was the sword held by Yenju Purgatory Xingqiu Lang. It is also a knife that only the flame pillar of the Purgatory family is qualified to use. He is Senjuro, the younger brother of Anjuro, He inherited everything from Anjiro and picked up the glory of the Purgatory family. The Purgatory family once again stood on the battlefield. The feathers are flying like the rising sun. Next to him was Rintagaki Sakanji, Feng Yu's master. There are more wrinkles on his face, but the sunblade in his hand makes people dare not feel any contempt. The battle situation is ever changing. The evil spirits began to become confused because the Black Fox stopped blessing them with power. And 12 Kazuki, each is countered by 2 pillar-level beings. Only Tanjiro is one-on-one. This is also thanks to Feng Yu, who avoided a large number of deaths at the pillar level in the original work. Soon, Tanjiro began to chop off the head of the multi-eyed ghost with one knife. Then there are Nanako and Hashibira Inosuke. The tide of the battle turned, and the Demon Slayer Corps launched a full-scale counterattack against the demon army. In the sky, as the war comes to an end, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere envelopes the world. All falsehoods, destroy them all. Chapter 314. The finale is over. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 311 313. Chapter 314. The finale is over. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden tremor between heaven and earth. Then, with the Black Fox as the center, layers of black air waves spread towards all parts of the world. The clouds blocked out the sun, lightning flashed and thundered, the earth cracked, volcanoes erupted, and waves surged to the sky, constantly washing away the land. Boom, boom, boom. This is the end of the world. Countless people died, and those who survived looked up to the sky, unable to see everything completely. The cracks are like centipedes. The world is broken, it is falling apart, it is coming to an end. In the crack, the red lightning lingered, and just a trace spread out, causing the mountains within a 10-mile radius to turn into nothingness. At the same time, in that crack, space turbulence rages, and it is constantly washing away the world. The Black Fox raised his head. Look at the biggest crack in the sky. Shanghai realm, I will be back. Then, he looked sharply at one place. There is a Feng Yu who is like an immortal coming to the world. Feeling the gaze of the Black Fox, Feng Yu smiled, started to fly in the direction of the Black Fox. Soon, one person and one fox faced each other, without the previous tit-for-tat confrontation. The Black Fox is no longer violent. Only peace remains. The Black Fox raised his eyes to see, and said slowly, "You remembered it all." Feng Yu smiled slightly and nodded. I never thought that because of me, the Qingqiu Fox clan would be destroyed. I never thought that Xiaobai and my friends would go to reincarnation for me. How virtuous and capable I am. Feng Yu's eyes shed tears and he looked at the Black Fox. Xiaobai, tell me, why are you so stupid? Feng Yu felt extremely depressed in his chest. At this time, a faint white light appeared behind the Black Fox. The light dissipated, slowly revealing Xiaobai's figure. Master, without you, even becoming a god would not be happy. As you said, the most important thing for all living things in this life is to be happy. If you are not happy, even if you have everything, it will still be painful. That day when you became a god, you fought against all enemies in the mountains and seas alone for us. Master, you are the most stupid. Becoming a god is not that important to me at all. The most important thing about us, is that all of us are together at the end of the day. Live together, play together, travel together in the world of mountains and seas. Xiaobai floated to Feng Yu's shoulder and rubbed his neck affectionately. Feeling the familiar smell, Xiaobai couldn't help crying anymore. Black Fox quietly watched Feng Yu and the fox reliving the scene without making any movement. But there is something strange in its eyes. And at this time, a golden figure fell between Heihu and Feng Yu. Gaga, at the critical moment, I still have to rely on my uncle to come to the rescue. I am the real man of destiny. The person who came was none other than Xiao He, a bird from the mountains and seas, or it could now be called the alien species from the mountains and seas, the Yan Crow. The fiery breath burst out from its body, but it could not cause any harm to the Black Fox. The Black Fox was still expressionless, staring straight ahead in a daze. Xiao Yuzi, hurry up and take Boss Bai away. Next, you will see me and teach this black and stinky fox a lesson. Xiao He said proudly. Then, before Feng Yu could say anything, the little black wings flicked. Feng Yu and Xiaobai were like shooting stars, flying into the distance. No, Xiao He, Feng Yu shouted, but Xiao He's figure became smaller and smaller until he disappeared. Goodbye, Xiao Yuzi. I have said before, I must put on a good show in front of you. It's a bit difficult this time. Xiao He's eyes floated and he looked at the Black Fox opposite. In fact, it was already trembling uncontrollably. I just endured it. Now that Feng Yu is no longer around, it can no longer tolerate it. Its feathers stood upright, and the premonition of life and death had already spread throughout its body. This is the crushing of biological personality. Even though it is a foreign species from the mountain and sea world, compared to the Black Fox that has transformed into half a body, it is just a precious lower creature. Mortals cannot look directly at gods. I see. The Black Fox looked up at the crack in the mountain and sea boundary and murmured. Then, it looked at Xiao He. Ant, don't block my way. The Black Fox roared loudly, and then a powerful force emerged from it. The hair on Xiao He's body stood upright. FK, 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 don't do this, you are really going to die this time, Xiao Yuzi. If you still die, I will definitely kick you on the Samsara Nehi bridge. In an instant, Xiao He was enveloped by the energy released by the Black Fox. The screams suddenly echoed through the sky. By the time the energy dissipated, Xiaohe was already on the verge of death, and not many of his original golden feathers were left. The black fox raised his hand, terrifying energy gathered. But just before typing, it stopped. Tisk, I'm really unhappy. The black fox opened his mouth and swallowed Xiaohe directly. Hiccup. Black fox burped, and then chased Feng Yu in the direction he left. Thousands of miles away in an instant, thoughts scanned the whole world. Feng Yu and Xiaobai were soon discovered. After all, as long as Feng Yu is anywhere in the world, Black Fox can find him. At this moment, Feng Yu was extremely anxious because Xiaobai on his shoulders was dissipating. Xiaobai, how are you? What should I do? What should I do to save you? Feng Yu shouted. Xiaobai shook his head and slowly closed his eyes against Feng Yu's neck. Its expression is so relaxed and comfortable. It's really, I haven't felt like this for a long time. I'm really tired, Xiaobai murmured. Feng Yu's hands passed through Xiaobai's body and watched it dissipate little by little. Feng Yu's chest was like a knife. Want to save it? Black Fox landed in front of Feng Yu and said calmly. I know a way, but I don't know if you are willing to do it. I am willing, no matter what method, I am willing. Feng Yu hurriedly spoke, even if it means your life. You have half of its godhead in your body. As long as you give it back, it won't have to die, but you will. So, are you still willing? The Black Fox said with a joking smile. Willing. I am originally a dead person, why am I afraid of death? This silly kid has done too many things for me. Black Fox, tell me, what should I do? Feng Yu's eyes were firm. Black Fox remained silent and looked at Feng Yu intently for a few seconds. Then he smiled. It's so boring. Then, the Black Fox rushed in front of Feng Yu, and an illusory hand penetrated his body. The next second, Feng Yu felt an unprecedented pain sweeping through his body. The body and soul are suffering tremendous pain every second. The physical vitality is rapidly dissipating, and the soul's annihilation speed is also accelerating. His vision was getting blurry, but he saw the shining object in the Black Fox's hand. Is that the Godhead? Feng Yu murmured. Then he saw Black Fox put the Godhead in his hand into Xiaobai's body. When he was dying, Feng Yu saw Xiaobai's body becoming solid and finally opening his eyes. Extra. Prequel. A soul boy of Xuanshan sect. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313. Extra. Prequel. A soul boy of Xuanshan sect. The mountains are covered with verdant green, and the clouds and fog surround it. A magnificent pavilion is built around the mountains. Among them, Shantai caves, large and small, are carved against the cliffs. The deep valleys are quiet and empty, and the high altitudes are shrouded in auspicious clouds. There are cranes flying in groups, morning dreams and evening dews, and morning bells and evening drums. This is the easternmost corner of the Nanchuan continent that is bounded by mountains and seas. Xuanshan sect is the only sect within 1,000 miles. Built on the mountain, living on the mountain, practicing with concentration, and protecting one side. In this vast world of mountains and seas, the Xuanshan sect's strength was as weak as dust. But it still attracts countless mortals to worship, just to seek a trace of immortality. At this moment, it was the annual grand opening of the Xuanshan sect to recruit disciples. The Taoist man looks old, with white beard and hair, but he is energetic. His Taoist crown is tied into a bun, and the plain Taoist robe complements each other, making him look like an immortal from the 9 heavens. His eyes are bright, like the ethereal sky, which is unattainable and awe-inspiring, and like the vast earth, pure and gentle, which inspires admiration. He is the host of this recruitment. He stood in the Xuanshan sect's disciple recruitment square, looking at the dense crowd of young talents without any fluctuation in his eyes. Those who cultivate immortality do not know the years, and those who cultivate immortality do not know the years. This kind of apprenticeship ceremony has been carried out countless times. The old man's heart had already lost a trace of turmoil. Boys and girls are undergoing assessment one by one, and most of them will be screened out at each level. Thousands of people took the assessment together. In the past, perhaps only those 10 or less children were chosen. The first step is to test whether you have the qualifications to cultivate immortality, that is, spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are divided into ordinary spiritual roots, earth-level spiritual roots, heaven-level spiritual roots, and top-level spiritual roots. Ordinary spiritual roots are those with more than 3 elemental spiritual roots in a person's body, earth-level spiritual roots are 2 types, and heaven-level spiritual roots are 1. The top spiritual roots are mutated spiritual roots. The basic spiritual roots are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness, which are the most common in the world of mountains and seas, and are also the spiritual roots of most immortal cultivators. But there are also some mutated spiritual roots, which are mutated from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The owners of these spiritual roots generally have more natural talents and are more likely to achieve immortality than cultivators with common spiritual roots. The eliminated boys and girls had red eyes and were taken back by their parents. Soon, there were only about 100 people left in the entire square who had not yet been tested. Among the boys and girls tested before, only a few had spiritual roots. After all, he was born as an ordinary person. The spiritual roots of these 2 people are still mixed spiritual roots, and their path to immortality is slim. The remaining 100 or so people felt uneasy. After all, cultivating immortals can make people immortal and carefree in the world. This is the only chance. The old man narrowed his eyes and signaled that the test should continue. But he kept a look inside slightly in his heart. It seems that we still can't recruit anyone with potential this year. Xuanchen sect. The way of heaven is uncertain, and today's world of cultivating immortals seems peaceful, but in fact there is an undercurrent surging. Moreover, it is becoming more and more difficult to cultivate immortality nowadays. The aura of heaven and earth is constantly decreasing. Just when the old man lost his mind, the stone tablet for detecting spiritual roots suddenly appeared strange, and a dazzling light shot into the sky. There was a sudden commotion in the whole square. Oh my god, what's going on? The two people who detected spiritual roots in front of them only had a weak light. This young man's spiritual light is so dazzling. Could it be that he is the legendary heaven-level spiritual root? I think it's more likely to be the top spiritual root. ... Boys and girls cast envious glances at the thin boy in front of the huge stone monument. Such a strange thing must be a considerable talent, and the path to immortality is broad and open. The old man also became short of breath. The ordinary spiritual root test stone tablet emits 1 inch of light, followed by 3 inches of earth-level light, 9 inches of heaven-level light, and 12 inches of top-level spiritual roots. Just now the light had reached a height of 12 inches. Top talent. For many years, Xuanchen sect has not encountered a top-level genius. In the past, such talents would never have been available to a small sect like theirs. After all, the jurisdiction of Xuanchen sect is all ordinary people. According to the laws of genius in the world of mountains and seas, a genius with this kind of top talent can only name a family of self-cultivating immortals. The chances of this happening to ordinary people are very slim. There is hope for the sect's revival. The old man's face was excited, and he rushed to the young man's side almost in the blink of an eye. The gaze he looked at the young man became extremely soft. Good boy, this Elder Xuantu, what is your name? Elder Xuantu tried his best to put on a smile on his face that had not shown a smile for 100 years. He stroked the boy's hair happily. Reporting to Elder Xuantu, the boy's name is Li Fengyu. He lives in Jushan village and his parents are still alive. Li Fengyu responded naturally. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all because of Elder Xuantu's identity. Okay, neither humble nor arrogant, good boy, ha ha ha. The more Elder Xuantu looked at Li Fengyu, the more satisfied he became. But it was not his turn to be a disciple of such a genius. So he quickly made a hand gesture and murmured, brothers and sisters, come quickly, the top spiritual root genius will be taken away if it is too late. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the entire Xuanchen sect. Rays of light rose into the sky and fell on the square. Genius, where is the genius? FK your bullshit, that's my disciple, you damn old man, go and die quickly. That's my disciple, you two are so shameless. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, I finally waited for you. If you count on your fingers, this young man should be my disciple. ... The elders who had been in seclusion all day now all appeared here and quarreled like merchants in the market. How can this not be surprising? Okay, noisy ones, no matter how decent they are, just leave them alone. First let's see what kind of spiritual root this young man has, and then let him choose who he wants to be his teacher. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing gorgeous clothes. His face was serious and not angry. A majestic mountain peak stood proudly on top of the mysterious suit. Hundreds of birds paid homage to it, and a crane seemed to come to life, emitting mysterious light. Obviously, this is the sect leader of Xuanchen sect. Yellow River Mountain. Extra prequel. Dowsy of the Xuanchen sect. Demon Slayer. Wielding the blade makes me stronger. 313th. Extra prequel. Dowsy of the Xuanchen sect. Previous. At the disciple recruitment ceremony, a disciple with top spiritual talent was born, which was the happiest thing for the Xuanchen sect in the past 100 years. He immediately took Li Fengyu to the sect's main hall, where the sect leader Huang Heshan personally tested the attributes of his spiritual roots. I saw him holding the Shuangguang Baojian and sweeping it over Li Fengyu's body. Suddenly the treasure mirror shines brightly. Hiss. Several sounds of inhalation suddenly sounded in the hall. Is this the root of light? No, this is a mutated spiritual root. This light is fiery and sacred, and seems to be able to dispel evil spirits and heal injuries. Wait until I look for the sect's secret book and see what spiritual root it is. Several elders looked at each other. Mutated spiritual roots are not common, let alone such spiritual roots with special abilities. After a few hours, the originally tidy and clean main hall was now filled with messy books. The hair of several elders and sect leader Huang Heshan is messy and no longer looks like it did just now. If anyone saw them, Bao Bucky would think they were a few lonely old people begging for food. Li Fengyu sat aside leisurely and looked at them. He just felt that these immortals were extremely cute. Just like the old people in the village, each one looks like a slippery man, but also like an adult. Sometimes he is serious, and sometimes he does funny things because of certain things. Found it. I don't know who shouted excitedly, and then held up a yellowing book. Hearing the words, all the elders and sect leaders came together. Not bad, very good. It really fits the introduction of Zhaofeng Yulingen. Great, I didn't expect Xiao Fengyu's spiritual root to be the same as the legendary Scarlet Light Immortal. According to the records in the classics, it took only 2.5 years for the Crimson Light Immortal to reach the nascent soul stage from the first level of Qi refining, and then spent another 50 years to achieve the status of human immortal and ascend to the immortal world. With just one hand of red light magical power, all the boundless ghosts and monsters can be wiped out. Wherever the red light reaches, the demons and monsters have nowhere to hide. Hiss. Several people immediately inhaled together. It was true that the Crimson Light Immortal recorded in the classics was too unnatural. If converted, this Crimson Light Immortal has only been practicing for a total of 52.5 years. Just ascend directly to the fairy world. Of course, it may also be related to the strength of their sect back then, the abundant resources provided, and the richness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at that time. But soon, they began to have trouble. Such talent, such spiritual roots. Their Xuantian sect simply didn't have any techniques suitable for Feng Yu to practice. Their Xuantian sect specializes in swordsmanship, focusing on golden spiritual roots. The gold owner is sharp and kills. Although there are other spiritual root cultivation techniques, the main ones are swordsmanship. There are also methods for cultivating light attribute spiritual roots, but I don't know if they are suitable for Feng Yu. Sect Master, I heard that there seems to be descendants of the Red Light Immortals ruins over there in the Dongkang realm. Maybe they have a training method suitable for Xiao Feng Yu. Hearing the words, Huang Heshan touched his chin and pondered for a moment. You first teach Xiao Feng Yu how to practice the light attribute skills, and then I will go to the Dongkang realm to borrow the skills. Time waits for no one, so I will set off now. I estimate that it may take 2 months. In the past 2 months, you must work hard and take good care of Xiao Feng Yu. This child is the future of our Xuantian sect. From now on, Xiao Feng Yu is officially awarded as the Taoist disciple of our sect. All resources are tilted according to Taoism. Do you old guys hear that? Huang Heshan said seriously. Then he walked towards Feng Yu with a smile and an extremely kind face. Xiao Feng Yu, this is my token. It contains a sword energy attack. As long as the enemy is below the distraction stage, no one can resist it. This is the Jinling treasure armor. Any attack below the distraction level cannot hurt you at all. And this is the Taoist token of our Xuantian sect. As long as you are within the scope of Xuantian sect, you can mobilize everyone, including the elders. Like an elder, Huang Heshan put a bunch of treasures into a storage ring and gave it to Li Fengyu. In the last step, he turned back 3 times and stepped on the crane, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the east. When Wang Geshen left, these elders immediately took out their treasures and gave them to Li Fengyu. To be honest, this is just a greeting. Li Fengyu was so young that he had never seen such a scene, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Then I was extremely moved. He secretly made up his mind to live as a member of the Xuantian sect and die as a ghost of the Xuantian sect. That's all. Li Fengyu didn't take the name of anyone, but he was the disciple of all these elders. The apprenticeship ceremony also ended successfully. This year there are still as few people as ever. Except for Li Fengyu, there are only 4 people who have the spiritual roots of cultivating immortals. From today on, all the people in the sect know that their sect still has the name Daozi. 2 months later, Li Fengyu felt unprecedented attention. Basically, wherever he went, there was an elder following him. It was like holding a treasure, fearing that Li Fengyu would be hurt. He hasn't started practicing yet. The reason is that these Xuantian sect elders feel that the light attribute spiritual root technique will delay his talent. Just wait until the sect leader returns before making a decision. Count the days. It's time for the sect leader Huang Heshan to come back. It's not like Li Fengyu didn't do other things in the past 2 months. With the full tilt of the sect's resources, he has laid a solid foundation, accumulated various natural materials and earthly treasures, and his body and blood have continued to soar. If Qi Shui was a small insect before, then it is a tiger now. The qi and blood are like a tiger, and the breath is strong. Looking from a distance, 8-year-old Li Fengyu looks like a carved jade. The whole body exudes a strange charm. At the same time, he also practiced Xuantian sect's strongest swordsmanship, the sky-shaking swordsmanship. This swordsmanship only has 3 moves, 1 to break the air, the 2nd to destroy life, and the 3rd to shake the sky. Although Xiao Fengyu has not yet officially embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, his body is still strong enough to withstand planting a sword seed in his body. Now plant the sword seeds. In addition to absorbing treasures from heaven and earth, Xiao Fengyu also practices swordsmanship every day. The heaven-shaking sword technique mainly focuses on cultivating a sword energy, and then uses the sword energy to nourish the sword intention. In this way, your sword seed can sprout and become your own natal sword embryo. Finally, the sword embryo is taken to cast the sword of destiny. Perhaps because of the talent of top spiritual roots, Fengyu also showed terrifying talent in swordsmanship. In just 1 day, I got started with swordsmanship. These elders were extremely shocked. After all, they had all practiced this heaven-shaking sword technique. Naturally, we understand the difficulties involved. The days pass by. Also on the 7th day after 2 months, Wang Geshen came back.